In her previous life, Jiang Xinghua's Aunt Jiang Yimei and her family forced her to marry someone else in order to monopolize her parents' inheritance. When the end of the world came, Jiang Xinghua was sick and she fought with others for a sip of turbid water, and she was bleeding. In order to find food, she was not only framed, but also imprisoned in the basement of the base. Eventually, she encountered a tide of zombies and was buried among the zombies. However, when she opened her eyes again, she was shocked to find that she had been reborn 1 month before the end of the world. Xinghua, Auntie is doing this for your own good. With your health condition, you should drop out of school and get married while you are still young. It will be too late to regret if you miss Kan Yuan Kai. If you weren't just a 19-year-old college student and so sickly, who would look up to you? Jiang Yimei's voice was full of impatience and contempt. Jiang Xinghua curled up the corner of her mouth in a sneer, but her eyes were fixed on the ant in front of her, and familiar scenes emerged in her mind. All this happened on the day when her aunt Jiang Yimei's family tried to marry her off quickly in order to seize her parents' inheritance. When Jiang Xinghua was 5 years old, her parents died one after another, leaving a considerable inheritance. Because she was young, the guardianship was given to her father's sister, Jiang Yimei. All the inheritance was handed over to her family for management. However, in her previous life, she had never even seen the amount of the inheritance, let alone received a penny. Jiang Yimei's family lived a wealthy life thanks to the inheritance, but she was struggling to survive in the doomsday. Jiang Yimei looked at Jiang Xinghua's expressionless face and was immediately furious. She slammed her hand heavily on the table with a sharp and piercing voice. Jiang Xinghua, Kan Yuankai was carefully selected by your uncle and I. Don't be ungrateful. Jiang Xinghua took a deep breath and spoke calmly. What you call careful selection is to find a divorced man with a history of domestic violence for your niece. Who could have thought that her aunt and uncle, in order to fight for the inheritance, would actually want her sickly child to get married and have children early, in the best-case scenario, with 2 lives? Enough! How dare you talk back to your elders? Uncle Deng Xingping scolded with a sullen face. Jiang Xinghua's amber eyes were as cold as ice, and her gaze pierced directly at Deng Xingping. A surge of anger surged in her heart, and from the depths of her memory, the scene of being ruthlessly trampled into the mud and humiliated by this man in her previous life seemed to reappear. Deng Xingping's whole body tensed up under her cold gaze, his hair stood on end, and he swallowed the words he wanted to curse back. He coughed to hide his embarrassment. Your aunt and I are doing this for your own good. After all, we are your elders. How could we possibly harm you? Jiang Xinghua took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Now was not the time for revenge. The most important thing at the moment was to take back the inheritance and prepare for the impending doomsday. This time, she didn't want to be threatened by anyone again. She secretly vowed to let everyone know that even if she was a sickly person, she could live a more wonderful life than anyone else. The Doomsday Dungeon Spark System test is now open. Newbie mission release. Take back your inheritance. Complete the mission to get a newbie reward genetic potency stimulation potion. Jiang Xinghua was shocked and almost lost control of her mind. No matter what this sudden system was, as long as it could help her survive the doomsday, she was willing to pay any price. Moreover, this task seemed so simple. She took a sip of water, her eyelids slightly raised, and a hint of contempt appeared at the corner of her mouth. People like you are qualified to be my elders? You just want to occupy the inheritance, which is really disgusting. Jiang Yimei was stung by the contempt in her eyes, and her voice became sharper. Jiang Xinghua, my brother's inheritance should have been mine, and we have raised you for so many years. You ungrateful wolf. Stop using morality to blackmail me. I'm not interested in that. Do I have to calculate every penny of the child support my parents send me every month? Jiang Xinghua sneered. Her parents set up an account for her and deposited 50,000 yuan in child support every month. But in reality, over the years, she never received more than 2,000 yuan per month. Jiang Yimei was choked, and the words she was about to say were stuck in her throat. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, the door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Mom! Take me to the mall! That little bitch is showing off her new $10,000 cell phone. You have to buy it for me today! Jiang Xinghua narrowed her eyes and looked at the little fat boy who rushed in through the door, her 10-year-old cousin Deng Wenwen. When the doomsday came, She happened to be sick and resting at home, and unfortunately encountered the doomsday. In order to ensure that her family had enough to eat, Jiang Yimei took away all of Jiang Xinghua's food and medicine while she was unconscious, while she secretly lived better than anyone else. When the rescue vehicle from the base finally arrived, Jiang Xinghua was so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his back, his face was sallow, and his eyes were frighteningly large. Because of a joke by Deng Wenwen, she was pushed out of the rescue vehicle without any preparation. She only saw the fat face with a smile of success. "You stupid girl! Why are you still in my house? There is no place for you here! Get out of here! This little beast is still disgusting." Jiang Xinghua raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of sneer. "Deng Wenwen, maybe there will not be a place for you in the future. Wenwen, you're going to have a stepmother soon, are you happy?" Jiang Yimei and Deng Wenwen looked confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Deng Xingping's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. What did she know? Jiang Xinghua looked at Jiang Yimei with sympathy and a little bit of sarcasm. This phoenix man dared to treat her like a treasure. He was really blind. Jiang Yimei frowned as she watched their conversation, gradually feeling uneasy. "Jiang Xinghua, what do you mean? What do you want to do?" Deng Xingping's face turned pale, his eyes full of anxiety. Did she know about his affair? But how much did she know? Jiang Xinghua smiled slightly. "I happened to pass by my uncle's company that day. I wonder if the young and beautiful girl next to my uncle." Jiang Xinghua. She casually mentioned the time when she happened to pass by Deng Xingping's company, and saw him behaving intimately with a young female white-collar worker. Deng Xingping's face changed and he panicked in an instant. Jiang Xinghua responded calmly, with a cold light in his eyes. "I already know about your cheating." She looked like she knew it all along, and when she looked up at her phone, it said, "Recording." As early as the moment she realized she was reborn, Jiang Xinghua had already prepared everything. She sneered. "Give me back my parents' inheritance! You dare!" Deng Xingping gritted his teeth, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. Jiang Xinghua looked at him with disdain. "If you don't want this to be made public, then hand it over obediently." Deng Xingping instantly realized that this kid knew more than he thought. The most important thing now was to keep his secret. "Okay, keep the house, and I'll give you the rest." Jiang Yimei looked at Deng Xingping in astonishment. "Husband, are you crazy?" A trace of heartache flashed across Deng Xingping's eyes, but he knew that he couldn't let Jiang Yimei know the truth. In the end, Jiang Xinghua got what she wanted: a bank card with 10 million yuan and a note with the address. Number 33 Qinshui Road, Shijiao. She sneered in her heart. This amount of money might not be a big deal for rich people, but for a poor person like her, it was a huge sum of money. Moreover, the address on the note should be the batch of supplies mentioned by Deng Xingping in his previous life. What on earth could have enabled him to become the owner of the base? She had experienced so much ups and downs in her previous life, and many things were not thoroughly investigated. Fortunately, she was smart and reacted quickly enough. She knew almost nothing about her parents' inheritance except this house. In order to obtain the remaining wealth, she decided to start with cheating and making threats. She knew that Deng Xingping was extremely concerned about his reputation and was reluctant to give up the benefits brought by the Jiang family, so he certainly did not dare to ask too many questions. Then, she pretended that she was threatened by the potion and had to compromise and keep the house, cleverly relaxing their vigilance. Deng Xingping would only think that she already knew the exact amount of the inheritance, and he could not completely break off relations with her. He could only hand over all his assets to keep the secret of his affair and the house. A cold light flashed in Jiang Xinghua's amber eyes. These people, do they really think that she has no way to deal with them? The first step after rebirth is to take back what belongs to you from them. The next morning, in Yanlanuan community. Found it! Jiang Xinghua held a red property certificate in his hand. Ding! Test mission reclaim your inheritance completed. Novice rewards have been issued. Please check in the system backpack. A light blue translucent light screen slowly unfolded before his eyes, and Jiang Xinghua's eyes fell on the only item in the backpack: the bottle of Gene Potential Stimulation Potion. The instructions on the medicine said, "It can stimulate the user's potential within half an hour after injection, and the effect is 100% without side effects." Back in his small room, holding a metal syringe half the size of his palm, Jiang Xinghua pursed his lips tightly, his dry lips almost losing their color. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then picked up the syringe without hesitation and tentatively tested it on her body. "You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb," she muttered to herself. No matter where the system came from, As long as it can help, she will accept it. She raised her thin left arm, and the cold needle tip pierced her skin, reaching the blue blood vessels. As the drug was injected into his body, a domineering yet gentle energy quickly surged through his limbs and bones, as if every cell was silently reorganizing and breaking down. Jiang Xinghua's eyes gradually became blurred, and the memories of his previous life emerged in his mind. She was driven out of the Lotus Island base, and with her useless superpowers, she fought alone in the apocalyptic world. It was an era when even plant-based superpowers were seen as a laughingstock, with weak attack power and high energy consumption. But Jiang Xinghua always believed that there is no difference in the quality of superpowers, only in how to use them. In order to survive, she worked tirelessly to study the various applications of plant powers, and eventually gained a foothold in the exploration team with her flexible skills. He was alone and weak, but he relied on his ability to struggle in the apocalypse for 6 years. It was not until she met that disgusting man that she completely lost all hope. Thinking of that greasy and pretentious face, Jiang Xinghua couldn't help feeling nauseous. She closed her eyes and forced herself to suppress the painful memories deep in her heart. No rush, all of this would pay off sooner or later. Suddenly, she sensed a strange wave. She was connected to an unknown space, which seemed to be as big as a basketball court and about 15 meters high. At this moment, the space was empty, with nothing in it. A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Xinghua's eyes. Space field. It really works! A surge of excitement surged in her heart. Although she had heard of people awakening spatial abilities in her previous life, those spaces were usually only a few cubic meters. Obviously, her awakening this time would be much more powerful. Having spatial abilities will undoubtedly provide an extra layer of protection in the doomsday. It's like carrying a mobile warehouse. It's so convenient to stock up on supplies this time. Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She quickly put the items in the room into space and left the room. The moment the door closed, the space behind him twisted slightly, and a crack that was barely noticeable to the naked eye quietly appeared. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling at the space, creating a wrinkle, and then letting go. Girl, I'll give you 5.6 million for this house, but it belongs to me. It's in such a good location, are you sure? The man in front of her was wearing a tank top and had rough patterns tattooed on his arms. His eyes under his messy hair looked at Jiang Xinghua unconcealedly. Sign the contract today, he continued to urge, his tone full of contempt. Jiang Xinghua coughed lightly, her eyes flickering slightly. Ahem, come and collect the room tomorrow morning. A sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Want a house? Forget it. It won't be cheap for these blood-sucking insects. She quickly completed the formalities, received 5.6 million in payment for the house, and left the dim and simple office. The smoke in the air made it almost impossible for her to breathe. After walking out of the building, she came to a quiet restaurant and browsed the real estate information of Roaming City while eating lunch. It's not easy to find a suitable shelter, she thought to herself. Just an hour ago, she still owned a property, but now, all of it has turned into 5.6 million in the bank card. The houses in Yunnan Garden were not even considered. No matter how good the geographical location of a residential area like that was, it would become a dead place when doomsday came. She should have avoided densely populated areas long ago and turned her attention to the suburbs. That was where the foundation of her future lay. While looking through the real estate information, she calculated her own resources, including the inheritance left by her parents. She already had 15.6 million on hand. It seems like a lot, but the doomsday crisis may come at any time, and this money is not enough to deal with the harsh climate and the threat of zombies. A solid shelter, adequate weapons, and sufficient supplies, these are all essential, and you can't just take care of yourself. Jiang Xinghua has already made plans for the future. If he wants to survive in the apocalypse, he needs not only supplies, power, and territory, but also subordinates. The lone wolf in the apocalypse usually has a tragic ending. In her previous life, she had longed to rely on a strong base and seek shelter, but she eventually died in the initial failure due to betrayal and humiliation. Now, she understands the truth. Relying on others is not as strong as being yourself. This time, let's try again. With the support of the system, I am destined to be at the forefront. There was a determination in her eyes. No matter how big the base is, I will be at the mercy of others. Since I have been given the opportunity to be reborn, I will make a change. Instead of relying on others, I will become the strongest existence in this doomsday. I am power, I am freedom. Suddenly, her mood changed and she sighed softly. But first, I still have to get some money to feed this little sapling. Afternoon, western suburbs of Rongning City. Jiang Xinghua stood in front of a warehouse of nearly 1,000 square meters, lost in thought. The warehouse in front of me was one of the assets left by my parents. The left side was filled with tightly sealed experimental equipment, and the right side was filled with neatly stacked large cardboard boxes with no labels on the outside. She opened one of the boxes and found that each box was neatly packed with packages of supplies. Each bag contains rations, first aid kits, and emergency items including compressed biscuits and self-heating foods. All the supplies were produced several years ago and are stored in a space where time has stagnated, preserved intact. It seems that these supplies are the basis for Deng Xingping to take the position of base master. Jiang Xinghua thought to himself. If the doomsday breaks out, these supplies will undoubtedly become the target of looting. She couldn't help but wonder about her parents. Were they really ordinary researchers? Who would hoard such a huge amount of supplies before the end of the world? At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Start the main task. Find the perfect doomsday shelter. Complete the task to gain access to the dungeon. If the final confirmed location does not meet the system's shelter requirements, the task will fail and the system will automatically exit. Jiang Xinghua rented an SUV for transportation, and about an hour later, she arrived at a real estate agency in the Banhua Villa area in the eastern suburbs. Hello, are you here to look at the house? Wu Shui looked a little tired, looking at the ordinary dressed young girl, and asked patiently. The company has not yet opened today, so even small orders can be accepted. How do I rent that villa halfway up the mountain? Jiang Xinghua asked in a flat tone. Wu Shui curled her lips impatiently. That's the best suite in this villa. The price is not cheap. How much is the rent? Jiang Xinghua asked without hesitation. 40,000. Wu Shui couldn't help but suppress her inner dissatisfaction, thinking to herself that this was another person who was just trying to show off. I want the details of that house, Jiang Xinghua said calmly, his eyes cold, and the light-colored pupils under his eyelashes were as sharp as a knife. Wu Shui suddenly felt cold all over, as if she was being stared at by a wild beast. When she came to her senses, she couldn't help but feel that she was worrying too much. In desperation, she had to find the detailed information of the villa on the hillside from the table. Jiang Xinghua flipped through the list carefully, and became more and more satisfied. This was a perfect choice. Fortunately, there was still a vacancy. In her previous life, Jiang Xinghua had searched for supplies here with her team. She had seen this villa from a distance, and secretly admired its superior geographical location. Unfortunately, the house had already been occupied by someone else. Now, the house belongs to her. Wu Shui watched Jiang Xinghua skillfully flipping through the documents, and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. What are you pretending to be? Sign now, Jiang Xinghua said lightly, looking directly at Wu Shui. Now? Wu Shui and other employees in the store were stunned. They didn't expect the young girl in front of them to be so direct. Yeah, Jiang Xinghua replied without any fluctuation in his tone. Wu Shui was immediately overjoyed. This was a big client. There was a chance of getting a bonus. No problem, I'll do it for you right away. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by another employee who Jiang Xinghua pointed at casually. Let her come, Jiang Xinghua said calmly, without moving his eyes away. The employees who were named felt like they had found a treasure and were extremely excited. Wu Shui's smile froze on her face, and anger quietly emerged in her eyes. I'm in a hurry, please deal with it as soon as possible, Jiang Xinghua added indifferently without even looking at Wu Shui. At that moment, Wu Shui's heart was filled with resentment, yet she felt helpless. The lucky employee began to process the procedures quickly, as if pie fell from the sky, with a happy smile on her face. In just half an hour, all the formalities were completed. Jiang Xinghua transferred the 160,000 yuan rent to the owner's overseas account without hesitation, and also paid the 40,000 yuan agency fee immediately. Jiang Xinghua walked out of the agency under the smiling gaze of the lucky employees. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she heard Wu Shui's unwilling voice from behind, like a sharp scream of boiling water. She is so young and dressed in ordinary clothes, how can she afford to live in a villa like that? And she lives alone, who knows where she gets the money? Look at her pale face. She must have a terminal illness. Sooner or later. Wu Shui's words were full of malice. Jiang Xinghua's expression remained unchanged, but he sneered in his heart. You'd better pray that you don't run into me after the end of the world. She drove to the small road behind Banhua Villa and headed for the villa halfway up the mountain. 15 minutes later, she was standing outside the villa. This villa is located halfway up the mountain, covering less than 300 square meters, and the open space outside the platform is as large as 1,000 square meters. The fountain in the front yard is clear, and the little angel statue in the pool still splashes water everywhere. On both sides of the road leading to the villa, various plants grow freely in the garden, with roses and wild flowers intertwined, exuding a fresh natural scent. The villa is surrounded by a black fence covered with lush plants, giving it a wild beauty. Entering the room, the modern minimalist decoration is simple and elegant, the furniture is brand new and fully equipped, and the three-story structure is reasonably divided, perfectly meeting her life needs. What surprised Jiang Xinghua even more was that this villa actually had an independent water supply system. She no longer had to worry about water outages. She felt satisfaction in every detail of this villa. System, confirm the location of the shelter, Jiang Xinghua said silently in his heart. Ding! The mission of finding the Doomsday Shelter is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to open the dungeon. The system is officially bound. Please select the dungeon entrance. Note that it cannot be changed after selection. Jiang Xinghua smiled slightly. Finally, the system became hers. She thought about it, and finally chose the utility room in the corner of the first floor of the villa as the entrance to the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon has been confirmed. The dungeon will be officially opened in 24 hours. It's quite exciting. Jiang Xinghua smiled easily, then walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down comfortably, took out the laptop from the space, and entered a secret URL. After the webpage was loaded, a few words appeared: Weilong Decoration. This website covers a wide range of businesses, and the decoration of Doomsday Shelters is one of its important projects. Jiang Xinghua had learned about this secret resource through his habit of snooping in his previous life, but he never expected that it would come in handy now. She chose a decoration scheme suitable for a villa in the hillside. The glass in the whole house was replaced with bulletproof glass, and a retractable steel plate was installed on the outside. The thickness of the steel reached 10 centimeters, which enhanced the bulletproof and earthquake-resistant effects. The villa's main door will be replaced with a high-security door made of 3 layers of steel and lead plates, and the entire house will be coated with a special chemical coating called meteorite, which is effectively anti-corrosive. The wall will also be rebuilt into a 3-meter-high steel fence with an additional layer of steel plate. Although Jiang Xinghua originally hoped to thicken the wall, due to budget constraints, such defensive measures are sufficient to cope with the Doomsday Challenge in the early stages. After confirming the needs, she chose to start construction tomorrow and asked to shorten the construction period. The final customized plan was to be completed in 15 days at a cost of 9.99 million. Jiang Xinghua calmly transferred the money to the account of Weilong Decoration Company to ensure that he could own this extremely solid Doomsday Fortress before the end of the world. In this gorgeous rosy sunset, the sky seems to be dyed with a touch of fiery red light, and the afterglow shines down, as if coating the earth with a layer of warm gold. Jiang Xinghua walked in the farmer's market with light steps, followed by a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. Boss, I need 100 tons of rice and 100 tons of flour. Do you have enough? She walked slowly through the piles of grain and scanned the area with her eyes. When the grain store owner heard this, his face was as bright as a blooming flower. Enough! But it has to be delivered in batches, and it will take about 3 days. No problem. Just choose medium high gluten and low gluten flour. As for rice, I want Wuchang rice, Jiang Xinghua said casually. I'll send you the address and start delivering it tomorrow. The total cost of 200 tons of grain was 2.2 million yuan, and Jiang Xinghua paid a deposit of 400,000 yuan. Jiang Xinghua had already planned that these grains would be used as future reserves. No matter what she did in the future, these supplies would be part of her solid backing. She was always used to leaving multiple ways out for herself. She then ordered compressed biscuits, 100 grams per pack, for a total of 5,000 packs, spending 7,500 yuan. Jiang Xinghua placed the order without hesitation for self-heating hot pots with different flavors, including mushroom, tomato, spicy, butter, etc. There are also various self-heating rice dishes, including fish-flavored eggplant, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised pork, and mu shu pork. She ordered 30,000 boxes of each, totaling 1.8 million yuan. In order to cope with the daily life in the future, she also stocked up instant noodles of various flavors: chicken and mushroom, seafood, tomato and egg, beef, spicy, etc. A total of 1,000 boxes, about 24,000 packs, costing 35,000 yuan. To make her life more convenient, she also ordered 1,000 bottles of side dishes, totaling 10,000 yuan. The problem of food and clothing in the doomsday seems to have been solved. Jiang Xinghua also ordered 2,000 bags of frozen steamed buns from a delicatessen, 4 in each bag, for a total of 8,000 yuan. Finally, she also ordered 1 ton of bulk noodles, spending 10,000 yuan. So far, her purchase expenses in the market have reached 4.07 million yuan, but she has paid a deposit of 2.2 million yuan, and the remaining goods will be delivered to the Shijiao warehouse within 3 days. Jiang Xinghua left the market and went straight to the building materials factory. She walked to a large machine, touched the cold machine body with her fingertips, turned around and asked, "Boss, do you have a diesel generator with a capacity of more than 2,000 kilowatts?" Seeing her young age, the boss thought she didn't know much, so he recommended a low-power generator. "Yes, there are, but generators of this wattage are very expensive. If it's just for home use, 3 to 10 kilowatts is enough. What I need is one for large-scale indoor cultivation. The small one won't do," Jiang Xinghua responded calmly. After hearing this, the boss suddenly realized something and immediately recommended a 2,200 kilowatts large generator to her. Jiang Xinghua placed an order directly and asked for it to be installed as soon as possible. In addition to the generators, she also bought 1,000 cassette stoves, each equipped with 3 portable gas cylinders, a total of 3,000, spending 50,000 yuan. These gas stoves can not only be used to boil water and cook, but the gas tanks can also be used as weapons in emergencies, which is extremely convenient. As the last purchase was completed and night fell, Jiang Xinghua slumped in the car, her pale face looking even more haggard due to a busy day. Although the air conditioner and anti-heat medicine helped her recover a little, her physical fatigue was still obvious. While rubbing her sore calves, she logged into the Weilong website, continued to place orders, and arranged for 2 entourages to ensure that they could meet her at the Shijiao warehouse at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Everything seemed to be going well, but just when she relaxed a little, she was suddenly shocked. "I almost forgot about this." She quickly turned on her phone, connected the hacking software she had bought at a high price, and began to hack into Deng Xingping's phone. With her fingertips flying, she carefully wiped out all traces of activity and chat records, leaving only a clean trace. She looked at her achievements with satisfaction, her amber pupils flashing an eerie light in the dim light, and she said secretly in her heart, "Deng Xingping, get ready to receive your big gift." After a good night's sleep, Jiang Xinghua met with the decoration team of Weilong Company at 8 o'clock in the morning and went straight to the west suburb warehouse. She saw the 2 people standing upright in front of the warehouse from a distance, and suddenly a refreshing morning breeze blew on her face. "Hello, I'm Jiang Xinghua." Looking at the young girl getting off the car in front of them, the 2 were obviously stunned. They obviously did not expect that their employer this time would be so young. The shorter man smiled and responded, "Hello? I'm Wang Qing, and this is my colleague Wu Zichuan. We will assist you throughout the next 3 days." Wang Qing's tone is relaxed and his smile is kind, which makes people unconsciously feel good about him. Jiang Xinghua's eyes could not help but stay on Wu Zichuan. He was a man with clear features, a standard crew cut, an upright figure, and a hint of military temperament in his posture. However, Jiang Xinghua just took a quick look and then looked away. "Starting today, a large amount of goods will be coming into the warehouse. You need to help me record the quantity of each item. After the delivery is completed at 7 o'clock in the evening, you can lock the door and leave," she said as she took out 4 5 terabytes hard drives from the car. "In addition, you will need to download various materials from the internet, including common sense, wilderness survival skills, information on various organisms and plants, and various entertainment programs, movies, TV series, songs, etc. After downloading, divide the work according to needs and make your own arrangements. If there are other temporary arrangements, I will notify you." Although Wang Qing had some doubts in his heart, he still kept smiling and began to arrange tasks with Wu Zichuan. Jiang Xinghua glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and found that it was getting late, so he hummed a little tune and got in the car, thinking to himself, "It's time to relax. The entertainment program will be online on time, just in time to relieve fatigue." 40 minutes later, Jiang Xinghua arrived at Yunlanyuan Community smoothly. She parked her car downstairs of Building 8 and walked into the building. As soon as she reached the first floor, she heard faint sounds of quarreling, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. Deng Xingping's surprise moment had finally arrived. The noise in the corridor attracted the attention of the entire floor. Even the 2 middle-aged ladies from upstairs and downstairs ran to this floor and stood in the crowd, watching with great interest. Jiang Xinghua smiled and quietly blended into the crowd, pretending to be a bystander, waiting for the show to begin. "Who is this woman? Tell me!" Jiang Yimei was standing in front of the entrance door, supporting herself on the door frame with one hand, loudly questioning Deng Xingping in the living room. Standing in front of her was a young woman who was about 25 years old. The woman had lazy brown curly hair draped over her shoulders, bright eyes and white teeth, and a tight dress that outlined her slender figure. Deng Xingping's expression froze, and he spoke weakly. "Xiao Han, why are you here? Are you here to deliver the documents?" As he spoke, he signaled Han Xuyan with his eyes. He was secretly dissatisfied, as he had not expected that this woman would block his doorstep today. Han Xuyan frowned slightly and said softly, "Brother Peng, didn't you say that you wanted me to confront this yellow-faced woman today?" Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but smile. Last night she used hacking software and, under the name of Deng Xingping, sent a message to Han Xuyan, asking her to meet here today. Deng Xingping was completely unaware of it. Everything was a sudden surprise to him. "This is a small gift I give to my aunt and uncle to thank them for finding a good blind date for me," Jiang Xinghua thought secretly. Jiang Yimei's eyes were filled with anger, and she rushed towards Han Xuyan and grabbed her hair. "Yellow-faced woman? How dare you call me that? Brother Peng, save me! It hurts so much!" Han Xuyan cried for help in a tender voice. Deng Xingping was getting anxious as he saw the situation getting out of control. He pulled Jiang Yimei away and shouted, "Stop it! Stop it!" Jiang Yimei was pushed and staggered back a few steps. Looking at Deng Xingping standing in front of Han Xuyan, her mood became more complicated. Han Xuyan hid in Deng Xingping's arms and gave Jiang Yimei a smug smile provocatively. In the corridor, neighbors were talking about it. "The mistress has come to our house, how shameless! What a man! His child is already this old, yet he still does this kind of thing." Jiang Yimei's face turned pale instantly. When she heard the word child, she suddenly thought of her son. Deng Woman stood at the door of the living room, watching his father push his mother away to protect another woman. The anger in his eyes erupted like a volcano. Suddenly, he rushed forward and pounced on Han Xuyan angrily, punching and kicking her, and even biting her clothes. "Brother Peng! Save me!" Han Xuyan was panicked. Deng Xingping was stunned. In front of him was a son who had become extremely irritable because of his own mistakes, and his partiality towards Han Xuyan was obviously intolerable to Deng Woman. He smiled coldly, stepped forward quickly, and kicked Deng Woman to the ground, leaving a shallow shoe print on his toes. "Deng Woman! Who taught you to do that?" This was the first time Deng Woman was beaten, and his face was filled with shock and anger. He sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and glared at Han Xuyan in his arms, his eyes full of resentment. Jiang Yimei was startled by the kick and rushed forward to protect her son, her eyes full of sadness and confusion. She looked at this strange husband with mixed emotions in her heart. "It's wrong to hit someone. And this is his own son. He beat his wife and children for his mistress. Oh my God, Deng Xingping is so terrible." Deng Xingping's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. He looked around and listened to the neighbors pointing and talking, and his mood became even more heavy. "Close the door and talk. Don't embarrass yourself in public." Upon hearing this, the neighbors knew there was no more fun to watch, and they smacked their lips, preparing to leave, but stopped reluctantly. Just then, "Wow! It's so lively! Is this room 402? This house already belongs to our eldest brother. How come there is someone living in it?" A big hand forcefully pushed open Deng Xingping's half-closed door. The neighbors, who were about to leave, were stunned for a moment. I thought to myself, this place is really lively today, with people coming in wave after wave. It's really a never-ending show. Jiang Xinghua stood behind the crowd, watching with great interest. Unexpectedly, Zhou Gan and the people from the mortgage company came to take possession of the house so quickly. She thought the show was so interesting that she even wanted to take out some melon seeds and watch it slowly. Deng Xingping frowned and looked at the three people. The one who had just finished speaking was thin and weak, with green hair dyed neon color. The one who was holding the door was muscular, tall, with a hideous scar on his forehead, and had a fierce look on his face. The last one was wearing a black vest with tattooed arms. She stood lazily behind the two and yawned. Deng Xingping was about to explode with anger, but when he saw the fierce looks of these three people, his anger softened a bit and he lowered his voice. "What do you want? This house is no longer yours. I give you 2 hours to pack your things. Get out of here!" The green-haired man pulled out a crumpled contract from his pocket, shook it, and put it in front of Deng Xingping. "This is a mortgage contract." He pointed to the words on the paper and said, "House 402 is already ours." Deng Xingping was stunned for a moment and forced a smile. Did you make a mistake? We didn't mortgage the house. Zhou Gan looked at Jiang Xinghua, who was standing in the crowd with a gloating expression on her face, which she did not conceal at all. He was stunned for a moment and found that Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow at him. Zhou Gan glared at her, thought for a few seconds, and ultimately did not expose her. Both her parents had passed away, her relatives had seized her inheritance, and she was also frail and sickly, so perhaps she really had some terminal illness. Anyway, he was being used as a gun this time, so he wouldn't be petty. The owner of the house is obviously Jiang Xinghua. I've never seen any one of you with that name. As Zhou Gan spoke, he took out a cigarette and pretended to light it, but then put it back in his pocket. This house was mortgaged to me yesterday. The total mortgage amount is 5.6 million. It's clearly written in the contract. Deng Xingping screamed out loud after hearing this, his voice even cracked a little. What? That damn girl! She actually mortgaged the house? He felt his heart bleeding. The current market value of this house is at least 7 million. It will surely appreciate in value in the future, but how could it be mortgaged like this? Deng Xingping opened his mouth to curse, but the scarred man suddenly stepped forward and looked at him coldly. The cold gaze made him speechless instantly, and he could only shut his mouth in disappointment. The neighbors couldn't help but whisper, and they had discovered something big. This house actually belongs to Jiang Xinghua? Is she Jiang Yimei's niece? That's what I said. Look at the behavior of their family. They actually did such a thing behind the scenes. It's not surprising that they occupied my niece's property. Look at her girl, she's as thin as a patient. She must have been abused. The green-haired man crossed his arms impatiently, looking disdainful. If you don't pack up, we will. With a greeting, he and the scarred man pushed aside Deng Xingping and Han Xiuyan, who were blocking the door, and rushed straight into the house. Inside the house, Jiang Yimei hugged Deng Wenwen and huddled in a corner, not daring to make any sound. The green-haired man and the scarred man were making a fuss in the house, and Deng Xingping hurried forward to protect the antiques that he had collected with great effort. He knew that he couldn't stay in this house today, so he lost his temper and pulled the confused Jiang Yimei beside him to pack up his valuables. 2 hours later, Deng Xingping's family of 3 and Han Xiuyan stood at the door of the unit with tired faces, disheveled hair and dull eyes, and the luggage beside them was in disarray. The neighbors around gathered around, and some who didn't know the situation began to explain enthusiastically. Deng Xingping was so angry that his face turned red and white. Brother Peng, what's going on? Isn't this house yours? Han Xiuyan was beaten and tortured this morning, and in the end she had to help pack the luggage. She was now completely confused, and the smile on her face became a little stiff. Oh, it's not the case anymore. If you like this house, I advise you to save your money, you little bitch. Jiang Yimei was tortured by a series of blows and had given up. She didn't care anymore, and no one else could have an easy time. Shut up! Aren't you ashamed enough? Deng Xingping said with a gloomy face. Then he called Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua sat in the car, looked at the caller ID, hung up the phone directly, and blocked all contact information of the other party. She had quietly slipped away while everyone was busy packing their luggage. This time, I'm here to collect some interest. She couldn't bear to see her enemies living a good life, she felt uneasy. Moreover, there will be more opportunities for them to suffer in the future. Now, her only task is to make money, so she has no time to deal with this group of people. For this kind of thing, you need to use some tricks to satisfy yourself. Let me think about which one to choose. She narrowed her eyes. It's you. At the same time, in the R&D department of Xinghua Technology, Zhang Maoping, a middle-aged bald man, was sitting in the office, feeling anxious. He had just received an ultimatum from the company. If he couldn't find a suitable project, he would have to pack up and leave. ZZ. The phone rang, he frowned and pressed the answer button. A few minutes later, Zhang Maoping's eyes grew bigger and bigger, and the fat on his face trembled with excitement. Ms. Jiang! I wonder if it would be convenient for you to meet in the afternoon to discuss in detail? Please bring the information and we can discuss it in detail. A young woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Of course, see you at Mingxiang Tea House at 2 p.m. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Maoping fell into deep thought. After a moment, he called his secretary to arrange an emergency meeting. He prayed silently in his heart that this deal was not an empty promise if anyone dared to deceive him. At 1:50 in Mingxiang Tea House, the door of the private room was pushed open. A bald middle-aged man in a suit and with a beer belly walked in. Jiang Xinghua's eyes flashed with a cold light. Hello, you must be Miss Jiang. You look so young, haha. I'm Zhang Maoping from Xinghua Technology. We've already had a preliminary communication over the phone. Hello, Manager Zhang. Please take a seat. After the two exchanged greetings, silence returned to the box. Jiang Xinghua smiled and sipped her tea quietly. A subtle tranquility filled the air. After a while, Zhang Maoping finally couldn't help it. His eyes kept sweeping towards the file bag in Jiang Xinghua's hand, and he felt anxious. Finally, he said, Ms. Jiang, based on what you described on the phone, if the information is true, our company will definitely not treat you unfairly. Jiang Xinghua smiled faintly and pushed the file bag in front of Zhang Maoping. No hurry, take a look first. Zhang Maoping couldn't wait to open the file bag and pulled out a stack of paper materials. The densely packed theories and data on it made him more and more excited. Ms. Jiang, is this all the information you have? Jiang Xinghua sighed and showed regret. Actually, I got this by accident, but the researcher of the project has passed away, and he only left this part when he died. Zhang Maoping frowned upon hearing this. But if we only have this information, I'm afraid. Jiang Xinghua chuckled and interrupted him. Manager Zhang, you should be able to see that this part of the information alone has solved the most core problem. If there was complete information, you and I wouldn't have to sit here and talk about this today. Zhang Maoping was shocked. He realized that it was precisely because the information was incomplete that this opportunity was so precious a complete project would be priced sky high anyway. Their small company was not worthy of it. After his emotions fluctuated, he finally calmed down and said, Miss Jiang, let's talk about the price now. Jiang Xinghua's eyes flashed with cunning. After some fierce bargaining, she finally got 30 million. The money will be in her account within 5 days. After leaving the tea house, Zhang Maoping got into the car and looked out the window at the street. The driver smiled cautiously. Manager, should we? Zhang Maoping smiled coldly, completely different from the simple and honest look he had in the tea house before, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Why are you in such a hurry? The most important thing now is to start this project first. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious. There is no need to react now. He snorted coldly and continued. A little girl, she will spit out the money in a few days. In the box, Jiang Xinghua regained his indifferent expression and continued to sip his tea, tapping the table with his fingers in a natural rhythm. Zhang Maoping's enthusiasm was just a disguise. She knew in her heart that the data she compiled from the information left by her parents was complete. What she sold to Zhang Maoping was nothing but wrong data. Once they continued according to this data, they would only get wrong results in the end, wasting countless energy for nothing. She was not afraid of Zhang Maoping's revenge. By the time he realized the truth, the end would have come. Zhang Maoping and several researchers with ulterior motives took advantage of the chaos after the apocalypse to conduct human experiments. Unexpectedly, he discovered Jiang Xinghua's tenacious vitality and actually planned to take her back to the laboratory for research. Fortunately, Jiang Xinghua escaped, otherwise she might have become another test subject of those twisted monsters. Everything seemed to have returned to the shadow of the past. A strange red light flashed across Jiang Xinghua's eyes and then disappeared. Ding! The dungeon has been expanded. The first floor of the dungeon has been opened. Finally here! Jiang Xinghua rushed back to the villa halfway up the mountain as fast as possible, and went straight to the storage room. The original door had disappeared, replaced by a smooth wall. She felt a strange force flowing in the air, as if something was silently guiding her. She stared at the original doorway, and saw ripples suddenly appearing there like the surface of water, with layers of ripples spreading out. Without hesitation, she stepped into the light, the elevator. The digital panel next to the door showed the 8th floor underground to the 3rd floor above ground. Jiang Xinghua raised her eyebrows slightly. She pressed all the buttons tentatively, and finally, only the number 1 responded to her action. After about 3 seconds of feeling weightless, the elevator door slowly opened with a ding sound. Even Jiang Xinghua, who had experienced strange events such as rebirth, couldn't help but widen her eyes at this moment. In front of her was a huge cylindrical space, so vast that she could hardly see the end. She stood in it, and felt as small as dust. The white walls around blend with the cold silver metal, and dark silver metal sensor strips are interwoven on the walls, flashing cold light as figures pass by. Jiang Xinghua walked out of the elevator and looked back, but the elevator door had disappeared without a trace. On both sides are 2 extremely spacious compartments with frosted glass walls, so it is difficult to see what is inside, but the doors are marked with their uses: treatment room and repair workshop. She couldn't help but notice a huge door that was 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Behind this door was a glass room with spray devices on all 4 sides, which looked like an isolation and disinfection area. The door was closed, obviously due to insufficient authority. She continued walking forward and came to the left side of the gate. There were some neat metal lines on the ground, which looked like a parking lot. She also noticed that there were 10 charging stations and 5 gas stations, and her heart twitched as she thought, with so many parking spaces, does she need so many cars? Opposite the door were 3 large metal elevators, which were also closed. When she reached the center of the hall, she looked up and saw a huge display screen. This hall is indeed spacious and can be used as a gathering point for the base. Jiang Xinghua muttered to himself, and began to imagine the other levels of this space. If every level is as practical as this one, it will greatly save manpower and material resources. She closed her eyes and quickly simulated the structure of this space in her mind. Finally, she was surprised to find that the entire hall was actually Banhua Mountain where the villa was located. It seems that the 3 floors above ground in this underground city are this mountain, and the underground is the real underground world. At this moment, Jiang Xinghua suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. She was curious about what it would look like after each layer was opened, as if she had collected a complete set of little bear cards, which was irresistible. She moved the experimental equipment and supplies left by her parents into the hall one by one and cleared the space. The moment the supplies landed, she heard the system prompt again, ding! Detected supplies quantity *1000. The dungeon private warehouse permissions are open. Please go to the 2nd floor to check. Jiang Xinghua was stunned for a moment, and suddenly she was not used to the system's friendly tone. She preferred the rebellious voice before. Although it felt a little strange, it also proved that she finally got the recognition of the system. She put the supplies back into the space and took the elevator to the 2nd floor. When she arrived, the system prompted again. The time flow rate in this warehouse is slowed down by 100 times. Jiang Xinghua's eyes lit up. It turned out that items with a shelf life of only 1 day could be kept for 100 days here. There are 7 platforms extending from the wall here, and a spacious walkway in the middle for people to walk or transport items. She placed the supplies on the platform. The items that originally took up a lot of space now only occupied a small corner. Jiang Xinghua stared at this empty place and swore to herself in her heart one day she would fill this place with supplies. At 7 p.m., Jiang Xinghua arrived at the Shijiao warehouse. Wan Qing and Wu Zichuan had already left work. She collected the first day's supplies and took the 4 hard drives full of information and a detailed list of goods left by the 2. She nodded with satisfaction. It was obvious that the 2 people were very efficient. She took out 10 newly purchased hard drives from her bag and put them on the table, making up her mind, with such efficiency, I must do more. As soon as she locked the door of the warehouse, she suddenly felt something strange in her body and her vision went dark. She could clearly feel the energy of the surrounding plants beginning to flow into her body. The awakening of superpowers actually happened a year earlier. She covered her head, her consciousness gradually blurred, and hurried back to the villa halfway up the mountain. In her dazed mind, she still managed to pay the balance, notified Wu Zichuan and the construction team, and said that she would be out of town in the next few days and work would proceed as usual. After making sure that nothing was missed, she dragged her tired body, staggered into the elevator, and came to the lobby on the 1st floor of the dungeon. She wrapped herself in a corner, closed her eyes, and thought vaguely, fortunately, there is still some time to react, otherwise if the payment is delayed, those supplies may be gone. Chapter 6 Awakening of Superpowers, 30 million supplies. In the early morning, the air was stuffy and humid, and the sunlight was tightly blocked by thick black clouds, leaving only hazy skylight. Jiang Xinghua opened his eyes and sat up from the bed, and instantly he saw stars. After she wolfed down the food in the space, her strength returned a little. The phone just happened to be fully charged and turned on automatically. What's going on? The time on the phone showed that 10 days had passed since she fell into a coma. Jiang Xinghua had a complicated expression. He opened his right hand and skillfully mobilized the energy in his body. Brown vines as thick as little fingers extended from the palm of her hand, twisting and winding as they grew wildly. These vines quickly spread and filled the entire room. These tough, bent branches are intertwined like a nest. Jiang Xinghua sat there with an expressionless face like a female ghost. Unlike these strange and somewhat hideous plants, Jiang Xinghua could see energy particles as bright as fireflies floating around him. Like a dream. After holding on for 5 seconds, I felt the energy in my body being exhausted. Jiang Xinghua clenched his fists, and the vines in the room dissipated and returned to the world. She frowned and thought. In her previous life, she awakened her plant powers a year after the apocalypse, but she was not in a coma at the time. She just had a fever for 3 days, and she was even able to move during that time. The greater the reaction and the longer the duration when awakening, the more powerful the superpowers you will finally gain and the higher your potential will be. Jiang Xinghua's situation at that time was the one with the lowest potential and the weakest strength. This is indeed the case. Later, she upgraded slower than others, had lower energy reserves than others, and even had great difficulty in using her abilities. The control of power by those awakeners with high potential is astonishing, to a level that she would envy even in her dreams. She now felt that the energy around her was more than 5 times stronger than in her previous life. Moreover, she could feel that mobilizing energy was as smooth and flexible as moving one's fingers. This means that the heights she will reach in the future will be unimaginable. One day she will let everyone know that she is not a useless, sickly person. Her plant abilities aren't useless either. I feel very satisfied with the optimized 5 senses, but it's a pity that my physical fitness has not improved. Jiang Xinghua took a deep breath and didn't feel disappointed. After all, this was something she had experienced in her previous life, and it would take another opportunity for her body to fully recover. 3 days later, Jiang Xinghua drove to the western suburbs warehouse in high spirits. It had started to drizzle, but the air that drifted into the car was still so hot that it made it hard to breathe. She frowned and rolled up the car window to shut out her boredom. It looks like we are about to enter a period of heavy rain. After arriving at the western suburbs warehouse, Jiang Xinghua discovered that the length and width of the space field had increased by 1 meter in these 10 days. This is good news, Jiang Xinghua thought thoughtfully. It seems that there is still a lot of room for development in the space field. Who knows, it might become an external skill. Jiang Xinghua had to travel between his villa in the hillside and the warehouse in the western suburbs twice before he completed the transportation of all the goods. When I returned to the dungeon warehouse for the second time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The underground city's material reserves have reached the standard. The underground city's negative first floor is open. Arriving at the basement floor, even though Jiang Xinghua was already accustomed to the system's advanced technology, he was still surprised the moment the elevator opened. This is the underground part of Banwa Mountain, a real underground city. The underground city's first floor is a farming and animal husbandry area. When the growth rate of this layer reaches 50%, the host will gain access to the next layer. This floor has artificial sunlight, sufficient water sources and various auxiliary farming machines, which can help you achieve food freedom faster. Jiang Xinghua was marveling at the thousands of acres of farmland. Before her was endless cultivated land. There are also several farming machines nearby. Each machine has a groove for placing an energy core. It seems to be a machine that combines manual and nuclear energy. Energy cores exist in the brains of zombies at level 2 and above, and are aggregates of energy that can be absorbed and transformed by the awakened. Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows. He had never seen anyone use energy cores in machines. This was a great idea. I might try it if I have the chance in the future. The water problem has also been solved. On one side is a water outlet. The system prompts that the water source comes from groundwater and has been filtered through multiple layers, so it is very safe. On the other side of the cultivated land is the livestock area and a huge breeding pond. There are also various machines standing nearby, including even a silver glittering robotic arm. Jiang Xinghua, who was about to become a landowner, looked at the large piece of farmland that belonged to him and fell into deep thought. When will all this land be planted? Jiang Xinghua decided to start by buying supplies. The 30 million from Xinghua has arrived and must be exchanged for supplies as soon as possible. I first rented an off-road vehicle, and then paid a full amount of 800,000 yuan to buy a high-end RV. However, there was no way, this model is not available for rent at the moment. Finally, they found Weilong Company and spent 1.8 million to fully upgrade and modify the 2 cars. It is bound to become a small mobile tank of doomsday. Over the next 10 days, Jiang Xinghua not only traveled all over Rongning City, but she also went to the neighboring Qingda city to avoid attracting attention by purchasing large quantities of supplies in the city. I searched for all the top-rated restaurants in the city, and found all 8 major cuisines. A total of 10,000 meals were ordered and delivered to the western suburbs warehouse in batches at 6 p.m. every day for 10 consecutive days, costing 500,000 yuan. Every night Jiang Xinghua would arrive at the warehouse on time and put the meals into the space while they were still hot to ensure the taste of the food to the greatest extent possible. Jiang Xinghua went to the farmer's market again and bought a total of 100 tons of grains, including black beans, mung beans, red beans, etc., spending 2 million yuan. Another 100 tons of rice were purchased for 1.2 million. All the meat is frozen. Although the taste is definitely not as good as fresh meat, it's the end of the world and having meat to eat is the best of life. What else can we be picky about? A total of 100 tons of common meats such as chicken, duck, beef, and pork were ordered, costing 5 million yuan. There are also 10,000 cans of canned meat, worth 120,000 yuan. 1,000 cartons of milk and milk powder, 50,000 yuan. Various types of edible oils, peanut oil, soybean oil, olive oil, a total of 10,000 barrels, using 1 million. It cost 300,000 yuan to buy 10,000 boxes of bottled mineral water. He also bought 3 tons of all the vegetable seeds he could find on the market, 3 tons of two-season rice seeds, and 3 tons of high-quality wheat seeds, totaling 130,000 yuan. She doesn't know how to plant, but she can learn. A plant-type awakener can't be too bad at farming. Various saplings that can bear fruit in the same year at the age of 11, apples, pears, peaches, apricots. There are 1,000 trees in total, and the cost was 75,000 yuan. He also stockpiled a large number of farm tools, including hoes, shovels, sickles, etc. Among them, Jiang Xinghua's favorite is the electric saws of different models and sizes. This thing fits her violent aesthetic, but unfortunately she can't lift any of the larger sizes except the smallest one, and she spent 100,000 yuan on it. She went to the flower and bird market specifically and bought all the plants there, including various rare flower species. She herself has plant abilities, and plant seeds are important supplies, but they are very cheap. It only costs her 40,000 to buy 1 ton. Wholesale market. 1,000 sets of cotton one-size sportswear for men and women and 240,000 sets of one-size sportswear for children. He also bought 5,000 sets of Jiang Xinghua's own size S high-end sportswear, 1,000 sets of pajamas, 5,000 sets of all-season clothing, and 10,000 sets of high-end underwear sets, totaling 1.44 million yuan. There are also quick-drying clothes that can be used as autumn clothes and autumn pants in winter. There are 1,000 sets of unisex styles for men and women, and 1,000 sets of Jiang Xinghua's tailor-made styles, totaling 190,000 yuan. And the most important down jacket. There are 5,000 pieces of one-size-fits-all down jackets, including 5,000 pieces of high-quality down jackets that Jiang Xinghua wears herself. She also bought 1,000 sets of warm clothes, 1,000 pairs of sneakers and 1,000 pairs of winter warm boots for herself, specifically to deal with blizzards and extreme cold, totaling 2.568 million yuan. A large number of daily necessities were also wholesaled, including shampoo, shower gel, soap, laundry detergent, toilet paper, etc., totaling 1 million. When Jiang Xinghua was shopping, he saw a sale at an electronics store. She also purchased 20 tablets and 10 laptops. Although they will run out of power after the apocalypse, she still has a shelter. It's so nice to watch a movie while eating. There are also some household appliances used as backup at home, as well as 500 monitoring devices. It also purchased 3 3000 kW generators, 10 500W solar generators, 10 5 kW diesel generators, 20 hand crank generators, and 100 solar photovoltaic water heaters, totaling 3.984 million yuan. Jiang Xinghua compared the wilderness survival equipment stores in the 2 cities and chose the largest one. They purchased 500 sets of male and female combat uniforms, 500 pairs of male and female combat boots, 500 fully equipped field survival kits, and 500 walkie-talkies, totaling 780,000. Seeing that this was a big customer, the boss took out his most valuable treasure. Fireproof, waterproof and stab-proof combat clothing made of high-tech materials. Although it is not a complete defense, it is already a very good defensive equipment. Jiang Xinghua happily ordered 500 units, spending 1.5 million yuan. Jiang Xinghua finally went to the farmer's market to buy live young chickens, ducks and other animals. Faced with so many weak creatures, Jiang Xinghua was troubled. It's okay to let her farm, but raising livestock. After careful consideration, Jiang Xinghua decided not to buy too much. We ordered 50 chicks, 50 ducklings and 50 geese, but not pigs or sheep. Jiang Xinghua is alone, so even though there is a machine, she still needs to take care of the patient. All this costs less than 1,000 yuan. There are also some cat food, dog food, and pet canned food. Although they are just pet food, they are also sought-after resources in the doomsday. It's clean and has meat. Many people tried to get it but couldn't. It costs less than 100,000 yuan. Only 350,000 yuan was left out of the 30 million yuan. Jiang Xinghua bought some mechanical parts and 10,000 sealed barrels at the building materials market. From then on, she became a penniless pauper again. There are only 2 days left until the end of the world. Ahem! Jiang Xinghua sat on the sofa, holding his chest and coughing uncontrollably, with a sickly flush on his cheeks. Maybe because she was too tired from collecting supplies recently and suddenly relaxed, her body couldn't take it and she had a fever. The thermometer shows 38.6 degrees. The sound of the TV mixed with the sound of thunder and rain outside the window was filled with irritating anxiety. A chain accident occurred on Hepping Road today. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Today, there was an incident of wounding at Demai City Mall. The wounder bit several people and has been sent to the hospital. Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes and focused on the scene captured on TV. The attacker was a mutated zombie. The end of the world is coming. Yunlinyuan and Dongjiao are far apart, and the time of zombie outbreaks varies in different areas. So she reserved 3 days in advance to stock up on supplies before that, and to act according to circumstances in the last 3 days. The original plan was to raid the pharmacies on the first day of the apocalypse. Now it seems that I have to carry out my plan despite my illness. Chapter 7, Doomsday is Coming, First Kill. The dark clouds took away the bright sunshine, and the whole city was shrouded in gray. The strong wind brought heavy rain to the ground, forming patches of water. On the dim road, pedestrians holding umbrellas hurriedly walked across the water, leaving circles of water ripples. Jiang Xinghua was not driving fast. The closer he got to the city, the more cars there were on the road. Even though the weather today is extremely bad, there are still many people working outside. She saw the traffic light, which had blurred in the rain, turn red and slowly stopped to wait for the countdown. A figure suddenly rushed to the windshield and banged on the window frantically. "Hey! My boyfriend is feeling a little unwell. We can't get a taxi right now. Take us to the nearest hospital. I'll give you double the fare." She is a young woman holding an umbrella and wearing a fashionable hip skirt. She screamed every word, but her voice was mostly drowned out by the rain. Jiang Xinghua remained alert as she looked at the young man behind the woman who was also dressed fashionably. There is something wrong with this person. The man's young and handsome face was now stained with a layer of pale blue. His eyes were bloodshot under his frown, full of depression and pain. The veins on his pale arms exposed by his short sleeves were bulging. Zombies. To be precise, it is a precursor to zombification. In the early days of the apocalypse, the conversion rate of those infected is relatively slow, and there will be a buffer period of half an hour to several hours depending on their individual constitution. It only took half an hour to look at this man. Jiang Xinghua came to a conclusion in his heart. "Hey! I'm giving you 3 times the fare, and that's not enough. Let's get in the car." When Jiang Xinghua saw the traffic light turn green, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Her purpose for going out today was very clear, which was to rob the pharmacy during the chaos and stay away from all these miscellaneous things. You splashed me with water! What the hell? Who wants to ride in your car?" The young woman's angry curses were completely drowned out by the rain. After the traffic light, turn the corner, and you will find the pharmacy. Jiang Xinghua parked the car on the side of the road, put on the hood of his raincoat, and ran quickly to the pharmacy. "Hey! Little girl, this card is mine. Why can't you let me use it? Be careful or I'll file a complaint against you. Auntie, this is not my rule. After checking, this card is not yours and cannot be used." When Jiang Xinghua entered the store, he saw the female clerk arguing with the fat and spitting aunt in front of her. There was a middle-aged man wearing glasses standing next to the counter, with an anxious look on his face. It looked like she would have to wait a while, as it looked like there hadn't been any zombies in this area yet. Have to wait for the right time. Jiang Xinghua's head was swollen with fever, and the chill from the wind and rain made her hands cold. She leaned against the wall near the door with her eyes half closed, and her hands under the large raincoat kept moving to regain consciousness. "Baby, let's buy some medicine first. These people are so ruthless that they didn't even stop the car." A young woman in a tight skirt walked into the store with the man beside her, with some anger on her pretty face. It was the young couple who had just stopped the car. "Is it you?" As soon as she walked into the store, she saw Jiang Xinghua standing by the door. She recognized at a glance that this was the person who prevented them from getting on the bus at the traffic light and splashed water all over her. She glared at Jiang Xinghua fiercely, snorted coldly, and walked towards the counter with the man. There was a strange look on Jiang Xinghua's face hidden in the dark. Isn't the right time here? My boyfriend is not feeling well. Get us some medicine first. The young woman cut in line as a matter of course without even looking at the people already queuing in the store. The old lady immediately got anxious and scolded. Do you know how to queue? Can't you see I'm buying medicine? Do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? You sound so full of energy, and you're not in a hurry. What's wrong with asking us to buy it first because my boyfriend is not feeling well? Seeing that the two were about to fight, the middle-aged man with glasses next to them couldn't help but try to persuade them to reconcile in a gentle voice. Don't be angry, we can talk it out. I think the boy is really not feeling well. Sister, why don't you let them buy it first? Why? I was here first. You're attracted to this little girl and you're speaking for her? The auntie didn't buy it at all. He drooped his eyelids and glanced at the young woman's short hip skirt with disgust. Who are you trying to seduce dressed like this? Baby! Look at what this auntie said about me. Jiang Xinghua looked at the man's condition and guessed that the man was only one step away from completely turning into a zombie. The only thing missing was the collapse of his consciousness. It's time to start preparing. She moved her wrists quickly a few times, mobilizing the energy in her body to circulate rapidly. Bang! Everyone turned their heads to look out the glass window, and just a moment ago a car accident happened outside. The two cars collided head-on, with sharp brake sounds one after another, and thick white smoke spread out in the rain. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly took out his cell phone to call the emergency number. What's going on? The emergency and police lines are both busy? Is that person eating people? The young woman's eyes widened, she covered her mouth with one hand and let out a scream. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger. Not far away across the street, there was a man lying on the ground despite the heavy rain, his hands groping and pulling at something. While everyone was puzzled, the man stood up and roughly stuffed the thing in his hand into his mouth, and chewed it with big mouthfuls intestines. That man is eating intestines. The rain and blood covered my face. Vomit! The clerk covered his mouth with his hands and almost vomited. The rest of the people were not much better and looked grim. The man with glasses held the mobile phone and kept dialing with trembling hands, but all the emergency lines were busy. Jiang Xinghua's expression was cold, and his right hand, which had regained consciousness, touched the dagger behind his waist. The end is coming. Ho ho. Baby, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you been talking since a while ago? The young woman questioned as she heard a strange noise coming out of her boyfriend's mouth. Snap! There was a loud thunderclap, and the cold white light in the store went out all of a sudden. Everyone frantically adapted to the sudden darkness. What's going on? Maybe the fuse is blown. The clerk's words made the hearts of the people who had just witnessed the cannibalism tighten. A blue-purple lightning illuminated the environment in the house, and everyone took the opportunity to see the young man who made the strange noise just now. His skin turned completely bluish-white, his eyes were dull and his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip, with large areas of his eye whites filled with red bloodshot. The head twitched slightly and twisted stiffly. There was a crackling sound in his mouth as if he was chewing something. The heavy rain with thunder and lightning outside the window is scarier than any horror movie. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me! The young woman tried to grab the corner of his clothes with trembling hands in fear. Ha! Sudden! The man grabbed the woman's neck. He opened his mouth wide and put it on her face. Help! Help me! The young woman's throat was grabbed and her face turned purple. She waved her hands desperately to hold the man's head close to her, and looked at the man with glasses with a look for help. Snap! The delayed and loud thunder woke up the frightened man with glasses. He hesitated for a moment before rushing forward and pulling the young man. With the little light leaking out from the dark clouds, one could just barely see three people grappling with each other. The man with glasses relied on his breastfeeding strength to pull the young man away and drag the woman back a few steps. At this time, only the man with glasses, the young woman and Jiang Xinghua hiding in the darkness were left. The middle-aged lady had already realized that the situation was not right, so she hid behind the counter with the clerk without saying a word. The young man was thrown heavily against the hard counter, and the medicine on it scattered all over the floor. He changed direction without feeling any pain and rushed straight towards Jiang Xinghua. Ha! Jiang Xinghua's expression remained unchanged as he dodged to the side the moment the zombie pounced on him, his eyes locked on it. Raise your hand! The dagger silently covered itself with a layer of bright green plant energy and stabbed straight at the man. Unfortunately, there was a big difference in their heights, and the knife only hit the man's neck. She activated her special powers and transformed them into vines to entangle and control the man's flapping hands, and twisted the dagger fiercely around his neck. Pull it out suddenly. Fresh red blood gushed out, falling on Jiang Xinghua's black raincoat. As she moved, the water mixed with the rain fell on the floor, forming a dark red stain. Roar! The energy reserve of a first-level awakener is too low, and Jiang Xinghua dare not use too much energy for the return journey. The vines in the zombie's hands can only last for a few seconds. It staggered a few steps, stood stiffly, and prepared to turn around. Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes slightly, and this time he stabbed hard with all his strength. Puff! The dagger pierced into the man's temple, and feeling the resistance, Jiang Xinghua activated his supernatural powers and moved forward an inch. Then he used the dagger to stir the man's brain several times, completely crushing it. Everyone stood there stiffly with their eyes wide open, not daring to move. The light in the store was dim, and with the occasional lightning, I could roughly see that the tall man completely blocked the smaller girl. The two men seemed to be fighting, but it lasted no more than 20 seconds. A knife flashing with cold light stabbed into the man's head. The man fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Xinghua stood there indifferently, holding the bloody dagger and looking down at the corpse. Bright red blood spread from under the man, submerging Jiang Xinghua's black rain boots. Ah! Murder! The aunt screamed in panic. You killed my boyfriend! You murderer! I'm calling the police on you! The sharp sound hurt Jiang Xinghua's eardrums. She felt a strong murderous intent in her heart. It was really noisy. Jiang Xinghua raised her eyes, and everyone saw her clearly in the light of lightning. A few drops of crimson blood splashed around her cold amber eyes, and the bluish-purple light made her paper-white face look eerie and strange. Combined with the corpse at her feet, she looked like a perverted murderer. She said in a cold voice, "Shut up, idiot! If you attract the zombies outside, I will push you out!" At the same time, she was also weighing the possibility of doing so in her mind. Chapter 8. Robbing a Pharmacy. A Big Deal. The young woman's lips trembled, opening and closing them several times before finally closing them. He lowered his head unwillingly, fear flashing in his eyes. Judging from the look in this man's eyes, he really dares to throw her out. Seeing the cold and hard atmosphere, the man with glasses hesitated and said, "This guy is also protecting himself. We just saw that there are man-eating monsters outside." He forced a stiff smile. "Isn't this what the internet has been talking about, zombies?" Although he was also afraid of this little girl who looked weak but could kill people without batting an eyelid. But at least it's better than the man-eating monster zombies. "Let's think of a solution first and stay here." He glanced hesitantly at the corpse not far away and swallowed. "It's not a good idea to stay here forever." Jiang Xinghua didn't say anything either, just held the bloody dagger with an indifferent expression. "Let the blood drip down to your feet." She felt dizzy after using her supernatural powers. After carefully looking at the few survivors, she slowly put away her murderous intent. A sick, fragile awakener versus 4 healthy adults. The candlelight outweighs the gain. Well, I think what my brother said is right. Otherwise, let's go to the police station first, or go home. The female clerk clasped her hands tremblingly across her chest, looking uneasy. It was so horrible, she wanted to go home. The middle-aged woman said stiffly, "I want to go home. My son is waiting for me at home. Since everyone wants to leave, I happen to have a car. I plan to go to the police station first, and I can take you with me." In the dim light, several people looked at each other and reached a consensus, preparing to leave together in the car of the middle-aged man with glasses. The man with glasses looked at Jiang Xinghua, who didn't say a word, and asked after hesitating, "Do you want to come with me? At the police station I'll testify for you that you acted in self-defense, and it wasn't intentional." Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows and paused for 2 seconds before speaking meaningfully. "If I were you, I wouldn't take them with me." The young woman and the middle-aged woman screamed in anger, fearing that the man with glasses would suddenly change his mind and not take them away after hearing what they said. "Murderer, you're just afraid that we'll call the police and arrest you. Just wait. If you kill my boyfriend, I'll never let you go. How can you be so vicious, girl? Do you want us all to die here?" Jiang Xinghua's sharp eyes pierced the two of them coldly. They realized that this was a man who killed people without blinking an eye. They quickly shut up. The young woman lowered her head with resentment in her eyes. Jiang Xinghua's eyes swept across the two of them and paused for a few seconds at the young woman's waist and abdomen. After sensing her gaze, the other person awkwardly pulled his short shirt down a few times and then held it down with his arms. No one except Jiang Xinghua noticed her little action. Jiang Xinghua sneered but didn't expose her. This time she really doesn't need to do anything. These people can kill themselves. It's okay. The police station is not far away. We will be safe once we get there. The man with glasses didn't care. After making their decision, a few people looked out through the glass door. The man with glasses confirmed that the man-eating zombies had left, made a silent gesture, opened the door first, and strode into the rain. Although the three women behind him were very resistant, they still gritted their teeth and followed, disappearing one after another in the dim mist. Jiang Xinghua watched the people leave in silence, then he leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to sit on the cold floor. Ahem! She covered her lips with one hand and forcefully swallowed the fishy sweetness rising in her throat. After the lights went out, everyone was immersed in the fear of monsters eating people and Jiang Xinghua killing people, so they didn't notice that her pale face was flushed abnormally. Jiang Xinghua's mind moved and an unopened bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand. After unscrewing it and drinking it, the fishy smell in the throat will slowly dissipate. She found antipyretics, cough suppressants and cold medicine on the shelves of the medicine cabinet and took them with water. The plant power in the body wraps around the medicine, quickly decomposing it and accelerating its transportation in the blood. This is a little trick that Jiang Xinghua figured out in his previous life. Medicine that normally takes an hour to take effect can work at least twice as fast after doing this. Jiang Xinghua hid behind a waist-high medicine cabinet, alert to the movements around him. After resting for half an hour, Jiang Xinghua felt that the medicine had taken effect. After standing up and stretching my limbs, my mind became much clearer. Fortunately, there was a sudden power outage in this pharmacy. The small shop was inconspicuous in the dim sky and did not attract the attention of any people or zombies. She walked slowly around the store, her fingertips sweeping over the rows of medicine cabinets. This store is not big, but it is not small either. It is about 100 square meters and there are medicines on almost every wall. There are 5 long rows of shelves in the middle, all filled with medicine. Jiang Xinghua didn't let any of them go and took them all away. It's like plucking feathers from a passing goose. Empty completely after 10 minutes. Just as Jiang Xinghua was collecting the medicine, he discovered there was a staircase at the corner. Jiang Xinghua walked up the stairs. He took light steps, breathed steadily, and clenched the dagger tightly, ready to strike at any time if any emergency occurred. Fortunately, the second floor is not dangerous. Jiang Xinghua could barely see the environment on this floor with the faint light from outside. It's a small flat, the same size as the one downstairs. There are stacks of unopened brown cartons on one side and shelves on the other. She approached the carton in the dark, turned on her phone screen, and used the light from her phone to see the logo on the box. Antibiotic. Jiang Xinghua raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction. Antibiotics are too scarce in Doomsday. Not to mention antibiotics, even ordinary medicines are in short supply. Cephalexin. Collect. Amoxicillin. Take it. Cold medicine. Take it. Trauma medicine. Collect. Raincoat? Take it. This thing is also very scarce in the Doomsday, although ordinary people can't afford it. However, those powerful and wealthy people who can basically maintain their lives before the end of the world still need it very much. If she doesn't need it, she can sell it later. What's more, it has many uses and is truly essential for survival in the wild. All family planning supplies such as test sticks were also taken away. When Jiang Xinghua was enthusiastically shopping for free, he suddenly felt the space shaking. After carefully patrolling the space, the consciousness found that its perception was correct, and some changes had indeed occurred in the space. Recently, the use of spatial abilities has frequently reached a critical point. Her connection with space becomes closer. Before, my perception of the existence of the power of space was very weak, as if there was a layer between us. Although I could collect items and use them, I always felt that something was missing. Just now, she could clearly feel that the strange barrier had disappeared. Just like the bubbles spit out by a fish in the water, they burst with a pop. After thinking it over, she tried to collect a box of medicine from a distance. After testing, she found that she can now receive items remotely at a distance of about 2 meters. This is telekinesis. Jiang Xinghua suddenly thought of his plan. With this trick, as long as it is used properly, wouldn't the subsequent actions be easy? I was just worried about not being able to find a suitable method, And now this is it. Jiang Xinghua opened the map navigation and searched for the nearest gas station. Let's do something big today. Stealing oil. Chapter 9. Entering the gas station, the power you dream of. Jiang Xinghua put on a hood, rushed into the rain, opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. She turned on the navigation on her phone, put it on the shelf, and headed for the gas station 4 kilometers away. The high-power generator she bought burns oil, and the car she prepared also needs oil. There are special channels for those who want to buy oil privately before doomsday. Unfortunately, she really doesn't have this, so she can only steal it. Not only do you have to steal, you have to steal fast. Now that the chaos has just started, no one has reacted. If you don't hurry up and wait another day, the authorities or others might take away all of them without leaving a drop. By then, many of her plans would be shelved. Jiang Xinghua drove steadily on the road, and occasionally encountered a car accident scene, and had to take a detour every time. There were people on the roadside waving their hands and trying to stop a car that was still on the road to give them a ride. Jiang Xinghua did not slow down at all, and he drove past quickly, leaving only a splash of water. The road conditions were still good at this time. At least you can still see a few traffic police and policemen trying to maintain order on the road, but all the phone calls are no longer connected. After a while, everyone will realize that this disaster is unprecedented and everyone will be unable to take care of themselves. On several sections of the road where zombies had not yet appeared, pedestrians were at a loss in the rain, not knowing why several car accidents suddenly occurred. Many people were fleeing in panic, and some people who didn't know the truth were even watching and taking videos. By the time the zombies with bloody mouths rushed out from the side, it was too late. People were running wildly in the rain, their faces filled with fear and despair, followed by a stiff, bloodthirsty monster. The umbrella in my hand was blown away by the strong wind. A shoe was lost in the water on the road. The thunder was mixed with people's painful howls and cries for help. The end is beginning to appear. In just 20 minutes, Jiang Xinghua, with his excellent driving skills, reached a location 300 meters away from the gas station in poor road conditions and detours. She drove the car onto the sidewalk. Checked the clothes and 2 daggers. She tied her shoulder-length hair into a half-high ponytail, and put on a large black mask and raincoat hood to completely cover her face. His entire body was hidden in a large black raincoat. When she was ready, she opened the car door and put the car into the space when no one was around. Good, there was no one and no cars outside the gas station. Lucky me. Jiang Xinghua approached several monitors. A tough and thin vine emerged from the palm of his hand, climbed up the wall, and wrapped around the surveillance camera. Instantly expand. Tighten. There were a few slight breaking sounds in the crackling rain, and all 5 cameras were scrapped. Jiang Xinghua constantly uses his supernatural powers to absorb energy from the outside world to replenish himself. She was more adept at controlling plants than she had been in her previous life. Every vine that extends out seems to be a part of her, as sensitive as her tentacles for exploring the world. It is a world of difference compared to the difficulty and blockage I felt when using my superpowers in the past. Jiang Xinghua sighed in his heart. It feels so good. She carefully checked to see if there were any cameras that were missed, and if so, destroyed them. Although the doomsday has begun, we still have to be careful. This is not a small supermarket, it's a gas station. What if someone from the government really comes to collect oil and finds that there is not a drop left, and wants to check the surveillance? Her space and prematurely awakened abilities cannot be known to others. She is not capable of protecting herself, and is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Protect yourself as much as possible before you grow up. Thinking in her mind did not affect her body's actions. While she was thinking, she had already arrived outside the station. The lights were still on in the room. She held her breath and carefully looked inside. A zombie was burying his head in the corpse's belly and swallowing big gulps. Jiang Xinghua carefully looked at the situation in the room and confirmed that there was no other living creature capable of movement except this zombie. This zombie must die. She was alone and had no one to help her keep watch. If she encounters other people or zombies while stealing the oil, plus this thing indoors, she will most likely be attacked from both sides. Although her body has recovered a lot now, if she didn't have special powers, she wouldn't be able to beat even a normal person's leg. But superpowers will also be exhausted and need time to recover, so she must be cautious. Jiang Xinghua bent over and approached the door quietly. The zombies in the room had not noticed her yet. In the early stages of the apocalypse, there were low-level zombies like these. They rely on smell and sound to determine the location of humans, and their movements are slow and stiff, the fastest being no faster than a human trot. It is the easiest zombie to deal with. It is raining heavily and thundering now, which greatly interferes with the zombie's perception. Jiang Xinghua planned his attack route through the glass door action. The moment it moves, it is like a beast suddenly awakening and pouncing on its prey. As she rushed into the door, she threw a seed towards the zombie's position, activating the energy to make the seed germinate and grow instantly. In just 2 seconds, it transforms from a seed into a cactus covered with thorns. Under Jiang Xinghua's control, the original vertical growth direction changed into a twisted and winding one, like a strange thorny snake that entangled and trapped the zombie's entire body. Roar! The zombie felt the attack and was about to fight back but found that he could not move. The brain, without any thinking ability, is unable to deal with the current situation and can only rely on instinct to break free from the restraints. Jiang Xinghua looked at the plants she had grown and felt ecstatic. This was her power. Throwing out the seeds just now was just a sudden thought. She didn't expect that it could directly turn the plant into a complete state. She thought it would be good enough if it grew half. Her face turned pale because her supernatural powers were exhausted, and the emptiness in her body could not suppress the joy in her heart. She has just awakened and can barely be considered a first-level awakener. In her previous life, she had to reach level 3 to reach her current level. There is such an obvious difference at the entry level. I wonder what it will be like to become a high-level awakener. There is only one word in Jiang Xinghua's mind: unlimited potential. This is the power she dreamed of in her previous life. She rarely has such big mood swings. In her previous life, she had lived a short 25 years of life controlled by others because of her sickly body that would never heal and her supernatural powers that were restricted in every way. In the end times, without strength, there is no voice and no human rights. Jiang Xinghua truly felt at this moment that something was really different. She could really take a completely different path in her life. Jiang Xinghua's pair of amber eyes refracted the light dazzlingly, but the pupil in the center was a strange deep red. But she was unaware of it, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. When the two hands came together, a small chainsaw appeared in the middle. All the large and small electric saws in her space have been fully charged in the past few days and are ready to be used. Jiang Xinghua started the chainsaw, and the buzzing sound echoed throughout the gas station, but all the sound was covered by the heavy rain. The toothed blade flashing with cold light approached the zombie head covered with thorns that was still twisting in the cactus. In just 3 seconds, a zombie head fell to the ground and rolled to the wall. Jiang Xinghua dispersed the energy in the cactus, and the cactus was twisted by one person, shrinking and withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it was only the size of a palm, lying listlessly on the zombie's body. Jiang Xinghua walked over to the human corpse that was being gnawed by zombies. These 2 people should be employees of the gas station. One of them turned into a zombie, attacked his companion, and used him as food. She finally used the chainsaw to chop off the man's head on the ground before closing the door and putting it away. It's not that she has a necrophiliac fetish. This body has been infected, but it is severely damaged. What if it still has the ability to transform into a zombie? It is better to saw it off together to be safe. Jiang Xinghua took out a towel to cushion his hands, wrapped the small cactus and put it into the space, leaving no trace. She put all the water and snacks sold indoors into the space. Just as he was about to take a break to recover his powers, a dim yellow light flashed in the corner of his eye. Someone! Chapter 10. I Can Only Send You to Death, Great Harvest. Jiang Xinghua quickly turned off the light, and the bright light suddenly went out. Locked the door with a click. She pressed herself close to the wall and looked outside through the glass. A car with its headlights on was driving towards the gas station. Jiang Xinghua turned the machete over in his hand and held it at his side. Why is this gas station closed? That's not right. I clearly saw light here just now. Jiang Xinghua watched a man and a woman get out of the car. This is the only one nearby. Go inside and see if there's anyone there. The woman's whole body was soaked by the rain, and her voice was trembling. The man next to him had flickering eyes and hesitated in his steps. Why are you being so cowardly? We're running out of gas, and there are crazy people all over the streets. We can't escape without a car. The woman cursed at the man when she saw him cowering. The man also got angry. He glared at the woman and walked towards the station. I pushed the door carefully. It was locked. He covered the reflection on both sides of his eyes with his hands and pressed his face against the glass to look inside. There was nothing in the house, even the shelves were empty. On the other side of the wall from him, Jiang Xinghua was holding a machete that was shining with a cold light with a grim look on his face. This is an abandoned gas station. Not to mention people inside, even the shelves are empty. The man sighed, his tone mixed with disappointment and relief. I'm disappointed that this place has been abandoned, but fortunately there are no zombies inside. Hearing the man's words, the woman couldn't help but look disappointed. Jiang Xinghua was about to put away the knife when he heard the man suddenly say in surprise, "That's right. Ka! What card?" The man looked excited. "We saw light here just now, which means there is still electricity. Let's go in and look for it. If the card that the staff used to get gas is still there, we can fill up the gas." The woman was also delighted when she heard this, and hurriedly urged the man to find a way to open the door. Jiang Xinghua silently raised the knife again and stood behind the door. "That card is long gone, where can I find it?" I wanted to let them go, but since that's the case, I can't blame her. I saw the two men go back to the car and get a tool to hammer it down. She quietly unlocked the door to prevent the two men from smashing the glass and making a loud noise. As soon as the man knocked on it, he felt the door shake. I reached out and pushed the door, and it opened. The two looked at each other strangely. Judging from the blue-purple electric light and the lights in the distance, there was nothing unusual inside the room. The moment the man stepped into the house, Jiang Xinghua swung her knife and hit him right in the neck. The man fell down holding his neck before he could react. The woman behind him was startled by this sudden situation and stood there in a daze. Jiang Xinghua appeared from the door. Before the woman could scream, he stabbed her with the same knife and the two of them fell together. Blood splattered all over the raincoat. The two men looked incredulous and soon died. Jiang Xinghua lowered his eyes and looked at the two of them coldly for a few seconds. You said, "This is an important part of my plan and I cannot afford to make any mistakes. You had the chance to leave, but you chose to come back and bang on the door. Such a big commotion will attract other people and today's business will not be accomplished. So, I can only send you to die." Jiang Xinghua dragged the body into the house, not bothering to care about the bloodstains on the ground. He closed the door and sat in a corner to rest and recover his abilities. Her entire body was sensing the energy particles around her. Absorb these vibrant fluorescent lights into every cell of your body, transform them into power, and store them in your empty body. If there was someone with the same plant-related ability at this moment, he would have discovered that the bright green light spots around Jiang Xinghua were so dense that they almost condensed into substance. Emerald green energy bands lingered around her. Half an hour later, Jiang Xinghua stood up, opened the door, and went outside. Observations identified the location of underground reserve oil tanks. She was half kneeling on the ground, her whole body wrapped in a black raincoat, like a small black mushroom growing in the heavy rain. He stretched out his two blue, frozen palms and placed them on the ground. The consciousness constantly mobilized the weak force of space, trying to directly bring the oil underground into the space. Call. Failed. She was not discouraged. The oil tank was too far away, about 4 to 5 meters underground. It was really beyond her ability. Jiang Xinghua took a deep breath and mobilized all his strength again, concentrating the power of space on his palms. The veins on the back of his hands bulged. Snort. She groaned, and a bright red color flowed out from the corner of her mouth, which was very dazzling. He raised the back of his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked into the distance. There was already a faint glow of fire there, probably caused by something, and noisy voices could be heard intermittently in her ears. Jiang Xinghua pursed her pale lips into a line. She had to complete the task today. This was her only chance. After the end of the world, there may be gas stations that have not been drained dry, but they will definitely be the target of competition among multiple forces. Opportunities like today only come once. There was a spark of fire dancing in the amber eyes, shining brightly in the darkness. Do it again. She lowered her head again, her eyes full of determination, and she caught a glimpse of the surveillance footage she had destroyed. An idea suddenly occurred to Jiang Xinghua. Even with all her strength, she can only take things about 1 to 2 meters away, but this is a scattered power. If it were condensed and made as slender as a vine, would the power it could extend be able to reach farther? She used her consciousness to control the force of space in her palms, pulling it back and forth, trying her best to stretch it as far as possible, like a tentacle constantly extending. It's done! Jiang Xinghua was surprised to feel that there was oil condensed into a ball floating in the space. She put the oil directly into a sealed bucket, and did the same thing. The force of space is like a water pipe, drawing diesel from underground oil tanks and flowing it into sealed barrels in space. Jiang Xinghua remained in a half-kneeling position without moving. After about 30 minutes, she put her hands away. Slowly move your sore feet and legs and stand up. It took less time than she estimated. Now the gas station has been emptied by her, and the space is full. It's quite a harvest. Jiang Xinghua looted the gas station with satisfaction and then released the car. After sitting in the car, the rain on his body soaked the entire driving seat. A hazy layer of fog formed on the windshield due to the temperature difference. I opened the map on my phone and found the route home, and happened to see that I passed by the police station on the way back. Jiang Xinghua's eyes turned and he decided to try his luck. It would be worth it if we could get some hot weapons at the same time. Just do it. Jiang Xinghua sped all the way, and when he arrived near the police station, he found that the situation was worse than he had expected. After a zombie injures someone, everyone will call the police immediately. Basically, when the disaster begins, all the staff inside are sent out to resolve the chaos. Of course, the premise is that no one in the police station has turned into a zombie. At this time, there were still several messy remains of passers-by lying in front of the door, and the blood had dyed the steps red. Jiang Xinghua frowned and sneaked into the police station. It seems that the situation here belongs to the former. There is no one inside. There was no body, but it was very messy. Office documents and computers all fell to the ground. On the smooth floor were footprints covered in mud and blood. After walking around inside, Jiang Xinghua only found 2 boxes of pistol bullets. I had expected it, so I'm not disappointed. 2 boxes of bullets are considered a harvest, not too little. When she came out, she heard someone shouting for help in the rain. Save me! Jiang Xinghua listened carefully and felt that the voice sounded familiar. Chapter 11 Great Harvest. The Space Doubles? Jiang Xinghua stood on the high stairs in front of the police station and had a clear view of the scene below. It's the middle-aged man with glasses in the drugstore. There was a scrutinizing look in his eyes. The man with glasses was lying on the flooded ground with his back facing the sky, and there was a black car behind him. His legs were tightly grasped by a female zombie in a tight skirt. The other person was biting the man's back madly, and his delicate and beautiful face was covered with minced meat. It's the young woman in the pharmacy, and now she's also a zombie. There were no obvious wounds on her body, except for a piece of snow-white skin exposed on her waist which was severely ulcerated. The man with glasses grabbed the ground in front of him with his right arm tremblingly, causing his body and the zombies on him to move slowly. His knuckles turned white and veins bulged. One of the black-rimmed glasses on his bluish face was broken and barely hung on the bridge of his nose, crookedly. When he saw Jiang Xinghua noticed him, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Save me! Please! This little girl is so skilled, she will definitely be able to save him. Jiang Xinghua glanced at him coldly, then calmly walked around them in the water. It didn't attract the attention of the young female zombie. From the corner of her eye she saw the car door behind the man was closed. Through the car window, I could see 2 zombies lying inside. It was the middle-aged woman and the female clerk who left together. At this moment, his whole face was like a pancake, with his facial features distorted and squeezed against the car window, his bloodshot eyes greedily looking at the man with glasses on the ground. The man with glasses looked at Jiang Xinghua's indifferent back as he left. The light in his eyes faded and he felt filled with regret. If he had listened to her and not taken those people with him, and had not acted like a pushover, he might have returned to his bright and warm home now, instead of becoming a corpse or a zombie. He turned his head and stared at the female zombie feasting on his body, letting the rain splash on his eyes. It's all because of this woman. It's all because of her selfishness. Originally, the 4 of them drove to the police station after leaving the pharmacy. We encountered several groups of vehicles and zombies colliding on the road, so we had to take a detour. It would have taken 20 minutes to get to the police station, but it took 40 minutes to get there. The middle-aged woman in the back seat began to complain constantly, and firmly ordered the man with glasses to take her there first. As a result, the woman in the tight skirt began to insult the old lady very angrily and told her to shut up. The old lady started fighting with the young woman in the back seat, and the woman bit her arm. Are you crazy? She's infected. Stop the car. He looked back in the rearview mirror and was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. That young woman is in a very bad state. I'm not a zombie. You're talking nonsense. The young woman's eyes were bloodshot as she defended herself stubbornly. Where did you get this wound? I didn't scratch it at all. The middle-aged woman pressed her bloated body against the car door to distance herself from the other person. With a shaking hand, he pointed to a piece of skin on the young woman's abdomen that was exposed due to excessive movement. A hideous wound on the fair skin is festering. It was just a small wound, but the skin and flesh were swollen and red. A network of red blood vessels spread out from the wound, like a red spider web, and disgusting pus kept oozing out of the wound. The young woman completed the final zombie transformation in an instant and pounced on the old lady, biting her madly. A shrill scream came from the back seat. The man with glasses didn't expect that the middle-aged woman would push the zombie towards him in the critical moment. The car has arrived at the police station. The man with glasses scrambled to open the door and get out of the car in panic, but his right leg was grabbed. After struggling to climb out of the car, he brought the zombies out with him. The middle-aged woman in the car was filled with grief and anger as she saw the female clerk who had been hiding in the passenger seat, not saying a word and trying her best to reduce her presence. The other person's hand has quietly touched the door handle. Why are you the only one who is fine? If I can't survive, then let's all die together. Under the horrified gaze of the female clerk, the middle-aged woman pressed the car lock button. The man with glasses lay in the dirty rain in despair, his blood and body temperature rapidly draining away. His heart was filled with regret and unwillingness, until the last glimmer of life disappeared from his eyes. Jiang Xinghua was driving on the road. When she saw the man with glasses, she roughly guessed what had happened to the four of them. A doomsday version of the story of the farmer and the snake. The young woman was already infected when she was caught by her zombie boyfriend. Going with her would mean death, not to mention that besides zombies, human nature is even more unpredictable. But good words cannot persuade a damned ghost. She had warned him not to take the woman on the road. This sentence was to repay the man with glasses for being kind enough to take her away and be willing to testify for her. She wouldn't say another word. The rest of the trip was smooth. Because Banwa Mountain is in the suburbs, the closer you get to home, the fewer people there are and the road conditions are much better. But this situation will not last long. When the initial stage of the apocalypse is over and people start to worry about supplies and food, they will gradually leave their safe havens and go out to explore. Everyone can understand that there are fewer people in the suburbs. Banwa Villa is located in a wealthy area, so there will be many people visiting it. After driving the car into the yard, Jiang Xinghua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the animal head door behind him closed again. As I returned to my bright home, fatigue overwhelmed me. She staggered into a hot bath and slumped herself into a fancy sofa. She wiped her dripping hair while counting the harvest. First, the medicine. The pharmacy was not small, and common and uncommon medicines filled up her 100 square meter space. This is good stuff. There are also some drinks, snacks, fast foods and so on collected from gas stations, but that's not important. The important thing is oil. She drained the entire gas station and got 25 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel. In addition to supplies, the spatial ability that has been stagnant for a long time can now change its form and pick up objects through the air. The maximum distance in the tentacle state can be 5 meters. Jiang Xinghua was very satisfied with what he had gained from this trip. Great harvest. She walked into the underground warehouse with brisk steps and humming a tuneless little song. Fill up the gas in the off-road vehicle and RV, and take the remaining excess supplies out of the space and put them in the warehouse. Jiang Xinghua looked at the two large cars in front of him and couldn't help but think of the parking space on the first floor. I don't know when she will be able to get all the permissions of the first layer. Ding! Precious supplies detected medicine *1000. Reward: 1 supernatural power enhancement potion. Dear, today is also a day to work hard for a better life. Jiang Xinghua's movements froze. She would get used to it. Take out the potion rewarded by the system and check the instructions. Power enhancement potion. After injection, it can increase power by 10% to 100%. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow. This introduction was really crude and simple. So the maximum increase can be doubled? She couldn't wait to inject the needle into her skin, but didn't feel any changes in the plant's abilities. Space. Double. Highest value. Jiang Xinghua's space is now the size of 2 basketball courts, which is twice as large as the original space. Even the height has increased from 15 meters to 30 meters. Even if she put all the supplies currently in the warehouse on the second floor of the dungeon, it would be enough. Jiang Xinghua praised the system in his heart. It's really her little doomsday helper. Now the system's strange tone seems cute. Before going to sleep, Jiang Xinghua activated the villa's defense mode, and 100 cameras were turned on at the same time. From the gate of Banhua Villa area at the foot of the mountain to the path up the mountain, every corner of the villas halfway up the mountain is included. Some of these locations are pinhole cameras. The 3 doors of the villa were locked at the same time, and the heavy sound was full of a sense of security. The outermost metal plates of all the glass windows fell down, and the entire villa was as airtight as an iron barrel. The villa's hidden ventilation system began to operate silently. After making sure that there was nothing unusual anywhere, Jiang Xinghua fell asleep peacefully. 1:17 a.m. Drip! Drop! Jiang Xinghua was instantly awakened from his deep sleep. This is the alert tone of the monitoring alarm device she set up. Someone! She came to the monitoring room on the 2nd floor, where an entire wall was covered with densely packed display screens. At this time, the surveillance screen showed that in front of the black gate of the villa halfway up the mountain, there were several furtive figures swaying. Chapter 12. If you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Jiang Xinghua sat on the leather seat in front of the monitor and clicked the mouse a few times with his right index finger. A noisy sound came from the speakers. Bang, bang, bang. The dull knocking on the door combined with the loud thunder made people feel a little scared in the dark rainy night. Wu Shui cursed angrily. Damn it! I actually pressed such a solid door! Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes when he heard the familiar voice. There are a total of 4 people in the dim picture. The 2 men and 2 women were all wearing shirts, trousers, and work clothes. They were employees of the agency company at the foot of the mountain. One of them was an acquaintance Wu Shui, the snobbish manager when she rented the house. It came to my door. She still remembered how she had cursed herself. Manager, why don't we just forget it? We've been calling for such a long time and no one has answered. Maybe the owner is not at home? Yang Ying, who was following Wu Shui, spoke hesitantly. Impossible! There must be someone inside. There is only one little girl in this house, and the other houses are empty. Even if there is someone, do you think those rich people will care about us? The mountain is full of zombies. Except for a few of us who managed to escape, the rest were all bitten to death by the zombies. There is only one little girl in this house. We can go in and coax her into giving us some food and drink. Isn't it better than hiding outside? The fear in Wu Shui's heart had turned into anger, and she shouted at Yang Ying to vent her emotions. They fled in such a hurry that they didn't have any rain protection equipment. Now they are soaked all over, with their messy black hair sticking to their pale faces like water ghosts. Yang Ying was so frightened that her neck shrank and tears welled up in her eyes. Jiang Xinghua in the monitoring room was watching the people on the screen with great interest, just like watching TV. Take a sip of the hot milk in your hand from time to time. She was not worried about these people at all. If they could enter the villa, wouldn't her 10 million be wasted? The defense of this villa is strong enough to protect her from ordinary people, let alone hundreds of zombies. Jiang Xinghua drank the last sip of milk, stood up, and prepared to clean up these people. Their conversation continued over the speakers. One of the men said, "Why don't we just forget it, Sister Wu? I don't think anyone will open the door for us even if there is someone inside." The other man nodded and continued, "Manager, I think Desheng is right. The rain is getting heavier, and there are zombies all over the mountain. If we make too much noise and attract the zombies, we'll be finished." Wu Shui bit her lip, feeling unwilling but also knowing that they were right. The people in the villa will be fine if the zombies come, but they will all be bitten to death. But where can we go now? Oh right! I think I have a cousin who lives in the villa area down the mountain. Jiang Xinghua retracted his legs as he was about to leave the monitoring room and turned to look at the screen. Is there anyone still in the villa area at the foot of the mountain? Wu Shui cursed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then the 4 of them walked down the mountain again. Before leaving, Wu Shui turned around and looked at the gate of the villa, as if she wanted to see the people inside the house through the heavy iron door. Jiang Xinghua clearly saw the jealousy and resentment twisted on her face through the surveillance screen. She thought about it and let them go down the mountain. Soon they were seen entering the Banhua Villa area at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Xinghua chuckled and murmured, "If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring breeze. It would be easy if we knew where these people went." She had said long ago that it was best to pray that she didn't run into you. Since she brought it to my door, I can't blame her. Jiang Xinghua glanced at the time. 2 o'clock in the morning. She was now awake and not sleepy at all. While tossing and turning, I took out my cell phone, which I hadn't looked at for several days. It has been several years since she last played with a mobile phone, and when she played with it again, she almost forgot how to use it. Even now, I always subconsciously ignore this thing. When I turned on the screen, several unread messages were displayed. The news came from the building complex of Building 8 of Yunlinyuan. Today is the second day of the apocalypse. The residents in the group who are still alive have all experienced the horror of zombies. They dare not go out and can only relieve their fear by surfing the internet. 103. All my neighbors next door have turned into zombies. What should I do? Zombies can't open doors, right? 401. Does anyone have extra food? Can you give me some? I usually eat takeout, and I only have a bag of instant noodles left at home. 901. It's already this late, and you can't even take care of yourself, so who's going to care about you? You didn't prepare in advance, so you deserve to be begging now. 401. Owner of 901. I just want to buy some food. What does it have to do with you? Why are you talking so harshly? If you have the ability, go downstairs and fight zombies. Why are you mad at me? 401. Is there any kind neighbor who would like to sell me some food? I am willing to pay a high price. Scumbag number 2. How much do you want to pay? I have some at home. It depends on how much you want to pay. Jiang Xinghua opened the unique information of scumbag number 2 with confusion. It turned out to be Jiang Yimei. Only then did she remember that she had only blocked the family's phone number and forgot about the chat software. Scumbag number 2 is a special note for Jiang Yimei. Wasn't their family driven away? Why are you still active in the group? Jiang Xinghua felt that he had missed a lot of information and searched for previous records in the group. Use the information to piece together why the family is still in the building. After Jiang Yimei and her family were kicked out of the house, they happened to find that there was an owner renting out a house on the 6th floor of the same building, and they were able to swallow their pride and move in directly. And it seems that Deng Xingping used some unknown means to coax Jiang Yimei into submission. Love brain is terrible. Jiang Xinghua sighed inwardly. She has never seen anyone who falls in love at the end of the world have a good ending. Each one is more miserable than the other. Speaking of this, why do I remember not having heard much about Jiang Yimei in my previous life? In the group, Jiang Yimei has already had a private chat with the residents of 401 about selling food. Jiang Xinghua sneered at her stupidity in her heart. Sure enough, this person was still the same as in her previous life. Every time she thought of this weird thing, she felt itchy. In her previous life, Jiang Yimei took advantage of Jiang Xinghua's illness and lost consciousness to steal all the food stored in her room. When she woke up, she had to look at the faces of Jiang Yimei's family because of her stuttering. If she was in better health, she would not have stayed. The end of the world came suddenly, and zombies were rampant. During the storm, everyone tried to stay in their homes as safe as possible. This is when the daily supplies reserves are tested. There are many people like the resident of 401 in the group who don't cook on weekdays and only rely on takeout. Even if they survive the initial zombie attack, they could not escape hunger. You never know how far someone can go just for a bite to eat. Jiang Xinghua remembered that it was just when the apocalypse had just begun, and when he was browsing his phone, he saw someone in the group asking for food for a large sum of money. It's 10 times higher than the market price. Although in the 6th year of the apocalypse before Jiang Xinghua's death, the price of food had already skyrocketed. But at the beginning, when people didn't know when the crisis would end, 10 times the price was really not low. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the news. I quickly knocked on Jiang Yimei's door to remind her not to talk in the group, not to say a word. Especially regarding food. Jiang Yimei's expression suddenly became unnatural. Chapter 13. Occupied the Land Komodo Dragon. Jiang Xinghua glanced at her mobile phone screen, and sure enough, it showed a dialogue box of residents asking for food. If she hadn't reminded him in time, it would have been because of the virtue of Jiang Yimei's family. There's no chance you'll survive until the rescue vehicle arrives. Stupid and unaware. Without her reminder, Jiang Yimei would have easily revealed the information that she had surplus food at home in the group. The doomsday will never end once it has begun. Traditional paper currency has completely become a thing of the past, and its purchasing power will become lower and lower. The constraints of legal order still exist. But soon, when everyone realizes that the ordinary days of the past will never come back, people like them who have bought and sold food will become the targets of all the hungry people. She wanted to see how outrageous this family could be. In the early morning, the rain was still falling outside, and the dim sky made it difficult to distinguish the boundary between day and night. Jiang Xinghua sat at the dining table and took out hot soy milk, steamed dumplings and tea eggs, a simple Chinese breakfast. Food is still the best way to heal people. Jiang Xinghua took a bite of the steamed bun and drank some soy milk, expressing his heartfelt emotion. She casually turned on the TV and changed a dozen or so screens with snow-capped images before she finally found one with a human portrait. It's probably a recording and is being played in a loop. She put down the remote and listened absent-mindedly. An unknown virus broke out in many places at the same time. I hope that the general public will stay at home and try not to go out, store water and food, and avoid contact with infected people. Wait for rescue to arrive. Rescue will not come, Jiang Xinghua silently replied in his heart. In the previous life, everyone was busy taking care of themselves, and only some bases that were expanding their recruitment of cheap labor would search for survivors under the banner of rescue, and then bring them back to the base as cannon fodder. And it might become food. Heavy rain, strong winds, high temperatures, heavy snow. Not only do we have to deal with natural disasters, but we also have to deal with zombies. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. As more and more people awaken and technological power gradually degenerates, the bestiality of humans begins to reveal itself. Various forces have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, fighting for territory and resources. The living space for ordinary people and lone wolves has been compressed to the limit. She has a deep understanding of how difficult it is for a lone wolf to survive in the apocalypse. In this life, we must start by expanding our territory. Occupy the land and become the king, dominate one side. The future is promising. The first stop is the Banhua Villa area at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Xinghua checked the surveillance footage and found that Wu Shui and her companions had not come out since they entered the villa yesterday. It's time to root out the problem. Jiang Xinghua came down the mountain fully armed. Banhua Villa is a famous residence in the eastern suburbs, with only 15 villas in total. Backed by Banhua Mountain, the environment is quiet and the air is suitable, making it very suitable for vacation. There are very few people living here on a normal basis. The entire community is surrounded by a 2.5-meter high red wall, which is very strong and safe. Jiang Xinghua pulled the hood of the raincoat on his head to keep the fine rain out. The raindrops hit the raincoat and made a slight sound. After the apocalypse, the zombies here are not as densely populated as in the city, so there will be no zombie nests, and it will be easier to deal with them. She looked at the dozen or so zombies wandering on the street in front of the community gate. They were too far away to notice her yet. Jiang Xinghua walked around the villa area and finally stopped in a corner on the east side of the wall. Behind me was a small patch of low woods and dense weeds under my feet. When Jiang Xinghua was about to climb up the wall, he vaguely felt a rustling sound coming from behind him. Anyone? She turned suddenly, energy particles surging around her. This? A huge face full of scents appeared in the dense and messy bushes. It moved its limbs and took 2 steps forward, revealing its entire body. Several questions slowly emerged in Jiang Xinghua's mind. A giant lizard that is 3 meters long. A Komodo dragon to be exact. Its skin is very rough, with regularly arranged bumps and bumps. Its sturdy limbs and thick long tail all demonstrate its extraordinary fighting power. The letter popped out of his mouth, and his obsidian eyes looked at her quietly. Jiang Xinghua's heart was pounding. Strangely enough, the fear of facing such a large beast was not as strong as expected. Jiang Xinghua carefully looked at the condition of the lizard. It was obvious that this was not the mutant animal she had seen in her previous life. Lucid and normal. But the fact that it appeared here and looked into her eyes was very abnormal. If she saw it correctly, the lizard was still shaking its thick tail, pressing down a patch of weeds. Feeling like you're in a good mood? As far as she knew, this was not an environment that could support the reproduction of Komodo dragons. Several possibilities emerged in Jiang Xinghua's mind. Even thought of all the conspiracies and tricks. The lizard suddenly took a step forward with its right front leg. The abrupt action interrupted Jiang Xinghua's divergent thoughts. She was startled and took a step back. At the same time, the vigilance in his eyes grew stronger. Every time the lizard took a step forward, Jiang Xinghua took a step back. What does this lizard mean? After 3 steps, the lizard moved no further. Jiang Xinghua vaguely saw a hint of disappointment? Do large beasts like lizards, especially Komodo dragons, also have these emotions? Jiang Xinghua didn't know. Maybe she just saw it wrong. How could a wild animal have such emotions? Those eyes looked at Jiang Xinghua and blinked slowly. Jiang Xinghua's mind was like a flashback from an old movie, with some fragmented images suddenly popping up. A thick black cloth covered something. In her sight, a small, purple hand lifted a corner of the black cloth. Inside was a blood-stained iron cage, and one could vaguely see something lying inside. Jiang Xinghua tried hard to concentrate. She knew that this must be the part of her memory that she had lost. The picture suddenly broke, and she saw clearly at the last moment. Jiang Xinghua came back to his senses from his daze. I saw the big lizard in front of me retreating. After taking a few steps away, it turned around and crawled into the bushes. Before it disappeared into the bushes, it had half of its body turned. Quietly, with a strange look, he looked at Jiang Xinghua again for a few seconds. Then his whole body rustled into the woods and disappeared. Jiang Xinghua pursed her lips, looked in the direction the lizard left, and pursed her lips twice. It's a lizard. In the last scene, there was a dying baby lizard lying in an iron cage. For no reason, a sour feeling suddenly surged in her heart that she had never felt before. This feeling was very unfamiliar to her. And the grove has returned to silence. Jiang Xinghua pursed her lips and suppressed all the thoughts in her mind. The most important thing now is the people in the villa area. With Wu Shui around, if there really is any help, things will definitely not go smoothly. If it is not removed one day, it will be a huge hidden danger. She averted her gaze and turned to face the wall. The fingertips moved slightly, and the stones on the ground under his feet trembled slightly. Several tree roots as thick as arms were entangled with soil, twisting into a thick thread that emerged from the soil under Jiang Xinghua's feet. As her mind moved slightly, the roots of the tree continued to extend upwards. She stood on the rhizome with her feet together, her hands slightly open to maintain balance, and was steadily carried to the top of the wall. Inside a villa. You said there are really a lot of supplies in the villa on the mountain? Chapter 14. Cutting the grass at its roots. Are you serious? How come I didn't know there was a villa up there? Wu Shui gave that person a coquettish look. Brother Hu, you just got here not long ago. It's normal that you don't know. Wu Shui looked at the old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth and a rough face, and there was a flash of disgust in her eyes, but her tone was sticky. That villa is still rented out by our company. There is only one pretty girl there. If you don't believe me, ask Deshang. He has seen her too. Deshang next to him nodded quickly in response. I just saw it yesterday, and the gate is really solid. The wall is 3 meters high. She must have stored a lot of supplies at home. When Wang Hu heard that it was a pretty girl and there were a lot of supplies, his mind started to move and the vigilance in his eyes faded a lot. Wu Shui saw Wang Hu's agitated expression and continued to persuade him. There are 9 of us in total, and there are only a few households in this villa area that have people living in them. There is only one person in this house, and there is not much food left. We can't let so many of us starve to death. Besides, there are zombies everywhere outside. The villa on the mountain is very safe. We won't have to worry about food and drink inside. They didn't notice. While they were talking loudly, someone was watching them outside the window. Wang Hu thought about it and waved his hand. Okay. Let's change places today. Give all the good things to my beauty first. He stretched out his hand and forcefully pulled the woman who was sitting quietly on the sofa on the other side onto his lap, his tone quite heroic. Yang Ying, who was pulled into Wang Hu's arms, smiled shyly and stroked Wang Hu's rough palm with reluctance. There was provocation in his eyes as he looked at Wu Shui. Wu Shui glared at her, wondering viciously why this little bitch didn't die in the company at that time, and just pretended to be innocent. But these stinky men just fall for it. Outside the window, Jiang Xinghua listened to the people laughing in the living room and sneered silently. She knew that Wu Shui's expression was not right, and she was not a good person. Will definitely cause trouble if given the chance. It is better to nip this kind of trouble in the bud. She glanced across the room, 9 people. In addition to the 4 real estate agents who appeared at Wu Shui's door last night, the remaining 5 people should be security guards of this villa area. Because several of them were still wearing their uniforms loosely. Various garbage, packaging bags and red wine bottles were scattered on the ground around the few people. On the floor in the distance, a man covered in blood and covered in clothes was lying on his back. She was wearing blue silk pajamas, so she must be the owner of the villa. The conversation among the people in the room gradually became obscene and disgusting. Several men had ambiguous smiles on their faces. Wu Shui and Yang Ying giggled among them. Jiang Xinghua snorted coldly. Unexpectedly, a skinny man in the room twitched his ears, interrupting everyone's conversation. "Boss! There's someone outside!" The expressions of several people tensed, and Wang Hu suddenly exerted force on Wu Shui's big hand. Wu Shui gasped in pain. Jiang Xinghua raised his left eyebrow slightly. There is also an awakened person with 5 senses. The awakened ones can sense each other's existence, even if they do not belong to the same system. But it is limited to high-level identification of low-level. For example, now she and this 5-sense awakener are at the same level, the most entry-level level, so naturally she cannot detect the other's identity. Wang Hu's right hand grasped the black object at his waist with a serious expression. In an instant there was some momentum. Jiang Xinghua glanced over and saw that there was a gun. "See, it's mine. Since I've been discovered, I might as well stop hiding." She changed her sneak attack strategy and retreated quickly. She had better not take any risks with her weak melee combat ability. As she retreated, several people in the room also reacted. Jiang Xinghua stepped back to a safe distance and stopped, standing quietly waiting for these people to rush out of the house. In such a small indoor environment, she, who is not good at close combat, is at a great disadvantage when facing 9 people, one of whom has a gun. Taking it outside is the best option. A few people robbed a villa of a former wealthy man and were feeling very proud of themselves. When they saw someone attacking them, they naturally chased after them. "Brother Hu! This is the girl in the villa halfway up the mountain!" Although Jiang Xinghua was wearing a large raincoat hood, her face could still be seen from the front. The small face is less than the size of a palm, and the pair of amber eyes on the pale and delicate face are eye-catching. Wu Shui and Yang Ying stood under the eaves of the gate to shelter from the rain. She recognized at a glance the man who filled her with jealousy and resentment. Wang Hu perked up and looked at Jiang Xinghua unceremoniously with his cloudy eyes narrowed. "It's like looking at a delicious dessert. This little look is really good. I like it." Wang Hu and several men stood in the rain and confronted Jiang Xinghua, who was alone. Those men didn't take her seriously at all. "Oh, she's actually a little girl." The younger brother beside him whistled at Jiang Xinghua in a teasing manner. Wang Hu grinned, revealing a row of uneven yellow teeth. "Little sister, follow uncle. Uncle likes young girls like you, and will definitely love you well." A hint of murderous intent appeared in the corners of Jiang Xinghua's eyes. "You deserve it?" The cold tone made the rain even chillier. "Call." Several balls of burning flame flew towards the 7 people gathered together. Wang Hu reacted quickly and rolled to the side to avoid the fireball. 3 of the remaining people were doused on the head and were instantly engulfed in flames. "Ah! Ugh!" The 3 people fell to the ground and were covered by several vines that grew out of the ground, muffling their screams. The flames covered the slender plants, and no one noticed. The strength of the rain was not enough to cover the raging flames instantly, and the flames on his body dissipated, and the man died. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow at Wang Hu, who was quite skilled. She just lit a ball of gasoline in space and sprinkled it at several people, and 3 of them were hit. It seems that this trick needs to be improved later. Although the remaining few people dodged in time, they were still frightened by Jiang Xinghua's move. "This trick is too weird." Wu Shui, who had been watching from under the eaves, encouraged him unwillingly with red eyes. "Brother Hu! She is just a little girl. Are we afraid of her when there are so many of us? Just take her down and play with her however you want." Wang Hu gritted his teeth. "Is this even a matter of fun?" 3 people died. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Jiang Xinghua indifferently let the bullet fly towards him, and the bullet was in front of him in an instant. Wang Hu felt sorry for such a pretty girl. He hadn't tried this one yet. "Why didn't you hit it? Where are the bullets?" Several people were puzzled. The moment the bullet reached him, Jiang Xinghua opened the space and took it in directly. Now the bullet lies in her space. The people present looked horrified. They didn't even see Jiang Xinghua move, and the bullet disappeared. Wang Hu realized that there was something strange about this man. There must be some special abilities. Jiang Xinghua didn't waste any words. As he raised his arm slightly, something in the soil began to surge, causing several clods of earth to roll over. Sudden! Roots as thick as babies' arms emerged from the soil beneath their feet and wrapped around the bodies of the remaining 3 men like water snakes. "Ah, what is this? Brother Tiger, save me!" Jiang Xinghua controlled the roots to spread towards their faces until they blocked the mouths of several people. Fresh and smelly mud filled their mouths. He wanted to vomit but couldn't, and his face turned blue and purple. She didn't want to attract zombies now. Suddenly, bright red flames appeared around Wang Hu, burning away the plant vines that were entangled around his body. Jiang Xinghua was surprised. Unexpectedly, when the apocalypse just began, there were 2 awakened people among the group of 9 people she met. What bad luck she has! Chapter 15, Territory Increase, Territory Expansion Task. This man also has fire-related abilities, so he's pretty lucky. To be the leader of this group of people, you need to have some skills besides just holding a gun. Wang Hu had just awakened, and with all his strength he could only produce this ball of fire. After lighting this moving plant in front of me, now not even a spark can come out. He looked pale. Looking around, they found that everyone else was either dead or being controlled. The 2 women were so scared that they couldn't even move their feet. Wang Hu narrowed his eyes and turned around and ran away. Why are you running? I haven't had enough fun yet. Jiang Xinghua opened his thin lips slightly. After uttering these words indifferently, a root as thick as an adult's arm pierced out from the ground under Wang Hu's feet. She predicted Wang Hu's route. Laugh. Wang Hu felt that he was having difficulty breathing and his mind went blank. I wanted to look down, but I couldn't move. The thorns pierced into Wang Hu's lower jaw and came out from the back of his head, and his whole body instantly turned into a blood gourd. Wang Hu's body was fixed by the thorns and kept twitching. His 2 thick lips opened and closed but no words came out, only blood gushed out. In a few seconds he was out of breath. The remaining 3 were still tied up with rattan branches and their mouths were blocked. Seeing that even the boss was defeated, he was even more furious. It turned around and crawled in the mud like a green caterpillar, desperately moving forward. The scream was enough to pierce one's eardrums. The 2 women, Wu Shui and Yang Ying, were terrified. His face turned pale. Seeing that Wang Hu was completely dead and in such a miserable state, Yang Ying reacted quickly and turned around and ran. As soon as Jiang Xinghua raised his hand, he felt that the energy in his body was almost exhausted, and he dared not use it anymore. After being suddenly reborn and mastering new powers, he was not able to adapt for a while. I didn't control the strength and used too much. Jiang Xinghua looked at Yang Ying, who had stumbled out for more than 10 steps, and then thought of something. A bullet shot out in the air with a wave of his hand. Laugh. Hit Yang Ying right there. A splash of blood splattered in the rain. With a thud, Yang Ying fell to the ground. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow and murmured, "The accuracy is a little off." This bullet was the one Wang Hu shot at her and was collected into the space. It still has power when it is released now. The bullet only hit Yang Ying's left shoulder and did not hurt any vital parts. At this moment, she was crawling forward, covering her bleeding left shoulder. Jiang Xinghua glanced at Wu Shui, who was sitting on the ground hugging the pillar at the door, like a fool. Compared with the 2, Yang Ying, who is more scheming and has greater endurance, is obviously more troublesome. Jiang Xinghua raised his leg and was about to walk towards Yang Ying. I planned to give her a manual pleasure. At this time, a huge figure moved its limbs quickly and suddenly rushed out from the side. The scarlet tongue made a tiny hissing sound. He opened his big mouth and bit Yang Ying's head directly. Jiang Xinghua paused. Phew! Blood gushed out from the broken neck of Yang Ying like a blood dragon. The lizard's mouth loosened and its round head rolled a few times in the mud. Jiang Xinghua clearly saw that pretty face still showing fear and disbelief. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the big lizard glanced at her, turned around, and disappeared into the bushes, whizzing away. Jiang Xinghua. Why are you still holding a grudge? She really didn't fail to recognize him on purpose. From the looks of it, it seems that this big lizard might really know her. The answer may lie in the memories lost in childhood. Jiang Xinghua thought about it and decided not to pursue her. Forget it, I'll explain it to it next time. She turned around and saw that there were still 4 living people who had not been taken care of. Wu Shui was so frightened that she was unable to move. Sitting there with tears streaming down my face. Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes and approached her with a cruel smile on his face. You don't come over here. I was wrong. Please let me go. Don't come over. Jiang Xinghua ignored her. She used the remaining energy to throw out a dark green branch and wrap it around Wu Shui's body. Drag her forward. Wu Shui was confused and didn't dare to speak. Jiang Xinghua dragged her directly to the 3 living people. These 3 people were gagged and are almost suffocating. She didn't waste any words and took out a machete. Wave at 3 people. Jiang Xinghua controlled Wu Shui and made her watch this scene, until a fishy liquid gushed out from under her. Have you seen enough? This is what happens when you mess with me again and again. Oh no, this is what happens when you mess with me. There was a cold light flashing in Jiang Xinghua's eyes. I've let you off once. Wu Shui looked terrified, and her neck was white while she was in a daze. At the last moment, I was still regretting why I hadn't thought of provoking her. Also, when did he let her go? Jiang Xinghua quickly dodged and hid in the villa. There's a strong smell of blood outside. It was noisy just now. Even if the rain covers up the smell, there is no guarantee that there will be no zombies. She doesn't know much about this neighborhood. Her energy was almost exhausted again, so as a melee noob she had better hide first. After a while, Jiang Xinghua saw several zombies surrounding him through the glass window. They lay over the corpse and feasted on it. Jiang Xinghua hiding inside could not be seen because of the wall and rain. She observed for a while and found that there were only 9 zombies in total. After that, no new people came. This time it was really a bit hasty. It seems that environmental safety needs to be strengthened. The entire doomsday preparation process is very tight. Apart from knowing that this villa area at the foot of the mountain had a very small population and the prices were very high, she didn't know anything else. The security here is very good, with cameras everywhere. It was not convenient for her to come in and investigate. As the residential area closest to the underground city, this place needs to be cleaned up thoroughly. I must know whether they are alive or dead. Jiang Xinghua stayed silently with the middle-aged man's body in the villa for 2 hours. Don't get up until your energy is replenished and your tired body recovers. After eating, the zombies started wandering outside. Jiang Xinghua stood by the window. He concentrated his eyes and placed his hands on the glass. In an instant, sharp thorns sprang out from the mud under the feet of the 4 zombies. These thorns directly pierced the zombie's useless brain. The disgusting green and yellow liquid was thrown out and carried away by the vine thorns. 4 zombies fell down one after another. The remaining 5 heads turned and looked. With their needle-sized pupils, their expressions seemed a little confused. He shifted his attention when he didn't sense the scent of flesh and blood. Continue wandering outside the house. Jiang Xinghua still has 1/3 of energy left in her body, but she doesn't plan to use it anymore. Instead, continue to wait for recovery in the house. The situation here is unclear. Who knows if there are other people or zombies here? She must not allow herself to be exhausted of energy while being alone in such an environment. This time, it only took about an hour for Jiang Xinghua's energy to recover. It feels like the speed has improved a bit. Jiang Xinghua frowned and thought before attacking the zombies outside the window. The 5 zombies were attacked by the same vine thorns and fell down completely, turning into a pool of rotten meat. This time, she still had about 1/3 of energy left in her body. The energy storage value is also a bit larger. Jiang Xinghua's plant-related abilities this time around are very different from those in his previous life. Although you are using only one type, you still have to feel it carefully to get familiar with it. With the same energy reserve, an awakened one who calculates and uses it properly will be stronger than another. You should use this ability more often, and it will level up quickly. She came outside and saw a mess. The ground was charred by kerosene, and there were 3 charred corpses on it. There was a mixture of blood and rainwater on the ground. She activated her special powers to make the tree roots surge, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Jiang Xinghua looked at the size of the pit. Almost. She released extremely thin vines to save energy, dragged the bodies of Wu Shui and others and threw them into the pit. Suddenly I thought of the owner of the house and put them together. Whether these people would fight underground was not her business. Several roots surged again, and the soil on the side fell into the pit. She stepped on it a few times until it was solid. Jiang Xinghua's main point is that if you can use your supernatural powers, you will never use them. She can't carry anything on her shoulders or lift anything with her hands. What should I do if I feel sick from exhaustion? You can upgrade it by using it multiple times. He turned around and waved his hand, and the plant energy moistened the land, breaking off the burnt weeds and restoring it to its original state. Apart from the blood and the smell of rain, there was no sign that a fierce battle had ever taken place here. And the blood will soon disappear. She weighed the energy stored in her body, turned around, pulled her hood tighter, and decided to go home first. The situation is unclear and the energy storage is insufficient, so we must proceed steadily when we are weak. After clearing the biggest hidden danger, today's task is completed. It's better not to risk exploring other houses. When Jiang Xinghua came to the villa area to explore again, everything went particularly smoothly. There are 15 villas, and except for one villa which houses a family of zombies, all of them are clean. There are even expensive red wines and various imported fruits and vegetables. There are also various types of meat in the cold storage. The power is still on and everything is still in good condition. Although she was frozen for a long time, she didn't mind. Jiang Xinghua lost every one of them and took them all away. Take away the duvets in the closet too. I didn't take any fashion items, only practical casual clothes and sportswear. Although she didn't need it, she had plenty of storage space for it. In the future, these intact clothes and quilts will also be the focus of competition among survivors. After the apocalypse, all industries came to a standstill. Use less daily necessities. Take everything you can take away. As she walked, she installed cameras in every hidden corner and roadside of the villa area. It's small and the battery model doesn't need electricity. Jiang Xinghua almost turned this place into his own back garden. I pressed about 50 buttons on the camera alone. The closest residential area to the underground city deserves this treatment. Ding! The host territory has been detected to have increased, and a territory expansion mission has been issued. Build a dungeon and expand the territory mission progress 4%. The map has been included Banhua Villa District. Jiang Xinghua was stunned for a moment. This system was a bit passive. She has already started doing this thing before issuing the task? Could it be that the tasks are formulated according to one's own trajectory of action? Is there a reward for the mission? Chapter 16 Phased Rewards, Jiang Yimei's Online Diary. Jiang Xinghua had no interest in this task. She was already doing this. There was no need to issue tasks to expand the territory and build a dungeon. The rewards are quite interesting. Territory expansion tasks are phased rewards. When the task progress reaches 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, and 100%, you will get a chance to draw a prize. Jiang Xinghua paused and asked, "What is the standard for 100% completion?" You can't let her rule the earth. This data will be calculated based on the host's prestige and the total area of the actual territory. The higher the prestige, the higher the growth points will be when the settlement is completed. Other rule hosts, please explore on your own. Jiang Xinghua felt that at this moment the system had returned to its unruly state. In short, the more respect and trust the people living in my territory have for me, the better. Since it is such a difficult task, the reward should not be too bad. Nightfall. After a tiring day, Jiang Xinghua put on soft, skin-friendly pajamas and sank into the big bed. Both the body and mind have been greatly comforted. She checked the time and found it was still early, so she picked up the tablet beside the bed and browsed the information online. While there is still internet, take a look at the outside environment. Collecting information is never in vain. The information she collected in her previous life helped her a lot this time. But I guess she won't have a second chance to restart. It's a wonderful intuition. Basically, all entertainment software operations have ceased. Only the survivors are tirelessly venting their anxiety on various websites. Some people said in despair that the power had been cut off in their homes. The phone only has 20% battery left. Power outage? That means the internet will be disconnected soon. The main power generation mode used in their daily lives is still coal-fired. It requires a lot of manpower to operate. After the zombie outbreak, all production and life in human society came to a halt. Under the best circumstances, electricity can only last for about 20 days at most. The internet will be disconnected 3 days after the power outage. The water supply will be cut off faster and can basically only last for 10 days. Even if tap water can still flow out, it is water that has not been artificially treated. No different from the source of infection. But these are best-case scenarios. In some areas, heavy rain and strong winds may break power cables, causing large-scale power outages in the entire area. It can't even last 20 days. Yunlinyuan community is a lucky area. In the previous life, it basically persisted until the end before it was naturally cut off. We don't know when the power outage will occur in the eastern suburbs. But it has nothing to do with her, she has generators of various models. Besides, the underground city has its own power generation system, and she doesn't need to worry about it. Jiang Xinghua opened different software and websites one by one, swiping through various information on the screen. The light flashing on the screen reflected on her face, showing a little laziness. Keeping up to date with the latest information helps her make the most appropriate judgment about the current situation. Why does this story sound so familiar? Jiang Xinghua blinked, and happened to see someone's post on the screen. Today I was forced to go out to find food, but I really didn't want to go. Zombies are so scary, but there is no food left at home, and we will starve to death without food. It's all that bitch's fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to sell grain and attract thieves. My precious son actually scolded me. I am so useless. If it weren't for me, the food wouldn't have been stolen. No. Don't blame me. It's all because of that bitch. If she hadn't been a mistress, none of this would have happened. Jiang Xinghua looked at these fragmented words, and the descriptions resembled one person. Jiang Yimei. She clicked on this person's homepage, which was almost entirely her diary. Jiang Xinghua lay on the quilt with one hand on his chin, reading the paragraphs of text full of strong emotions with interest. I guess they thought that no one knows each other on the internet, so they didn't even set up privacy settings. Jiang Xinghua read through all of Jiang Yimei's diaries since the end of the world as if he were reading a novel. I almost laughed out loud. It turns out that this family went through so much in just half a month. No wonder Jiang Yimei looked so irritated. Just half a month before the end of the world, after Jiang Xinghua designed the incident in which Han Xiuyan came to the door and Zhou Gan took over the house and kicked them out, the family was so worried about not being able to find a suitable house. It just so happened that the owner of the 6th floor above had 2 apartments, one of which was rented out in the group. After the family found out, in order not to affect their normal life and to save money, they held their noses and endured the neighbors' mocking looks and finally moved to the 6th floor. All the face and money have been lost, so just give up and save wherever possible. The house was lost, and the large inheritance from Jiang Xinghua's parents was also gone. The family's life almost depends on Deng Xingping's salary, so naturally they have to save a little. After sending Han Xiuyan away, Deng Xingping used his child and years of friendship to coax Jiang Yimei. Jiang Xinghua sneered in his heart. Even this love-brained zombie would shake his head after seeing this. Jiang Yimei didn't expect that the subsequent developments would completely exceed her imagination. On the day when the doomsday broke out, Deng Xingping was on his way home from get-off work, and he was driving Han Xiuyan and was about to take her home. Zombies suddenly appeared. Deng Xingping had no choice but to take Han Xiuyan home. Jiang Yimei was furious. But there was no other way. After careful consideration under Deng Xingping's persuasion, he couldn't bear to watch people die, so he just had to endure it. So the 4 of them began to live together. Jiang Yimei still felt a sense of crisis, and had to take some measures to protect herself and her son. It's just that it's obvious that this rare intelligence was used at the wrong time. She wanted to save more money so that she and her son would have some capital left in case Deng Xingping didn't want them anymore. When I saw someone in the group buying food at a high price, I started a conversation with them and secretly sold some food. This was exactly the scene that Jiang Xinghua saw in the group on the 2nd day of the apocalypse. But Jiang Yimei never thought that zombies had appeared and everyone was begging for food. What's the point of saving money? There's nothing wrong with selling food, but that's only when people don't lose their bottom line. Just yesterday, people had been trapped for nearly 10 days. Most people don't have much food left at home, and some have even been hungry for several days. Then some people remembered that Jiang Yimei was selling food in the group and concluded that she must have food at home. The notes in the group are all unit and room numbers. When everyone was asleep in the middle of the night, this group of people avoided the zombies in the building and came to the 6th floor, accurately found Jiang Yimei's house, and pried open the door. They stole all the food stored in their house quietly. Only a small amount of food was left which a few people had placed in the bedroom. When the family woke up and saw the open door, they were almost scared to death. But they were lucky enough. Surprisingly, no zombies took advantage of the door being open to rush in and bite them all to death. Jiang Xinghua was amazed. I have to admit that this family is really lucky to some extent. The last part of the log update was that Deng Xingping knew that it was Jiang Yimei's behavior that led to the wolf entering the house, so he scolded her and even beat her. Even her beloved son Deng Wenwen scolded her, which broke her heart. Jiang Xinghua was calm. With the character of this family, nothing was surprising. Deng Xingping even brought his mistress home, so what's so surprising about that? Before the end of the world, he could still consider the interests of the Jiang family, and coax Jiang Yimei into a play. Now that the end of the world has come, Jiang Yimei's advantages have disappeared and Deng Xingping's true colors have been revealed. Jiang Yimei played a good hand badly, and Jiang Xinghua was very impressed. I yawned and felt a little sleepy. Jiang Xinghua opened the Yunlin building number 8 and took a look at the information inside. Chapter 17 Mall Section, Flamethrower. I happened to see a person with a lamb as his head bartering among the flock. His wife was sick at home, but there was no medicine. The situation was very urgent, so he had no choice but to exchange his own rabbits in the group. I hope I can get some medicine for my wife. It can be seen that this person really has nothing else to offer. The end of the world is almost 10 days away. The fact that I haven't killed the rabbit at home and have continued to keep it shows that I cherish it very much. But now my wife is sick and I have to take it out to exchange for medicine. Some smart people in Jiang already knew that the purchasing power of money was declining and started bartering. Soon someone in the group started talking. It seems that this man's wife should be saved. Jiang Xinghua yawned, and 2 crystal tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. The tablet in his hand slowly slid onto the soft bed, leaving wrinkles. At 7 o'clock in the morning, it was drizzling. On the underground city's underground first floor, next to a vast field, Jiang Xinghua lowered his head and gestured on the ground. There are also 3 elevators not far from the elevator entrance that belongs to her on this floor. They should be connected to the elevator in the lobby on the first floor, but they are still closed. Just to the left of the elevators, Jiang Xinghua marked out a neat piece of land to plant the various fruit trees she bought. When the time comes, add a small fence and this land will become an orchard. Select an excavator and operate it without any hassle. This thing is simply a large toy car. It is extremely easy to operate and quite stress-relieving. Dig a hole in the land. After Jiang Xinghua had dug 300 regular and evenly spaced pits, she used her spatial ability to select 300 fruit trees and put them into the pits, and then used the machine to fill and compact them. The fruit trees have been kept in a warehouse where time flows slowly, and now when you take them out, they are almost the same as when you first bought them. After all the saplings were placed, Jiang Xinghua put his palms on the ground. Release a large amount of plant energy to promote the root growth of these fruit trees, allowing them to blend into the land. After a moment the energy ran out. Jiang Xinghua's eyes were bright, and there was a small forest in front of her. The tender green leaves and vital branches stretched out freely, and Jiang Xinghua's mood also became more relaxed. At present, the growth of 300 trees is almost the limit of the use of plant abilities at one time. After she rested for an hour, she continued to do the same thing until 3 hours later, all the remaining 700 trees were planted. Jiang Xinghua directly owned a fruit forest. As long as this forest is supplied with plant energy from time to time, it will soon bear fruit. By then she will have endless fruits to eat, and just thinking about it makes her feel energized. I feel like I could plant another 1,000 trees. It's already noon. Jiang Xinghua returned to the villa and had a hearty lunch in the air-conditioned room. After taking a half-hour nap to restore his strength, he continued to farm on the basement floor, planting wheat in the afternoon. Now there is enough ready-made meals in the space, so she doesn't need to cook by herself, and she doesn't need to grow vegetables for the time being. Doomsday vegetables are a luxury, and for ordinary people, traditional staple foods such as wheat are the king. Of course, the main reason is that Jiang Xinghua is alone and there are too many types of crops for her to take care of. Wheat is simpler. She just scattered the seeds and watered them, and relied on her special abilities to ripen them. There is no need to worry about the normal growth patterns and needs of crops. We selected an all-in-one sowing machine, placed the wheat seeds directly into it, and then filled the water bucket with water. Drive the machine for a walk in the field. The actions of clearing the land, sowing, burying and watering can be completed at one time, which is extremely convenient. The only thing is that you need to frequently replenish the water in the machine. After the wheat was planted, Jiang Xinghua activated his supernatural powers. She could clearly hear the sound of seeds bursting and sprouting from the fragrant soil. Visible to the naked eye, small green sprouts staggered out of the soil and stopped when they were 1 centimeter high. The dense green color is very pleasing to the eye. At Jiang Xinghua's current ripening speed, this batch of wheat will be mature and harvested in about 1.5 months. She raised the corners of her lips in pleasure, feeling calm as she had food in her hands. There was endless land in front of him, but the wheat and fruit trees planted by Jiang Xinghua only occupied less than 1/10 of it. The task of farming is long and arduous. Sooner or later this land will be full of crops, Jiang Xinghua thought firmly. Ding! The progress of the farming area on the first floor of the dungeon has increased by 10%. Congratulations on unlocking the dungeon mall section. Keep up the good work. Strive to go to the next level as soon as possible. Jiang Xinghua found the mall section, and the dazzling array of goods there simply dazzled her. Genetic potential medicine, fast-acting trauma hemostatic agent. Crossbows, long swords, pistols, submachine guns, explosives. There are very few genetic pharmaceutical products, and she is not qualified to view most of them. As for the weapons, there are all kinds of them, including long guns and short guns. That's right, they're not cheap. There are even a lot of high-tech products. Unfortunately, she is not qualified to click to view the specific properties now, and can't even see the functions. But you can imagine how awesome these things are from their cool appearance. Jiang Xinghua was so eager that she wanted to turn into a shopping maniac right now. She took a closer look at the purchasing mechanism. Everything needs points to be purchased. Currently known ways to obtain points are rewards for completing tasks or killing zombies. Killing a zombie gives you 1 point. Jiang Xinghua felt a little strange. There was no food or daily necessities found in the mall, only various weapons, potions, and technological products. She was overwhelmed by the array of options. Go straight to the shelter defense type, which is what she urgently needs at the moment. The entrance to the underground city is right at the villa halfway up the mountain, which is a key protected area. The first product that caught her eye made her eyes suddenly light up. Isn't this what she needs most? Okay, the permissions for this product can be viewed. Flamethrower, a group of 10 units, 360 degrees rotatable, high-temperature flamethrower with a maximum attack range of 50 meters. The highest temperature can reach thousands of degrees, using pure biogas as fuel, burning zombies while burning toxic gases, a little expert in destroying corpses that you deserve. Jiang Xinghua was very excited. This device was perfect as a means of attacking the villa halfway up the mountain. She looked at the price column. 70% off promotion for a limited time of 1 month, 1999 points. It seems that she has to work hard if she wants to have this treasure. This should be considered a discounted price. If there is no discount, when will she be able to afford it? At this time, Jiang Xinghua, whose points were 0, silently set a small goal in his mind. Earn 2,000 points first. Jiang Xinghua worked hard on the underground floor for 4 days before he managed to push the progress bar to 20%. The saplings and wheat were growing very well, and she seemed to be able to see her own mountain of grain waving at her. Jiang Xinghua stood by the wall outside the villa holding an umbrella, looking serious. Thinking before going to bed yesterday really helped her come up with a plan. Although she can't afford the super expensive flamethrower in the points mall now, she can do it herself. Her main focus is flexibility. Chapter 18 Ivy Guard, Weapon Save Point. Jiang Xinghua opened the big iron gate and walked to the wall. He took out a handful of seeds and moved slowly around the wall. She released her supernatural powers while scattering seeds. As she walked forward, the seeds behind her landed and sprouted instantly, growing along with her footsteps. By the time she walked around the wall, all the seeds behind her had become complete. A thick layer of green screen was attached to the originally gun-black metal wall. The palm-sized leaves trembled slightly in the drizzle, and the fine hairs on the edges swayed in the breeze. Ivy. But this is no ordinary creeper. Jiang Xinghua released all his energy into this patch of ivy, and it was visibly that the plant was undergoing strange changes. The leaves, which were originally the size of a palm, have more than doubled in size. The serrations on the edges are extremely sharp, and even have a faint metallic coolness. Through the reflection of light, you can see some moist liquid on the layer of hair on the leaves. The stems and vines hidden under the dark green leaves are like human blood vessels, with liquid flowing faintly under the brown outer layer. Jiang Xinghua took out a pound of frozen pork from the space and threw it towards the green screen. So. They dragged the whole piece of pork into the depths, and in the blink of an eye the ivy returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction and walked forward to fiddle with the green screen. The ivy did not attack its owner and allowed Jiang Xinghua to pull its branches and leaves. She finally found the tightly wrapped piece of meat at the deepest part, but now only half of it was left. The gap is still crackling, and the missing part has been corroded by the ivy. There is corrosive liquid in the stems and leaves of the mutated ivy. The slightest touch will cause the ivy to swallow it up, releasing the corrosive liquid and digest it directly. Jiang Xinghua curved her eyes and smiled. Well done! If you don't look carefully, you might think these are just ordinary plants. In fact, they are not only confusing but also extremely corrosive. The ivy seemed to understand and lost itself in the praise, shaking in large flakes. Who says plant powers are trash? It can be used for attack, defense, and farming. It is a must-have for killing people at home. The villa's defense and the dungeon have been almost developed, and Jiang Xinghua is ready to go out and explore. Earn points and find some weapon resources. After the human world stopped functioning, it presented a decadent scene. The sky was no longer as dark as it was at night, and visibility improved a lot. The air was hot and humid, and the temperature gradually rose after the rain stopped. The water vapor mixed with it made people feel uncomfortable all over, and they were sticky in a moment. Jiang Xinghua passed by several independent residential buildings. The survivors upstairs heard the sound of the engine and leaned out of the window and waved to her. "Hey! Save me! I'll give you money! Any amount is fine!" The sudden shout startled several flying birds. Jiang Xinghua ignored him and sped past. Seeing Jiang Xinghua being so indifferent, the people upstairs started cursing in frustration, and their harsh voices echoed in the empty building. The survivors in the nearby buildings secretly cursed this man for being an idiot, as he still didn't understand the zombies' activity patterns after several days. Shouting loudly is a big taboo. It is estimated that all the zombies in that building have heard the sound and are looking for him. This is indeed the case. Before he could finish his third curse, the man's voice turned into a shrill scream. There are zombies! Help me! His door was knocked open by 5 or 6 zombies. The zombies on the entire floor behind him rushed towards him one after another. Jiang Xinghua was calm and composed. She didn't like to meddle in other people's business unless there was profit to be made. But no matter how many idiots like this who can't recognize the form are there, it's useless. 20 minutes later, Jiang Xinghua arrived at a relatively desolate and empty wilderness. A huge dark green building painted with camouflage patterns stands alone. The original majesty and solemnity were destroyed by the bloodstains on the walls and the zombies wandering around, presenting a heart-pounding sense of desolation. Jiang Xinghua quietly put the car into the space in the distance, put on a black raincoat, and came to the bushes. The humid air and the smell of earth greatly concealed her breath of life, and the zombies wandering nearby had not yet discovered her presence. She took out a telescope and observed the environment of this official residence. This was the nearest location she knew of that had hot weapons resources. Although the system mall has them all, you still have to spend points to get them, so don't waste what you have in the real world. She just came here to try her luck today. The dark green iron gate was closed tightly. There were more than a dozen zombies wandering aimlessly outside the gate. There were several completely rotten body parts on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. She observed the zombies outside the door, and something strange flashed through her mind. Although it's in the suburbs, there are too few zombies outside this door. Something is wrong. She carefully observed the details of the building and found that the door was locked from the inside. In order to get more information, Jiang Xinghua moved cautiously to a higher place until he could see what was happening inside the gate. At a glance, there were a large number of zombies on the open space inside the gate, densely packed. Half of them were wearing uniforms. They looked up at the sky in the yard, and some took shelter under the buildings, motionless like sculptures. Judging from the situation should be very critical when the zombie outbreak occurs. Jiang Xinghua speculated secretly in his heart. There were many people in the base, and the infection rate was too fast. In the critical situation, some people locked the door tightly, trying to keep the source of infection inside the iron gate. The idea is good, but a door cannot stop the coming of doomsday. The end of the world is so cruel. Jiang Xinghua pursed the corners of his lips. She continued to observe the zombies inside the door with a telescope, and was surprised to find that most of these zombies were equipped with guns. This is the resource she needs. There are definitely a lot of hot weapons in this base. A thought flashed through Jiang Xinghua's eyes, and after a while, the excitement in her heart calmed down. She was alone, and there were more than 100 zombies in here. What's more, this type of building has underground and indoor areas. All the zombies inside have probably formed a small zombie nest. It's not something she can conquer alone at the moment. She doesn't think that she is the daughter of destiny or immortal after her rebirth, and she will rush forward when she sees good things. Saving your life is more important. But just because she can't do it now doesn't mean she can't do it in the future. She will come back when she is strong enough. Jiang Xinghua looked at the zombies wandering at the door and did not take action to exchange for points. He even lured some zombies from nearby and surrounded the base. This is equivalent to a zombie defense wall. In the early days of the apocalypse, people's fear of zombies still prevailed. Their eyes are still on the food, and generally no one would come to attack here. She built a defensive wall just in case. She didn't want anyone else to get there first. After confirming that nothing was left out, Jiang Xinghua slowly moved down and found a secluded place to get the car out. Leave along the path. When they arrived near the Banhua Villa area, Jiang Xinghua parked his car and walked. Each zombie is only 1 point. At my current level, how long do I have to kill to earn 2,000 points? This area is relatively remote, and there are almost no people except for a few businesses. There were roughly 100 or so zombies on the entire street. Compared to the city, this place can be considered a paradise. Jiang Xinghua didn't take the main road, as it would be troublesome if there were survivors in the buildings on the street and saw her shouting. She took steady steps and took the small path. Limit encounters to less than 5 zombies each time. Stop to rest when 2/3 of your supernatural power has been used up, and then continue walking after your supernatural power has been restored. They kept walking and killing until it was dark. Her forehead was sweaty and her fingers were cold. The rain has basically stopped and the humidity in the air is high. She was sticky all over. After half a day's hard work, she had killed 103 zombies and exchanged them for 103 points. Continuous consumption and precise control of the amount of supernatural power required a lot of experience, and this was all thanks to Jiang Xinghua's extremely poor supernatural powers in his previous life. If she hadn't had to calculate precisely every time and use energy carefully, she wouldn't be so skilled now. After continuous actual combat, judging from her plant abilities, she has now reached the peak of a first-order awakener, not far from the second order. It's only been half a month since the end of the world. When most people didn't even know what an awakener was, Jiang Xinghua was already close to the second level and was definitely in the first tier. But she was not satisfied. Her only means of attack is supernatural powers, and she must have overwhelming power to be more calm when facing countless dangers. It is safer to upgrade to level 2 as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Did God really send me a talented person? Jiang Xinghua was farming on the underground city's underground first floor early in the morning. After planting 100 acres, I felt my waist was bent a little. Fortunately, these equipment allowed her to complete the sowing task quickly, but the follow-up after sowing the seeds depended on her special abilities. Her current strength can only support these 300 acres at most. Jiang Xinghua almost wishes she could upgrade to become a high-level awakener overnight. Alas, you have to eat 1 bite at a time, and upgrade your abilities 1 level at a time. After taking care of Xiaomai, Jiang Xinghua went to see the chickens, ducks and geese he brought back. At first she was afraid that she would not be able to take care of too many children if she brought them back, but now she feels a little more confident. There are 3 types of cubs separated by 3 pens. They are all small groups. Jiang Xinghua is currently trying to change their water, add feed and clean their nests regularly to keep the environment clean. She stood beside the chicken coop, where a few creamy yellow furry little creatures huddled together, chirping from their tender red mouths. The smiling face turned cold after a while. These are all future food. She counted the numbers and frowned slightly. 49? She was sure she bought 50, so how come one was missing? Jiang Xinghua came to the chicken coop and saw a bright yellow shadow in the corner. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that it was actually a dead chicken. Jiang Xinghua held the chicken in her hands and sighed deeply. It turned out that she did have some ideas. This job was very hard for her. In the study, Jiang Xinghua sat in front of a computer screen full of data, her hair disheveled and her eyes slightly dull. The long sleeves were rolled up randomly on the arms, and the neckline was crooked, looking very decadent. What went wrong? Jiang Xinghua was stunned for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion. He searched for information for a long time but still couldn't figure out why the chick disappeared inexplicably. And it wasn't just the chicks, she later discovered 2 geese were dead. But these little animals looked very healthy before, so why did they disappear inexplicably? It turns out that you can't force yourself to do something you are not good at. It's time to look for talent outside. Survivors, please do your best to protect yourself and avoid contact with the source of infection. Don't let zombies scratch or bite you. The zombie virus infection is transmitted through blood contact. Jiang Xinghua turned off the car radio, and these were the only words he kept saying. It's all useless nonsense. On the way to the city at this time. 20 minutes later, Jiang Xinghua arrived at a remote place, parked his car and started walking. This is already the edge of the city. The number of zombies is gradually increasing, and there will be more survivors as well. Her tasks today were to kill zombies for points to explore the city, and to try her luck to see if she could find someone like a veterinarian. The rain that had lasted for half a month finally stopped today. The dark clouds dispersed, and the bright sunshine once again filled the earth. At the same time, the temperature began to rise. Jiang Xinghua felt that the temperature today was at least 36 degrees. It just rained, so this should be the coolest day in the future, and the temperature will get higher day by day. Jiang Xinghua avoided walking on the main roads and walked quickly through the alleys. From time to time, he could see huge rats fleeing and the broken arms and limbs of humans. She hasn't been to the city since the apocalypse, and now the prosperity of roaming city has become a thing of the past. The streets were deserted, filled with rotten garbage and smelly sewage. Half a month of heavy rain had submerged the city, and after the rain receded, only mud and the stench of bacteria remained on the ground. Car accident scenes and unknown debris rolling on the ground can be seen everywhere. The zombies wandering the streets twisted their necks stiffly, searching for the smell of food. Jiang Xinghua moved cautiously, listening to the movements around her. She really didn't want to get into a chase. Chasing zombies in the city was a difficult game. She walked through several streets smoothly and saw a small supermarket, which looked relatively intact at a glance. Jiang Xinghua came to the alley next to the supermarket and observed closely, and found a small door. Judging from the layout, it should be the side door of the supermarket. She listened attentively, then controlled the plant stems to reach through the crack in the door and into the keyhole. There was a slight click, and the door lock was held by Jiang Xinghua, who slid lightly into the door. She turned her back to the door and closed it, while quickly looking around the room. This should be a small warehouse inside the supermarket, with many boxes placed within a dozen square meters. Jiang Xinghua was not in a hurry to look at the boxes. He first went to the door of the room to listen to the movement on the other side. Ho ho! Sure enough, she vaguely sensed something strange inside the side door of the alley, and there were zombies in the small supermarket. Perhaps the zombies sensed the presence of Jiang Xinghua, a living being, and began to move violently. There were two by the sound. She opened the door directly, and a sharp kitchen knife appeared in her hand. The zombies were already less than a meter away from her when she opened the door. The red short-sleeved shirt with the supermarket's name printed on it had been stained brown and dark by a large amount of dried blood. Half of his face was hollowed out, and the remaining brain tissue was exposed. The sticky and disgusting liquid attracted flies. The pupil of the remaining eye shrank to the size of a needle tip, staring at Jiang Xinghua, and the remaining arm reached towards her. Call! A sound of breaking air was heard, and several vines appeared in Jiang Xinghua's left hand, waving them and running towards the zombies. Well, the zombie was controlled by the vines that suddenly appeared, and Jiang Xinghua vigilantly searched for the location of the other zombie. Good luck. Another zombie was crushed under the overturned shelf and was struggling violently when he sensed the presence of a living person. Jiang Xinghua raised his knife and held the handle with both hands. A cold light flashed, and the rotten zombie's head was chopped off in half. The remaining half was hanging on the neck with the skin attached. Without blinking, he swung his sword and slashed again. A rotten zombie head rolled to the ground with a slight muffled sound. Jiang Xinghua put away the vines and walked to the zombies under the container. After struggling, most of the zombie's body had broken free. Two twisted arms stretched towards Jiang Xinghua at a strange angle. He swung the knife, this time with more force, but the result was not satisfactory. Jiang Xinghua frowned. Her strength was too weak. The zombie's neck was intact and not too rotten, so she only cut off less than 1/3 of it with one knife. She continued to swing the blade with a cold face. After 4 times, the headless corpse twitched and then became completely motionless. Jiang Xinghua came to the door of the supermarket carrying a kitchen knife. Through the glass, you can see a few zombies on the street vaguely sensing the smell of food, with strange and dazed looks on their faces, their heads turning stiffly. The door of the supermarket was intact and tightly closed at this moment, and not much of Jiang Xinghua's breath of a living person was leaking out. Seeing that the zombies couldn't find her location, she turned around and began to search for the spoils. The shelves outside the supermarket were basically empty, with only some chewing gum and snacks left. Jiang Xinghua didn't mind and put them all into the space. I went back to the small warehouse inside. Probably because it was an invisible door and was locked, most of the things inside were still there. It is a restocking in the supermarket. In addition to the empty boxes, there were 20 boxes with supplies. According to the labels, they were instant noodles, drinks and snacks. Jiang Xinghua didn't even open it and packed it directly into the space. When Jiang Xinghua was packing up her things, she heard the sound of messy footsteps. She paused and listened attentively to the source of the sound. Then there was a slight voice talking. "There seems to be a door over here. Come quickly, big brother." Her eyes lit up. Could it be that God had appeared and really sent me such a talent? Chapter 20. Meeting the first team of survivors. The footsteps are getting closer. Just tell them you are looking for someone and they will come to you. After Jiang Xinghua confirmed that he was a survivor, he immediately took out the bag that he had prepared long ago from the space and put it on his back. There was a bottle of mineral water, 3 compressed biscuits, and some candies inside to conceal the truth. She slowly took a few steps back and stood in the dark beside the small door connecting to the supermarket. This position is suitable for both advancement and retreat. "Keep your voice down. Come on." "Great, Hong! The door is not locked." The ordinary-looking man with a cheerful face pushed open the side door of the alley, panting. A step forward. Several more people came in one after another after him. 5 boys and 1 girl. The last person to come in was a middle-aged man. He had a small bottle in his hand. After entering the door, he sprayed the air behind him a few times and quickly closed the door. Jiang Xinghua smelled a sweet scent in the air. She looked at the small bottle in the middle-aged man's hand perfume. When the middle-aged man came in, his face was red and he looked terrified. With his back pressed against the door facing everyone, he put his fingers on his lips and made a hush sound. Suddenly the room was so quiet that only the gentle breathing of a few people could be heard. The middle-aged man carefully put his ear to the door. After a long while, he nodded slightly amid the inquiring gazes of several people. "Call. I was so scared that I couldn't even breathe." The man who came in first complained softly. They ran fast enough and used perfume to cover up the smell. Jiang Xinghua already knew that the zombies behind them had dispersed a few minutes ago because they could no longer smell the scent of living people. "Hey! Over there! Who are you?" Jiang Xinghua looked at the man. The man had fierce and sharp eyes and a face full of flesh, giving off an intimidating aura. "Brother Hong is talking to you. Are you mute?" The man who came in first next to him fully played his role as a younger brother. Only then did the others realize that there was someone else in the room. Several people looked at the vague figure in the dark with caution. Jiang Xinghua slowly took 2 steps forward from the dim shadows, and everyone could see clearly. "The person in front of me is a young girl, petite in stature. He was wearing a black sportswear with long sleeves and long pants, and a pair of brown hiking boots. At first glance, her face looked sickly and she seemed to be in poor health. A pair of calm amber eyes looked at them. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "Rising moon?" Jiang Xinghua looked at him and nodded when he heard this. "Uncle Xue." The middle-aged man Xue Xiangming was a member of the neighborhood committee of Yunlinyuan community. The two had dealt with each other several times before Doomsday. Xue Xiangming breathed a sigh of relief, but then he became confused again when he thought about the environment everyone was in. "It's really you, Xinghua." Seeing that they knew him, the vigilance of several people eased a little. The man with a face full of flesh asked, "Xue Xiangming, is he an acquaintance of yours?" "This is Jiang Xinghua, who lives in the same neighborhood as us." "Oh yes, it's the same building as you. Haven't you seen it?" The man frowned and shook his head, too lazy to think about it anymore. What he valued more was Jiang Xinghua's face. The girl was quite pretty. "My name is Yu Hong. You can just call me Brother Hong." Yu Hong raised his chin slightly and looked down at Jiang Xinghua, his thick black eyebrows drooping at the ends and his eyes half closed. His eyes gradually became sticky and he licked his lower lip subconsciously. Jiang Xinghua met his naked gaze with calm indifference. The man following Yu Hong saw his elder brother speak first, and immediately understood what Yu Hong meant. Facing Jiang Xinghua, he smiled and said, "My name is Jiao Wei, and I live in the same building as Brother Hong." After all, Xue Xiangming is middle-aged and can hardly bear the strenuous running. At this time, his head was covered with sweat, and he wiped it casually with his sleeve. Turning around, he asked, "Xinghua, why are you here? Are you alone?" Jiang Xinghua's voice was as cool as water. "I came out alone to find something to eat." Xue Xiangming nodded thoughtfully. He knew that Jiang Xinghua had mortgaged his house and moved out of Yunlinyuan, but he didn't say much. Then he talked about his own group of people. "These people are all residents of Yunlan Garden. It has been 8 days and there has been no rescue. The family's remaining food has basically run out. There is no choice but for the 6 of us to come out and look for supplies. At least we can still take care of each other. Shui Xiangming smiled bitterly and continued. Zombies are so scary that if you get bitten you will turn into a zombie. A few more people would probably make it a little safer. We found that after the rain stopped and the temperature rose, these zombies became less active. Xiao Qian said that he had seen movies that said zombies rely on their sense of smell, so I took the perfume and tried it. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Having said this, he looked at the two young men and women standing next to each other and smiled at the young man. This is Qian Lo from Building 13. Next to him is Tong Yun, who is also from the same building. When Jiang Xinghua saw Shui Xiangming introducing herself, she looked over eagerly. It was Qian Lo who proposed the perfume suggestion. He has fair skin and wears a pair of thick-rimmed black-framed glasses and is wearing an anime character's short-sleeved shirt. You can tell at first glance that he is an anime otaku. He nodded perfunctorily to Jiang Xinghua as a greeting. His eyes were always fixed on Tong Yun beside him. Tong Yun was helped by him to sit on an empty cardboard box and glanced at Jiang Xinghua. After looking her up and down, he snorted coldly. He turned his head without saying hello. There was a hint of interest in Jiang Xinghua's eyes. She felt that she hadn't done anything when meeting these people, so why did this girl become so hostile? Tong Yun had a ponytail and looked to be in her 20s. She was wearing a white pleated skirt, revealing a pair of slender legs. If you look closely, you can see that she has light makeup on her face. Jiang Xinghua was speechless. Knowing that there are zombies outside, she still dares to wear a skirt. I can only say that she is very brave. Jiang Xinghua is not interested in these people. Compared to them, the one who has been hiding himself in the corner by the wall since he came in is more interesting. She noticed herself the moment she entered the door, which was very perceptive. This is a very tall and powerful woman. Jiang Xinghua estimated that she was at least 1.9 meters tall. He was wearing a sports suit, and his arms, exposed under the tight short sleeves, were full of strong muscles. One of his arms is thicker than Jiang Xinghua's thigh, and his whole body is full of strength. This kind of physical fitness is simply born for doomsday. A hint of envy flashed across Jiang Xinghua's eyes. Then he turned his inquiring gaze on her. She has a pair of almond-shaped eyes on her heroic face. When she met Jiang Xinghua's gaze, she subconsciously looked away and pursed her lips slightly. A muffled voice uttered a few words in a low voice. Zhou Yiming! Tong Yun burst out laughing. How can such a rude woman like you have such a name? There was a sarcastic smile on her lips. I think Taizhu or Area are more suitable for you. Qianlu, look at the two of them, standing together. Don't they look like a chick and a black bear? Qianlu next to him smiled and nodded repeatedly. Zhou Yiming seemed to have gotten used to being laughed at. His body was stiff, the corners of his mouth drooped, his brows were lowered, his eyes were drawn, and his head was hanging like a piece of wood. Jiang Xinghua's sharp gaze only lightly swept over Tong Yun. In her eyes, he was already a dead person. Shui Xiangming coughed lightly and ignored what was happening between the young people. He thought for a long time before speaking carefully. Xinghua, why don't you come with us? It's too unsafe for a little girl like you to be in this city alone. As soon as Shui Xiangming finished speaking, Tong Yun immediately retorted. No! I don't agree! Chapter 21. Not even a piece of chewing gum left. Tong Yun glanced at Jiang Xinghua, who stood out from the crowd with a unique temperament. The disgust on his face was undisguised. She looked up and down at Jiang Xinghua with disdain, her tone hinting at disdain. We are here to look for supplies, don't take everyone back. Look at how weak she is. If we really encounter zombies, do we still have to protect her? Qianlu saw that Tong Yun had spoken and no one did not respond. If Yun doesn't agree, I won't agree either. We are here to look for supplies, why would we bring a burden with us? As he spoke, he took out a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it to Tong Yun carefully. The other party took it with his chin slightly raised and drank a few sips. He glanced at Jiang Xinghua from the corner of his eye, with a smug look on his face. Shui Xiangming looked a little embarrassed, as 2 out of the 6 people disagreed. They are just companions, not his one-man show. Now he couldn't decide. Jiang Xinghua didn't say anything either, just like a spectator taking in everyone's words and actions. Yu Hong looked down at Tong Yun and felt a strong sense of oppression. She was holding a carved wooden bracelet that she had taken off her wrist, and her tone was disdainful. What good are you two? Qian Lihao is just your liquor and it's not your turn to speak. I didn't even hold her hand when I gave her food and drinks, And you still have the nerve to bully her? Tong Yun, I haven't said anything to you yet. You were the one who led that group of zombies here just now. I told you to shut up and not make any sound, but you still screamed. I almost died on the road. Qianlu stood up suddenly, his thin chest heaving violently, and fire seemed to be spitting out of his eyes. Yu Hong's tone was even more disdainful. Why, you want to practice with me? Jiao Wei took a step forward and looked at Qianlu threateningly and provocatively. Qianlu was so angry that he was shaking. After a long stalemate, he finally did nothing and sat down with his head down, groaning. Jiao Wei sneered. Coward! Tong Yun moved aside and muttered in disdain. What a waste! Qianlu lowered his head, hearing the sneer and Tong Yun's disgust, and clenched the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands. Tong Yun stood up with her skirts slightly lifted, and walked in front of Yu Hong with a smile on her face. Brother Hong, why do you say that to me? I didn't mean it. She pouted slightly, and the bright lip gloss on her lips looked very tempting. Tong Yun was so angry that he secretly cursed Yu Hong for being stupid. This Jiang Xinghua seems to be underdeveloped. What's good about him? She wants Yu Hong's protection more than Qianlu. Don't take her with you. Look at her like this, she's just here to distribute supplies, she can't help in any other way. Yu Hong was obviously not impressed by Tong Yun's coquettish behavior. The burning gaze fell on Jiang Xinghua. This is still to his liking. It's challenging to look cold and indifferent, especially since she is quite pretty. Jiang Xinghua was originally watching a TV show, but now there was some disgust in his eyes. Under Qianli's angry gaze, Yu Hong touched Tong Yun's exposed, slippery arm in a vicious manner. He turned around and said to Jiang Xinghua, who was watching coldly, Follow Brother Hong in a while, I will protect you. No need. I can't afford your protection fee. Yu Hong was not annoyed, but became more interested, showing his big yellow teeth. Of course you can afford it. His sticky eyes roamed over Jiang Xinghua. Brother can also give you supplies. Jiao Wei, who was standing beside him, rolled his eyes and had a lewd look on his face. Hee, as long as you follow Brother Hong and serve us, Brother Hong, we will have everything. Jiang Xinghua sneered in his heart. Energy particles were flying in the palms of his hands at his sides, and a faint shadow was emerging in the darkness behind him. A deep female voice suddenly sounded behind them. You can follow me and I will protect you. The shadow behind Jiang Xinghua paused and then quietly disappeared. She turned her head to look at Zhou Yiming, her heart moving slightly. Jiao Wei glared at Zhou Yiming fiercely, but dared not say anything. He saw with his own eyes how this bear-like woman used brute force to beat two zombies into pieces. So scary. Yu Hong frowned and rubbed his bracelet a little impatiently, hesitating without saying anything. Tong Yun was so angry that he almost died. Why are everyone rushing to protect this sickly little kid? She snorted angrily and sat back in her original position, pinching Qianli's back with her hands. Qianlu was pinched so hard that he grimaced, as if the scene of Tong Yun trying to please Yu Hong had never happened. He smiled at her in a flattering manner but said nothing. Zhou Yiming is still not used to other people's gazes. Her heroic brows were furrowed, and her hands hanging by her legs were slightly clenched, revealing a hint of her nervousness. Jiang Xinghua met her gaze and found that she had a pair of very beautiful eyes. Clearly black and white, bright as a star. Zhou Yiming was feeling uneasy. She really couldn't bear to see an innocent girl being exploited and hurt, but she was also afraid that she was meddling in other people's business. Previously, she wanted to protect Tong Yun but ended up getting scolded. When she looked at Jiang Xinghua, she found that there was no negative emotion in her eyes. Just a hint of exploration and curiosity. Jiang Xinghua looked at Zhou Yiming's sincere eyes with a hint of worry and smiled slowly. The beautiful amber eyes also curved into an arc. This is a woman that even Yu Hong is afraid of. It seems that this is what God really wanted to give her, and those pieces of trash were just a gift. I feel much more comfortable thinking this way. Thank you. I'll have to trouble you to protect me from now on. Hearing this, Zhou Yiming's tense face also showed a faint smile. Tisk, why are you pretending to be so affectionate with each other? Wild boars and chicks, haha. Tong Yun's sarcastic words were heard clearly by everyone in this small room. The light in Zhou Yiming's eyes dimmed again, and he lowered his head silently. He returned to his previous silence and stepped back. Jiang Xinghua glanced at Tong Yun lightly and had something in mind. Zhui Xiangming breathed a sigh of relief, and finally let go of his worry. If he ended up hurting Jiang Xinghua, he would regret it to death. I didn't expect that Yu Hong was still thinking about that matter at this time. Seeing that everyone finally stopped talking, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and opened his mouth tentatively. Then Xinghua, you can come with us. Let's see what we can get in this supermarket first, and then we can discuss where to go next. Several people kept silent, which seemed to be their agreement with his statement. Zhuo Xiangming felt helpless, as his job as an organizer was not easy. If there weren't so many people around to look after each other, he would have come out on his own. None of these people are worry-free, it's so tiring. I complained in my heart but didn't show it on my face. He smiled and asked everyone to search for supplies in the house. After searching the small room for a long time, they found only a few empty boxes. Their eyes fell on the small door inside the room. At Yu Hong's instruction, Jiao Wei opened the door and checked the supermarket outside. Jiang Xinghua quietly reminded him. There's a supermarket outside. There are zombies on the street, don't make too much noise. Everyone was startled when they heard this, and their expressions became more serious. They have seen the dangers of zombies along the way, so at least they know their severity. A few people walked slowly to the small supermarket outside. Tong Yun accidentally met the one-eyed zombie with maggots on its head on the ground. He was so scared that he screamed out loud. Qian Le, who had been watching her, reacted quickly and covered her mouth with his hand. The screen was blocked after only a single note. The other people turned their heads to look at them with some accusatory eyes. No matter how good-tempered Zhuo Xiangming was, he couldn't hold it back any longer and said something in a whisper. There are zombies outside. Don't cause us any more trouble. Keep your mouth shut and don't make a fuss. Yu Hong was not one to read other people's expressions, and he glared at her fiercely with a fierce warning. Tong Yun felt extremely aggrieved. The zombies on the ground are really disgusting, smelly and scary. She didn't mean it, why do you make such a fuss about it? Her face darkened twice, she shook off Qian Li's hand and glared at him. Qian Li smiled at her soothingly, but received a roll of the eyes in return. After seeing that there were only 2 zombie corpses and confirming that they had no attack power, everyone began to search the entire supermarket. Why is this room so clean? No gum left? Chapter 22. You don't look shocked at all. Everyone's expression was the same one of surprise. There was nothing left inside and outside the supermarket except garbage and dust. Holy crap! This is so damn clean! Jiao Wei couldn't help but complain quietly. Several people were rummaging through the garbage, but they didn't see anything useful. Jiang Xinghua strolled beside Zhou Yimeng as if nothing had happened. Jiao Wei couldn't help but complain when he saw the zombies on the ground. Looking at this, it must have taken several blows to chop off the head. How perverted! Several people nearby who were also looking at the corpse nodded in agreement. Jiang Xinghua. Tong Yun turned his head away and stood at the back, covering his nose with his hands with a look of disgust. Just then, I saw Jiang Xinghua also standing behind the crowd looking at the 2 bodies. There was no emotion on his pale face, and his cold eyes made her feel a little weird. Jiang Xinghua felt Tong Yun's gaze and turned his head. Tong Yun stared at her lifeless eyes and felt an inexplicable chill, then slowly looked away. Jiang Xinghua secretly raised his eyebrows. Do you have the guts to casually conflict with strangers? It seems that he has not yet suffered the severe beating of doomsday. After searching in vain, the few people returned to the small house behind the supermarket. Only after the door was closed did everyone dare to speak more softly. Jiao Wei couldn't help but ask Jiang Xinghua, "Is this place like this when you came? Not even a hair left?" He secretly looked at Jiang Xinghua again, his eyes fixed on the items on her body. Except for Zhou Yiming, who was still following silently, the other people had the same doubts and looked at her at the same time. Jiang Xinghua had no worries about being suspected and allowed them to watch generously. It was like this when I came, and the back door was open. When I came in, I found that the zombies in the supermarket had been killed, which scared me. Everyone. You don't look shocked at all. Zhou Yiming said very seriously. Just get used to it, and you won't be scared if you hide behind me and don't look at me in the future. Jiang Xinghua looked up and nodded at her very seriously. Everyone. I actually believed it. Several people tacitly agreed not to doubt Jiang Xinghua anymore. Jiang Xinghua's appearance is so deceptive. He looked so sick that he could fall down if the wind blew. His face was so pale that it seemed as if he was seriously ill. Kill zombies? Stop being funny. Tong Yun couldn't help feeling annoyed when he saw Jiang Xinghua's cold look. What's in your backpack? Did you take everything from the supermarket? If you want to go with us, you can't keep all the supplies to yourself. Several people looked at Jiang Xinghua again, and she was carrying a black bag. It looks deflated from the outside, as if it is filled with something, but definitely not much. Jiang Xinghua said sarcastically. It was me. I emptied the entire supermarket with this backpack. What do you want? Although the truth is pretty much the same. Everyone understood the sarcasm in her tone, and Jiao Wei just laughed out loud. Yun. Qian Lu couldn't help feeling embarrassed at this moment, and carefully pulled her sleeve. Shui Xiaoming felt like he was embarrassing himself. He coughed lightly and said tactfully, Tong Yun, Xinghua's backpack, that's enough. Tong Yun is indeed unreasonable. Jiang Xinghua only has one backpack. How can he carry all the supplies in the supermarket? At most, it was just a few bags of biscuits, and besides, they got there first. There was no point in them questioning her. Tong Yun's face turned red, and she pushed Qian Lu away in embarrassment and anger, turned her back to everyone, and sat aside to sulk. Qian Lu quickly chased after her to coax her. In order to carry out follow-up actions, Shui Xiaoming had no choice but to organize again. Since there are no supplies here, let's discuss where to go next. I have finally walked here from the community. I can't go back empty-handed. Jiang Xinghua did not participate in the subsequent discussion. It doesn't matter where she goes, just run away if the situation is not right. The current level 1 zombies can't hold her back. This time I followed them mainly because it was convenient, as we were going to explore the city anyway. Going with them can also help you understand the current situation of the survivors. After all, she lives alone, and the information she receives on the internet alone is not three-dimensional enough. Furthermore, Jiang Xinghua's gaze subtly shifted to Zhou Yiming. She was tall, and the space in this small room seemed a bit cramped. Feeling Jiang Xinghua's gaze, Zhou Yiming turned around and looked at her. Thinking that she was worried about the upcoming journey, Gong Yi put on an unskilled smile on his face to comfort her. It seems that he doesn't smile much on a normal day, so this expression is a bit stiff, but it is completely sincere. Jiang Xinghua looked at her expressionlessly and looked away. 20 minutes later, Shui Xiaoming and Yu Hong determined an address by looking at the map. Jiang Xinghua looked over and saw a medium-sized supermarket 2 blocks away. Zhou Yiming's low voice came from above Jiang Xinghua's head. Is there a drugstore near that supermarket? Let's go to the drugstore after we go to the supermarket. Several people looked at each other secretly. Shui Xiaoming said helplessly, Let's take a break first. Then go to the supermarket first, don't rush to the pharmacy. Jiao Wei quickly replied as if to cover up. Yes, let's find supplies first. Supplies are the most important. Zhou Yiming opened her mouth to say something, but several people had already turned their backs and were busy with their own things. She lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, and her figure looked a little lonely. Jiang Xinghua found a cardboard box to sit on, took out some water from his bag and drank it in small sips. He secretly looked at the 6 people in this group. Really interesting. According to Tong Yun and Yu Hong's personalities, they would not have any objections but would still hesitate. If you don't want to go to the pharmacy, you should have retorted to their face based on the way they behaved. What does it mean to not want to go to the pharmacy but not say it directly? After running around for a morning, everyone was really tired. Everyone took out food from their backpacks to replenish their energy and prepare for the next action. Zhou Yiming remembered that she had said she would protect Jiang Xinghua, but she was afraid that she didn't like being too close. Sit down carefully, 1 meter away. The backpack she was carrying was empty. Without food to replenish his energy, he could only lean against the wall and close his eyes to rest, his eyelids trembling slightly. Jiang Xinghua reached into his backpack and took out a sandwich and a bottle of water from the space. She moved some distance towards Zhou Yiming, just within her reach. Put both items on her firm legs. Zhou Yiming keenly sensed Jiang Xinghua approaching her, but she didn't expect that when she opened her eyes she saw the other party giving her food. She looked a little embarrassed and quickly refused. No, I'm not hungry. Eat quickly, you are too thin, so you should eat. After saying this, he felt that his words were ambiguous, as if he was disdaining Jiang Xinghua's thinness. He hurriedly tried to make amends. That's not what I meant, it's just. I'm afraid you're hungry, so eat. Food is so precious nowadays, especially such a luxurious sandwich. But her eyes couldn't help but look at the food. The vegetables were still fresh and green, and the yellow bread was filled with eggs and thick steak. A little bit of sauce spilled out and stuck to the transparent packaging bag. Zhou Yiming subconsciously rolled her throat and swallowed her saliva. It looked very delicious. She is big and consumes a lot, so she gets hungry quickly. In fact, she has been hungry for a long time. But this is so precious. She can't take advantage of Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua stopped Zhou Yiming from returning the item and said in an unquestionable tone, "Take it. Aren't you going to protect me from behind? This is your reward, so don't be lazy after you accept it." A dull light flashed in Jiang Xinghua's eyes. Chapter 23. Two figures suddenly rushed forward. Zhou Yiming was stunned for a moment and looked down at the sandwich and water in his hands that were pushed back. He turned his head and opened his mouth to say something, but he only saw Jiang Xinghua's delicate and small profile. She hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded firmly as if she had made up her mind. He whispered, "I will. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you." After saying that, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense shoulders relaxed a little. She opened the transparent packaging of the sandwich and took a big bite, leaving no trace of the breadcrumbs. Finally, I gulped down a bottle of water. Later they went to look for supplies, and carrying half a bottle of water was also a burden. Zhou Yiming felt her dry stomach relax and she sighed comfortably. But a light laugh was heard coming from the quiet little house. "Hee hee, Qianlu, do you think she looks like a buffalo? How can a girl drink water like this?" Tong Yun covered his mouth with one hand and smiled with his eyes narrowed, then turned around and asked Qianlu. Seeing that Tong Yun finally smiled, Qianlu also laughed and responded to her words. Zhou Yiming's originally relaxed state suddenly became tense again. She pursed her lips and awkwardly clenched the bag in her hand, making a rattling sound. "There's no need to bother with the dead." A faint voice came from the side. Zhou Yiming thought she had heard it wrong and turned to look at Jiang Xinghua. The other person was lowering his head and taking small bites of a pineapple bun. She frowned in confusion. Maybe she really heard it wrong? He scratched his head and didn't ask. 20 minutes later, Shui Xiangming looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist and pulled down his sleeves. "It's 12:30, let's go. The temperature is highest now and zombies are moving slowly. We should take this opportunity to quickly find the supplies and try to return home as soon as possible." Everyone stood up and took their belongings. People holding kitchen knives and sticks stood together in scattered groups. Shui Xiangming nodded, his eyes falling on Jiang Xinghua's petite figure. "Xinghua, try your best to keep up with the team later. If you encounter danger, don't shout loudly. If you see zombies, don't be afraid and try to avoid them." Tong Yun rolled his eyes unhappily, his voice sharp and sarcastic. "Don't hold us back. You'll have to count on us to save you then." Yu Hong put the bracelet back on his wrist and held a kitchen knife in his right hand. He said to Jiang Xinghua with a smile, "If you are in danger, call me and I will come to save you." Jiang Xinghua looked straight ahead without responding or looking up. Zhou Yiming stepped forward and stood in front of Jiang Xinghua, blocking Yu Hong's malicious gaze. Yu Hong looked at the baseball bat in her hand and thought for a second. Finally, he snorted and stopped talking. Shui Xiangming showed everyone the map and emphasized the route again. Jiang Xinghua also watched carefully. The place where they are now is a small shopping street, and they can see more than a dozen zombies on the street. The planned route was to go through the side door in the alley. Don't take the main road, go through the alleys the whole way. In this case, a distance that was originally 2 kilometers may eventually take 3 kilometers. Shui Xiangming reminded him again, trying not to show any guilt in his tone. During these 3 kilometers, everyone must run at a constant speed and try not to make any noise. You shouldn't encounter too many zombies on the road. If you really encounter zombies, don't panic and try to stay calm. There are 7 of us, so we may not lose even if we fight against zombies. Jiang Xinghua glanced at his right hand clenched at his side, revealing his nervousness. It is already considered good for ordinary people to be able to achieve this level when facing zombies for the first time. Jiang Xinghua looked at the map in Shui Xiangming's hand. There are some black and red markings on it. I nodded secretly at the route he arranged. This person is indeed good at summarizing experience. The planned route is already the shortest and has the lowest probability of encountering zombies. Shui Xiangming hesitated for a moment and spoke with a heavy voice. I just hope we don't have bad luck and run into a large number of zombies hiding from the sun in the alleys. Several people looked unhappy, but after discussion, they found that there was no better way. Even though it's noon now, the zombies' movements have only slowed down, not completely stopped. There are still the most zombies on the streets, so walking in the alleys is the best option. You can only rely on luck. No one objected. Zhuo Xiangming took out perfume from his bag again and sprayed it twice on everyone. Instantly a sweet aroma filled the cabin. Spraying a large amount of perfume makes it almost impossible to smell the original scent of the perfume, and it only feels so strong that it is choking. Jiang Xinghua frowned and resisted the urge to cough. Several people looked serious. Yu Hong and Zhuo Xiangming each held a kitchen knife they had brought from home. Zhou Yiming held a long baseball bat in his hand. Jiao Wei was holding a golf club in his hand. Qian Lo was holding a long stick that he had picked up from somewhere. Tong Yun was the only one in the group who had nothing. As a matter of course, she fell beside Qian Lo, who stretched out a hand to protect her. Jiang Xinghua tightened his backpack and remained silent. Zhuo Xiangming glanced at everyone, and after confirming that everything was correct, he hesitated for a moment over Jiang Xinghua's empty hands. In the end, nothing was said. He opened the side door in front, carefully peeked in to make sure there was nothing unusual in the alley, and then asked everyone to follow him. Run forward first. The 6 people had already witnessed the horror outside on the way here, and their faces were tense. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Don't dare to be negligent, and try to keep up with the pace as lightly as possible. Jiang Xinghua ran in the middle position, with Zhou Yiming following just one step behind him. She tried her best to relax her 5 senses and not miss any sound. There is no light in the long alley all year round. Even now, at noon when the sun is blazing, there is hardly any sunlight coming in. Everyone was jogging in the dim alley. The nose was filled with the stench of corruption mixed with the scent of their perfume. The only sounds I could hear were my own heavy breathing, the thumping of my heartbeat, and the slightly messy footsteps of several people. Their voices echoed in the silent alley, as if they were the only people running in the world. Several people were very nervous and couldn't help but calculate the route silently in their minds. After 5 minutes, I had already run half the distance. Everyone felt somewhat delighted. Coming soon. Except for Zhou Yiming and Yu Hong, everyone else in the group felt a little out of breath. They are office workers and students who don't usually exercise much. Now I suddenly have to run several kilometers while being alert to the movements around me, which puts a lot of psychological pressure on me. It's really unbearable. Jiang Xinghua frowned slightly at this time and gasped heavily. My heartbeat was like a drum pounding in my ears. After she awakened her special powers, her physical fitness improved a little bit, but it's better than nothing. Otherwise, she bet that she would have to kneel on the ground after running 1 kilometer. But things aren't much better now. It was really difficult for her to run 3 kilometers. Jiang Xinghua bit his back teeth hard, and a layer of sweat seeped out of his smooth forehead. Suddenly his expression paused, and he whispered, "There are zombies ahead!" Before the crowd could react to Jiang Xinghua's meaning, they saw 2 zombies swaying behind the pile of waste cartons in the alley ahead. 10 meters! Jiang Xinghua cursed inwardly. The rapid loss of her physical strength caused her 5 senses to slightly decline. The smell around her not only affects the zombies but also affects her judgment. Several people looked stunned, and were afraid to retreat, slowly stopping. For ordinary people, facing zombies requires a slow process of acceptance. Jiang Xinghua stood at the back with cold eyes. While wiping the sweat from his head with his sleeve, he adjusted his breathing and observed what these people would do. When everyone paused, 2 figures suddenly rushed forward. Chapter 24, Deafening Silence. Ho ho! The zombies have discovered them. The distance is too close and the smell interference has lost its effect. Roar! When the zombies roared, 2 figures appeared in front of them. Yu Hong! Zhou Yiming! 2 people each against a zombie. Yu Hong couldn't help feeling nauseous when facing the zombies less than a meter away from him. There was a big hole in the creature's stomach, and its kidneys and intestines were tangled together and hanging in pieces on its body. There were a lot of flies hovering above, and the stench was so close that it went straight into his nostrils. He still felt fear when he looked at the zombie's scarlet eyes with pinpoint pupils and mostly white. But he is indeed a ruthless person. He kicked the zombie so hard that it staggered. By the time the zombie regained his balance, Yu Hong's kitchen knife was already in front of him. When the blade struck the zombie's skull, making a very slight sound. The zombie shook twice and stretched out its rotten hands to grab Yu Hong. Yu Hong suddenly pulled out the kitchen knife, dodged the flying meat, and kicked the zombie again. Do the same thing, but move further away and then chop. He was so violent that he chopped the zombie's entire head off. Zhou Yiming next to him pounced on the zombies behind after Yu Hong chose the zombie in front. Simple and crude. Before the zombies got close, the sound of flesh hitting flesh rang in everyone's ears. She actually broke the zombie's head with one hit of a stick. Jiang Xinghua's eyes lit up. What strength! No wonder someone with such a domineering personality like Yu Hong would give in to Zhou Yiming. Zhou Yiming hit him with another stick right after the first one. This time, Zhou Yiming didn't hold back and directly knocked the zombie's head off its body. It fell to the ground with a dull thud. It rolled towards the people standing behind. The people behind hadn't recovered yet and took a step back as they saw the zombie head rolling over. This alley happens to have a slope. Several people were in a downhill position, and the zombie head actually increased its speed and rolled towards them. Several people looked unhappy. They tried to dodge but ended up bumping into each other and ended up in a mess. Jiang Xinghua was squeezed by the crowd and impatiently squeezed out from the gap. He raised his foot and stepped on the zombie's head. I kicked it to the side like a ball, and it got stuck on a rock. When everyone saw Jiang Xinghua kicking the zombie head without changing his expression, their faces turned even paler. The silence was deafening. Zhou Yiming didn't think there was anything wrong with Jiang Xinghua's behavior. Following the principle of not speaking, he walked to the crowd and looked at Shui Xiangming silently. His eyes signaled that he could move on. Shui Xiangming, as the oldest among the group, was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. He responded awkwardly and nodded. Tong Yun was so frightened that his face turned pale. Seeing the baseball bat with meat still stuck on it in Zhou Yiming's hand, he pulled Qian Lu to the side with disgust. Several people breathed a sigh of relief after escaping danger. Shui Xiangming whispered to comfort the frightened people. It's okay, we're already halfway there. Just hold on a little longer, and we'll be there soon. We have already encountered zombies, and we don't think there will be any more in the future. Jiang Xinghua heard his confident tone and wondered how he came to this conclusion. She remained silent and kept a cold look. With an expressionless face, he rubbed his right foot, which had just stepped on the zombie's head, on the stone. Zhou Yiming inexplicably found Jiang Xinghua's behavior a little cute. Like the misophobic kitten in her house. When it gets dirty, he will look for a place to clean it with disgust, and his heart can't help but soften. Jiang Xinghua turned to look at her in confusion. When Zhou Yiming saw the confusion on her fair little face, she felt that she looked more like the little flower at home. He grinned at her foolishly. Jiang Xinghua. Something feels weird. What kind of look is that? Jiang Xinghua really couldn't understand what Zhou Yiming meant. He looked at her strangely again, and then looked away. Everyone calmed down and started walking through the alley again. I have already run 2 kilometers. Everyone calculated the distance in their minds. Just turn another alley and run out of the alley to reach the exit on the road. The supermarket is right next to the alley exit. Everyone seemed to have seen the dawn of hope. A faint smile appeared on Jiao Wei's face. It didn't last more than 5 seconds. When I turned the last alley. His smile froze on his face, and the corners of his mouth were stiffly curled. His eyelids twitched, and his eyes showed fear. Jiang Xinghua ran with a pale face. She put all her energy into running, and her face was flushed with sweat. As soon as I turned a corner, I found 5 zombies in front of me. It's blocking the junction of the alley and the street. Several zombies were lying at the entrance of the alley, avoiding the light. When he is motionless, he looks more dead than a dead person, with no breathing and no heartbeat. After his perception decreased, Jiang Xinghua didn't notice anything unusual. When the 7 people saw the situation in front of them, they braked in unison. Stop and breathe as slowly as possible. Shui Xiangming's face looked extremely ugly, just when they were about to reach the exit. He turned around and winked at a few people, indicating that they should change the route. Yu Hong nodded slightly and pulled his younger brother Jiao Wei. The 2 of them slowly backed away. The rest of the people followed his example and slowly retreated. Try not to make the slightest noise. Tong Yun also gritted his teeth and slowly backed away, feeling as if a century had passed. She stood on the far left of the group, next to the alley wall. Qian Lu was beside her. She held Qian Li's arm tightly and moved slowly. The snow-white skirt brushed against the dirty wall, leaving unknown stains. Her face turned pale, and she suddenly felt her feet go soft, as if she had stepped on something. My heart, which had been tense all the time, suddenly rose to my throat. Under the huge pressure, she looked a little dazed, and she looked down at her feet. It's a rag. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense heart instantly relaxed. When I raised my head and stepped back again, I found that I couldn't move, Her face suddenly turned blue, and something grabbed her calf. Instantly, goosebumps appeared on my exposed calves. Her heart was lifted again, and she felt as if time had slowed down. What would grab her at her feet at this moment? When she lowered her head, she knew the answer. There is a rotten hand on the snow-white and slender calf. The fair and delicate skin formed a sharp contrast with the blue and red rot. The flesh on 2 fingers of this hand had fallen off, leaving only bones, and the rest was rotting. Tong Yun clearly saw several maggots crawling on the rotten meat. He was about to climb onto her lap. Qian Le felt Tong Yun beside her stop and looked back at her in confusion. I saw her extremely pale face with her eyes wide open and her head lowered. I followed her line of sight and looked over. Before he could see clearly, a sharp shout rang in his ears. Fuck! Shut up! Yu Hong was shocked. Before he figured out who was calling him, he subconsciously cursed in warning. The shrill sound was long and piercing. When Tong Yun saw the bugs on the rotten hand, the string in his heart suddenly broke. It was as if a flash of lightning passed through my mind, and it went blank for a moment. Shout out according to instinct. Everyone looked at her in disbelief when they heard the voice ringing in their ears. Yu Hong was standing right in front of her, and saw that the zombies at the entrance of the alley seemed to move. I was so scared that my body trembled. Damn it! When I turned around, I almost didn't see the tonsils in Tong Yun's mouth. When he came to his senses, he saw a zombie buried in the garbage at her feet, with a hand sticking out. With a few slashes, he cut off the zombie's arm and kicked it aside. Then chopped off the zombie's head on the ground as quickly as possible. The shouting in my ears is still piercing. Tong Yun had lost the ability to think and was filled with only fear. The other people seemed to be frightened by the sudden change and no one stopped her. Jiang Xinghua frowned and took a step forward. A slap hit her in the face. Snap. Are you awake? Idiot! Chapter 25. Is it unreasonable to have a machete and an electric baton in the bag? Tong Yun's shouting stopped abruptly. She suddenly started, as if waking up from a dream. He covered his face with his hands and looked down in horror at Jiang Xing, who was half a head shorter than him. I met a pair of eyes without any emotion, like those of some kind of machine or beast. Ice cold. She turned her head stiffly and saw the ugly faces of several people, and the angry condemnation in their eyes. My heart skipped a beat before I realized what a stupid thing I had done. Roar! Ho ho! Before the crowd could attack Tong Yun, several zombies at the entrance of the alley roared at them. Several zombie heads turned towards them. He stood up with twisted limbs and walked towards them in a crooked and staggering manner. Run! Yu Hong let out a low roar, turned around and ran back. Brother, wait for me! The remaining few people hurriedly followed. Jiang Xinghua stared straight at the zombies at the entrance of the alley, with hesitation flashing in his eyes. It was more than enough to deal with a few zombies, but she didn't want to save the idiots. The most important thing is that the density of zombies in the city is too concentrated. She is only a first-level awakener, and her energy reserves cannot withstand heavy consumption. She planned to explore the city for a day and didn't want to waste her supernatural powers here. Run? What a joke! She can't even run. Zhou Yumeng looked at Jiang Xinghua standing there in a daze. His eyes lingered on her face, which was covered in sweat and flushed from running. After hesitating for a few seconds, I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. While Jiang Xinghua was puzzled, she saw a pair of strong and powerful arms reaching out and grabbing her waist. Then turn her around and lift her up. When she came to her senses again, she was already in Zhou Yumeng's arms. Jiang Xinghua? Zhou Yumeng said nothing and quickly ran towards Yu Hong and his companions. She held her with her left arm like a child, while her right arm swung naturally at her side without any influence. Jiang Xinghua heard that Zhou Yumeng's breathing was very even. It seems that holding such a big living person in his arms has no effect at all. I was so envious that I sighed in my heart. He readily put his arms around Zhou Yumeng's neck and held herself firmly in place. Although it's a bit embarrassing to be hugged like this, it's the end of the world. What else is there to be pretentious about? Besides, Zhou Yumeng accepted her remuneration, which was considered employment. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I will compensate her later. With a cold face, she felt at ease as Zhou Yumeng held her in one hand and ran forward. The shame in my heart completely disappeared. Several people reacted fairly quickly. The zombie behind him is still at level 1 and not very fast, but has been left 30 meters away. It will take a while to catch up with him. Something strange happened. Fuck! Why are there so many? Jiao Wei looked at the zombie that suddenly appeared in front of him with a grim face. Attacked from both sides. A few people were startled by the zombies that suddenly appeared in front of them. When they wanted to turn around, they found that there were 5 zombies following them at the alley. They happened to have entered a straight alley with no way to retreat. There are 5 behind me and 3 in front of me? Yu Hong's face turned livid, and he looked at Tong Yun with a murderous look, his back teeth grinding. What a fucking troublemaker! Tong Yun was frightened. He pulled Qianlu in front of him and buried himself completely in his back. Qianlu felt very pressured by Hong, so he gritted his teeth, straightened his chest, and tried not to show any fear. Jiang Xinghua felt Zhou Yiming's arms tighten around him. He lifted himself up again. Her face was serious, and she neither complained about Tong Yun's behavior nor backed off. His eyes were full of determination. Jiang Xinghua silently hugged Zhou Yiming's slightly sweaty neck and looked at the zombies. People can stop, but zombies won't. Ho ho! The zombies behind and in front of them surrounded them and pounced on them frantically. Jiao Wei's legs went weak. Brother, what should I do? I don't want to die. Jiang Xinghua suddenly said in a deep voice. Yu Hong will deal with the front. Zhou Yiming, you take me to the back. You guys. Everyone is in a panic now. Hearing Jiang Xinghua's calm voice, he listened subconsciously. If you guys don't want to die, then don't just stand there, do whatever you can. It's better to commit suicide than to expect others to save you. There was no time to care about Jiang Xinghua's orders. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was less than 3 meters away from him. Everyone could only subconsciously follow Jiang Xinghua's decision and disperse. Yu Hong and Jiao Wei gritted their teeth and rushed towards the 3 zombies, while Zhuo Xiangming followed tremblingly with a kitchen knife in hand. The rest of the people could only follow Zhou Yiming. Zhou Yiming swung the baseball bat with great force, and she was also very nervous. Afraid that he couldn't protect Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua pretended to grope in his backpack. He took out a black stun gun as long as an arm and a machete. Hand the knife to Zhou Yiming. I'll delay it, and you'll chop off the head. Zhou Yiming looked at Jiang Xinghua with a strange look, and paused for a moment, looking at the shiny machete in his hand and the immature face. Jiang Xinghua, what's that look? Isn't it unreasonable to have a machete and an electric baton in the bag? Zhou Yiming took the knife. The sharp light of the knife reflected on her fierce face, bringing a hint of murderousness. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony. While Zhou Yiming was concentrating on dealing with the zombies in front of her, Jiang Xinghua raised the electric baton beside her and shocked the other zombies to delay time. Jiang Xinghua looks relaxed. Leaning on Zhou Yiming, he was just slacking off. The two of them cooperated well with each other, but Qianlu on the other side was so anxious that he wanted to cry. He has been neglecting exercise for many years. After running for so long, she still had to fight, and at the same time she had to protect Tong Yun, who was hiding behind her without any self-defense preparation. It was a chaotic moment. I was almost scratched by zombies several times, and only managed to escape by the narrow margins. Tong Yun looked at Jiang Xinghua, who was lying safely in Zhou Yiming's arms, and then looked at Qianlu, who was trembling in front of him and failed to hit the zombies several times. Jealousy in my heart. Why should they listen to Jiang Xinghua's arrangements? Why do they have to deal with 5 zombies here? Not fair. Isn't Zhou Yiming very powerful? Let them handle all the zombies. Tong Yun thought viciously. Grabbing Qianli's clothes on the back, he led the zombies to Jiang Xinghua and Zhou Yiming without leaving any trace. Jiang Xinghua had noticed Tong Yun's strange behavior and sneered in his heart. Her poor acting skills are terrible. Tong Yun targeted her several times. How could she not be on guard? Jiang Xinghua let Tong Yun lead the zombies closer. Tong Yun had a vicious smile on his face. Let you be proud again. Before she found a chance to push the zombie towards Jiang Xinghua. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw another zombie with a stiff body rushing towards her. Her pupils dilated instantly, and she subconsciously called out Qianli's name. Qianlu! Qianlu had a hard time dealing with just one zombie. The long stick was almost broken, but I still couldn't kill the zombie in front of me. Out of the corner of my eye I saw another zombie rushing towards me from the side. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. While he was in a daze, he suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind and directly turned him to a position facing the zombies. He was directly pounced upon by the zombies that suddenly appeared. He understood what happened in an instant, and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Qianlu felt a pain on his face, but it was too late to investigate further. At the critical moment, he burst out with a strength of 120 and pushed the zombie in front of him back a step. Eyes turned red and fight with it. Tong Yun turned and looked at Jiang Xinghua with resentment in his eyes. Jiang Xinghua curled the corners of his lips coldly. You are a fool and think that everyone else is as stupid as you? You are decisive enough, you go out to block the zombies just like that. If you don't know, you might think Qianlu has a grudge against you. Zhou Yimeng and Jiang Xinghua stood aside. There were only 2 zombies left in front of Qianlu and Tong Yun. Tong Yun looked at the zombie that was so close to her. That disgusting and rotten face was less than a meter away from her. The twisted and bent hands grabbed her with a bloody stench. Tong Yun subconsciously closed his eyes in fear, held his head with his hands and even forgot to dodge. The expected pain did not occur. She opened her eyes and saw Shui Xiangming's face full of panic and fear. He knocked the zombies away at the critical moment. There was still ruthlessness in Yu Hong's eyes, and his brows were tightly frowned. As if he was dissatisfied with Shui Xiangming's meddling in other people's business and saving Tong Yun. He glared at Tong Yun fiercely. After killing the remaining 2 zombies, Shui Xiangming squatted on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing that Zhou Yimeng and Jiang Xinghua looked as if it had nothing to do with him, Jiao Wei muttered something subconsciously. How cruel! Although Tong Yun made a lot of mistakes, isn't it too cruel to watch her being killed by zombies? Jiang Xinghua sneered in his heart. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Why are there such moral role models everywhere? Chapter 26 I think you are a little sick. Tong Yun tried his best to suppress his inner panic, but when he turned around he met Jiang Xinghua's cold eyes. That amber light seemed to illuminate the most despicable and darkest corners of her heart clearly. Tears welled up in Tong Yun's eyes instantly, and she covered her face with her hands, sobbing and accusing. Jiang Xinghua! Why didn't you help her just now? I was almost killed by a zombie. I know I've been at odds with you before. But you are so cold-blooded and heartless at this critical moment of life and death. If it weren't for Uncle Zhua, I would be dead now. Tong Yun covered her face with her hands, her voice sounding like sobbing. In fact, his entire face was twisted and distorted with anger. Jiang Xinghua remained unmoved by her questioning, watching her performance with a smile on his face. Zhou Yiming's heroic brows were tightly furrowed. She was not good at speaking to begin with, and just as she was about to explain herself, she was stunned by Tong Yun's rapid-fire accusations. Yu Hong was about to curse when he saw the current scene and thought of something. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Just when I was worried about not finding an opportunity, this opportunity came to me. He spoke directly, half-threateningly. It's really wrong to watch someone die without helping him. A good team must be united and friendly. Xinghua, how could you do such a thing? How can our team accommodate you if you are like this? Look at your small body. How can you survive without us taking you with us? Yu Hong stared at Jiang Xinghua with his cloudy eyes. It's like a wild animal staring at its prey that is about to enter. Shui Xiangming was also a little hesitant. He had good intentions in bringing Jiang Xinghua into the team, but he didn't expect this to happen. This girl is so cold-blooded. Finally, he reluctantly spoke to reconcile. Xinghua, this is it. In fact, what Yu Hong said makes sense. We are all teammates, and it is definitely wrong to watch someone die without helping. Why don't you apologize to Tong Yun? Tong Yun felt proud in his heart, and looked at Jiang Xinghua with tears in his eyes full of malice. Let you pretend again. We are all just eating and drinking for free in the team. Why do you think you are so superior? I let you pretend. Yu Hong gestured to Jiao Wei, who had a flash of understanding in his eyes. I immediately understood what he meant. He coughed lightly and solemnly. I'm speaking a fair word. Seeing that everyone's eyes had shifted to him, he nodded and spoke. I think you're being really mean. Let's put it this way, we are not unkind people. It's really not appropriate to leave a little girl like you to fend for yourself. My brother Hong is a man who cares for women. If you agree to be my eldest brother's woman, we can just let this matter go. My brother can still protect you. How about that? Jiao Wei and Yu Hong looked at each other secretly, and got each other's affirmation. I advise you, you are a girl in the end times. It is more important to find a reliable man to protect you. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow. He looked at the people standing on the opposite side and sneered softly. Yu Hong felt that Jiang Xinghua's chuckle was full of contempt for him. If he didn't really like her, he would hardly have such patience. Yu Hong said impatiently. Jiang Xinghua, don't be so shameless. Tong Yun gritted his teeth in anger. Why did they not kick this bitch out of the team even though she had suffered so much injustice? Zhou Yiming ran for several kilometers, and then held Jiang Xinghua in his arms. Even a living person fighting zombies had never been like this before. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Her facial features were twisted into a knot, and she tried to defend herself woodenly. It's not what Tong Yun said. You. She is not good at talking and has not interacted with people for many years. She knew the situation required her to say something, but the more anxious she became, the less she could say it. Jiang Xinghua patted Zhou Yiming's shoulder gently to stop her from saying anything else. His eyes were full of sarcasm as he swept over everyone. Stay behind Tong Yun. The man looked at her and quickly lowered his head. It seems like he is feeling guilty or afraid of attracting other people's attention. Jiang Xinghua looked away with a mocking look in his eyes. She said calmly, I think you are a little sick. I thought this was still the same as before, but look what's lying under your feet. Zombies! What a psychopath, actually holding a struggle session here. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they looked a little embarrassed. After a fierce battle, he was led away by Tong Yun's words. For a moment, I even forgot that this is not a time of peace and prosperity. This is the end of the world. Jiang Xinghua's ridicule was even worse. Let's go, Zhou Yiming, let's go to the destination first. Let them wait here and die. Zhou Yiming was too lazy to pay attention to these people and obediently followed Jiang Xinghua's instructions. Without hesitation, he turned around and continued running towards the supermarket on the street. Yu Hong and his companions were stunned. They didn't expect that this bear-like woman could run so fast and yet be so obedient. Then he saw corpses scattered around his feet. I don't have time to worry about anything else and just want to catch up first. Immediately, several people followed Zhou Yiming's figure one after another. Tong Yun gritted his teeth and stomped his feet in anger behind them. Suddenly I remembered that there was someone else and looked back with a guilty conscience. When she met Qian Li's deep eyes, she shuddered all over. But she was already used to bossing him around, so naturally she didn't take his current anomaly seriously. Tong Yun said impatiently, Okay, I didn't mean it just now. Who are you showing that sullen face to? Why are you still making a fuss, you grown man? I just frightened you and pushed you, didn't I? An inexplicable look flashed across Qian Li's eyes, and there was some suppressed pain on his face. Instead of his usual smiling face, he lowered his head and remained silent. Just when Tong Yun's patience was exhausted, and he saw that several people were about to run away, Qian Li suddenly moved, pulling Tong Yun's arm and running forward quickly. Tong Yun curled his lips in disdain. What a cowardly waste. I wasn't angry for more than 5 seconds. Everyone ran another kilometer in fear. The journey back was relatively smooth. When you exit the alley, the destination supermarket is right next to you. Jiang Xinghua is now being held by Zhou Yiming, so she can finally explore the way without being distracted and using her 5 senses to the maximum extent. Fortunately, I didn't feel any strong abnormality. Zhou Yiming reached the alley entrance in just 3 or 2 steps. When Jiang Xinghua saw the specific environment in front of the supermarket, she finally understood why she hardly sensed any zombies even though this place was clearly shown as a commercial street on the map. Road construction is underway on the wide road. There was a large crack in the ground that cut almost the entire road open, exposing the dirt beneath the asphalt. There were shovels and materials piled up in a mess nearby. Blue barriers were erected on both sides of the 50-meter section of the road, blocking off this section of the road. This road was under construction when the end of the world came. Because this section of road is closed, most of the shops here are closed. Jiang Xinghua could only sense a few zombies scattered in a few stores within the range of his 5 senses. Poses no threat. She looked back and saw that this alley was the only entrance to this section of road besides the road. To be honest, it is indeed a good place to collect supplies. Zhou Yiming felt as if facing a formidable enemy, fearing that a few more zombies would jump out. Jiang Xinghua sensed her nervousness and comforted her. It's okay, it's safe for now, let's go to the supermarket first. Chapter 27 Jiang? Looters? Rising Moon. Zhou Yiming nodded seriously, holding Jiang Xinghua in one hand and ran to the door of the supermarket in 3 or 2 steps. The metal shutter door here was pulled down to tightly block the entrance. Jiang Xinghua looked at the place where the rolling door was close to the ground. There is a keyhole in the middle. It seems to be manual, which is simpler than an electric door. Can you open this door? Jiang Xinghua turned and asked Zhou Yiming. Zhou Yiming nodded and stepped forward. One hand clasped the bottom of the door, veins bulging on the arm. Ka-la. After a crisp sound, Zhou Yiming opened the rolling door to his head without changing his expression. Jiang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Yiming smiled with her lips pursed as if she was embarrassed, with a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Xinghua remembered the extraordinary strength she had when she killed the zombies, and her physical strength to carry herself and run all the way without even showing any signs of fatigue. Jiang Xinghua was sure that she was not an awakened person. I can achieve this just by relying on my physical fitness. It's such a blessing. But before the end of the world, this appearance and body that is different from that of ordinary women will probably bring her troubles that ordinary people have to endure. Just like her sick body. Jiang Xinghua glanced at her indifferently and turned back. The voice was light and clear. From now on, they will all be jealous of your body and strength. This is what ordinary people in the apocalypse dream of. Jiang Xinghua seldom comforts others. She was simply stating a fact for Zhou Yiming to know. Zhou Yiming is not much different from the power-type awakeners. In the Doomsday, this is a very good life-saving skill for ordinary people who have not awakened. Moreover, people with strong physical fitness will be more likely to awaken superpowers. Zhou Yiming looked at Jiang Xinghua, revealing a row of white teeth. Smiled sincerely. Holding Jiang Xinghua, he pushed open another glass door and walked into the supermarket. As soon as I entered the supermarket, a stale and moldy smell hit me. There were still some water stains and mud on the ground that had not dried up. At Jiang Xinghua's signal, she was put on the ground. The moment she landed, she brought up a layer of dust on the ground, which floated in the air and then fell down. Zhou Yiming looked puzzled. It's okay, I'm not tired. You are too light, not even as heavy as the sandbag I usually use for exercise. Jiang Xinghua. We'll be here for a while, and I can be on my own in this supermarket. A faint blush appeared on Zhou Yiming's wheat-colored cheeks. He whispered, "Oh?" Jiang Xinghua raised his eyes and looked at the supermarket in front of him. The business was suspended and the lights were off, so she could see most of the interior with the daylight coming in through the open door. The area of this supermarket is not small, estimated to be more than 500 square meters. It is indeed a medium-sized supermarket. I just saw that there is a second floor outside. Behind the 5 neatly arranged cash registers are rows of shelves. It was filled with goods, basically full, and still retained its pre-apocalyptic state. A thin layer of dust appeared on all the items. There was still mud on the goods on the bottom floor from being soaked by rain. Currently, there are only her and Zhou Yiming's footprints on the ground, which means that no one has been here since the end of the world. I'm so tired, Lao Zhua, you are amazing, you actually know such a good place. There isn't even a zombie. Jiao Wei's unfocused voice came. The 5 people following behind arrived one after another and entered the supermarket panting. Fuck! This is a supermarket. That small supermarket looked like it had been looted. That's right. Jiang the looter Xinghua's gaze swept across Jiao Wei with a chill. Jiao Wei shivered and muttered softly. It's sunny, why does it feel a little cold? Zhou Xiaoming took a deep breath before replying to Jiao Wei. This is also a coincidence. I happened to come here to do some work the day before my last day, and I encountered this road closure. Someone who lived nearby kindly told me about this alley, and I bought a bottle of water at the supermarket after entering it. I just thought of this when I looked at the map. It's not far away. Unexpectedly, I was so lucky that no one came here yet. I originally thought that even if other people came, they wouldn't be able to take all the stuff. At least we are here because this supermarket is big, and we can still have some leftovers. Zhou Xiaoming also had a look of joy on his face, thinking that this trip was not in vain. Jiang Xinghua carefully observed the environment inside. The rainstorm has just passed. Most of the survivors hid in some relatively safe place after the apocalypse began. Those who have more food reserves will run out in the next 2 days. Those with even less food reserves are almost unable to hold on. But compared to hunger, zombies are currently a more terrifying and unpredictable existence for humans. Just like now, many people on the internet who still have electricity and internet are still waiting for official people to come and rescue them. I would rather drink cold water at home than go out to look for supplies. The 6 people from Yunlanyuan are quite courageous and started searching for supplies so early. Just in time to avoid the large hungry group behind. Yu Hong pulled down the rolling door after several people came in. Although the lock was broken, fortunately there was a small iron buckle inside to fix it, so it could be barely closed. Click. When the door was closed, the sunlight outside was blocked out and the room fell into darkness. Yu Hong reacted quickly and took out his lighter to illuminate the room. Under Zhuo Xiaoming's guidance, I found the light switch in the supermarket and it turned on with a click. As a series of slight electric current sounds passed by, rows of white light tubes lit up one after another. Everyone closed their eyes for a moment out of discomfort. 2 seconds later, when a few people opened their eyes and looked around the environment in the supermarket, they couldn't hide their surprise. The entire supermarket was open for them to take supplies. Who didn't have a dream as a kid to be able to grab anything in the supermarket? Jiang Xinghua quietly returned to the line from the middle of the shelf. Only Zhou Yiming looked at her with some confusion and said nothing. Jiang Xinghua was very satisfied with Zhou Yiming's simplicity. Not talkative and not too curious. Yu Hong and Jiao Wei were about to walk towards the container when a female voice stopped them. I mean, have we forgotten something? How did this person get in? Didn't you say you were going to kick her out of the team? Tong Yun waited until everyone's eyes turned back to the supplies before continuing to speak. We brought her to this place, and everything in here belongs to us. Why should we let someone like her take it away? Zhuo Xiangming hesitated for a moment when he saw Tong Yun was so aggressive. Just now, we were talking in the alley when we realized that the place was not right, and quickly ran over here. Jiang Xinghua's issue has indeed not been resolved yet. But this... Yu Hong's face was full of impatience. After all, he was a well-known figure before the end of the world. When did it become someone else's turn to point fingers? He looked at Jiang Xinghua. Wow, what a little look. Yu Hong finally put down the heavy worry about survival supplies in his heart. For a moment, his possessiveness over Jiang Xinghua prevailed again. There are so many supplies here, how can you run away? But if you don't handle this properly, this person might really be gone. There were ignorant women in the past. Before the man did anything, the woman would bang her head against the wall and threaten to die. What an ungrateful person. He snorted in his heart, and there was a bit more greed in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Xinghua. What's up, little beauty? Have you made up your mind? Do you want to follow me? If you follow me, you are my woman and you can take whatever you want from me. I wonder who dares to say no. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light flashing in his cloudy eyes. The smile on his face was malicious. Jiang Xinghua took a step to the left from behind Zhou Yiming, who was blocking her, and stood in front of them generously. Tong Yun had known about Yu Hong's deeds for a long time, so it was her bad luck that he fell in love with her. Better to kill her. Jiang Xinghua looked at Tong Yun coldly, and the cold gaze made the latter feel uncomfortable all over. What else do you have to say? You just watched a dying person not help but push the zombies towards me. Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows and glanced at her before speaking slowly. Then why didn't you die when I pushed the zombie towards you? Tong Yun was furious. You! Are you cursing me? Jiang Xinghua was a little confused. You are not much different from me. At least I have weapons for self-defense, but you don't even have a stone. How did you avoid the zombies? Tong Yun's pretty face turned pale, she felt guilty, and her eyes wandered. It's none of your business. I'm just lucky. TSK, your self-defense weapon, isn't it? The person behind you who is about to transform into a zombie. Chapter 28. The dog licks until he has nothing left. Tong Yun turned around suddenly after grasping the keywords, zombie. Several people's eyes were focused on Qian Le, who had been too quiet. He lowered his head, and of his 1.70-meter tall figure, only the top of his black hair could be seen. Tong Yun suddenly felt something strange. Qian Le suddenly became silent from a certain point in time and didn't stick to him as usual. She felt uneasy. Zhuo Xiaoming didn't understand what Jiang Xinghua meant for a moment. What did you mean by the mutant zombies? Everyone's attention immediately turned to Jiang Xinghua. When Tong Yun saw Qian Li's strange look, he felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. There was an inexplicable urgency in his tone. She's talking nonsense and you guys actually believe it? She is just trying to delay time. Get her out now. Jiang Xinghua stood beside Zhou Yiming, calm and composed. He looked at the black hair and said, Maybe you should say it yourself? But I'm kindly reminding you. After being infected by the zombie virus, there is only a maximum buffer period of 2 hours, depending on individual physical condition. If you want to see money, She paused, as if assessing Qianli's physical fitness. He doesn't have much time left now, Jiang Xinghua said calmly, with a playful look on his face. If you have any last words, you'd better say them quickly. Jiao Wei took a step back and stuttered. You mean? Is he infected? Jiang Xinghua glanced at him lightly and replied. Yes, when the goddess pushed me out to block the zombies. She looked at Qianli and said the second half of the sentence faintly. Isn't it? Qianli's whole body trembled slightly. Several people had a flash of surprise and doubt in their eyes as they struggled to digest the information in Jiang Xinghua's words. Sudden. Qianli raised his head suddenly. Only then did everyone know why he had been keeping his head down. There were 2 scratches on the left side of his jaw. Ulceration, redness and swelling. Some red spider web veins have spread to his left face. Qianli's eyes were red and filled with tears. He looked at Tong Yun with forbearing sadness. Why did you push me to block the zombies? I like you so much. Why? Tong Yun retorted unyieldingly. You said you would protect me. I didn't force you to do that. When Qianli saw that there was no remorse on her face, the tension in his heart finally broke free. You were the one who told me you had no food and asked me to bring all the food from home with you so that we could bring supplies back. Everything you ate on the road was mine, but you know what? That was what my mother saved from her frugal life. I took all the food from the house and waited to bring something back for her. But now... A line of tears flowed from the corner of his eyes across his jaw and seeped into the hideous wound, causing a slight tingling sensation. Now I can never go back, and it's all because of you. I am happy to be a bootlicker, but you are going to kill me. What about my mother? What about me? He held his head in pain and sobbed. Several people felt bitter in their hearts as they listened to his accusations. Watching a person die in such a painful way. I feel a little sad. Jiao Wei was a man of outspoken opinion, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back before speaking. Brother, I'm not saying anything. What do you think? You actually took all the food from home for such a woman? He looked at Tong Yun with disdain. I saw you serving her all the way. I thought you two were a couple. He smacked his lips twice and stroked his chin with a sigh. In that case, you are really pitiful. You risked your life for such a woman. You are really a dog who licks until you end up with nothing. Qianli raised his head again. His pupils had shrunk and his voice was dull. You eat my food and use my things, letting me stand in front of you all the way. You've been taking advantage of me. You never wanted to be with me, and you never liked me, right? Although it is a question, the tone is that of a statement. Tong Yun felt as if she was not wearing any clothes under the gazes of several people, and was extremely ashamed and angry. She also retorted angrily. I've already said it, you did it voluntarily. You said you were willing to protect me and do anything for me. Then when the zombies rushed towards me just now, I pushed you to block them, which was what you wanted. Are you unhappy now? You men are so hypocritical. The men nearby had expressions of astonishment that were hard to describe, and their sympathy for Qianli reached its peak. What kind of bandit logic is this? It seemed like it was the first time that Qianli saw clearly that the person he had liked for so long was actually like this. All filters shattered. He felt his consciousness gradually collapsing. Only then did he realize that Tong Yun was just an ordinary person. Even beneath his skin, he has such a bad character and a vicious heart. He should have known it before. It was too late. Jiang Xinghua watched silently, pulling Zhou Yimeng back quietly. The spider web on Qianli's jaw wound had spread to half of his left face, turning a strange scarlet color, and his pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. I couldn't control the crunching sound in my mouth. He murmured a sentence before losing the last bit of his humanity. Then die with me! Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he rushed straight towards Tong Yun. Without the protection of the person in front of him, Tong Yun, who had no ability to protect himself, stared blankly at Qianli, who had turned into a zombie and pounced towards him. Tong Yun was held tightly by Qianli and struggled desperately to resist the other party's bloody mouth. Save me! Uncle Zhua! Save me! Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow. This guy can be a little clever sometimes. She knew that at this time only the good man Zhua Xiaoming could hope to save her. Tong Yun fought back desperately, and the strength he burst out at that moment actually blocked Qianli's bite. Zhua Xiaoming couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Although Tong Yun was not a good person, he still couldn't bear to watch someone being bitten to death right in front of him. With a grim face, he said to Yu Hong, Let's save her. Even though she was wrong, she is still alive. We all came here together, and we can't just watch her get bitten to death like this. Yu Hong thought for a moment, and a calculating smile appeared on his face. It's okay to save her, but we need to renegotiate the distribution of supplies. Shui Xiangming gritted his teeth. Before they set out, they agreed that each person would take the maximum amount of supplies, and then redistribute them according to their contributions after returning. Without Qianlu, we would lose a young fighting force. Tong Yun over there was still entangled with Qianlu. Her face turned red with anxiety, and when she heard Yu Hong's words, she hurriedly replied to him. Save me! As long as you save me, I'll give you my share! Shui Xiangming finally compromised. Okay. We will divide it again later, save people first. Yu Hong smiled triumphantly, raised the knife and walked towards Tong Yun. Jiang Xinghua clicked his tongue. I was thinking in my heart whether I should part ways with this group of widows as soon as possible. The destructive power brought by a Madonna in the Doomsday is too great. Chapter 29. She is really confident, okay? Qianlu is a homebody and doesn't do much exercise on a daily basis. Even if he turns into a zombie, his killing power will be limited. Even after Tong Yun's microcosm exploded, he could resist a little. Yu Hong walked over and chopped off Qianli's head with a few strokes. It gurgled and fell at Tong Yun's feet. Tong Yun collapsed to the ground exhausted, looking terrified. Looking at Qianli's head rolling to the side, a pair of needle-sized pupils just looked at her. She was so scared that her whole body was shaking and her face turned pale. She didn't expect that Qianlu would pounce on her at the last moment before turning into a zombie. He actually wanted to drag her to death with him. Damn it! Trash! Tong Yun was furious, and all the emotions in his heart finally turned into anger. She stood up on her weak legs, walked to Qianli's body, and kicked him hard twice. You piece of shit! You want to drag me to death? Do you think you're worthy enough to die with me? Damn you, you're a piece of shit! You're still a piece of shit even if you die! Everyone looked at her actions with different expressions. Zhou Yunming felt a little bit reluctant, and raised her leg to grab Tong Yun, who looked like a man. Just as she was about to take a step, a slender hand with blue veins grabbed her clothes at the waist. She lowered her head and looked into Jiang Xinghua's cold, emotionless amber eyes. Zhou Yunming was stunned for a moment. He retracted his leg that had taken a step forward and remained silent without moving forward. After Tong Yun vented his anger, he glanced at Jiang Xinghua. The emotions in my heart seem to have suddenly found another outlet. It's all your fault. You bitch. You pushed the zombies over here on purpose in the alley, so I hid behind Qianlu. She had a twisted smile on her face, as if she had found the real murderer. Shouting, Jiang Xinghua! You murderer! It was you who killed Qianlu. Zhou Yunming felt that Tong Yun was just looking for trouble. She clearly saw that she was the one who lured the zombies here first, and Jiang Xinghua didn't do it on purpose. The cold face of Jiang Xinghua at that time appeared in her mind, and she suddenly hesitated. Was it really not intentional? Zhou Yunming glanced at Jiang Xinghua seemingly casually, feeling very conflicted. I feel like it's wrong to doubt Jiang Xinghua like this. He frowned and began to struggle with his conscience in his mind, his face showing a twisted look. Jiang Xinghua was keenly aware of Zhou Yunming's clumsy, cautious gaze. I feel a little funny in my heart. Even doubting others would be embarrassing. The corners of Jiang Xinghua's mouth raised in a standard mechanical arc. I deliberately led the zombies to you. Tong Yun and a few others were very surprised. Just like that, you admit it? Jiang Xinghua looked at Tong Yun without caring about other people's expressions. Isn't it that you first dragged Qianlu to lead the zombies to me? At that time, Zhou Yunming, Qianlu and I were all killing zombies. What were you doing? You hid behind Qianlu, busy trying to divert trouble and kill your teammates. Waiting for others to kill all the zombies so that I can reap the benefits. Tong Yun felt guilty and wanted to explain himself. Jiang Xinghua didn't give her this opportunity, and her beautiful eyes were filled with mockery. TSK, everyone is desperately killing zombies to contribute to the team. You are so good, just wait for the final distribution of supplies. Instead of helping, he deliberately led the zombies towards me and Zhou Yunming. I'm just hitting back at you in your own way. If you hadn't intentionally rubbed against me, how would I have pushed the zombie over? If I hadn't succeeded, the one who would have turned into a zombie and been bitten to death would have been either me or Zhou Yunming. If you are not as skilled as others, don't act like everyone owes you something. I didn't force you to use Qianlu to block the zombies. I didn't kill Qianlu if you hadn't dragged him here. It's not him who died. It's you, Jiang Xinghua added with a mechanical smile. He died for you. You are the murderer. The murderer who killed Qianlu. Aren't you afraid that he will turn into a ghost and come looking for you in the middle of the night? He really loves you so much that he will be the first to pounce on you after turning into a zombie. Tong Yun's hair was disheveled and her white dress was stained with many unknown stains. He no longer had the proud look he had at the beginning when Qianlu protected him. She was defeated step by step under Jiang Xinghua's sharp and harsh verbal attacks. He staggered back 2 steps, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. His eyes wandered away. I can no longer look directly into Jiang Xinghua's eyes that are as clear as the bright moon. She felt humiliated, and all the darkness in her heart was revealed to everyone. Tong Yun screamed and trembled as she subconsciously retorted. I'm not! You're talking nonsense! Jiang Xinghua ignored her, turned around and looked up at the silent Zhou Yiming. Are you a little disappointed knowing that I deliberately pushed the zombie over and caused Qian Li's death? Zhou Yiming looked into her eyes and thought seriously for a few seconds. I was actually a little surprised at first, but I think you did the right thing. My brother once said that people can be kind but they cannot have no bottom line. If someone is trying to harm you and you don't fight back, then you are a fool and a coward. Qian Li's death was not your fault, so don't blame yourself. Several people who were listening attentively nearby. How do you know that she blames herself? She is really confident, okay? Zhou Yiming smiled at Jiang Xinghua soothingly. The one who should really blame himself is Tong Yun. If she didn't have bad intentions to harm you, she wouldn't have killed Qianlu. So I don't blame you, it's all Tong Yun's fault. Jiang Xinghua was a little surprised and smiled with his eyes curved. Her brother is also very interesting, and it seems that the relationship between the 2 siblings is pretty good. Tong Yun was furious when she saw that Jiang Xinghua ignored her. What she can't tolerate the most is being ignored. He was about to turn into a mad dog and start yelling as soon as he opened his mouth. Jiang Xinghua looked at her suddenly, his eyes sharp and straight. As if he had seen through her dark thoughts, he said in a cold voice. You'd better shut up. If you attract zombies, don't blame me for throwing you to feed them right now. Maybe. You can try to see if I dare you. Tong Yun was stunned, and subconsciously closed his half-open mouth and raised one hand to cover it. She would definitely dare. This lunatic. When this madman admitted that he had deliberately led the zombies towards her, Jiang Xinghua was not mistaken about the regret in her eyes. Jiang Xinghua really regretted not killing her. Jiang Xinghua once again thought about the possibility of killing Tong Yun. When it comes to stupid people, her principle is useful or useless. Tong Yun couldn't help but shiver. Because Jiang Xinghua now looks at her as if she is a dead person. Jiang Xinghua suddenly thought of something and smiled at Tong Yun. Cherish your limited life, little cannon fodder. Tong Yun looked a little confused. She didn't hear clearly what Jiang Xinghua was saying. I only saw his lips move a few times, and then the murderous look disappeared. Shui Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his head when he saw Tong Yun finally calm down. This guy is going crazy. He's really afraid that such a big noise will attract zombies. It's better to be quiet. Jiao Wei put his hands in his pockets and crossed his legs and said in a frivolous manner, Does that mean Tong Yun has been lying all along? Yu Hong frowned and looked at him. So? Jiao Wei spoke without thinking and blurted out. Brother, are you stupid? If Tong Yun lied, that means we believed her and wronged Jiang Xinghua. The corner of Yu Hong's mouth twitched, and he raised his leg and kicked Jiao Wei hard. Snorted coldly. Shui Xiaoming also reacted and felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, I'm sorry Xinghua, we wronged you before. Thanks to you for reminding us to leave the alley quickly. Otherwise, we might encounter zombies if we stay where we are. Jiang Xinghua looked indifferent and did not respond. Shui Xiaoming forced a smile when he saw this. He deliberately ignored Qian Li's body on the ground and greeted everyone. Then let's quickly get supplies, just food and water. Try not to take anything else. We will redistribute the supplies after we return. He then looked at Jiang Xinghua. Don't worry about me. I won't go with you. Several people walked towards the supermarket. Jiang Xinghua asked Zhou Yiming to get her things by herself while she walked around. Watching several people enter different shelves one after another, Jiang Xinghua slowly walked to the place farthest from them. She walked past the 2 rows of shelves without changing her expression. The goods on it all disappeared as she walked by and lay in her space. She is now becoming more and more proficient in the use of space. Basically, you can put the items in without using any force or contact. She strolled slowly as if she were walking in a garden, using her 5 senses to detect any movement nearby. Her area is stocked with grains, oil, rice, noodles, and various kitchen condiments. No matter what brand or thing it is, just buy it. Half an hour later, Shui Xiangming, Yu Hong and others returned to the open space in front of the cash register. Jiang Xinghua also packed some food into his backpack and stood among the group. Shui Xiangming's expression relaxed. Then let's pack them up first and take them according to our physical strength. We'll distribute them when we get back to the community. Jiang Xinghua suddenly felt a palpitation. She frowned slightly and felt something was wrong. She tried her best to amplify her 5 senses and search for the source of this abnormality. Zhou Yiming rarely took the initiative to speak. Now that we have found the supplies, it's time to go to the pharmacy. We agreed on this before we came out. Shui Xiangming's eyes were fixed on Zhou Yiming's determined face. He looked hesitant, his eyes too guilty and embarrassed to meet her gaze. Jiang Xinghua already had a guess in his mind as to why Zhou Yiming insisted on going to the pharmacy. Just as I was about to ask for confirmation, suddenly, her heart beat faster and her pupils dilated for a moment. Sensed an unusual aura. Zombies are coming! Everyone was stunned and looked at Jiang Xinghua, who was speaking. They listened in confusion, but there was no sound. Jia Wei smiled and said, "Don't be ridiculous. What do you know?" In their eyes, Jiang Xinghua was just a little girl with a fierce personality. Jiang Xinghua didn't even glance at him. His expression was serious. Her face changed. So fast. It's not a level 1 zombie. It's actually a level 2 zombie. She pursed her lips and said coldly, "It's too late." Chapter 30. Where are the level 2 zombies? Just as Jia Wei was about to ask, he heard a strange noise. Sizzle. Sizzle. Jia Wei's voice trembled a little. What sound? Did you hear it? Tong Yun had a feeling that something was wrong. She slowly and carefully moved back behind Yu Hong, nervously grasping the corner of her clothes. Yu Hong sneered at the cautious and vigilant expressions of the few people, then kicked Jia Wei. Put away your cowardly look! It's just a zombie. It's not like I haven't killed one before. He slapped Jia Wei again in frustration. Look at your behavior, you're bringing shame to me. He glanced at the group and said angrily, There are so many of us, what are we afraid of? Come on, I'll kill as many of you as you want. Jia Wei smiled awkwardly and said nothing after being hit twice by Yu Hong. Jiang Xinghua ignored their concerns and thought about the current situation. Her perception should be correct, the trouble this time is not small. What came was not a level 1 zombie, but a level 2. It's not that she can't deal with the second level zombies, but she is now with these few survivors. What if my superpowers are exhausted and something unexpected happens to my body? Jiang Xinghua's thoughtful eyes swept across the 6 people imperceptibly. Yu Hong has always coveted himself, and Jia Wei is in cahoots with him. Tong Yun disliked her, and even took practical actions to kill her. If she really gets into danger, and these people are behind it, her situation will be very critical. Only Zhou Yiming is relatively reliable, but currently the 2 of them are just in a sandwich employment relationship. Let's wait and see how the situation develops. After making the decision, Jiang Xinghua stopped talking. All 5 senses try their best to perceive any unusual movement within the range. She had a serious expression on her face, and was keenly aware that a level 1 zombie was approaching from the alley next to her. Where is the second level zombie? Sizzle. There was another harsh sound mixed with rustling friction sounds. It was like the sound of sharp nails scratching on metal or a blackboard. It gives me goosebumps. Several people heard it this time. With a look of doubt and confusion, he turned his head and looked around nervously, trying to find the source of the sound. Shui Xiangming's voice trembled. Yu Hong, can you feel where the sound comes from? Yu Hong frowned and did not answer. Before we could figure out what was going on with the strange noise, the tightly closed metal shutter door suddenly made a clanging sound. Shui Xiangming and the others were so frightened that they trembled all over. The sound of knocking on the door seemed to have triggered some strange switch. Then loud noises one after another echoed in the ears of several people, and the door was slamming violently. What the hell is out there? Jiang Xinghua, do you know? Jia Wei was about to collapse and asked randomly. What's the point of asking her? She knows nothing. Maybe it's just another survivor. Jiang Xinghua said coldly. You are not so naive, are you? There are zombies outside. Yu Hong frowned and was about to speak when he was interrupted by the zombie's voice and looked towards the door. Ho ho. Roar! The zombies can only smell the scent of living people but cannot eat them, so they begin to move more violently. A fierce roar came from outside the door. Jiang Xinghua's nose twitched twice as he smelled the sour and rancid stench of zombies squeezing in through the crack in the door. It was like meat that had been left at room temperature for several months and had gone bad. The violent banging sound lasted only a few seconds, and everyone was horrified to see that the thin rolling door was deforming. It sounds like there are a lot of zombies. Yu Hong also became serious. He picked up the kitchen knife that had been placed aside after entering the house and looked towards the door vigilantly. Jiang Xinghua raised his head and looked towards the ceiling with his eyes deepening. Zhou Yiming used her big hand to stop Jiang Xinghua, who was not in good condition, and pushed her behind her. He said in a deep voice, "You are behind me, don't leave my protection range." Jiang Xinghua focused his attention on the tall female figure in front of him. The complex expression in his eyes made it hard to tell the emotions within. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron door of the supermarket could not bear the weight, and finally a crack was smashed. Everyone's pupils suddenly dilated. There is only a glass door behind the rolling door. But the glass door was not closed. 7 or 8 rotten arms stretched out from the crack. The sharp metal edge scraped off the rotten flesh on the zombie's arm, and pieces of flesh were stuck on the iron sheet. Those arms felt no pain and kept grasping at the air, trying to grab something. There were also 2 zombie heads with peeling flesh and blood all over their faces squeezed in the arms, their bulging eyeballs staring at the living people. They get even crazier when they smell food. Where the hell are all these zombies coming from? Jiao Wei's eyes widened in fear. Isn't this section of the road closed? Why are there still so many zombies? Shui Xiangming's legs were shaking as he answered him subconsciously. Yes, there are 10, 12. Yu Hong cursed under his breath. I'm so unlucky today. It must be because that stinky woman Tong Yun made too much noise just now. I will definitely skin her alive. Tong Yun had already hidden at the back. She had no weapons in her hands and huddled herself between 2 rows of shelves, looking towards the door through the messy merchandise. After hearing Yu Hong's words, she began to chew her fingers nervously. The eyes under the messy hair moved nervously. He muttered, "It has nothing to do with me. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. It's all because of Jiang Xinghua. Yes. It's all because of her. She's such a jinx." It was as if I had suddenly found the reason and source of all my misfortunes. Instead, she gradually calmed down and began to stare at Jiang Xinghua. His eyes were full of resentment. Several people near the gate couldn't help but step back. The number of zombies has completely exceeded their expectations. There was varying degrees of timidity on their faces. Except Jiang Xinghua. She had no worries about the zombies at the door now. She was looking for the second-level zombies hiding in the dark. Compared with the second-level zombies, these first-level zombies are not even worth mentioning. Although a level 2 zombie is nothing compared to higher-level zombies, she is still at level 1 awakener. Be careful when facing level 2 zombies. Level 2 zombies already have the ability to lead and attract level 1 zombies, and are difficult to deal with. Brother Hong, let's run! Yu Hong spat, shook off Jiao Wei's hand and cursed. Are you fucking stupid? This supermarket only has this one door. Where are you running to? There is no other way to survive except to kill these disgusting things. Sooner or later you will die. Do you understand? Crunch. Ho! Ho! The thin metal finally couldn't withstand the force of a dozen zombies and cracked in the middle. Completely scrapped. A dozen zombies twisted their bodies and pounced on several living people based on their instincts. Several people gritted their teeth, picked up their weapons, and fought the zombies to a standstill. Jiang Xinghua stood behind Zhou Yiming and looked at the ceiling coldly. At this time, the initial strange sound had disappeared. Except for Jiang Xinghua, everyone thought that the initial sound came from the door. Zhou Yiming didn't say much after Jiang Xinghua refused to use the electric baton. Just hold the electric baton in your left hand and the machete in your right hand. Use the electric baton first and then the knife. After she knew the zombie's weaknesses, she used both hands to quickly eliminate the 3 zombies surrounding her. Yu Hong was not as good as Zhou Yiming, but he also killed 2. Morale boosted instantly. Sizzle. Jiang Xinghua keenly captured the slight sound in the chaos. Level 2 zombie. She stared at a spot on the ceiling. Tong Yun was hiding behind a shelf when he felt something fall on his face. She subconsciously wiped it with her hand. White ash? She looked up at the ceiling in confusion. Just at this moment, Tong Yun's pupils dilated rapidly. The ceiling was cracked with dense cracks like a spider web. Some pieces fell on her and on the floor. The ceiling is about to fall down. She screamed in fear, and her body reacted faster than her brain, and she rolled to the side subconsciously. There was a dull thud. Something hit Tong Yun's original position, knocking the surrounding shelves directly to the ground. The people in front of the gate were startled by the noise behind them and turned around to look. Another zombie. Its black and white eyeballs are not covered with cloudy red blood like other zombies, but are instead very clear. The needle-sized black holes in the snow-white eyeballs exude full of malice. It opened its mouth wide, with the corners of its mouth reaching to its ears. Everyone can clearly see the layers of fangs inside. And scarlet flesh and blood. This strange zombie directly locked onto Tong Yun, who was closest to him. When Tong Yun saw its strange eyes, his blood ran cold. Quickly get up from the ground and rush towards the crowd. Yu Hong was holding a kitchen knife against the zombie and was unable to do anything else. Their eyes widened when they saw Tong Yun actually leading the zombies towards them. Fuck! You stinky bitch! I should have killed you first! Tong Yun's mind went blank, with only one thought remaining in his mind. As long as there are other people around, this zombie won't kill her. Several people fled in all directions, leaving only Yu Hong and Zhou Yiming entangled by the zombies and unable to move. She met Yu Hong's angry eyes and subconsciously chose the other one. He remained indifferent to her ridicule and sarcasm along the way. Zhou Yiming. The two zombies in front of Zhou Yiming felt despair when they saw Tong Yun running towards them with another zombie that was obviously stronger and faster. She gritted her teeth and dealt with the two zombies in front of her as quickly as possible. But it was still too late. Tong Yun achieved his goal. He smiled at her, then fell to the ground beside Zhou Yiming. Without her as a target, the second-level zombie behind him saw Zhou Yiming. It grinned and stretched out a pair of hands with black nails, moving at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhou Yiming. The despair in Zhou Yiming's heart reached its peak. Am I really going to die here? She promised to protect Jiang Xinghua, and her brother was waiting for her to return. At this moment, she actually saw a thin figure appear in front of her. Her eyes widened in shock, the disbelief in them almost overflowing. Get out of the way! Jiang Xinghua. Chapter 31. He is actually a pig pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Zhou Yiming felt that everyone around him was moving very slowly, even the air seemed to be frozen. All she could see was this petite figure standing in front of her. One question remains in my mind, why? Why stand in front of her? Is she worthy of Jiang Xinghua doing this? The people lying on the other side widened their eyes in shock. Zhuo Xiangming even subconsciously covered his face with his hands, not daring to watch this scene. Roar. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The speed of the second-level zombies is incredibly fast. In a flash, he was already 1 meter away from Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua's originally calm eyes began to show ripples, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The system prompt sounded in her ears. The host is detected to be in a second-level zombie crisis, issuing a mission. Successfully resolve the current crisis and deal with the second-level zombies. Task Reward 1, 1,500 points. Mission Reward 2, 3 drones. 2 rewards. All good stuff. Jiang Xinghua looked at the hideous zombies in front of him as if they were glittering points. With these 1,500 points, you can get the flamethrower soon. Full of fighting spirit. Zhou Yiming felt anxious and thought she was hallucinating. She seemed to see a weird and twisted tentacle-like thing extending from Jiang Xinghua's palm. Not an illusion. Jiang Xinghua raised his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers and pointed them at the second-level zombie. 5 or 6 twisting vines gathered in her hands. As the zombies rushed towards her, the vines also stabbed the zombies at high speed. The strong wind blew up the scattered hair on the side of Jiang Xinghua's face. The wind blew her clothes back, making them float and become covered with soft wrinkles. Oh damn! Jiao Wei had imagined several possible endings, but he never expected this to be a possibility. All his shock could only be stammered into 2 words. Oh shit! Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the dark green vines pierced towards the zombies like an arrow leaving a shadow. With a hiss, the vines pierced into the zombie's body. 5 vines directly pierced the zombies. Just make it stop half a meter away from Jiang Xinghua. Very thrilling. Jiang Xinghua raised his hand and coldly tucked the flying hair behind his ear, examining the zombie in front of him. The sharp claws of this second-level zombie with black nails were reaching towards her desperately. It tried its best but could only stop 5 centimeters away from the tip of Jiang Xinghua's nose. Jiang Xinghua lowered his eyes and looked at its fingertips. It was black with a green glow, like some kind of steel, and even the edges reflected a strange light like a blade. You can tell it's extremely sharp just by looking at it. This thing is also a huge source of infection. A slight scratch on the skin can instantly infect you with the virus. The infectiousness of a level 2 zombie is twice as strong as that of a level 1 zombie. People with weak constitutions can hardly survive more than 3 minutes after being infected. Roar! The zombies were firmly pinned in place. It does have more changes compared to the first level zombies. For example, the sharp nails and the densely arranged and extremely lethal fangs in the big mouth opened and closed like some kind of strange grinder. Its speed is also incredible, and its jumping ability is excellent. But it still cannot escape the essence of a corpse. In battle, they have no ability to think and hunt for food based on instinct. So when Tong Yun suddenly fell down, and then Jiang Xinghua suddenly appeared, any normal person with experience would know that something was wrong. The second-level zombie only knew that the food in front of it had changed, and it didn't care. Still the speed remains unchanged. The vine thorns released by Jiang Xinghua, combined with the zombie's own movement speed, directly caused it to be pierced by the vines. The vines passed through the zombie's entire body and then crossed left and right to tie up the zombie. It circled around several times and then stabbed into the floor. Directly pierced the tiles on the ground, forming several cracks. Jiang Xinghua retracted his right hand, but the zombie was still firmly imprisoned in the same place. Roaring with incompetence. Jiang Xinghua turned around and wanted to call Zhou Yimeng, but found that she was standing straight as if petrified. He wanted to ask her for help, but his half-open mouth closed again. I felt a little helpless and decided to let her digest it herself. Jiang Xinghua walked to the corner. As early as when they entered the supermarket and fell into darkness, Jiang Xinghua had placed an electric saw there. She didn't want to expose the power of space to these people. The abilities of wood-type plants don't matter. She had seen 2 awakened people several days ago. The fire-type Wang Hu was planning to rob, and the skinny 5-sense type. The fact that the awakener is here will soon be widely known, so she won't be out of place now. However, the power of space is too rare, and it is wise not to expose it when she does not have absolute power to protect herself. It just so happens that this electric saw is useful now. The 12 zombies at the door fell to the ground, deader than dead. The only people who were still moving in the supermarket were Yunlan Yuan, the other 5 people, and Jiang Xinghua. No one spoke for a moment, and even the sound of breathing seemed to disappear. All that could be heard was the slight tapping sound of Jiang Xinghua's heavy hiking boots hitting the floor. At this time, it seemed to be magnified several times, impacting the eardrums of several people. They maintained the same posture as they had after escaping from the second-level zombies. His stiff gaze followed Jiang Xinghua's movements. Yu Hong was running the fastest before and was 10 meters away from the center. His strong body tensed up when he saw Jiang Xinghua's strange power, which froze the zombie in place. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. It flows silently down the neck into the clothes. Yu Hong roared madly in his heart. Why does this girl have such power? He had actually said that to her before. If you are in danger, call me brother and I will protect you. As long as you follow me, and be my woman. He has been struggling in society for so many years, and bullying the weak and fearing the strong is commonplace. He has been able to survive for so many years because of his flexibility, and his ability to judge people. I didn't expect that I would misjudge and end up in trouble. This woman won't take revenge on him. The more he thought about it, the faster he sweated, and his clothes around his neck were already wet. Jiao Wei sat on the ground in a daze. That idiot Tong Yun actually ran towards them with the zombies. It was obvious that he was looking for a scapegoat. Fortunately, he ran fast. I thought Zhou Yimeng was dead this time. Even a fool could see that the zombie was unusual. Didn't you see how fast his eldest brother ran? As a result, the little girl who couldn't even run for several kilometers was actually standing in front of Zhou Yimeng. He had already planned to make fun of Jiang Xinghua again after her death. Unexpectedly, This guy is actually a pig pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the cold sweat and tense expression on Yu Hong's face. He had even flirted with Jiang Xinghua in order to please Yu Hong. He even wanted to go back in time and slap himself a few times. Is he crazy? Jiang Xinghua's move was more than enough to kill 10 of them. Shui Xiangming was frightened early in the morning. It was only after the apocalypse that he learned that these infected people were called zombies. Seeing Jiang Xinghua's strange and bizarre power, I feel that this world is too mysterious. His heart couldn't bear it for a moment. Tong Yun, who fell to the side, was the most embarrassed among the crowd. She no longer had the youthful vitality she had at the beginning. Her hair was disheveled and her ponytail was askew, and her face was covered in tears, sweat and dirt. The white skirt on her body had been rubbed dirty. She sat on the ground with her arms behind her back. He raised his head and his dazed eyes wandered back and forth between Jiang Xinghua and the zombies tied up by plants. Why is this happening? Why didn't Jiang Xinghua die? How could a sickly, useless person like her have such strong power? Shouldn't. She has a better figure and looks than Jiang Xinghua, so such power should be hers. Tong Yun's eyes were filled with complex and intense emotions, and her expression was sometimes distorted and sometimes hideous. Jiang Xinghua ignored everyone's gaze. He walked towards the chainsaw in the corner, took it, and turned around. The tapping sounds continued to echo in the supermarket. When Jiang Xinghua stood in front of the level 2 zombie, the corpse was still baring its fangs and claws at her. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. Under the horrified gazes of several people, the chainsaw was turned on. Chapter 32, Don't We Still Have You, Boss? The buzzing sound of the machine starting up was heard. Everyone looked at her in confusion as she held up the gleaming electric saw. For a moment I couldn't guess what she was going to do. Until Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes, smiled, and held the rotating chainsaw close to the zombie's head. Several people's pupils trembled. Buzz! Jiang Xinghua held the chainsaw steadily with both hands. The rotating sharp teeth pulled back and forth on the zombie's neck. The teeth of the blade are extremely sharp and under Jiang Xinghua's control, they cut the zombie's neck. The joints of the second-level zombie are controlled, and only the head can move. Seeing something attacking him, he opened his mouth wide and bit towards the toothed blade. Jiang Xinghua cleverly made Chi blade avoid the zombie's bites. Although the zombie's teeth will not directly bite the chainsaw into pieces, they will still cause a certain degree of wear and tear. This unnecessary thing doesn't need to happen. When Jiang Xinghua's chainsaw cut half of the zombie's head, his ears moved slightly. Something is wrong. She cut the Gordian knot quickly and smashed the head of one of the ruthless zombies to the ground. Then he used the chainsaw to chop the zombie's head on the ground into 2 halves. The pus and sticky dark red blood inside flowed all over the floor. The people around him all shuddered. The head is being sawed off. What a pervert! Zhou Yiming has been paying attention to Jiang Xinghua's actions. In a trance, I seemed to see something shiny flash among the fragments of the zombie's head. She blinked and the light disappeared again. She looked at it again in confusion. Maybe I saw it wrong. Jiang Xinghua's fingers moved slightly. The vines that bound the zombie's body flashed twice as if pixels were stuck, and then turned into bright green spots of light and disappeared. These are all aggregates of her energy, and no residue will remain after they are taken back. Not a real plant. Jiang Xinghua said in a cold voice. I advise you to get up and prepare, the next wave of zombies is coming. Shui Xiangming felt like he might have heard it wrong. He asked in a trance. Are there still zombies? Jiang Xinghua seemed calm, but he was actually feeling a little depressed. First, the crisis was resolved but the system prompt did not sound. Second, she just sensed a strange energy fluctuation. This is not the end. Jiang Xinghua glanced at him. Yes, even though this level 2 zombie that only has the ability to control summons is dead, it's not over yet. Jiao Wei's mind worked quickly. Seeing that Jiang Xinghua was willing to talk, he plucked up the courage to ask carefully. But these zombies were all killed by us, so why are there still some? Shui Xiangming and others also looked at her expectantly. After what happened just now, everyone could see that Jiang Xinghua was extraordinary. Jiang Xinghua glanced at them without any sense of urgency. Because there is a second level 2 zombie. Now he is coming to share our food with his little brothers. Jiao Wei smiled stiffly and flatteringly. Don't we still have you, boss? You are so strong, just a few zombies can be killed with just a wave of your hand. His words stopped abruptly. Because Jiang Xinghua's eyes were fixed on him. It's so cold that it makes people feel chilled to the bone. Jiao Wei looked at her pale lips and uttered a few words. What does your life or death have to do with me? After saying this, Jiao Wei felt like his whole body was frozen. Even the subconscious trembling stopped, and only fear remained in my heart. Zhuo Xiaoming didn't care about anything else and quickly got up. His legs were so weak that he struggled several times before he finally stood up and collected the supplies on the ground. Then let's go! Let's run! It's too late. They're right outside the door. It was as if Jiang Xinghua's words were an order. The sound of messy and dragging footsteps came from the street outside. The roar of the zombies reached everyone's ears clearly. Yu Hong cursed. Fuck! He plucked up the courage to take a look out through the hole in the tattered rolling door. The barriers on both sides of the street have been overwhelmed by large numbers of zombies. They pressed the railings all over the place and stepped on each other as they walked towards the supermarket. Is the whole damn street coming here? Yu Hong gritted his teeth and thought of the alley next to him, and subconsciously wanted to run. When I turned around, I found that zombies had also appeared in the alley. He withdrew his gaze in despair and quickly returned to the supermarket. Zhuo Xiaoming asked hopefully, How is Yu Hong? Can we still get out? Get the hell out of here. The streets are full of zombies, at least dozens of them. The alley was also blocked and we couldn't get out. The veins on Yu Hong's head bulged, and anger and unwillingness spread in his heart. When Zhuo Xiaoming heard Yu Hong's answer, his head buzzed. Thinking of his wife and children at home, a string of desperate tears rolled down his eyes and his body shook a little. Jiang Xinghua pursed her lips. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. The zombies outside have formed a tight siege. Zhou Yiming, go to the second floor. Zhou Yiming's slightly shaken mind became firm after hearing Jiang Xinghua's words. Ran straight into the supermarket. Jiang Xinghua followed her. The others knew that their only hope of survival was to follow Jiang Xinghua, so when they saw her move, they stumbled and gritted their teeth to follow her. Tong Yun was the one who reacted the fastest among the few people. Her eyes were fixed on the figure who was always so cold and calm that it made her irritated. Zhou Yiming ran 20 meters and found that Jiang Xinghua could not keep up with her speed, so she turned back. Under Jiang Xinghua's surprised gaze, he lifted her up with one hand and held her in his arms, sitting on her strong arms. Just like he did during the alley chase. The ball of energy condensed in Jiang Xinghua's hand dissipated. He glanced at Zhou Yiming out of the corner of his eye and let her run with him. After entering the supermarket, Jiang Xinghua went to see the general layout of the building. This is a medium-sized supermarket with 2 floors. Zhou Yiming found an escalator that had stopped working and climbed up with Jiang Xinghua. The second floor is similar to the first floor, except that the shelves are not as densely arranged as on the first floor. For a moment, Zhou Yiming was a little embarrassed. Go to the deli section. Zhou Yiming subconsciously followed Jiang Xinghua's instructions. The layout of supermarkets in Roaming City is similar. Zhou Yiming followed the sign and came to the cooked food area, which was an enclosed area with a row of glass windows. Zhou Yiming was in the front and ran over first. He found the small door to enter, went in sideways and put Jiang Xinghua on the ground. The people behind them also tried their best and arrived here a few steps later than them. Squeeze in one after another. Jiang Xinghua ignored them and gave orders to Zhou Yiming. Lock these windows tight, lock these doors. The deli area has metal partitions below an adult's waist and clear glass above. A row of windows that can be opened and closed is set in the middle to facilitate the staff to sell food through the windows. These windows are small sliding doors with metal buckles. Zhou Yiming received instructions to quickly check each lock. The people behind were not fools either. When they saw Zhou Yiming move, they hurried to help. Jiang Xinghua looked at the small door through which they came in. Fortunately, this is a metal door, so it is somewhat useful. This glass won't last long. She thought for a moment and looked at Zhuo Xiaoming. Uncle Zhuo, do you still have your perfume? Zhuo Xiaoming subconsciously rummaged through his bag and took out a bottle of perfume. Only half of the pink liquid was left in the glass bottle that was half the size of a palm. That's all that's left. Jiang Xinghua nodded. There's no need to save the rest. You spray it on the glass window and door outside, as well as 3 steps away. Zhuo Xiaoming now wished that someone could command him so that he would be too busy to be afraid. He turned and walked out the door. Just as he took a step forward, he heard Jiang Xinghua's faint voice behind him. If we can't survive this wave, we'll all go to work in the underworld, and we won't be able to take the remaining perfume with us. Zhuo Xiangming tripped over his right foot, his mouth twitched, and he didn't look back. I went outside to spray perfume. When he came back there was a click, and the metal door was locked. The busy people finally had time to breathe. The intense combination of running and stair climbing is quite exhausting. Jiao Wei and Zhuo Xiangming suddenly became brothers in distress, both of them physically weak. They fell to the ground and huddled together, gasping for breath. I envy Jiang Xinghua so much. After all, they don't have a humanoid vehicle like Zhou Yimeng. Zhou Yimeng pursed her lips and asked Jiang Xinghua nervously, "Miss Jiang, what should we do next?" Jiang Xinghua looked around and found a relatively clean place and sat down. Rest. Zhou Yimeng thought about it, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. She knew that she just had an advantage over others in terms of strength, but no one except her brother had ever told her that she was smart. All the decisions Jiang Xinghua made along the way were correct. It's always right to listen to her. Besides, she saved me, so I definitely won't harm her. If Jiang Xinghua knew she was so sure, he would definitely laugh. In the apocalypse, even in the past, people with simple personalities like Zhou Yimeng were rare. She obediently sat down next to Jiang Xinghua, sitting near the glass window frame, silently fulfilling his promise. The other people looked at each other, hesitant. Yu Hong sat down on the other side and looked at Jiang Xinghua, who had his eyes lowered. Jiao Wei wanted to ask something and thought about what happened downstairs just now. I shuddered secretly. Yu Hong looked at Zhuo Xiangming and signaled him to speak with his eyes. Zhuo Xiangming felt helpless. Among these people, except for Zhou Yimeng, who was taciturn and only obeyed Jiang Xinghua's orders, he was the only one who could say a few words. Resigned to his fate, he asked carefully. Rising Moon, that is, I want to ask something. Can we escape by hiding like this? Chapter 33. What she was waiting for has not appeared yet. Jiang Xinghua glanced at him calmly and said, "Of course you can't hide. Let's take a break here first. The low-level zombies below can't come up for the time being." Jiao Wei blurted out, "Boss, are you out of energy?" He paused when he saw Jiang Xinghua's cold eyes on him. A little nervous. Seeing that Jiang Xinghua didn't get angry, he thought to himself that Jiang Xinghua's temper seemed to be quite good during the whole journey. Mustering up the courage to ask, "Boss, can you tell us what happened to the zombies just now?" The ears of the silent people nearby pricked up. Jiang Xinghua closed his eyes. When Jiao Wei thought the other party would not answer his question. What you have seen before, including those on the first floor now, are the lowest level zombies. It can be understood according to the game level. These are level 1 zombies, and their attack power is the lowest. Zhuo Xiangming opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Is this the one with the lowest attack power? That means, there are even more powerful ones. He swallowed in fear and despair. Jiang Xinghua half opened his eyes and looked blankly at a certain spot on the ground. The first level zombies use scent interference, which is the perfume you use, and it is indeed very effective. You are really lucky to be able to walk here from Yolan Garden. She paused and looked at them. This is just the beginning. You don't think zombies are like the flu and will disappear on their own after a while, do you? There was some embarrassment on everyone's face. In fact, they had discussed this issue in the group before they ventured out to look for supplies, and they still had great hopes. Jiang Xinghua knew it when he saw the expressions of the crowd. This is normal. Ordinary people who have not experienced the end of the world will only have a sense of luck based on their previous life experience. Most people don't give up on this idea until a few months after the end of the world. She retracted her gaze and continued. All living things evolve, and zombies are no exception. The extremely fast zombie just now was a level 2 zombie, an evolved version. Several people looked at each other in horror. Although they did not fight against the zombie's big mouth full of fangs, sharp nails, and extremely fast speed could all show its fighting strength. It is definitely much stronger than the first level zombies they have killed. Their eyes turned subtly to Jiang Xinghua again. How strong is her power? The zombie was killed in one encounter, leaving no room for resistance. Jiao Wei smiled ingratiatingly. I couldn't help but ask hopefully. Then, sir, is that magical ability you use the evolution of human beings? Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy's reaction was quite quick. She thought for a moment, and saw Zhou Yiming's expectant expression out of the corner of her eye. Swallowed the words. It's none of your business. Just think of it as telling Zhou Yimeng, so that you don't have to explain it to her again when you go back. There should be another battle later, so it's good to know in advance. This is a wood-type plant ability. I have seen fire-type awakeners and 5-sense awakeners before. Indeed, it can be considered the evolution of mankind. Then can we all become awakened ones in the future and be like Superman? Jiang Xinghua replied calmly. I'm not sure, but I guess not everyone has this ability. Just like some people are transformed into zombies, while some zombies are only level 1. Not every zombie is strong. Not everyone in the movies is Superman. Everyone's fiery hearts gradually cooled down. Yes, how could everyone have such a magical ability? Jiao Wei was ready to ask more questions, but when he saw Jiang Xinghua closing her eyes and looking like she was rejecting him, he shut his mouth. If you make him angry, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Although Jiang Xinghua didn't say whether she had run out of energy, he guessed that she must have. If this could be used without restraint, wouldn't it be possible to kill all the zombies in one fell swoop? He'd seen them all in novels. Even if the boss has no energy left, the bear-like woman beside her is no joke. Everyone watched Jiang Xinghua close his eyes, and silence began to spread. Occasionally, you can hear a few faint zombie roars coming from the first floor. Perhaps because they were too tired today, several people could no longer control themselves and slowly fell asleep in the dim light. Yu Hong was still snoring softly. Jiang Xinghua opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Yiming, who was sitting next to him and was more than half a meter taller than him. Asked softly, "Why don't you take a rest?" A declarative sentence. Although Zhou Yiming had his eyes closed, every muscle in his body was tense as if he could stand up at any time. You can tell at a glance that he hasn't slept. Zhou Yiming opened his eyes and looked back in confusion. In the dim light, I met Jiang Xinghua's gem-like eyes. She lowered her voice, and it was a little hoarse, like some kind of musical instrument. It was very pleasant to hear. How did Miss Jiang know? Jiang Xinghua just tilted his head and looked at her without answering. Zhou Yiming didn't ask any further questions. I promise you that I would protect you. You should get some sleep. Although I am not as good as you, I am still useful. He seemed a little ashamed when he said the latter part, and lowered his eyes, not daring to look at Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua paused and said, To ordinary people like you, I am very strong. Then why don't you ask me why I didn't take action every time before? There was no light on the second floor, and this compartment was at the innermost part, so it was very dim. Jiang Xinghua stared at Zhou Yiming closely, not missing any lines or muscle movements on her face. Zhou Yiming thought for a moment, and said very seriously, Why should I blame Miss Jiang? You give me food as a reward, and I just have to do my best to protect you. But... She lowered her head, her tall figure looking somewhat lonely and sad. But you still saved me. Zhou Yiming turned her head, and Jiang Xinghua saw that the pair of black and white eyes were full of determination and seriousness. Thank you for saving me. I know there are still dangers ahead, although I don't have much ability. But I will try my best to protect you. If you encounter danger, just protect yourself and don't worry about me. As long as I'm here, I won't let the zombies touch you. Jiang Xinghua asked with interest. Even if I ask you to stop the zombies? Zhou Yiming pursed her lips and thought very seriously for 2 seconds. Without blinking, he said, Yes. You paid me and saved my life. My brother once said that I should repay the kindness others show me. Okay, I won't be soft-hearted when that time comes. Zhou Yiming nodded vigorously, not even feeling any displeasure at Jiang Xinghua's indifference. Jiang Xinghua took out another sandwich from his backpack, actually the space, and handed it to Zhou Yiming. Forcefully thrust it into her. At least don't be a starving ghost. Zhou Yiming was too hungry and couldn't resist the temptation. I cursed myself in my heart and took it with guilt. Jiang Xinghua turned his head and raised the corners of his lips silently. In the dim light, Tong Yun buried his head in his knees, secretly peeking out and staring at Jiang Xinghua. The emotions in his eyes were complex and vicious. She held her arms and pinched her flesh hard with both hands. The pain tingled at her nerves. Her eyes fell on the backpack beside Jiang Xinghua. His eyes rolled around. This bag is obviously very empty, but it can hold so many things: a knife, a stun gun, and food for 2 people. Unreasonable. Tong Yun seemed to have grasped something, and thoughts and jealousy flashed in his eyes. Jiang Xinghua glanced at her. I didn't expect that someone who looks like a fool can be quite sharp sometimes. About half an hour passed. A loud bang woke up several people who were sleeping on the ground. They widened their bloodshot eyes and looked at Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua felt Zhou Yiming's muscles tense up immediately when he pressed against him. She sat calmly. What she was waiting for had not yet appeared. Chapter 34. It's too late to be a lackey. Jiang Xinghua attracted the eager gazes of everyone present. She stood up nonchalantly and brushed off the dust on her sportswear. My strength hasn't recovered yet, so don't count on me for your own abilities. Yu Hong subconsciously wanted to curse. The moment he opened his mouth, he held it back and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was careless. This was not a girl that he could tease. He is a real strong man. What if her lies were not without power? Then killing him would be just a matter of snapping a finger. Yu Hong figured it out and kicked Jiao Wei lightly. Everyone had already gotten used to the dimness in the compartment. Just like now, Jiao Wei clearly saw the threatening expression on Yu Hong's face. Jiao Wei groaned in his heart. He couldn't afford to offend people on both sides. She wanted to cry but had no tears and said in a trembling voice, Boss, please help me. After all, we are in the same team, and we can be considered comrades who have lived and died together, right? As he spoke, he observed Jiang Xinghua's expression, praying that she would not be angry. Jiang Xinghua saw the little movements between Yu Hong and him and looked straight at Yu Hong. It's fine if we live and die together, at most you die while I live. Didn't you want me to be Yu Hong's woman before? It just so happens. She paused delicately and smiled. Yu Hong saw an unpleasant look of sarcasm on her face. Show me what your big brother is capable of. Yu Hong's face turned pale. He could already hear the zombies getting closer. Why the hell did he recruit her then? It's too late to become a lackey now. He didn't believe that Jiang Xinghua was really powerless. I definitely just hold a grudge and don't want to bother with them. Except for Zhou Yiming, who had a calm expression, the others all had despair in their eyes. Jiang Xinghua gave this reminder because Zhou Xiangming was kind enough to invite her to join the team and take care of her. It's best if you don't leave this area. When the zombies break through the windows, everyone will guard a gap. As long as no one lets the team down. She looked at Tong Yun, chuckled and continued. If you can hold on, this crisis will probably be over. It's better to hold your life in your own hands. Yu Hong clenched the kitchen knife stained with the disgusting pus of zombies in his hand and stood in front of the glass cabinet without saying a word. Jiao Wei and Zhou Xiangming looked at each other. They knew that this was a hint from Jiang Xinghua. Indeed, it is not reliable to entrust your life in the hands of others, but... Jiao Wei looked bitter. Compared to relying on Jiang Xinghua, it is even more unreliable to put it in their own hands. Zhou Yiming had already stood next to the glass window at the door as soon as Jiang Xinghua finished speaking. Holding the machete and electric baton given by Jiang Xinghua, Jiao Wei gnashed his teeth and said, It's just a few dead people. I'm a grown man, can't I beat a few dead people? After cheering himself up, he stood in front of the glass a few steps away from Zhou Yiming, cursing. Zhou Xiangming closed his eyes. With a look of fear on his face, he stood on the other side of Yu Hong. Fortunately, this cooked food area is not very big. It's a rectangular space of less than 20 square meters in total. The four people were just able to guard the area around the glass window if they were a few steps apart. Standing in line from the door to the inside are Zhou Yiming, Jiao Wei, Yu Hong, and Zhou Xiangming. They didn't leave any place for Tong Yun at all, which was a tacit understanding between them. After all, who would dare to let such a ruthless person who is ready to stab others in the back at any time guard the door? Let her stay behind to be safer so that she won't do anything tricky. A reliable teammate is very important in critical moments. Tong Yun shrank himself into the shadow of the innermost dark corner. He buried his head in his knees and covered it with his arms, curling up into a ball. No one paid any attention to her. Everyone was on high alert, hoping that they could survive this crisis. Jiang Xinghua stood 2 steps behind Zhou Yiming, silently observing the movements in the building. She felt secretly regretful. It would be nice to have someone with auxiliary observation capabilities in a building like this. After all, she is not an awakened person with 5 senses, and the range she can perceive is only about 30 meters. The inability to cover the entire building has resulted in a somewhat passive situation. Jiang Xinghua frowned and thought. These level 1 zombies outside are nothing to be afraid of. The key point is the level 2 zombie that is hidden. As a normal second level zombie, it should not behave like hiding itself and consuming the enemy. This behavior has gone beyond the second level. But based on the energy fluctuations she just sensed on the first floor, it is undoubtedly a level 2 zombie. Jiang Xinghua became alert. When facing cunning prey, you must not be impatient, you must wait for the right opportunity. It is still unclear who is the hunter and who is the prey. With a calm face, Jiang Xinghua was madly absorbing the natural energy around him and converting it into his body to store energy. 2/3 of it was previously used on the first floor. Now after resting, my body feels full. Roar! Hee hee! More than a dozen zombies appeared within the range of the glass window. The 4 people's bodies visibly tensed. The leg bones of several zombies were broken. It was unclear whether they were bitten by their own kind or caused by an accident. The dark blue leg bones protruded from the flesh, and even the bone fragments on them could be clearly seen. They stumbled towards their area without any reaction. These zombies are not fast, just as fast as a normal person walking. 2 zombies had their legs torn off and were completely unable to walk, but they still used their arms to support themselves and crawl forward. The scarlet strange eyes were filled with cruelty and greed. Jiao Wei couldn't help but complain in great fear. Fuck! You're still crawling even though you're already in this state. We're not Tang Monk's flesh, are we? No one responded to his complaints, and he didn't care. His entire body was shaking, and his baggy pants were shaken into wavy folds. Shui Xiaoming looked at the dozen hideous and disgusting faces pressed against the glass window, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Why are there so many? This must be more than 30 people. This is the first time I've seen so many faces crowded in front of me. The 4 people saw the densely packed zombie heads on the glass windows. They were huddled together, screaming and banging against the glass. Click! The glass is cracked! Yu Hong gritted his teeth and 2 lines of sweat flowed from his forehead, carrying the dirt on his face and sliding down, forming 2 lines of marks on his face. He raised the kitchen knife in his hand and growled. Hold them all! I don't want to die here! If anyone fails to keep his promise, I will tear off a layer of skin from him before I die. Click! The glass is like a tranquil lake into which someone has thrown a stone. In an instant, cracks of varying sizes appeared in several places. As the sound of glass breaking rang out, the first crack finally appeared in front of the eyes of several people. The breath of the living surged out from the breach. The zombies outside became even crazier and rushed in through the gap. The breach lies between Hong and Zhui Xiangning. The 2 did not hesitate. The crisis was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to take action. Yu Hong grunted and chopped the kitchen knife on the neck of a zombie that was stretched out. This time he used all his strength, and the zombie's neck was broken almost in half. Zhui Xiangming hurriedly dodged the zombie's random scratching arms and chopped at another one's neck. Although he is not as strong as Yu Hong, he has achieved some results. Snap! The glass on the other side was also cracked. Zhou Yiming stepped forward without hesitation to hold the glass that was about to break. Pa! As soon as the zombie head came in, Zhou Yiming chopped it with his machete. Jiao Wei exclaimed. Fuck! Awesome! Before the golf club in his right hand could fall, he saw Zhou Yiming almost cut off the entire zombie's head. Suddenly, infinite courage surged in my heart. Soon the 2 cracks were getting bigger and bigger. The glass in the upper part of this area is actually 2 large pieces, fixed in the middle by 3 metal strips. If it weren't for the metal holding it in place, all the glass would shatter at the first crack. Now I can't hold on for much longer. The 2 holes grew bigger and bigger. In just 2 minutes, the glass holes on both sides have expanded from accommodating 1 zombie head to accommodating 3 zombie heads. There were even zombies that squeezed half of their bodies in. Jiang Xinghua frowned and thought in his mind. She tried her best to maximize her 5 senses, but still couldn't find what she was waiting for. Although Jiang Xinghua did not sense any zombies, he found a little mouse. Tong Yun, who had been hiding in the corner pretending to be dead, moved. She crouched, moving slowly. What is this for? Jiang Xinghua observed her calmly. Tong Yun actually moved towards the backpack she had placed before? She crouched forward carefully, and her eyes flashed with joy when she finally got the bag. She observed carefully and fortunately no one noticed her. He turned his back and unzipped the bag. There was only half a bottle of water, 3 compressed biscuits and a few candies in it. A flash of madness flashed across Tong Yun's eyes. She knew there was something wrong with the bag. The capacity of the backpack is a little smaller than it looks from the outside, and it can't hold a machete, and so many things. It's mine! Tong Yun murmured softly. Jiang Xinghua raised her eyebrows. She just happened to hear what she said, and combined with her expression. She wouldn't think this bag is some magical thing, would she? Like Tinker Bell's pocket? When you're doing something bad, your mind works really fast. Tong Yun felt a terrifying gaze focused on her back, making her shudder. She remained squatting and turned slowly. What caught my eye was a pair of dark yellow hiking boots, until my eyes moved upwards. A pair of eyes reflecting fluorescence in the dim light. Those eyes were half-bent, full of pleasure and malice. Jiang Xinghua turned his back to the light source, his expression hidden in the darkness. Only a pair of eyes sparkled. See, I forgot. How can you fish without bait? Chapter 35. Doesn't she offend me every minute and every second? Tong Yun looked up at Jiang Xinghua, fear in his eyes. Jiang Xinghua like this made her feel more terrifying than a zombie. What are you going to do? Tong Yun was so nervous that he stuttered a little. She looked at Yu Hong, Shui Xiangming and others for help. Unfortunately, the 4 people in front were busy dealing with zombies and didn't notice what was happening here at all. Tong Yun sought help in vain and could only move backwards trembling. Suddenly I felt a chill on my right hand. From the corner of his eye, he saw that it was the metal zipper of Jiang Xinghua's black backpack. Her eyes lit up, and her attitude suddenly changed as if she had found something to hold against Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows and looked at her with interest. I don't know what drama this idiot has yet to perform. Tong Yun grabbed Jiang Xinghua's backpack and held it in his arms, then spoke with certainty. I know your secret. Jiang Xinghua looked at the bag in her hand, then moved to her already dirty face and asked cooperatively. My secret? You mean this bag? Yes. I already know it. This bag of yours must be one of those strange spaces in novels, right? Without waiting for Jiang Xinghua to answer, she asked and answered herself. Of course it is. Don't try to lie to me. You've taken out so many things, but how can this bag be so small that it can't possibly hold them all? There must be something fishy about this bag. As he spoke of this, Tong Yun's eyes gradually became bright. I held on to the bag tightly, as if it were a life-saving straw. With this kind of space, she is no longer a burden. Everyone will like her, and no one will say she is a murderer anymore. The baby is hers. The smile in Jiang Xinghua's eyes accumulated more and more, and finally he couldn't control his laughter. Just laugh out loud, ha ha ha. The glass windows were crackling and many pieces of glass fell off, and the broken areas were getting larger and larger. The 4 people were sweating profusely as they dealt with the zombies. At this time, I heard the clear and pleasant laughter of a girl from behind. Zhou Yimeng heard Jiang Xinghua's laughter and looked back in confusion. Seeing Jiang Xinghua standing there safely and nothing had happened, he showed a relieved expression. She took a closer look at Tong Yun lying on the ground. After making sure that Jiang Xinghua was not at a disadvantage, he turned around and continued fighting the zombies. Jiao Wei, who was watching all her facial expressions, said, If there is really something wrong, it should be Tong Yun. Tong Yun looked at Jiang Xinghua, who was already bent over with laughter, and the confusion on his face gradually turned into shame and anger. Jiang Xinghua, what are you laughing at? No need to hide, this treasure is mine. Jiang Xinghua stood up with a smile still on his face. Looking at Tong Yun, who looked like he was holding some huge treasure, he said softly. Excuse me, you're really ridiculous. If you want this backpack. A hint of surprise and confusion flashed in Tong Yun's eyes. I don't know why Jiang Xinghua suddenly became so easy to talk to. I can give you the backpack, but you need to exchange it with me. Tong Yun hesitated for a moment before asking, What is it? Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes, bent down and whispered something softly into Tong Yun's ear. Your life, idiot! Tong Yun widened his eyes in shock. He opened his mouth to scream, but was choked by the strange taste of some plant in his mouth. I wanted to cough but felt my whole mouth was blocked. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with panic and helplessness as she looked at Jiang Xinghua's palm. There was a dark green vine as thick as an arm, and the other end was tied to her head. The vine wrapped around her and clamped her mouth tightly. She could barely breathe now, let alone call for help. She looked at Jiang Xinghua's pale lips and gently uttered words that made her even more desperate. Why do you think I kept you until now, a jumping idiot like you? Tong Yun's eyes were filled with tears and surprise. Didn't I tell you that I would use you as my cannon fodder? You are clever, the space does exist, but it is not this backpack. Jiang Xinghua was satisfied to see the despair in Tong Yun's eyes. Want to know where space is? Tong Yun was unwilling and nodded hard. I won't tell you. When you die and become a ghost, come and ask me. Before Tong Yun had time to react, he felt someone pulling him into the air. Jiao Wei saw Jiang Xinghua and Tong Yun talking about something just a second ago. Jiang Xinghua looked so happy that he felt quite jealous. The next second he was surprised to see 3 vines as thick as arms extending from the sleeve of Jiang Xinghua's sportswear on his right hand. Tie Tong Yun up tightly and pull him into the air. Tong Yun seemed to be hanging on wires, half floating in the air. The vines almost tied her up like a silkworm cocoon. The toes are half a meter off the ground. Except for the head and calves, the rest of the person was tied up tightly. A question couldn't help but arise in his mind. Tong Yun is not a powerful character. Does he need to be controlled so strictly? The next moment, he knew the answer. Jiang Xinghua took out a fruit knife from his pocket. She held a knife in one hand and used the other to pull Tong Yun's arm out from the vines. The cold blade was moving on Tong Yun's fair arm. What is Jiang Xinghua going to do? What the hell? Jiao Wei cursed in shock. Jiang Xinghua directly cut a deep cut on Tong Yun's arm so deep that the bone was visible. It hurts! Tong Yun screamed at the same time. The people nearby heard the 2 people's exclamations and looked over subconsciously. He looked at the scene with wide eyes. The moment Yu Hong turned his head, the kitchen knife in his hand was knocked away by the swinging zombie's arm. The zombie was so powerful that the kitchen knife flew straight towards Yu Hong's face after it left his hand. Yu Hong's eyes were about to burst. The body is reaching its full potential at this moment. He turned around abruptly, and the cold light of the kitchen knife flew past him dangerously. It fell to the floor with a clang. He was still gasping for breath in shock, and before he could calm down, the zombies here suddenly lost one of their main attack forces. They are about to crawl in one after another. Yu Hong quickly picked up the kitchen knife on the ground and chopped at the zombie in front of him. It took him a lot of effort to recover to his previous state. Because of the zombie's sudden advance, the glass made a sound of being overwhelmed again. Now it is just barely held together by metal and is on the verge of being scrapped. He frowned and growled. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Xinghua ignored Yu Hong and cut 2 more cuts on Tong Yun's arm. The scarlet blood flowed out and dyed her entire white arm red. It dripped down his arm and onto the ground. Only a minute had passed and a small pool of blood had accumulated on the ground. Jiao Wei frowned, wanting to ask but not daring to. Seeing Jiang Xinghua's strange method, what if she is a pervert and picks him up and bleeds him too? Jiang Xinghua waited quietly for a minute and didn't feel anything unusual. So he walked to the other side of Tong Yun and pulled out another arm from the vines. The same 3 knives again. Same as the other arm, completely symmetrical. Tong Yun's head was tilted woodenly, and his eyes showed pain. His face gradually turned pale due to blood loss, and he no longer had the strength to scream. The few people who took the time to look back all had the same trembling pupils. Is this some kind of sacrificial ritual or something? Is Jiang Xinghua a pervert? At this moment, Tong Yun was wrapped in dark green vines like a silkworm cocoon and hung in the air. Only a head and white calves were exposed. The 2 arms were pulled out of the silkworm pupa and were lifted up by 2 thin branches and hung at the sides of the body. There were 3 symmetrical wounds on it, 2 of which were deep enough to reveal the bone. Blood flowed down her arms, some of it even stained the vine's silkworm pupae and some slender branches. There was blood all over the ground at Jiang Xinghua's feet. Tong Yun now looks like a poor victim persecuted by evil witchcraft. Zhou Yiming just glanced back and remained silent for a moment before saying nothing. She believed that Jiang Xinghua had her reasons and stood firmly on Jiang Xinghua's side. My brother once said, once you choose a person or a path, don't waver. Otherwise you will hurt both yourself and the other person. Shui Xiangming's pupils trembled as he looked at Jiang Xinghua, who had a thoughtful look on his face. Xinghua, did Tong Yun offend you? Is it necessary to do this? Jiang Xinghua looked at him and answered calmly. Hasn't she been offending me every minute since she came with you guys? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Jiang Xinghua became more and more confused and looked at Tong Yun's arms. Is it because there is not enough blood? Shui Xiangming was strangely silent and didn't feel comfortable asking any further questions. Tong Yun targeted Jiang Xinghua everywhere along the way. In addition to verbal attacks, he almost used zombies to harm Jiang Xinghua twice. Tong Yun was indeed wrong, but isn't this end too cruel? Tong Yun vaguely heard Shui Xiangming speaking for her, and tears suddenly flashed in her eyes. But as soon as Jiang Xinghua opened her mouth, she was left with only regret and despair. If I didn't have the strength and Zhou Yiming's protection, an ordinary person would have died long ago if she targeted him like this. After saying this, Jiang Xinghua fell silent and turned back to study Tong Yun's blood volume. There are always some people in this world who are not bad, and are even very kind. But they always want to use their own moral standards to demand others. In the doomsday, this kind of bad intention will either harm himself or others. She, Jiang Xinghua, never needs others' understanding. Yu Hong growled. What the hell are you talking about? The glass is going to break. Jiang Xinghua looked back at the glass window on their side. The glass had almost lost its protective function. Less than 20 minutes had passed. The four of them only killed a dozen zombies together, and there are more to come. Zhou Yimeng, open the door and go outside. Disperse and lure away the zombies. When Zhou Yimeng heard Jiang Xinghua's words, she looked at her worriedly. Seeing Jiang Xinghua's calm and composed gaze, he turned around, walked to the door, and opened the small metal door. Rush outside. Jiao Wei was startled by her sudden opening of the door. Damn you, how can you be so obedient? Chapter 36. Treat him like a pet, don't try to guess what the boss is thinking. Jiang Xinghua watched Zhou Yimeng walk out of the cooked food area in one stride. Although he was tall and strong, his movements were very agile. Yu Hong followed behind her. The small door of the compartment where several people were hiding has been opened. Seeing that the two main players had already gone out, Jiao Wei and Zhu Xiangming inside also gritted their teeth and followed. Most of the zombies were attracted away by 4 people. There were 5 or 6 others who were attracted by the smell of Tong Yun's blood and staggered towards the cooked food area. The natural energy around Jiang Xinghua is like fireflies that are invisible to the naked eye. It swirled and danced around her. Whenever Jiang Xinghua comes in, he will be controlled by vines, but he will not be killed. Until the 6 zombies that came in were all tied up tightly by the thin vines. Jiao Wei and Zhu Xiangming were screaming as they were chased by zombies. When I ran past the deli area, I saw a small metal door wide open in the broken glass compartment. Next to Jiang Xinghua's pale and fragile figure was Tong Yun, who was wrapped up like a sacrificial offering and bleeding profusely. Several zombies entangled by the twisting vines were roaring and struggling. Coupled with Jiang Xinghua's cold expression, it's quite impactful. The two really didn't understand Jiang Xinghua's behavior. He clearly has the ability to kill zombies, but he just doesn't kill them. He treats them like pets and keeps them hanging around for fun. The two looked at each other, and their thoughts were in sync for a rare moment. Don't try to guess what the boss is thinking. Jiang Xinghua saw tears in Tong Yun's eyes. Her face was covered with snot and tears, and some of them even got onto her vines. There was a look of disgust in his eyes. Tong Yun. If she knew that Jiang Xinghua was a pervert, and the kind who liked to torture and kill people, she would definitely not mess with her. Tong Yun saw a bright spot in front of his eyes, and he didn't know how it became like this. If she had not provoked Jiang Xinghua out of jealousy, had not deliberately made trouble, and had not led the zombies towards her, Jian Lu would not have died. Jiang Xinghua would not use her as bait. I regret it so much. Why did I provoke this devil? If only I hadn't been possessed by the devil. Jiang Xinghua watched as the tears in Tong Yun's eyes grew more and more violent. It seems that she is still very resilient, and has the energy to cry. I immediately decided to give her another stab. When measuring the proportional position, Jiang Xinghua's ears moved. His eyes moved towards the door, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a tiny arc. Finally here. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a shadow so fast that it was blurry flashed by. Yu Hong had just chopped off the head of a zombie when he saw something rushing towards him. Relying on his good physical fitness, he rolled on the ground. 5 deep marks appeared on the ground where he was standing. The flying rocks and debris hit him with a crackling sound. He looked at the thing standing in his original position with heavy eyes. Level 2 zombie. It was a fat figure, moving at a speed that was inconsistent with his body. Half of the zombie's scalp was lifted up, revealing his needle-like eyes filled with greed and evil. He was wearing an ordinary white shirt and black suit pants that had been torn, and the torn white shirt was stained with messy stains. It was red and yellow and emitting a foul smell. The corners of his grinning mouth extended all the way to his broken ear, revealing a dense array of fangs. The corners of his mouth formed a strange arc, as if he was smiling. It crouched on all fours like a monkey and locked onto Yu Hong. Yu Hong's pupils shrank instantly. After Jiang Xinghua's simple explanation, he can now easily distinguish the difference between level 1 and level 2 zombies. With such strong attack power, it must be level 2. Damn it! They actually targeted him. Yu Hong was stunned for a moment, and he thought of Jiang Xinghua's strange behavior before. He hasn't taken any action, as if he's waiting for something. Could he be waiting for this level 2 zombie? Before he could think about it, the fat zombie in front of him rushed towards him again. Yu Hong cursed his bad luck inwardly, and tried his best to run away. There is absolutely no room for resistance against such a monster. Just look at the claw marks on the ground. If you get hit, you won't even have to wait to turn into a zombie, you'll die instantly. Yu Hong had a stern face and moved between the shelves at the fastest speed in his life. The zombie jumped 2 meters high and was about to catch up with him. The moment the zombies approached, he suddenly lunged forward 1 meter. He took a cold handle-like object in his hand and turned around to block it in front of him. When there was a loud metallic sound of impact, Yu Hong was thrown out on his back, knocking down 2 rows of shelves along the way. The whole person didn't stop until he hit the wall. Cough! Ugh! Yu Hong coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood foam onto the ground. I saw the steel pot lid that I had obtained on a whim, tightly grasped in my hand. The scratch above has completely torn the back of the lid, causing it to curl up. Fortunately, he was lucky. The sleeve of his coat was torn, but his skin was not hurt. One of his arms was scratched by the shelf and was bleeding. The zombie jumped in front of him, but Yu Hong was seriously injured. Can't move at all. Finished. Just when Yu Hong was in despair, the zombie that was already close to him was suddenly knocked away. He looked at the tall figure in shock. It was Zhou Yiming. The fat zombie was beaten away and actually showed some anger. He roared and rushed towards them. A flash of dark green light made a whooshing sound and passed in front of Zhou Yiming. Stab at the fat zombie. Laugh. The zombie dodged it with a nimble jump. The sharp tip of the vine dug into the floor. Jiang Xinghua, who appeared 5 meters away from the others, looked grim. This level 2 zombie is stronger than she expected. The fat zombie looked up and stared at this very powerful food. Jiao Wei looked at Jiang Xinghua in confusion. Now that she's here, what should she do with those tied-up level 1 zombies in the delicatessen area? At this time, the remaining zombies seemed to suddenly be unable to sense these living people. He walked around the fat zombie with stiff steps and tilted head. Oh my god! Jiao Wei ran back to the metal door of the delicatessen area, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He managed to stand with the help of the shelf next to him and not slide to the ground. I was frantically trying to recall whether I had done anything particularly offensive to Jiang Xinghua. In the cooked food area of more than 20 square meters, the bodies of 5 zombies were lying in a mess. Their heads were rolling everywhere, with large pieces of glass shards beneath their bodies. The only one with a complete body is Tong Yun. The vine cocoon on her body was taken back by Jiang Xinghua, and she fell backwards powerlessly among the zombies. Her skin was pale and her delicate cheeks were slightly sunken. He stared towards the door with his lifeless gray eyes, and met Jiao Wei's gaze directly. Jiao Wei was so scared that he took a step back and swallowed. Under Tong Yun was the blood from her arm, and there was a bloody hole on the carotid artery in her neck. The bleeding has basically stopped now, probably it's almost dried up. Jiao Wei shuddered and staggered away. Here, Jiang Xinghua looked calmly at the zombies that were surrounding him. Zhou Yiming, kill these level 1 ones first. As he said this, he handed her the large electric saw he had just taken out from the delicatessen area. Zhou Yiming took it and turned on the electric saw, and a buzzing sound started. The muscles in her arms bulged, and without a word she charged at the nearest zombie. Zhu Xiangming and Jiao Wei were trembling with fear and went to Yu Hong to take care of his injuries. There is a kind of sad feeling that one should just die quickly. Yu Hong's breathing became lighter, and he tried hard to stay conscious. The cut on his arm from the shelf was still bleeding. Jiao Wei hurriedly wrapped him with clothes, his hands trembling. If his elder brother Yu Hong was dead, a loser like him could basically just commit suicide. Jiang Xinghua and Zhou Yiming worked together in perfect harmony. All the level 1 zombies were killed in less than 5 minutes. The second level zombie has been observing Jiang Xinghua very vigilantly. Perhaps he was afraid of Jiang Xinghua's ability, and did not dare to act rashly. Crouching on a shelf far from them, Jiang Xinghua could hear Zhou Yiming starting to breathless. She has a strong physique and strength, but she is still an ordinary person. Today's high intensity is indeed difficult to cope with, and there is also psychological pressure. Qian Lo was lying on the first floor, a lesson from the zombie virus. He would be infected if he was not careful. Jiang Xinghua looked at the fat zombie and felt a little depressed. This zombie is not simple. It's not even on the same level as the one on the first floor. This zombie already has leadership. Jiang Xinghua's action of killing another level 2 zombie made it alert. It summoned dozens of zombies in the surrounding area to attack them, and in the end it reaped the benefits. Jiang Xinghua estimated the power gap between them in his mind, but the result was not optimistic. The fat zombie suddenly jumped up, rushing towards Zhou Yiming and Jiang Xinghua at an incredible speed in the air. Zhou Yiming grabbed Jiang Xinghua and dodged quickly. The zombie's fat body landed on their spot, breaking several tiles and splashing bits of stone. The attack missed. The zombie turned around and stared at their position again. Jiang Xinghua gathered his strength, and 3 supernatural vines sprouted out from the ground under the zombie's body. The zombies kicked up dust with their feet, whoosh. The moment it jumped, a vine thorn predicted the direction it would avoid and quickly condensed from the ground and stabbed it. The fat zombie used his speed advantage to barely avoid the vine thorns that were heading towards his head. Another one pierced his shoulder. The people watching nearby were a little excited and stabbed it. Jiang Xinghua pursed her lips tightly. It dodged it, and was expected to stab it directly in the head. Her energy was already insufficient, and this zombie, which was close to level 3, could not be killed with the remaining energy. She summoned slender vines to save energy and disrupt the route of the fat zombies rushing over. She was led by Zhou Yiming to dodge. The consciousness sees the unique ice blue gem in the space. It's the energy core of the second-level zombie downstairs. A water energy core. Although the second-level zombies are able to condense energy cores, they are unable to use different abilities like human awakeners. To use these abilities, you must be at least a level 3 zombie. It cannot absorb energy cores that do not belong to its own sequence, otherwise there will be unknown side effects and risks. In his previous life, Jiang Xinghua had seen people who did not believe in evil. A fire-type mutant absorbed a water-type energy core. He died instantly. The fat zombie landed with a bang at the place where they escaped. Jiang Xinghua heard Zhou Yiming's heart beating as violently as a drum in his chest, and his breathing became heavy. Zhou Yiming is just an ordinary person. He would be tired after such intense activity, but zombies would not be tired. If we delay any longer, one day Zhou Yiming will be unable to escape. What to do? The solution is a quick replenishment of her energy. The only way to achieve this goal now is to absorb the energy core, but do you want to absorb energy cores that do not belong to you? Chapter 37. This supermarket belongs to me, and the reward is in hand. Jiang Xinghua lowered his eyes to think, and after only 2 breaths of hesitation, he made up his mind. She slowed down her breathing and stared at the fat zombie's movement trajectory. The time is now. Her pupils suddenly shrank and a flash of blood appeared. A vine thorn thicker than a thigh pierced out from under the fat zombie's feet. Roar! The fat zombie's body was so strong that the vines couldn't control it. This vine was condensed by Jiang Xinghua using all his remaining energy. No matter in terms of speed or strength, it is unmatched by the previous vines. Good! Big Boss is awesome! Jiang Xinghua perfectly predicted the zombie's movement trajectory. The entire vine thorn penetrated its body precisely. It was passed through its stained chest and out through the vest. If it was an ordinary level 2 zombie, this blow would completely render it unable to move. It is obvious that this fat zombie is not ordinary. It is infinitely close to a level 3 zombie and possesses a certain level of thinking. Possess tenacious vitality. Even under the attack of these thick vine thorns, there is still room for struggle. It was pierced by the vine in midair, and when it was unable to break free, it focused its attention on the vine itself. The black nails on the 2 sharp claws scratched the thorns frantically. Every attack leaves a scratch on the thorns. Jiang Xinghua frowned slightly. His face was almost as white as paper. Zhou Yiming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the zombies were under control, and asked in a low voice. Miss Jiang, can we just chop off its head like we did downstairs? After saying that, he prepared to step forward. Jiang Xinghua quickly stopped her actions. He shook his head and explained. No, this level 2 zombie is already infinitely close to level 3. There is only a fundamental difference between it and the one downstairs. If you come near, you will die. Zhou Yiming looked at Jiang Xinghua's pale face, and his eyes fell for a moment when he heard her explanation. Is there any other solution? Tell me and I'll do it. Jiang Xinghua curled the corners of her lips and smiled gently, then jumped off Zhou Yiming's arms. You go to their side, I'll take the back. Zhou Yiming was a little worried and looked at her anxiously. Perhaps you can think about whether you want to come with me after this crisis is resolved? Zhou Yiming was stunned, with Jiang Xinghua's proposal circling in her mind. Jiang Xinghua pushed her, and Zhou Yiming subconsciously walked towards Yu Hong and the others. There was a conflicted look on his face. The three people looked at Zhou Yiming in confusion as she walked towards them. Hey! What did the boss say to you that makes you look like that? Jiao Wei felt a little flustered when he saw Zhou Yiming's still troubled and serious face. Could it be that even the big boss can't deal with this zombie, so he asked Zhou Yiming to prepare his last words? Zhou Yiming's face has never been so ferocious. Zhou Yiming ignored him, which made Jiao Wei even more anxious. Jiang Xinghua adjusted his breathing and stayed on the spot. She has run out of energy, and if she delays any further the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for her. She moved the fingers of her right hand slightly. An ice blue energy core as crystal clear as a gem was held in her hand. The fat zombie that was scratching hard on the thorns paused the moment the energy core appeared. His attention was focused on Jiang Xinghua's hands, and greed was evident in his eyes. Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the changes in the fat zombie. The biggest difference between level 3 zombies and low-level zombies is that they have certain thinking. Another point is able to use energy cores to accumulate and upgrade strength like human awakeners. The fat zombie is very close to level 3, but is still level 2 in essence. But judging from its appearance, it should have this ability. Jiang Xinghua felt the warm and slightly cool touch of the energy body in his hand, which was very comfortable. There is a faint energy surrounding my body. She chuckled, with a smile on her lips. Doomsday means you have to walk on the edge of death crisis. She was never afraid of death, but she couldn't die miserably and out of her control. Let her try and see what it feels like to absorb energy cores from different energy systems. Jiang Xinghua's eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit and excitement. The fat zombie felt that something was wrong and sped up his attack on the vine thorns. There was a hint of anxiety in his expression. Jiang Xinghua circulated the energy in his body and absorbed the energy core in his hand. The ice blue crystals, which were only the size of a baby's palm, were shrinking visibly to the naked eye, until it became a handful of blue crystal powder, and fell to the ground through Jiang Xinghua's fingers. She half closed her eyes and felt all the movements in her body. As the energy core was absorbed, she felt the warmth and comfort of water flowing into her whole body. The expected pain or feeling of wanting to explode was not there. The four onlookers saw Jiang Xinghua standing there in front of the zombies, and their faces were filled with anxiety. What on earth is she doing, boss? Chanting a spell or casting a spell? Why is she still closing her eyes? Damn it! Is there nothing she can do? Are we really going to die here? That zombie is almost breaking free. It's over. Why isn't the boss moving? Zhou Yiming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of worry. Looking at Jiang Xinghua's figure, he had the urge to rush over. But he also felt that he should not move rashly. What if he disrupted Jiang Xinghua's plan? But it's really dangerous. What to do? Zhou Yiming was very conflicted. He leaned forward, as if he was ready to rush out to block the knife at any time. Roar! Snap! The fat zombie had already scratched the thorny corpse in half and was struggling desperately. The energy-gathering thorns on the vines seemed to be unstable and lagging, and were somewhat translucent. This is a sign that Jiang Xinghua's energy is about to succeed. An inexplicable breeze blew the blue powder on the ground into the air, bringing up some gray dust, dancing up and down in the few rays of sunlight shining through the window. This inexplicable wind actually formed a small tornado around Jiang Xinghua with her as the center. Jiang Xinghua is the eye of the storm. She still had her eyes half closed, and no one saw the madness in those amber eyes. The calmness of her body and the emotion in her eyes formed two extremes. In this situation, her body was working frantically to digest the water energy core, while absorbing external natural energy. Rich, green energy that is invisible to the naked eye is swirling around her. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, blowing Jiang Xinghua's half-long hair into a mess. The clothes on his body rustled, making the gravel around him roll. Done! The wind stopped suddenly. At the same time, the fat zombie completely broke free from the vine thorns and fell to the ground. The vine thorns also turned into spots of light and disappeared. It rushed towards Jiang Xinghua excitedly, regardless of the big holes on its body caused by the thorns. Jiang Xinghua moved, and she stretched out her arms with a smile on her face. Dozens of vine thorns sprouted out from the ground in front of her like bamboo shoots after a rain, Each one is pointing directly at the fat zombie. The vine thorns are no longer a single point like a long version of asparagus, but each one can have several thorns on it. The root end is still dark green, but it gradually turns into pitch black at the tip. Each spike was faintly shining with light and was extremely sharp. Apparently, these pitch black spikes are poisonous. Jiang Xinghua used his new form of ability with satisfaction. To be precise, it is a second-level supernatural power. She also didn't expect that she would remain unharmed after absorbing energy cores of different attributes. He even broke through and became a second-level awakener. Both the speed of energy absorption and the energy storage value have doubled. The fat zombie dodged in panic. There was no way to break through the thorny vine jungle set up by Jiang Xinghua. A black thorn vine no thicker than a finger gathered in Jiang Xinghua's palm, like a whip. She swung her hand and went towards the zombie's body. The zombies were restrained by the thorny jungle and could not avoid Jiang Xinghua's thorn whip. The dark brambles instantly tightened around his fat neck. The pitch-black thorn whip surrounded the zombie's neck and exploded into silver shining spikes. Jiang Xinghua pulled hard with his right arm, and the hook pierced tightly into the zombie's neck. In a place invisible to the naked eye, in the flesh of the zombie's neck. Those thorns grew surprisingly rapidly. Pierced the zombie's neck like a sieve while stabbing its brain. Without waiting for the fat zombie to struggle, Jiang Xinghua exerted force. A bloated zombie head with 3 layers of flesh on its huge chin was thrown out along with the pull of the thorn whip. With a bang, the fat body fell straight down. The thorny vine jungle on the ground disappeared instantly. The corpse shook the ground twice. The people watching the fight nearby were stunned. Jiang Xinghua smiled slightly and put away the thorn whip. He calmly brushed off the dust on his clothes. Rewards received. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding! The points reward has been added to the host's account. The dungeon drone hive has been unlocked. 3 drones have been placed inside the hive. Jiang Xinghua was very satisfied. Without rushing to see the reward, he turned around and walked towards Zhou Yiming and the others. Almost every step Jiang Xinghua took stepped on the hearts of the survivors. The 3 men were so shocked that they opened their mouths half open without even having time to close them. What a terrifying power! When Jiang Xinghua stood in front of Zhou Yiming, he paused slightly when he met Zhou Yiming's worried gaze. He turned to look at Yu Hong and the other 2 and asked, "Haven't you rested enough?" Jia Wei shivered and laughed. "Boss, you've rested enough." Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows arrogantly. "You've had enough rest, why don't you get up quickly? This supermarket belongs to me." Chapter 38. This is the talent she needs. Jia Wei pulled Yu Hong up and did not dare to be slow at all. When Yu Hong heard Jiang Xinghua's words, he lowered his head, looking a little embarrassed and not daring to look at her. The 3 of them didn't dare to say anything more. His expression was equally ugly, and his eyes were filled with despair. If they want to rob it by force, they have to consider whether they are stubborn enough. Besides, their lives were saved by others. The supplies in the supermarket do belong to Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua looked at them with a calm expression. "You can take whatever supplies you want here. How much you can take depends on your ability. Once you're done, leave quickly." The 3 people's eyes lit up again. This trip was not in vain. Shui Xiangming nodded gratefully to Jiang Xinghua. Judging from her cold look, it was obvious that she didn't want to talk to them more. "I feel ashamed when I think of my previous behavior. If it weren't for Jiang Xinghua, he would have died long ago." Tong Yun had wrongly accused Jiang Xinghua before, but he actually believed it. He deserves to die. Shui Xiangming sighed and muttered in confusion. "Where is Tong Yun?" When Jia Wei heard the name, he thought of the weird and strange scene in the deli area that was like hell on earth, and the woman's wide-open eyes. I couldn't help but shiver. He quickly winked at Shui Xiangming. The 3 of them supported each other as they walked towards the shopping area. From the back, they looked like brothers in distress. From a distance, Jia Wei could be heard saying to Shui Xiangming in a frustrated tone, "You are really asking for trouble. Huan Tong Yun, go to the deli section and see for yourself." Zhou Yiming stood next to Jiang Xinghua. He rubbed the hem of his pants with his hands hanging at his sides, looking a little helpless. Jiang Xinghua took the initiative to ask, "Have you thought about it? Ms. Jiang, you are so powerful, I can't help you at all. What's the point of you taking me away?" Jiang Xinghua smiled and said, "I am very strong, but you know, my body is weak." Zhou Yiming nodded slightly. Jia Wei is right. The abilities that an awakened person can use at one time are limited and need to be replenished. Although it is easy for me to kill a powerful, ordinary person like you. Jiang Xinghua paused delicately. Seeing that there was no expression unusual on Zhou Yiming's face, he continued speaking with a look of guilty fear. My physical fitness is not good, and you can make up for my physical defects. Like today, you need to hold me and run. Or you can become my body at some point. Zhou Yiming nodded suddenly, somewhat understanding, but still asked persistently. But there are many people as strong as me, and even stronger than me. Why would you choose me? After all, I still need you to protect me. Zhou Yiming fell into a mood of self-blame and inferiority. Maybe it's because I have never been respected since I was a child, so I always seem so cautious when receiving affirmation from others. I'm not some bad guy. I like you because you are valuable. As the payer of the compensation, you just need to trust my judgment. I really need you by my side. There was surprise and joy in Zhou Yiming's eyes. No one except her brother has ever been so sure of her and said to her, I need you. We will be in an employment relationship from now on, and I will give you a lot of supplies as salary. I will give you a reward that no one else can give you. Your job is to follow my instructions. Do whatever I tell you to do. You have done a great job of that. Zhou Yiming was very moved, not because of the reward that Jiang Xinghua mentioned, but because she saved her. She also likes Jiang Xinghua and wants to stay with her. Zhou Yiming felt a little embarrassed. The other party has already said this much, but she still doesn't agree, which is a bit ungrateful. Her wheat-colored face flushed slightly, and she spoke hesitantly. But that is... Jiang Xinghua raised her eyebrows. With Zhou Yiming's personality, she was sure that she would not refuse as long as she mentioned that she needed her. Now she was obviously very interested. The only reason for the confusion is obvious. You have a brother, he's injured, right? Zhou Yiming nodded vigorously, and the black and white in his eyes clearly said, How do you know? You mentioned twice before that you wanted to go to the pharmacy. Your family never mentioned anyone except your brother. You have a good relationship, and he wouldn't let you take risks by yourself. The only reason is that he is injured. That's why you have to team up with these people to go out on an adventure and look for supplies and medicines. Zhou Yiming looked at her admiringly. Ms. Jiang, you are so smart! He's injured, but there's no medicine or food left at home. If we don't bring supplies back as soon as possible. Jiang Xinghua thought in his heart. She has enough supplies to support tens of thousands of people, but not just anyone can enter her territory. To be her subordinate and enjoy the generous treatment, you must be valuable. Tell me about your brother. Zhou Yi dreamed that Jiang Xinghua asked her about her brother's situation, and she told him everything. We used to live in the village and have been dependent on each other since we lost our relatives when we were young. He started working before he finished junior high school. I wasn't smart, and my grades at school weren't good, and then something happened and I was forced to drop out of high school. Zhou Yiming glanced at Jiang Xinghua's expression carefully, fearing that she would dislike her for not being smart enough. Fortunately, Jiang Xinghua didn't react at all, which made her relax a lot. I lived with my brother after I dropped out of school. In order to earn money, my brother found a job as a thug. Don't worry, he is a very nice person and he is not a bad person, I promise. Jiang Xinghua nodded casually. Zhou Yiming is simple and can see through things at a glance. Her brother needs to be careful. Later, when my brother saved some money, he opened his own mortgage company. We just moved to Yanlan Garden. But my brother just said that it was a house mortgaged by a little girl. The price was cheap and suitable, so I gritted my teeth and bought this house. Jiang Xinghua raised her eyebrows. Could it be such a coincidence? Weak? What's your brother's name? My brother's name is Zhou Gan. Gan means darkness in Chinese. Jiang Xinghua smiled. It was really a person. It was the man with tattoos who worked in the mortgage company. He drove Jiang Yimei's family away, which made her very satisfied. At that time, Zhou Gan knew that she was being used by her, but he was not angry and did not cause trouble for her. The key is that giving money is also very pleasant. Miss Jiang, do you know my brother? Jiang Xinghua just smiled and didn't answer. Someone is coming. When Zhu Xiangming was still 5 meters away, he stopped and interrupted the two of them softly. Rising moon, we've got the good stuff. It's already past 4 o'clock. If it's any later we might not be able to go back. The sun is still high in the sky and there is no sign of setting, but looking at the time still makes people worried. Afraid that the sun would set if it was too late, the zombies would become more active. Jiang Xinghua nodded, took Zhou Yiming and followed Shui Xiaoming downstairs. The three of them had already packed 3 packages, 2 large and 1 small. Yu Hong was still very weak and forced himself to put on a flattering smile. "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, I didn't know your ability before. I apologize to you, thank you for not bearing grudges." Yu Hong is tall, fierce and has a face full of flesh. He looks so servile that it is a bit eye-catching. "Get out of here quickly while I'm in a good mood. If you keep dawdling, go up and keep Tong Yun company." Yu Hong's forehead twitched. They went downstairs to see the scene. He smiled ingratiatingly and responded repeatedly, then pulled Shui Xiaoming away. Shui Xiaoming held him back and asked hesitantly, "What about Zhou Yiming?" Jiang Xinghua raised the corners of his lips. "She followed me." Shui Xiaoming nodded and took the packages with the other 2 people, then walked out cautiously. "Miss Jiang, can you wait for me here for a while? I saw on the map that there's a pharmacy nearby, so I need to go find some medicine." Jiang Xinghua didn't nod. "No hurry, tell me how your brother got injured." Zhou Yiming was a little confused, but she still obediently followed Jiang Xinghua back to the supermarket. She told the story of her brother Zhou Gan in detail. Only then did Jiang Xinghua understand what was going on. After Zhou Gan drove away Jiang Yimei's family, he moved in with Zhou Yiming in a low-key manner. On the doomsday, Zhou Yiming was outside buying groceries. When she returned home in panic, she saw that her brother had a knife wound on his abdomen and was bleeding. According to Zhou Gan, he met a man on his way home, who was slashing around with a knife. His brother was accidentally pushed and hit the blade. They tried all the medicines at home, but the condition didn't improve. It had been delayed for so long that her brother had a fever and infection, and the family had no food left. Today Zhou Gan had a fever and was in a coma, so Zhou Yiming sneaked out to look for supplies. After finding out what happened, Jiang Xinghua realized that her brother should not have any serious problems. He just had insufficient nutrition and his wound was infected. It just so happened that she had some antibiotics that she had collected previously, and all kinds of medicines were very complete. "I have medicine, I don't have to go to the pharmacy. It looks calm here because almost all the zombies in this section have been killed. The dense swarm of zombies outside is not something you can handle." Zhou Yiming was embarrassed. "I can't take your medicine for free. I know medicines are very precious nowadays." Jiang Xinghua chuckled and said, "Just think of it as me lending it to you. From now on, you and your brother will be my subordinates. You will work twice as hard for me and you won't be short of these things." Zhou Yiming had a smile in the corner of her eyes. "That's great. Miss Jiang can accept both of them as a brother and a sister. Jiang Xinghua needs a lot of help. Whether she is running the dungeon or going out, she needs reliable people around her." So far, this brother and sister seemed to be doing very well. Although they were not the veterinarians she needed most, both of them were far superior to ordinary people in terms of physical fitness. Made a profit. She has no shortage of supplies and medicines, but it is not her style to give them away for free to do good deeds. Her principle is that there must be rewards for your efforts. "What can your brother do?" Jiang Xinghua has already started planning Zhou Gan's use. She doesn't want to keep idle people under her. Zhou Yiming scratched his head. "My brother is good at fighting, but he's definitely not as strong as me, Jiang Xinghua's mouth twitched. "Besides this, what other skills does he have?" "Oh right! My brother can farm and grow flowers. Everything he grows survives, and he's also great at raising animals." Jiang Xinghua's eyes sparkled with light, and he looked at Zhou Yiming in surprise. This is the talent she needs. Chapter 39. Get the flamethrower and raid the supermarket. Jiang Xinghua and Zhou Yiming came to the innermost part of the supermarket. All the zombies in this area had been killed, and it was very safe for the time being. "You can take a rest. We'll go to Yunlan Garden to pick up your brother after dark. My place is very safe, you can just move here." "Galu." Jiang Xinghua turned to look at Zhou Yiming in confusion. The other person was holding his stomach, looking embarrassed and very ashamed. "I'm big, so I consume more energy. I'm a little hungry." Jiang Xinghua nodded in understanding and motioned for her to follow. The two found the daily necessities area and asked Zhou Yiming to get 2 chairs, and they sat in front of the cashier table. Zhou Yiming sat down obediently, but looked confused. Then 2 portions of food appeared in front of Jiang Xinghua. "There is still mist on the packaging." Zhou Yiming was shocked but soon recovered. No one asked what this ability was or why it was still hot. Jiang Xinghua was very satisfied. Without saying much, in just half a day I had completely gained a sense of trust in her. According to the analysis, Zhou Yiming's loyalty is at least 60%. Jiang Xinghua added another dish to the table. He pushed the braised pork rice and Mushu pork rice away, leaving only the light one in front of him. Zhou Yiming looked at the two large boxes in front of her and asked in surprise, "Miss Jiang, are these for me? You work for me, so it's only natural that I should provide you with food. If it's not enough, come back to me. You will never go hungry if you follow me." Zhou Yiming nodded obediently and opened 2 meals. One half of the portion was filled with snow white and plump rice, and the other half was filled with tempting braised pork with a fragrant aroma. Every piece of meat is very standard pork belly, with just the right amount of fat and lean. Another identical package only has Mushu pork instead, which can be considered a combination of meat and vegetables. Zhou Yiming swallowed eagerly. She hadn't had a meal like this for a long time. Jiang Xinghua opened the one in front of him. The mixed grain rice has some green vegetables and a few pieces of beef. Very healthy. Although Zhou Yiming was very hungry, he was still very polite and waited for Jiang Xinghua to pick up his chopsticks first. Zhou Yiming swallowed in big gulps without any restraint. As a result, Jiang Xinghua ate a little more today. The surrounding ground was still covered in mottled mud after the rain had receded, and not far away were the rotting corpses of zombies. The air was filled with stench and dust. Both of them remained calm in such an environment. Zhou Yiming is not a pretentious person and never complains about the environment. Jiang Xinghua had suffered a lot in his previous life, so eating in a stinking atmosphere was nothing to him. Zhou Yiming was stunned for a moment while eating. Looking at the soft and glutinous braised pork on the spoon, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "I wonder if my brother is feeling better now. Is he hungry?" After they finished their meal, Jiang Xinghua looked at the time. "It's 5 o'clock now. Let's wait until it's completely dark before we act. Let's rest first to conserve our energy. There are too many zombies in the residential area, so we should try not to alert others and move quietly." Zhou Yiming nodded obediently. Jiang Xinghua sat back and closed his eyes to rest, but his consciousness was very clear. It was hard for her to truly relax in such a dangerous place. Zhou Yiming, who was sitting next to her, carried out her orders thoroughly. He is now fast asleep and snoring softly. The dazzling sun is slowly setting in the west, and the light has turned into a bright orange-red hue. 2 flashes of orange shone not far from Jiang Xinghua, and crystal dust was flying in the light and shadow. The two of them sat between the dim shelves, and the air was suddenly very quiet and comfortable. Jiang Xinghua closed his eyes to relax his body, calculating what he had gained from the battle. First of all, her plant-related ability has been upgraded to level 2, which is very different from level 1. The energy absorbed is faster and more means can be used. For example, the Thorn Jungle and the Thorn Whip are very powerful means of attack. At the same time, she had enough energy to support her in trying out more moves. She finally took a small step towards her goal. The changes in plant powers are enough to show that plant powers are not waste, but rather very useful. She checked the system. The points are already 1611, only a little bit left to 2000. Jiang Xinghua's consciousness lingered on the energy core in the space. This is a gray crystal core with a cold glow that was obtained from a fat zombie. Jiang Xinghua thought of the water energy core that he had absorbed. There is no doubt that absorbing different energy cores will cause strong side effects. In her previous life, she had never heard of anyone who could absorb energy crystal cores of other sequences like she could. It seemed as if the problems were all entangled with her body. Awakening cannot improve physical fitness, and one is fragile and prone to illness, but has strong vitality and can absorb energy cores of different systems. All these abnormalities cast a gloomy shadow over Jiang Xinghua's heart. What secrets does her body have? Jiang Xinghua took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. Some things cannot be rushed, and one day she will get the answer. She looked at the gray energy core and thought for a while, then silently told the system. Energy core exchange. Congratulations to the host for discovering the energy crystal core exchange function. The energy core exchange function is now open to you, automatically detecting the energy core exchange ratio. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow. This damn thing actually has hidden functions. Ding! A pseudo-level 3 energy core of the physical energy system has been detected, which can be exchanged for 500 points. Do you need to exchange your card? No wonder the level of this zombie is strange. It turns out to be a pseudo-level 3 zombie that is infinitely close to level 3. Exchange! Her current plant ability has reached level 2, and she is definitely the best among the awakened ones. There is no rush to upgrade for the time being. The defense of the shelter is the top priority. Dear, your 500 points have been credited to your account. Jiang Xinghua looked at the system panel and saw that the number had reached 2,111. The purchase icon on the flamethrower device has been lit up, and she decisively chooses to buy it. Only 112 points were left of the more than 2,000 points I had just earned, and there was an extra equipment in my backpack. Jiang Xinghua was very satisfied and decided to install it when he returned to the villa. It just so happens that she will soon have 2 subordinates working for her. At 8 o'clock in the evening, night falls. The rotten city has entered night mode, with man-eating monsters lurking in unknown corners. The city was pitch black. The survivors who have survived to this day have adapted to the new pattern. Know how to protect yourself in the dark and cannot make any noise or light. Those who still have electricity still live in darkness at home. Zhou Yiming felt a little regretful before the 2 of them left. There were so many supplies in the supermarket, and there were only 2 of them and their abilities were limited, so they couldn't take them all away. Jiang Xinghua smiled when he knew what she was thinking. I walked around the first floor of the supermarket. As she walked past, the items on the shelves all disappeared as if they were wiped out. Zhou Yiming followed Jiang Xinghua closely. He said nothing, but his eyes widened as he looked in surprise at the rows of disappearing goods. The snack area is well sealed. Except for the packaging on the bottom layer, which was severely damaged and abandoned by Jiang Xinghua, the packaging on the middle and upper layers was in perfect condition and was all collected. There was basically nothing in the vegetable and meat areas. The closure of this supermarket is not like other places that were suddenly closed, and there was no time to stock. This place was closed in advance due to street repairs, so these 2 areas did not receive any goods. Jiang Xinghua was not in a hurry and came to the cold storage. Sure enough, after the door opened, it was full of various stocks. Various frozen meats such as pork, beef, steak, fish, shrimp, and some fast food. Jiang Xinghua stood at the door and snapped his fingers lightly. Everything in the cold storage disappeared. There are several food shops on the 2nd floor, such as bakeries. The things in these stores are basically made and sold on the spot, so they are not worth searching for. The rest were just daily necessities and some clothes. Jiang Xinghua doesn't care whether these clothes are out of fashion or what age group they are suitable for. It's good enough to have something to wear at the end of the world. Why bother with so many things? It took only 20 minutes for the 2 of them to finish the sweep. Jiang Xinghua nodded inwardly when he saw Zhou Yiming's face calm down after seeing the power of space. She didn't go out of her way to hide her abilities. If Zhou Yiming has no ulterior motives in the future, she will be the one who spends every day with me. Her power of space is applied in every aspect of life and is difficult to hide. First, it is to intimidate the other party. If Zhou Yiming had any lively ideas, she would stop when she saw the difference in abilities. Whether Zhou Yiming is trustworthy remains to be seen. Secondly, Zhou Yiming needs to cooperate with me. If you don't know your own abilities, you will inevitably make mistakes when you encounter danger. Your performance this time is very good. I will give you a bonus when you return. Zhou Yiming nodded happily. She also had a salary and bonus. Hee. The 2 of them were ready to go. Zhou Yiming dutifully put Jiang Xinghua on his arms and vowed not to let Jiang Xinghua take another step. She was responsible for advancing and Jiang Xinghua was in charge of commanding. Jiang Xinghua's perception range is not large, but he can still avoid many dangers. Now they are basically all level 1 zombies, and the 2 of them can dodge before they hit them. The tall figure moved quickly in the darkness, making very little sound. We also encountered 2 unavoidable zombies on the way, and the number was less than 3 each time. Jiang Xinghua was dealt with by Zhou Yiming without even having to make a move. She secretly sighed at her excellent vision in judging people. Save time, effort, and greatly increase safety. On the other side is Building 8 of Yunlanyuan Community. In the dark house, a haggard man opened his eyes. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Meng, are you there?" Chapter 40. Your sister said you are good at farming. After Zhou Gan woke up, he felt very weak and the wound in his abdomen was aching slightly. Without even bothering to check his own body, he struggled to get out of bed to look for his sister. He had been having a fever and seemed to hear Zhou Yiming say in his sleep that he wanted to go out. Now that I woke up and found that my sister was really not around, I felt uneasy. After checking several dark rooms and even the bathroom, I was finally sure. Zhou Yiming is really not at home. He saw half a bag of instant noodles on the table in the living room, with a piece of paper underneath. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the words clearly with the dim light from his cell phone. Because Zhou Yiming had a high fever and his family was out of food, he teamed up with a few other people in the community and went out. I didn't even carry my cell phone with me for fear of interference. It seems that Zhou Yiming has been away for a whole day. They set off in the morning, and it's already past 9 o'clock in the evening and they haven't returned yet? Zhou Gan didn't dare to imagine what would happen to his sister when zombies were rampant outside. He, who had never believed in gods or Buddhas, actually began to pray devoutly for his sister's safe return. He can't contact Zhou Yiming now, and even if he goes out to look for her, he doesn't know where she is. The city is so big, they can go anywhere. Zhou Gan hated himself for getting injured at such a dangerous time when doomsday was approaching. If he sees the bastard who pushed him into the blade again, he will tear him into pieces. Hiss! In his excitement, Zhou Gan pulled the wound, and he gasped softly, with sweat on his forehead. When he was feeling frustrated, he remembered Zhou Yiming's cell phone. There must be clues in it. Fortunately, Zhou Yiming's phone has no password. He excitedly searched through the message list and finally found out who Zhou Yiming went out with and where she went. Zhou Gan frowned and looked at the distance on the map. The place they went was not very far, so they should have returned long ago. Yu Hong? Isn't he the security guard who works in the same building as him? Why is he here too? He decided to send a message to Yu Hong to ask. I received a reply shortly after the message was sent. Zhou Gan didn't expect that the other party would actually reply to him. We came back in the evening, but your sister got married and won't be back. Zhou Gan frowned in confusion. Gao Ji? He sent a message to inquire but never received a reply. Could it be that Xiao Meng was deceived? She looks tall but is actually very simple. The kind that still has to count money for others even after being sold. Zhou Gan bit his fingers anxiously. He knew his sister best and she would never abandon him. He hasn't come back yet, so he must have encountered some danger. What to do? The phone screen suddenly flickered again. Zhou Gan picked it up quickly, thinking that Yu Hong had given him some new information. When he clicked on it, he saw someone in the group had tagged him. There shouldn't be many people alive in this building, so why are there people looking for him in the group? I tell you! Open the door quickly, there are my things in the house, we have to take them back. Don't play dead. I know you are brother and sister, and there is food at home. You must be injured. If you don't let us in, don't blame us for being rude. When he came back, he ran into Jiang Xinghua in the building. It was not surprising that the other party knew about his injury. But where does his family get food and drink? Just this half piece of bread? Zhou Gan just thought that this person was sick and ignored her. You can tell at first glance that this family is crazy. I still remember vividly the big show we watched when we drove them away. It is said that after the end of the world, the man returned with his mistress. I really don't know what it's like to have 4 people living together. Zhou Gan put down his phone with a look of disdain. On the 6th floor, Jiang Yimei's family was looking at their phones, but did not receive any reply. Jiang Yimei asked Deng Xingping, who was holding his phone, softly. Could it be that everyone in their family is dead? Impossible! The people who went out to look for supplies today have already returned. The skinny one among their group, who looked like a chicken, has all returned. How could that bear-like woman who was so strong die outside? Han Xiuyan squeezed in between the two of them, holding Deng Xingping's shoulders and speaking in a weak voice. Brother Peng, let's wait until late at night and take a look. With so many of us, the man downstairs is probably dead. Even if the remaining one is a woman, how could she possibly beat you? Deng Xingping nodded with satisfaction and began to plan his actions for the evening. Jiang Yimei, who was squeezed out, had a ferocious look on her face. Ever since Deng Xingping brought the mistress home after the apocalypse, her status has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Especially after the incident with the thief a few days ago, Deng Xingping had completely become disgusted with her. But how would she and her son survive if they left here? Jiang Yimei looked gloomy. Although there is no perfume in Jiang Xinghua's space, there are various air fresheners. I put it away when I was buying daily necessities at the mall, and now I just happen to be using it. She sprayed it violently on herself and Zhou Yimeng. Now both of them smell fragrant, and as long as they don't make any noise, the first level zombies farther away won't be able to find them. Although Zhou Yiming is big and is carrying Jiang Xinghua, his steps are very light. Everything went smoothly all the way. Soon we arrived at Building 8 of Yunlinyuan. Jiang Xinghua said in a very low voice. I will use vines to fix the window, you must hold on tight. I'll control the vines to take us up. Zhou Yiming nodded seriously and carried Jiang Xinghua on his back instead. Jiang Xinghua put one arm around Zhou Yiming's neck and released energy from the other hand, which condensed into dark green vines. After level 2, the strength and toughness of the vines she condenses are significantly improved. A finger-thick stick can move both of them. The vines extended silently up along the outer wall of the building, all the way to the 4th floor. There were thick curtains drawn on the windows. Vines as thin as hair stretched out from the gaps, wrapped around the door handles of the windows inside the house. Zhou Gan, who was sitting in the living room, suddenly heard a click. He stood up alertly and looked for the source of the sound. He went to the kitchen, picked up a knife, and slowly walked to the master bedroom where the sound came from. He sensed the presence of something behind the curtain. It's obviously not a human, this is the 4th floor. There is no leverage outside, how can people climb up? Could it be some new type of doomsday monster? Zhou Gan had abdominal pain and felt weak. He struggled to maintain a vigilant posture, staring closely at the window. The window is opened. The bedroom windows used to open inwards, but now they are fully opened. But he didn't see a hand or anything at all. Then something weird, like a monster's tentacle, stretched out from under the curtain, firmly rooted in the ground. Zhou Gan didn't dare to act rashly, and could only stand there blankly. 1 minute later, a hand reached in through the gap in the curtains and opened both windows. Zhou Gan was horrified. It's actually a human? He remained alert, waiting for the moment when the object behind him fell to the ground and rushed forward. The curtains opened, revealing the person behind them. It's actually a girl? Zhou Gan stopped moving forward. He stared at the person in front of him in a daze. Jiang Xinghua? This is different from what he thought. Brother? Are you feeling better? Zhou Gan looked behind Jiang Xinghua and saw that it was his sister Zhou Yiming who was climbing up. He hurried forward to help Zhou Yiming in. Jiang Xinghua took a few steps back tactfully. After Zhou Yiming climbed up, she closed the curtains and windows, then turned around and looked at Zhou Gan with surprise. Xiao Meng, why are you two together? This is the 4th floor. How did you get up here? Zhou Yiming scratched his head. That's right, Miss Jiang brought me up here. It's hard to explain. Zhou Gan also knew how poor his sister's language skills were, so he didn't dwell on it. Aren't you going to look for supplies? Yu Hong said you climbed up to some high ground? High branch. Zhou Yiming tilted his head in confusion and thought for a moment. Oh, he is talking about Miss Jiang. Zhou Gan felt a headache when he looked at Jiang Xinghua, a skinny girl who was not even half the size of his sister. My mind was a mess, and it got even more confused after asking for a long time. What about the supplies? Zhou Yiming smiled and said, Miss Jiang kept it for me. She also gave me bonuses and salary. She is a very nice person. Zhou Gan twitched his lips and was speechless. What the hell is going on? There are many grooves but no openings. I don't know why my sister always mentions Jiang Xinghua in every sentence. Jiang Xinghua asked Zhou Gan expectantly. Your sister said you are good at farming and taking care of animals? Zhou Gan's mind was almost shutting down, and he became even more confused when he heard such a question. Not really, but I used to farm in the countryside, so I'm a good farmer there. Jiang Xinghua was satisfied and nodded. His tone became a little better. Do you have anything to take? Pack up and follow us before dark. Zhou Gan? You guys? Where are you going? Zhou Yiming was afraid that Jiang Xinghua would think her brother was wasting time. I'm already Miss Jiang's person, and so are you, brother. Let's move in with Miss Jiang. She will pay us. Zhou Gan was speechless and felt the wound hurt even more. The fever hasn't gone away, my brain can't keep up, and I can't think about complicated things. Looking at my sister's happy expression and Jiang Xinghua's calm face, I wondered if my sister was really cheated. Zhou Yiming rarely takes the initiative to ask for things like this. Seeing the eager expression on her face, Zhou Gan swallowed many questions and said no more. In short, as long as he doesn't die, he can always protect her. Zhou Gan thought for a moment and said, There's nothing important. Money is useless now, and there's no supplies at home. Just take the clothes with you. Zhou Yiming nodded and went to pack her things. Jiang Xinghua walked into the living room skillfully and raised an eyebrow when he saw the completely different furniture arrangement. I sat on the sofa and waited naturally. Zhou Gan looked at Jiang Xinghua's natural look and said hesitantly, Ms. Jiang, Xiao Ming has a simple mind, but she is not stupid. She cares about you so much. I'm sure you must have given her a lot of help along the way. Thank you in advance. Jiang Xinghua knew that the two had a good relationship, but she didn't expect that this man with tattoos on his arms had such a good temper. I think I should tell you something. Rounding has something to do with you. Jiang Xinghua looked at Zhou Gan inquiringly. Just now your aunt sent a message in the building group, saying that they still have some things here that they haven't taken away. I suspect that given the family's style, they made up this excuse just to find an opportunity to steal supplies. Not sure how you want to handle this. Chapter 41. You can do it yourself, right? Zhou Gan knew that she had a grudge against that family, and they were not on good terms with each other, so telling her now was a favor. If it's convenient, can you let me check the group? I don't have my phone with me. Zhou Gan nodded and took out a cell phone from another armchair. He opened the group message and handed it to Jiang Xinghua. The blue and white light from the screen reflected on her still somewhat immature face. Zhou Gan was still very weak, and his tense nerves relaxed after his sister came back. He slumped down on the single sofa next to Jiang Xinghua in an ungraceful manner. He raised his right arm and wiped his face, then perked up and glanced at Jiang Xinghua from the side. His impression of Jiang Xinghua was limited to the simple information he found about her family background and identity when she mortgaged her house. I know she has had a hard time over the years, especially her poor health. Zhou Gan's eyes casually swept over Jiang Xinghua's calm face and her body that was not relaxed even as she sat on the sofa. It shouldn't be a terminal illness. Speaking of which, this is the first time in all these years that Zhou Yiming has been as happy as she is today. Tell yourself clearly what you want to do. Looking at his own sister's face, Zhou Gan really couldn't say no. How can you say that you are on a high branch by following a little girl who seems like she hasn't grown up yet? Could it be that Yu Hong was kicked in the head by a zombie? Are you confused? Zhou Gan's thoughts were running wildly in his mind, becoming more and more outrageous the more he thought about it. After reading the records in the group, Jiang Xinghua curled his lips and turned to look at Zhou Gan. Zhou Gan was stunned. The light from the phone screen was reflected in those amber eyes, dazzling. Suddenly he stuttered. What happened? Jiang Xinghua smiled politely. It wasn't Jiang Yimei who said that, it was Deng Xingping. How dare they threaten you directly when they are so afraid of the strong and bully the weak? I remember that when you drove them out, Deng Xingping didn't dare to say a word. It was because they happened to see me injured when I was returning home that day. Plus, I was the one who drove them away in the first place. When he said this, he glanced at Jiang Xinghua with a hint of resentment. Jiang Xinghua still smiled politely, as if he didn't see it at all. They said they didn't take anything away. I think all the furniture in this house was brought by you. Zhou Gan frowned, gritted his teeth, and subconsciously wanted to curse. Seeing Jiang Xinghua's polite face, she held it back. They are such a piece of shit. When we told them to get out, we even wanted to take away the light bulbs and floors. They just wanted to steal my supplies because they saw I was injured. Jiang Yimei had sold food in the group before, but she probably ran out of food a long time ago. Jiang Xinghua nodded. She knew about it. Jiang Yimei wrote it all in her online diary. She looked around the living room. Nothing here was familiar to her. Although there were no expensive furniture, everything was simple and practical. It was obvious that the brother and sister lived their lives seriously. They must know that Xiao Ming went out to look for supplies today. Everyone in the community group knows about this. They probably knew that the people who were looking for supplies were back, so they wanted to find an excuse to steal the supplies. Jiang Xinghua thought about it and smiled meaningfully. She nodded to show that she understood. I got up and went to find Zhou Yiming, who was packing his things in the bedroom. No need to clean up, we will take everything away in a while, not even a single tile will be left behind. After Zhou Yiming came to his senses and heard Jiang Xinghua's words, he scratched his head in confusion. He glanced at the clothes he was packing and simply let go. She knew Jiang Xinghua's space. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your trouble. Zhou Yiming smiled shyly. It doesn't matter. The main thing is to not let the scum get away with it. Zhou Yiming nodded as if she understood, but didn't ask any more questions. Suddenly, she thought of something. Ms. Jiang, can your space contain living things? No, what are you going to pretend? Zhou Yiming looked at the corner of the bed against the wall with some embarrassment, where the quilt was bulging. she asked tentatively. Miss Jiang, are you allergic to cat hair? Jiang Xinghua looked at the bulge and understood what was happening, then shook his head slightly. Zhou Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xinghua's health was not good, and she was really afraid that the other person would be allergic to cat hair. Then Xiaohua would be very embarrassed. She sat down on the bed quietly, and reached out to pull open the quilt. The whole person seemed a little cautious. Meow. Jiang Xinghua shuddered all over, and goosebumps instantly crawled up her arms. A furry little head poked out from the quilt, and rubbed Zhou Yiming's big hand gently. Zhou Yiming's expression was always very gentle. She took the furry kitten out of the quilt, turned around and handed it to Jiang Xinghua's arms. Jiang Xinghua held the soft little life somewhat stiffly. I lowered my head and met a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Her name is Xiaohua. Zhou Yiming's expression was gentle but a little guilty. Her previous owner didn't want her anymore and left her in the square downstairs, so I brought her back. I didn't know that the doomsday had broken out, and I didn't prepare much cat food. She suffered a lot with me. Xiaohua is very well behaved and rarely barks on weekdays. Jiang Xinghua lowered his head. This is a rag doll, very thin, about 3 or 4 months old, not as beautiful as in the photos on the internet. The hair in my hands is a little dry and I can even feel the bones in my body. She raised her hand and scratched her neck, and Xiaohua raised her head to cooperate. He narrowed his beautiful eyes that looked like the sky and made a purring sound. This puppet is in a very relaxed state right now. Although she didn't have enough to eat, she was treated very well. There are too many pets that have become food in the doomsday, and she is lucky to meet the kind Zhou Yiming. Zhou Yiming was very happy to see that the man and the cat got along well. Ms. Jiang, Xiaohua likes you very much. Jiang Xinghua smiled and returned the flower to Zhou Yiming. My right hand was somewhat nostalgic for the furry touch, so I gave it a light squeeze. It's almost time. Since we don't have to pack up, let's go. Zhou Yiming nodded and promised with a serious face. I will definitely keep an eye on Xiaohua and not let her make any sound. Jiang Xinghua paused and said, It's okay. She's not a human. You don't have to be so strict. Just kill the zombies if there are any. Zhou Gan, who was following behind, twitched his mouth. Are zombies cabbages? Jiang Xinghua raised his hand. All the furniture in the room, Zhou Yiming's clothes, and even the floor disappeared. The three of them were standing in the unfinished house in an instant. Zhou Gan's eyes widened in shock, his mouth half open with an expression of disbelief. The whole room is empty. It's almost a shell. Even the floor tiles were not spared. Jiang Xinghua walked around and cleaned the entire house. Zhou Gan was already numb, and stammered. How did you do this? Zhou Yiming felt relieved when she saw her brother's look. She was shocked too. As if he were an experienced person, he patted Zhou Gan on the shoulder and said proudly, This is Miss Jiang's ability. Zhou Gan came back to his senses and asked, Space? Zhou Yiming nodded. Zhou Gan felt that he was not that surprised anymore. Even the zombies have appeared, there is nothing unacceptable. Jiang Xinghua asked Zhou Gan, Can I borrow your phone to say a few words in the group? Zhou Gan shrugged nonchalantly and handed the phone to Jiang Xinghua, then stood behind her curiously to see what she was going to do. Jiang Xinghua didn't stop him. Zhou Yiming also moved over and looked at the phone screen curiously. Jiang Xinghua, I suddenly feel a little depressed. The two men were almost the same height. Although Zhou Gan is not as strong as Zhou Yiming, he is also very tall. The two of them huddled behind Jiang Xinghua, who was only 1.6 meters tall, making her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Jiang Xinghua sighed secretly and turned on his phone. I sent a few messages in the building group using Zhou Gan's account. Jiang Yimei and Deng Xingping, you guys want to kill us all. How are you going to let my sister and I survive if all the supplies are taken away? That was something my sister brought back with great effort. Asshole. If my sister and I die, you will be murderers. Then Jiang Xinghua frantically tagged Jiang Yimei and Deng Xingping. After finishing this scene, Jiang Xinghua calmly turned off his phone. Zhou Gan looked at Jiang Xinghua with admiration as if he suddenly understood something and gave him a thumbs up. This is a great job of creating something out of nothing. Zhou Yiming was a little confused. Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows wantonly. Zhou Gan seemed to see again the way Jiang Xinghua stood among the crowd and raised her eyebrows at him when Jiang Yimei's family was driven away. What's up with that being kind of cool? Let's go back the same way. Zhou Gan was a little confused. By the way, this is the 4th floor, how did you get up here? Also, it's the middle of the night right now, which is when zombies are active. The neighborhood is almost full of zombies. How are so many of us going to get around? I think it's hard for my body to support large movements, and Zhou Gan looked into Zhou Yiming's arms. There is also a cat. Should we make a plan? Zhou Gan was a little worried. The fact that Jiang Xinghua had space made him feel more at ease, but how could a group of them possibly pass through the residential area? His unshaven face looked somewhat weathered. Brother, you are so long-winded. You don't have to think about anything, just follow Miss Jiang. Do whatever she tells you to do. The pulse on Zhou Gan's forehead began to throb faster. I was speechless looking at Zhou Yiming's determined and serious look. I don't know what kind of magic potion Jiang Xinghua gave her sister. They clearly always listened to me before, so why do they both have to listen to others now? He has to go even if he wants to die. Zhou Gan's face turned as bitter as a gourd, and he became even more worried. Jiang Xinghua brought them to the window, and energy gathered in his right hand. A vine appeared out of nowhere and took root in the floor. The rustling sound extended out of the window until it landed on the ground. Zhou Gan's pupils trembled. What is this weird thing? Is that how they got up here? He watched Zhou Yiming carry Jiang Xinghua on his back, holding Xiaohua in one hand. Xiaohua's bright eyes watched her movements curiously. Zhou Yiming looked at Zhou Gan. Brother, I won't care about you anymore. You can do it on your own, right? Chapter 42. This world is too fantastic. Zhou Gan was overwhelmed with emotions for a moment. He gritted his teeth as he looked at his sister who was walking forward with a heavy load. He said with a fake smile, It's okay, I can do it, this injury won't kill me. Zhou Yiming nodded. Okay, then you pay attention and must listen to Miss Jiang's instructions. I'll go down first. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped out of the window. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the vine and disappeared in front of Zhou Gan. Zhou Gan took a deep breath. He actually expected Zhou Yiming to be able to hear the hidden meaning of his words. He sighed and looked out the window resignedly. Zhou Yiming had already reached the ground and was waving at him, signaling him to come down quickly. Zhou Gan reached out and pulled at the vine. In terms of hand feel, it is just like a vine of a plant, and feels tougher. He knew her sister's weight, and that she had more muscle mass than him. When I took Jiang Xinghua down, I found that the vine was intact, so I think there is no problem with its sturdiness. Zhou Gan took a deep breath, grabbed the vines with both hands, and stepped on the window to the outer wall. He looked at the height of the building below, and couldn't help shivering. Grit your teeth, turn your head back without looking down, and move downwards as quickly as possible. A dull breeze blew through the dark night, bringing with it a few screams and the roars of zombies. There will be no more peaceful nights after the apocalypse. Zhou Gan was distracted by looking into the distance on the wall, and all he saw was darkness, without a trace of light. It makes people feel inexplicably depressed. Zhou Gan landed softly on the ground and exchanged a glance with Jiang Xinghua. Ask her what to do next. Jiang Xinghua didn't expect Zhou Gan to adapt so quickly and actually obey his instructions so well. She nodded with satisfaction. Being obedient is more important than being able to do things, and she doesn't want to bring along a stubborn person who won't listen to advice. Zombies in the distance have already discovered them. Jiang Xinghua sensed that the living dead were gathering towards them. Zhou Gan had vaguely heard the noise and looked a little impatient. This was his first time going out since the apocalypse. I don't know Jiang Xinghua's specific strength, I just respect my sister's choice. For a moment, I put myself in such a dangerous environment, and couldn't help but feel scared. Jiang Xinghua waved his hand, and an SUV appeared in front of them. Zhou Yiming was puzzled and asked softly, Miss Jiang, are we going to drive away? Will it make too much noise? With the configuration we have now, it's difficult for us to leave quietly. If you encounter too many zombies, it will cause a chain reaction. We drove straight out and finished the battle quickly. Zhou Gan pursed his lips, no longer surprised that Jiang Xinghua had space. Actively walked to the driving position. Jiang Xinghua did not refuse. She paid him to do the work. Since Zhou Gan took the initiative, it means that his injury was not serious, and he could hold on. In the apocalypse, as long as you are not fatally injured, you still have to do what you need to do. Zhou Gan is quite perceptive. Zhou Yiming handed the flower to Jiang Xinghua and sat in the passenger seat. There were zombie attacks while driving at high speed, and the two positions in the front were the most dangerous. Jiang Xinghua calmly got into the car and handed the keys to Zhou Gan. The zombies can already be seen by the window. Sweat oozed from Zhou Gan's forehead, and he didn't know whether it was from the pain of the wound or from fear. In the darkness, with a slight trembling right hand, he inserted the key into the keyhole. The black shadows moving in the darkness could be described as endless, and Zhou Gan felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. I don't know what Zhou Yiming experienced during this trip, but he remains calm now. Jiang Xinghua sat in the back seat holding Xiaohua and fastened his seat belt. You should know the way to the eastern suburbs. Zhou Gan nodded. He had been there several times before. Boom. The sound of the car starting was particularly obvious in the quiet night. Zhou Gan took a deep breath, and the black shadows sped up. The white car stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. I didn't dare turn on the car lights and just drove in the dark. He was on 200% alert, feeling that some ferocious monster would suddenly jump out from his surroundings. After the car left, the zombies behind it sped up and followed the direction of the sound of their car. Zhou Gan was extremely cautious. When approaching the gate of the community, I suddenly found many ghosts in front of me. They are all zombies following the sound. Zhou Gan cursed. Fuck! It's blocked! The car couldn't stop, and there were many zombies following behind them. I was in a dilemma for a while. The zombies are less than 50 meters away from the gate. Jiang Xinghua said calmly. Don't stop the car no matter what you see, and don't slow down and rush out. Zhou Gan's mind went blank and he followed the instructions subconsciously. Without releasing his hand on the accelerator, he rushed towards the zombies at the gate. The zombies also pounced towards them. Zhou Gan's eyes widened and sweat kept dripping and seeping into his clothes. Zhou Yiming sat in the passenger seat, holding the handle above the door with her right hand. His face was serious but not panicked. 10 meters. 5 meters. Just as Zhou Gan's hands began to tremble as he gripped the steering wheel, and he could vaguely see the hideous and mutilated faces of the zombies in the darkness. A flash of light passed by. The flying long objects weaved into a large net in the air, twisting in the air like the tentacles of some monster. Zhou Gan didn't let up on the accelerator. The moment they passed through the zombie group, the zombies were thrown into the air by the tentacles and flew to the side of the road. Zhou Gan opened his eyes wide and finally saw something flashing past his car window. It turned out to be a thorn vine. These thorns seemed to extend from the darkness. Some of the zombies in front of their car were thrown out, and the heads of the other parts were directly cut off. The heads were flying in the air and 2 of them hit the hood of the car with a thud. Zhou Gan was completely numb. When he faced the dead man's head, his semi-long hair seemed to stand up. Zhou Gan! The car didn't slow down and rushed out of the community in a few seconds. A brisk and familiar voice sounded beside Zhou Gan's ears. Ms. Jiang, you are so amazing! This trick is really useful. Zhou Gan suddenly understood what Yu Hong meant by the high branch. But I still want to roar. This world is too mysterious. Damn it! A car was driving in the silent and dark city, and wherever the car passed by would cause the roars of the surrounding zombies. The survivors hiding nearby were trembling with fear, and the entire night was filled with the roars of zombies. The zombies on the main road were not as concentrated as those in the residential area. Jiang Xinghua killed any zombies that blocked his way with thorny vines. Everything went smoothly until we left the city. She now has sufficient reserves of supernatural powers and is very confident. Zhou Gan breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the number of zombies on the road had obviously decreased. Following Jiang Xinghua's instructions, we arrived at the Banhua Villa area. When we got to the villa area, we could feel more clearly that there were fewer zombies. What's going on? Enter the villa area. Zhou Gan obediently drove into the villa area and found that there was not even a shadow of a zombie in the community. Go inside and stop in front of any house that you like. Zhou Gan drove to the back part of the community in a daze and stopped the car in front of a villa. Jiang Xinghua got off the car first, holding Xiaohua. He came to the door of the villa and opened it with a slender branch. Zhou Gan and Zhou Yiming looked at each other and followed Jiang Xinghua into the house. Miss Jiang, is this your home? Jiang Xinghua found the switch in the room and turned it on. The sudden light made the 2 of them close their eyes subconsciously. Zhou Gan was obviously a little panicked and didn't care about his sore eyes. Turning on the lights will attract zombies. Jiang Xinghua turned around with a calm expression. The entire villa area is my territory. There are no zombies here. This house is located in the inner part of the city, and there are few people living nearby. Turning on the light won't have any effect. Zhou Gan was a little surprised. The entire villa area? Jiang Xinghua nodded. Zhou Gan looked at her calm expression as it should be, and felt relieved when he thought of her magical methods. That's right, people with this kind of power have villas. It's normal. Jiang Xinghua looked around the villa and nodded. No one has ever lived in this villa, and except for the dust, the furniture is complete. You guys stay here first, and you can go around the villa area tomorrow and choose a new one. They are all empty, you can choose any one. I have installed a lot of surveillance cameras in the villa area, so safety is guaranteed. As he spoke, a walkie-talkie appeared in Jiang Xinghua's hand and he handed it to Zhou Yiming. If I see any danger nearby, I will let you know via the intercom. Zhou Yiming took it and nodded. You guys should have a good rest today, and come up the mountain to find me when you wake up tomorrow. My house is the hillside villa above. Jiang Xinghua found out the toiletries, some instant foods and mineral water that they might need today from the space. A full pile, very sufficient. Zhou Gan's eyes became hot for a moment when he looked at those things. He hadn't seen such abundant supplies for a long time. Ginger Xingyu plus antibiotics and some medicines for treating fever and infection. And 4 servings of hot, nutritious and balanced meals. Zhou Gan subconsciously swallowed his saliva when he saw the food. Jiang Xinghua felt that he had nothing to miss and prepared to leave. After a whole day she couldn't take it anymore. When I was leaving, I saw a furry ball sitting on the ground, and my heart was moved. I didn't think I saw any cat food when I was collecting your things just now? Zhou Yiming nodded with a troubled look on her face. The cat food was eaten up a few days ago. These days I have been giving Xiaohua whatever I eat. As he said this, he looked at Xiaohua with great pity. Meow. Hearing the sweet sound, Jiang Xinghua felt like he had taken a big bite of candy. Xiaohua circled around Jiang Xinghua's feet and rubbed her trouser legs. Jiang Xinghua suddenly remembered the batch of pet supplies he had stockpiled before Doomsday. There are cat food and cat supplies at the half-mountain villa, but Xiaohua has to go back with me today. Zhou Yiming picked up Xiaohua without hesitation and put her in Jiang Xinghua's arms, as if afraid that she would regret it the next moment. Zhou Gan was a little jealous. Zhou Yiming treats Xiaohua very well. Sometimes he made such a loud noise that little girl Zhou Yiming would be so distressed that she would feel distressed for a long time. But now he just let Jiang Xinghua take him home directly. Jiang Xinghua walked with heavy steps, holding the soft and delicate little flower in her hands. Facing Zhou Yiming's trusting and expectant gaze, I suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility. Chapter 43 The Most Perfect Shelter. The 3rd floor minus the 3rd floor is open. As the two of them watched, Jiang Xinghua drove Xiaohua back to the villa halfway up the mountain. This was her territory, so she turned on the low beam of the car without hesitation. On the way up the mountain, Jiang Xinghua saw something flash through the dark woods. The noise was so subtle that if she hadn't been very observant she would have thought it was just an ordinary breeze. Jiang Xinghua slowed down the car and turned to take a closer look at the swaying trees. It was calm there, and there was nothing unusual. Jiang Xinghua pursed her lips and looked away, looking somewhat helpless. She returned to her comfortable and bright home and felt that the day had been very long and the fatigue in her body became heavier. Jiang Xinghua slumped on the sofa without any image, her eyes following the furry little figure patrolling her home. Now that there was no one else around, Jiang Xinghua could look at Xiaohua without restraint. This little puppet is not shy about strangers. In her living room, he stood up his big, fluffy tail like a feather duster, walked back and forth on tiptoe with his chin raised, as if he was familiar with his new territory. Her back and tail are light gray-blue, with a very standard figure 8 shape between her eyes and her head. Her chest and limbs are snow-white, and her frizzy scarf looks soft, beautiful and cute. It can be seen that Zhou Yiming has done her best to take good care of her. Meow meow. Jiang Xinghua tried to hold back, but still couldn't. He picked up the little girl who was rubbing against his calf and rubbed her in his arms. She sighed comfortably, narrowed her eyes, and an inexplicable joy surged from the bottom of her heart. It turns out that cute furry little animals are really healing. Jiang Xinghua's heart softened. She put Xiaohua down and went to the warehouse in the dungeon, where she found the batch of pet supplies she had stockpiled before. I took out cat food, cat cans, cat litter and other things from the house and returned to the villa. Give Xiaohua a bowl of warm goat milk, cat food and plenty of water. Jiang Xinghua squatted on the side and watched Xiaohua eating hard. Perhaps she had been hungry for a long time, so she wolfed down the food. The goat milk splashed everywhere, and the crunching sound of chewing was extremely crisp. It looks like an excavator. Jiang Xinghua looked at the furry ball, and suddenly a pair of obsidian-like black and cold eyes flashed before his eyes. she murmured. Little follower. He sighed as he thought about it, took out 50 kilograms of frozen meat from the warehouse, put it in a large barrel and placed it directly outside. By the time the man and the cat had finished cleaning up, Jiang Xinghua could hardly open his eyes. He prepared a soft blanket with velvet tassels for Xiaohua, rolled it up on the ground, and climbed onto the bed himself. Before I closed my eyes, I heard the system prompt in a trance. Detected that the conditions have been met. The underground city's negative third-floor residential area is open. Open accordingly. Then Jiang Xinghua completely lost consciousness and fell into darkness. Meow. Jiang Xinghua felt his chest a little heavy, and when he opened his eyes he saw an enlarged furry cat face. Jiang Xinghua. Looking at the watch, it was already 7 o'clock. Jiang Xinghua dragged his aching body to get up and put food on the table for Xiaohua, who was acting coquettishly. There was no movement in Banhua Villa according to the surveillance. Yesterday, she and Zhou Yiming and her brother and sister said that they were not in a hurry to come up today. Judging from Zhou Gan's condition, they should not come for a while. Jiang Xinghua came outside and saw a bucket of meat in the yard in front of the villa. It was already smelling slightly after a night. She put it into the space and came to the outside of the villa's wall, and placed the bucket of rotten meat in the grass, leaving it there in plain sight. He looked around inquiringly, then turned and walked towards the villa as if inadvertently. After she left, a huge lizard emerged from the forest, stared at the direction she left, and turned around to bite the meat. Jiang Xinghua listened to the subtle noise coming from behind him and slightly raised the corners of his lips with a happy expression. After returning to the villa, Jiang Xinghua couldn't wait to get into the elevator. The beehive mentioned in the mission reward should be the third floor above ground that has just been unlocked. When the elevator door opened, there was a huge helipad. There were 3 drones parked in the corner. Jiang Xinghua. Compared with this helipad, the 3 drones do look a bit shabby. On second thought, this was a reward from the system anyway, which was better than her working herself to buy it with her points. This kind of ordinary drone costs 200 points in the mall, so here you get 600 points for free. Jiang Xinghua studied the drone for a while and thought that it had many uses, the main one being its flexibility. It can not only detect the situation nearby, but also transport simple and light items. The most important thing is that each one can carry 100 grams of explosives. This is the most important thing. Jiang Xinghua is very fond of this kind of long-range attack method. She had a lot of gasoline, but no gunpowder. Don't rush, take it one step at a time. Jiang Xinghua implements each of his ideas seriously but does not rush into it. When she saw the row of floor buttons in the elevator again, she remembered that the system seemed to prompt that something was turned on while she was sleeping yesterday. Jiang Xinghua's eyes lit up. Residential area. She came to the unlocked negative third floor. The layout here is very simple, a standard underground shelter. Apart from 3 large elevators on each floor, the rest of the space is made up of small rooms. Jiang Xinghua opened a few at random and found that the layout inside was similar. It's just like a dormitory, divided into single rooms, double rooms, quad rooms, and rooms that can accommodate up to 6 people. Each room has a private bathroom. The rooms are not big, only about 10 square meters, but the living environment in single and double rooms is also very good. The rooms are clean and tidy, and the air is well ventilated without any odor. It's pretty good for an underground shelter. There is also a restaurant, gym, entertainment room and a large training room in the central area, and the conditions are quite good. Jiang Xinghua estimated that this floor could accommodate at least tens of thousands of people, and the number could be doubled if comfort was not taken into account. She had an idea in her mind, thinking that it must be the joining of Zhou Yiming and his sister that opened up this level of authority. No wonder it's called an underground city. Fill up this floor, plus the floors that haven't been opened yet, and it will be a city. Once everything is opened, Jiang Xinghua believes that this will be the perfect shelter that will shock all survivors. A true doomsday-safe fortress. Jiang Xinghua took a look around and found that a lot of permissions had been enabled last night. The 3 elevators have been unlocked, but the buttons inside do not include the 8th floor below ground and the 2nd floor above ground. The 2nd floor above ground is Jiang Xinghua's private warehouse. According to her speculation, this negative 8th floor is probably her private area, but I don't know when it will be opened. The door in the lobby on the 1st floor that had never been opened could finally be used. Leading out of the gate with the isolation and disinfection area is a dark tunnel about 50 meters long. The exit is on the east side of Banhua Mountain. There are no houses nearby and there are only trees except the main road, so it is extremely safe. Sure enough, how can one person call a city? Jiang Xinghua frowned in thought. Before, she was the only one here, and many permissions were closed. This time, she brought back 2 people who could be considered residents of the dungeon, so all these permissions were enabled. Based on the current situation, one of the purposes of the dungeon is to allow me to bring in more people to become residents. Otherwise, how about I rely on myself? I can't even finish the planting of thousands of acres on the first underground floor, let alone raising the progress bar to open the next floor. The dungeon guided her in an inductive and gentle way to build a real doomsday shelter, a base. Jiang Xinghua smiled with interest and did not feel too disgusted with the conclusion. She needs the various advanced technologies and the entire dungeon brought by the system, and the system needs her to build a base, so both sides get what they need. There is no conflict between the two. According to Jiang Xinghua's idea, it is definitely unrealistic to fight alone, so he brought back the Zhou brothers and sisters this time, which coincides with the system's idea. She is not afraid of the system taking advantage of her, but she is afraid that the system has no requirements for her. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Their current mutual benefit is pretty good, and it is the way she likes. But we need to speed up the progress on the basement floor as it's a bit slow. Now with 2 strong laborers, I think we should be able to open the next level soon, right? Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes and smiled silently. She was really itching to find out. There were so many surprises in this dungeon. What was next? It's almost as addictive as opening a present. On the path leading to the villa halfway up the mountain, 2 tall figures were walking. Jiang Xinghua is great! You can find such a good location. I was in a daze yesterday and didn't see it clearly. Today I found it, and it's really good. Zhou Gan looked around and chatted to Zhou Yiming, who had a serious face beside him. Zhou Yiming frowned and corrected. Brother! Call me Miss Jiang! Zhou Gan looked at his sister who was full of disapproval and raised his hands helplessly in surrender. I know! Miss Jiang, that's enough. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the platform of the villa halfway up the mountain, and they looked at the solemn gate in front of them with amazement. Zhou Gan exclaimed in amazement. This high wall, this defense! Is this ivy? After saying that, he wanted to touch the green plant clinging to the wall. The leaves of the plant actually trembled slightly as he approached. If you don't want to be corroded into blood, don't touch it. A cold voice sounded in Zhou Gan's ears. He was startled by the voice and quickly retracted his hand. Clatter. With a slight sound, the black iron door carved with ferocious animal heads opened a crack, as if to welcome them in. When Zhou Gan arrived at the villa that seemed to be made of steel, he felt a little distressed because there was no doorbell at all. When he was about to knock on the door, it opened. Jiang Xinghua opened the door with a pale face and an inexplicably happy smile on his lips. My 2 farmhands are here. Zhou Gan saw the smile on her lips twitch inexplicably. He felt something was weird and wanted to pull his feet back. But now that we're here, there's no reason to retreat. Before he could finish hesitating, Zhou Yimeng walked in without hesitation with a smile on her face. Zhou Gan. Xiao Ming is so innocent, I am really worried. Zhou Gan had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow him in with a stiff smile. The door behind him slowly closed like the mouth of a monster. Zhou Yiming smiled when she saw the little flowers that were washed and smelled fragrant. But he didn't forget the main thing. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. My brother's injury needed to be changed this morning, so I was delayed a little bit and came late. It's okay. We are companions from now on. There's no need to be so polite. I originally wanted you to rest more. Come and sit down. Zhou Gan looked around secretly. The place was very clean and tidy. The sweeping robot was sliding around, the air conditioner was blowing out cold air of suitable temperature, and the lights were warm and bright. It's exactly the same as before Doomsday. You know, the survivors in the Yunlinyuan community are so hungry that they have to eat the table. What is this? Zhou Gan swallowed hard as he looked at the things on the table. Chapter 44, Do It! From now on you are my boss. What is this? Fresh fruit? When he and Xiao Ming shared half a piece of bread, Jiang Xinghua also had fresh fruit to eat. Just placed on the table like this? Oh shit! Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Zhou Gan's face changed. Jealousy made him twisted. Zhou Gan only reacted when the sweet juice burst in his mouth and slowly flowed down his throat. When did I eat it? It seemed that Jiang Xinghua had stuffed it into his hand because his gaze was too intense just now. Zhou Gan felt a little guilty and was reluctant to give in. I was actually jealous just now. Pooh! What a villain I am! Jiang Xinghua found it funny to see Zhou Gan's inexplicable expression changing. This man's expression was really written all over his face. If I hadn't handed him the apple, he would have burst into tears on the spot. Zhou Gan had specially combed his hair today. He tied his semi-long hair into a small braid, with a few strands of hair hanging naturally on his forehead. The blue stubble was shaved off to reveal wheat-colored skin, a strong face shape, and a much better mental state than the lifeless look he had yesterday. Jiang Xinghua sat back and said lazily, "Now materials are the currency in circulation. You must have understood this." The Zhou Gan brothers and sisters nodded in agreement. "If you work for me in the future, I will pay you wages, of course. All the compensation will be in the form of goods. Each person receives 50 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of flour, and 15 kilograms of meat per month." The brother and sister's mouths were half open and their pupils were trembling. Both of them grew up in poverty and knew the amount of food they needed. The amount Jiang Xinghua gave for one person alone is enough for a family of 3 for a month. And since there are 2 of them, it means they can get 2 portions. Before the 2 of them could react, Jiang Xinghua's next words made them speechless. "When the crops in the vegetable fields and orchards are ripe, these 2 will also be included in the payment." Zhou Gan swallowed his saliva with a gulp. They made 3 jumps straight from pauperism. Jiang Xinghua had a decent smile on his face. With such huge benefits, she didn't believe anyone could refuse. The richness of this portion is very precious now at the beginning of the apocalypse, let alone in the future. If someone knew how much they earn every month, they would probably be so jealous that they would vomit blood. Zhou Gan is not a fool, he is very smart. His fingers were tightly clasped in his trousers, and his expression was twisted and ferocious. "Done! From now on you are my boss! You saved my sister, and gave us jobs and such generous compensation. I would even let you kill me in the future. As long as you are nice to my sister." Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows. Seeing his gnashing teeth, one would think he was ready to die heroically if one didn't know better. I don't know what he had in mind. Zhou Yiming looked at her brother as if he was a fool, with a serious tone. "Brother, Miss Jiang is a good person, don't say such stupid things." Zhou Gan. "Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Who of us is talking nonsense?" Jiang Xinghua narrowed her eyes and smiled. These 2 siblings are really interesting. The younger sister Akaji is simple-minded, while the older brother is straightforward and quick-witted, but sometimes he thinks too fast. It's not a big problem. Zhou Gan was not so restrained after making a decision. "Just now, boss, you said there are vegetable fields and orchards, but I don't think this mountain is suitable for planting. I wonder where they are exactly?" Jiang Xinghua thought to herself that she was indeed an expert at farming. Fortunately, she didn't spend time cultivating the land in the yard. She really didn't understand this. She motioned for the 2 to follow her, then stood up and followed her to a corner on the first floor. Zhou Gan looked puzzled, but before he could ask, strange waves appeared on the wall, emitting a light blue halo. When the 3 people stepped into the halo, Zhou Gan was shocked. "It's actually an elevator! What kind of high-tech is this?" Jiang Xinghua had a decent smile on his face, and this was just the beginning. "Boss, where are we going? Aren't we going to see the vegetable fields and orchards?" "We're on our way there." "Zhou Gan and Zhou Yiming?" Jiang Xinghua pressed the light blue button marked with -1. After a feeling of weightlessness, the elevator door slowly opened, and Jiang Xinghua's voice was heard. "This is the farming and animal husbandry area on the underground city's negative first floor." The 2 were so shocked that their mouths half opened, the hair on their arms stood up, and their scalps were numb. An electric current ran from the soles of my feet to my scalp. "Fuck! Is this a fucking miracle? Even novels don't dare to write about it like this. What is this? Such a big field. This must be thousands of acres, right?" Jiang Xinghua smiled calmly. "More than that." The brother and sister subconsciously followed Jiang Xinghua inside, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, their eyes darting around, full of curiosity. After the torrential rain came the scorching sun. The outside world was in ruins, but it was still possible to grow crops here. "Look at these vibrant crops." Zhou Gan took a deep breath and felt the fresh scent of plants in his chest, and his mood immediately became better. "Is this wheat?" "There are about 300 acres of wheat here, and there are fruit trees next to them. They are all products catalyzed by my supernatural powers. For example, this batch of wheat can be harvested in about 1.5 months. Zhou Gan's eyes widened, and he looked back at the wheat seedlings in disbelief. 1.5 months? So fast? Boss, your ability is too useful. Is this artificial sunlight? There's even water. Zhou Gan smacked his lips in sudden realization and felt a little dizzy. Zhou Yiming's eyes widened and he was speechless for a moment. Jiang Xinghua chuckled. The water, sunlight, and soil here are all very good, and planting crops will be your main job for some time to come. First of all, you need to take care of the crops and fruit trees that have been planted. These are the products of my special powers and will not die easily. Just water them on weekdays. I will use my special powers to ripen the crops. You can arrange the watering schedule yourself. Jiang Xinghua spoke in a casual tone. She pointed to an empty piece of land in front of her and said, These 200 acres will be used to grow vegetables. Let's plant the common ones with short growth cycles first. That machine over there. She motioned for them to look at the row of shiny large machines next to them. This is what it's used for farming, and it's very efficient. You are mainly responsible for taking care of them, and keeping them in a normal growth state when I don't use my supernatural powers to ripen them. Zhou Gan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had to do all the farming, which would be exhausting. Fortunately, I don't have to die for the time being. Jiang Xinghua was very patient and waited for the two to get familiar with the environment. His eyes swept over the crops, adding a bit of worry. The progress is still too slow. When can the second level be opened? Yesterday, when she was browsing information online, she found that some people had already started to form groups. Although it is only a small group, it will develop into a base if given time. She was guarding such a huge mountain of grain and an entire city. If she moved slowly, she would be in danger of being devoured. Rapid development and being at the forefront is the hard truth. We have to walk faster. Jiang Xinghua felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Seeing the two sturdy farmhands, he smiled. You will also be paid for growing vegetables and fruits. If the yield is high, there will be additional rewards. The two nodded enthusiastically. After that, she led the two of them into the big elevator in the middle. When the door opened again, there was a very spacious hall. This is the lobby on the first floor. The two were now numb with shock. The technological content here is like a virtual game, not something that exists in reality. Jiang Xinghua pointed to the door with glass partitions and said, This is the entrance to the underground city. Next time, you can come up from the tunnel on the east side of the foot of the mountain. Go to a floor that is already open and has permissions. Zhou Gan grasped the key point. It's already open. Jiang Xinghua smiled and looked at him meaningfully. The three of them came to the residential area on the third floor below ground. You can each choose a single room. Zhou Gan was excited, as there might be some dangers in the doomsday. The house here was the biggest employee benefit. They knew that this was a preferential treatment given to them by Jiang Xinghua. Didn't they see that there was a room for 6 people over there? The two people successfully entered their personal information. The blank screen on the monitor at the door turned into the names of the 2 people. Zhou Gan grinned happily. It's the end of the world, and suddenly I have a house. He suddenly thought of Jiang Xinghua's weird relatives. He made a sound of sigh. Boss, if Deng Xingping and Jiang Yimei knew they had missed out on such a good opportunity, wouldn't they be so angry that they would jump off the building? Following you provides food and shelter. Are they blind? You don't know that the people in Yunlanyuan don't dare to go out, and they just shout in the group that they are hungry. Yesterday he said that the plants he kept at home were peeled and eaten, and he refused to go out. Still waiting for rescue. Jiang Xinghua gathered the loose hair around her ears, her eyes slightly curved. They are blind in both eyes and heart. Forget about rescue. Everyone is busy taking care of themselves now, so where would they find the time for rescue? If we don't go looking for supplies now, by the time everyone realizes that too many people have gone out, we will have nothing to get. Zhou Gan thought about it, and felt that it made sense, and once again lamented his good luck. So what are we doing now, boss? Zhou Gan rubbed his hands and was eager to try. He would feel uneasy if he did not work after receiving such a high salary. Jiang Xinghua smiled kindly. How is your injury recovering? Zhou Gan subconsciously touched his stomach with his right hand. He grinned and laughed heartily. Much better, thanks to the food and medicine you gave me, boss. I am much better now. Does not affect normal activities. The 3 of them went outside, and after coming out of the comfortable air-conditioned room, they could clearly feel the scorching sun outside. A fine layer of sweat instantly appeared on my forehead, and the ground was hot at my feet. At the wall, Zhou Gan subconsciously took a step away from the ivy, obviously hearing Jiang Xinghua's warning. These are also the products of my supernatural powers, mutant creepers. I will not attack you in the future. Her eyes darkened for a moment, and a dangerous light flashed in them as she added. Of course, the premise is that you don't do anything aggressive. Zhou Gan just breathed a sigh of relief and then picked it up again, secretly observing these strange green corrosive plants, and quickly waved his hands in surrender. When there was a slight sound and the ground shook slightly. A row of long cylindrical machines and a huge toolbox appeared under my feet. The smooth shape and delicate interfaces sparkle in the sunlight. Jiang Xinghua handed the blueprint to Zhou Gan. This is a flamethrower. Install it on the wall. This? Boss, how come you have everything? Zhou Gan's eyes sparkled as he looked at these machines, and he wished he could touch them. Jiang Xinghua took a few steps and turned back to smile. By the way, be careful, the temperature of this flame is over 1,000 degrees. If you touch it, you will die. Zhou Gan's mouth twitched. In his eyes, these equipment had become large killing tools. Zhou Yiming nodded very seriously. Okay, Miss Jiang, we will be careful. Zhou Gan, you didn't detect Jiang Xinghua's bad taste at all. Chapter 45 Van. Departure from the farm. 2 hours later, Zhou Gan and his sister returned to the villa. Their clothes were almost soaked, their hair was full of sweat running down their necks, and their wheat-colored skin was covered with red marks from the sun. A wave of heat is felt the moment you enter the door. Zhou Gan felt the cool and comfortable air from the air conditioner and breathed a sigh of relief. Some lucky places still have electricity, but the sound of the air conditioner will attract zombies. For example, when they were in Yunlan Garden before, they could only use fans and didn't dare to turn on the air conditioner at all. The temperature is getting higher and higher after the rain stopped. It's over 40 degrees outside. After the heavy rain, the temperature is high. What kind of devilish weather is this? Zhou Gan was slumped in the dining chair, pulling at his black vest in an imageless manner. Jiang Xinghua had a faint smile on his face. This is just the beginning. There will be many more such terrible situations in the future. It is rare that she was kind enough not to speak out to attack them. While Jiang Xinghua and the other two were resting, they connected the villa's surveillance system and the operating rights of 3 drones and the flamethrower to a new mobile phone. Tablets are not convenient when traveling, mobile phones are better. Jiang Xinghua fiddled with a cell phone that was slightly bigger than her palm with dissatisfaction. This thing is still a bit big and not smart enough. The 3 of them stood outside the villa, next to the wall. Now the walls of the villa have a contradictory feeling of combining primitiveness and modern technology. A gun-black gate with an animal head, a wall thickly covered with mutant ivy, and topped with silver gleaming spikes and 10 cylindrical flamethrowers. Jiang Xinghua looked up and saw the flamethrower reflecting the cold mechanical light in the sunlight, which was very dazzling. It's worth the 1999 points. This design looks extraordinary. Jiang Xinghua took the 2 of them a little further away, lowered his head and fiddled with his mobile phone. The page showed the control rights of 10 machines. Although the attack was still manually activated, she added herself and Zhou Gan's siblings to those allowed to pass to prevent accidental injuries. This is no joke. Jiang Xinghua selected the jet on the right side above the beast's head gate, and lightly touched the start button with his finger. Boom! The bright red light illuminated the 3 people's bodies red, and a heat wave surged towards them. Jiang Xinghua stared at the red flame that looked like a fire dragon without blinking, with surprise in his eyes. Zhou Yiming and Zhou Gan subconsciously protected her behind them and covered their heads with their arms. 3 seconds passed and all 3 of them felt hot, with their clothes and skin burning. Jiang Xinghua's cheeks, which were always pale, were tinged with a hint of red. Zhou Gan pulled up the edge of his clothes to wipe the sweat from his head, his eyes revealing a yearning for powerful weapons. Who wouldn't want such an awesome weapon? Although the flame only lasted for 3 seconds, the temperature was over 1,000 degrees. There was no grass growing within a radius of 50 meters, the ground was charred black, the burned trees and weeds were directly turned into debris, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. Jiang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction. This is just the simplest means of attack. If necessary, she can also control these jets to rotate. It's so cool. 1 machine is equivalent to 1 attack from a level 4 fire psychic, and she has 10 of them. A full energy storage can be used 10 times. Very cost-effective. Zhou Gan suddenly understood why Jiang Xinghua had reminded him that he would die if he touched anything carelessly. Although it was just a joke at the time, seriously, who can stop a fire dragon like this? Hey, his sister's choice of gal. She is really good. She is worthy of being his sister. Zhou Gan patted Zhou Yiming's arm with a proud smile, earning him a puzzled look. After finishing the experiment, Jiang Xinghua walked to the front door and waved at the burnt area of the fire dragon. The surging energy poured onto the charred land, and with the naked eye, the plants had all returned to their original state, even more lush and green than before. At noon, Zhou Gan made a sumptuous lunch using a meal pack. The meals packed from restaurants in the space will not go bad and can be saved for eating when you go out later. Now you can do it yourself or do it yourself. Anyway, she doesn't have to do anything. Jiang Xinghua smacked the food in his mouth, thinking that this might be a natural skill for some people. Even ready-made meal kits can be made to taste better than others. After thinking for a while, he said, "We won't have to eat these meal packs when the vegetables are harvested." Zhou Gan swallowed a big mouthful of food and replied to her, "I'll cook for you when the vegetables are ripe. Then we can eat hot pot and barbecue. I can also make all kinds of snacks and soups. Look how thin you are." Zhou Gan glanced at Jiang Xinghua's thin body with disdain in his eyes. Jiang Xinghua. After Zhou Gan and Jiang Xinghua got along with each other, they realized that the other party didn't have many rules and spoke more casually. "I'll make you black chicken soup, tomato beef soup, corn and pork ribs soup later. Anyway, I'll make you whatever you want to eat." Jiang Xinghua nodded silently and swallowed his saliva. How about using his supernatural powers to ripen a batch of them first? After dinner, Jiang Xinghua went to Banwa Villa with the two of them. They finally decided not to change houses and just live in the one they chose yesterday. According to Zhou Gan's idea, what is there to complain about since he already lives in a villa? Jiang Xinghua released some of the supplies from the supermarket that he had promised to Zhou Yiming, including generators, daily necessities, instant foods, snacks and clothes, enough for the brother and sister to use for a long time. All the things in their house were also piled up in the living room, allowing the two of them to clean them up slowly. 2 days later, it was the 16th day of the apocalypse. Zhou Gan and his sister go to the underground city to farm during the day and return to Banwa Villa to rest at night. Their lives are regular and fulfilling. The underground city is on the negative first floor. If you ignore the shiny metal wall, it feels like you are at the edge of a real field. Zhou Gan was strolling in the fields wearing an old man's vest, looking very comfortable. Clatter. The small elevator opened and closed quietly, and Jiang Xinghua walked out, his pale eyebrows slightly furrowed. The brother and sister are very efficient, and they already have about 500 acres of crops here, including 300 acres of wheat and 200 acres of various vegetables. But since yesterday the system told her that her progress had reached 35%, it has stopped increasing. Jiang Xinghua thought it must be a problem with livestock. Farming and animal husbandry are not enough to just farm, you also have to raise animals. What made Jiang Xinghua feel relieved was that after Zhou Gan came, she finally didn't have to take care of the chicks and ducklings, and her hands were completely free. Zhou Gan's leisurely and lazy attitude made her feel that it was time to give him more workload. She paid such a high salary, it would be a big loss if she didn't get some of it back. Jiang Xinghua put on a kind smile and waved his hand to invite the two of them over. Zhou Gan felt an inexplicable chill, and every hair on his body stood up. Living room of a hillside villa. Jiang Xinghua's expression was serious, and it made the two people beside him look serious as well. Zhou Gan sat up straight uncomfortably. Zhou Yiming asked directly, "Miss Jiang, do you have any plans?" "Yes, I intend to bring back some livestock." Zhou Gan frowned. The previous rainstorm and the zombies probably destroyed many farms. It's not easy to find alive and healthy livestock now. Jiang Xinghua opened the tablet directly. "I checked the news from the southern suburbs. The damage there is better." He opened the map, zoomed in, locked onto a location and showed it to the two people. Lianshan sheep breeding farm. "But we have to get a car first. I always saw those vans when I walked this road before. It's strange, why is there not a single one today?" Jiang Xinghua was very calm. "No rush, just find it today. If our trip tomorrow goes smoothly, we should be able to bring back a lot of sheep. My space cannot accommodate living animals, so a truck is essential." Zhou Gan nodded, and the three of them kept scanning the abandoned vehicles on the roadside. Another half an hour passed, and Zhou Gan became a little anxious. Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes and looked at the bushes beside the road. "There is a car over there, let's go and take a look." Zhou Gan walked in the direction of Jiang Xinghua's finger, and when he got there he saw the large van they had been looking for. "Boss, you have a pretty good eye." Jiang Xinghua smiled. It's all thanks to the awakening of my supernatural powers that enhanced my 5 senses. Standing on the side of the road, Zhou Yiming stood by her side. Zhou Gan took the pistol given by Jiang Xinghua and went forward to check. Zhou Yiming looked at Zhou Gan's body disappearing in the bushes and felt a little worried. Jiang Xinghua looked indifferent. Things within their capabilities must be allowed to be done by them, and as the boss, she just needs to wait for the results. Besides, she had just sensed that there was no danger over there. The two still need training, and Jiang Xinghua will not allow them to hide under his wings forever. She has big ambitions for the future, and the people she gathers around her must be her future core personnel, who must be able to stand on their own. After a few minutes, a rustling sound was heard in the grass, and Zhou Gan appeared in front of the two with a smile on his face. That car is fine. The driver died when the car crashed into the tree. He didn't turn into a zombie. Jiang Xinghua nodded, and Zhou Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and lifted her onto his shoulders and walked into the bushes. No one takes care of the wild grass here. It has grown rapidly after the heavy rain and is now half a person's height. With Jiang Xinghua's height, the grass would be higher than her shoulders when she walked in. Jiang Xinghua sat on Zhou Yiming's left shoulder, and the weeds passed by her feet. The 3 men came to the truck, opened the trunk and filled it with goods. There is no rotten smell, only a faint musty smell. It should not be food. Jiang Xinghua's nose twitched slightly. Zhou Gan climbed up and opened the box with a disappointed look on his face. Boss, it's down jackets and cotton quilts. What's the use of these things in the hot summer? Still not as good as a few boxes of instant noodles and biscuits. Jiang Xinghua secretly thought that he was lucky. This batch of goods was indeed good supplies. She has the experience of rebirth, but others don't. The weather is unpredictable now, with heavy rain and scorching sun. Who knows if there will be heavy snow and extreme cold in the future? These supplies are very precious. Zhou Gan nodded thoughtfully. He still wasn't as thorough as his boss. This needs to be changed. After Zhou Gan cleaned up the driver's body, Jiang Xinghua put the entire truck into the space with a smile on his face. Everything is ready. We will leave for the farm tomorrow. I hope the trip goes smoothly. Chapter 46 Sheep. Earth-type mutant. The dazzling sunlight interweaves a strong and brilliant golden color in the sky, and the road surface is steaming with distorted heat under the scorching temperature. Everywhere I look there is a dizzying feeling of suffocation. A white SUV was speeding on a suburban road in such high temperatures. In less than 2 hours, the vehicle entered a mountain range. The mountain road is winding and undulating, and after going around the mountain, a slope appears in front of us. That's it, boss. The sheep farm is just down the hill. Jiang Xinghua signaled Zhou Gan to stop the car. After the 3 got off the car, she waved her hand to put the car into the space and walked forward. This place seems isolated from the world and is silent. Jiang Xinghua had a calm expression, with a faint energy surging around him. She said in a gentle voice, I checked before, there are about 10 people in the farm. If we are lucky, they have all turned into zombies. If we are unlucky, we can only fight with these survivors. If there really is a living person, then you can't blame me. It's the end of the world, take care of yourself first. How could she possibly give up the supplies? It was absolutely impossible for her, Jiang Xinghua, to spit them out. The brother and sister looked solemn. The 3 of them walked to the gate without any signs of anything unusual. Jiang Xinghua signaled to Zhou Yiming, who cautiously went up and pushed the door. Squeak. The door is not locked. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the brother and sister protected Jiang Xinghua in the middle and pushed the door open. On the distant mountain road, 2 people were also rushing towards the farm. The space inside the gate is very spacious, and one can vaguely see white greenhouses, large pasture areas covered with messy weeds, and scattered low buildings. The 3 men walked slowly forward, looking alert. Zombies are coming. As soon as Jiang Xinghua finished speaking, 6 zombies appeared in his sight. He was rushing towards the 3 people with a ruthless pace. The brother and sister looked serious as they pulled out an arm-length object wrapped in thick cloth from their backs. The thick cloth quickly fell off, revealing a sharp machete that was shining with a cold light. The stench in his nose became stronger and stronger, and in just a few breaths, the 6 zombies were less than 10 meters in front of him. The 2 looked at each other and rushed forward, aiming at the 2 fastest runners in the front. Zhou Yiming is already very adept at dealing with this type of first-level zombie. His technique is skillful and neat. A zombie head rolled to the ground. Zhou Gan tried his best to ignore the strange needlepoint pupils and the half-torn scalp. Overcoming the fear in his heart, he took a step forward with his left foot to steady his body, and ducked to avoid the zombie's pounce. The moment a zombie passes by, he immediately stands up and hacks at the zombie's head from behind. Zhou Gan's sword almost cut off the zombie's head. Only a thin layer of skin remained on the head, and the body was shaking. Zhou Gan frowned and swung his knife again to cut off that layer of flesh. The brother and sister kept an eye on each other's backs and moved with quick coordination. Jiang Xinghua was satisfied. She was very surprised by Zhou Gan's first face-to-face confrontation with zombies. Now I feel relieved that my material compensation was not wasted. Laugh. The sound of breaking ground was heard, and the remaining 3 zombies were stabbed by the sharp spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground. Ho ho! Roar! The 3 zombies that were nailed to the spot by the spikes let out unwilling roars. Jiang Xinghua waved his hand, and 3 thorns appeared from the air and were thrown towards the zombie's neck. Roar! The 3 zombie heads were pulled off and fell onto the dirty, muddy ground. The black spikes and thorns disappeared. The 3 of them continued to move forward towards the white shed. When I opened the door, a variety of mixed and suffocating smells hit me in the face. The smell of feces mixed with rotting flesh was extremely overpowering. Jiang Xinghua felt dizzy from the smoke. The nearly 1,000 square meter sheep shed was filled with blood, dead sheep and remains. Most of the sheep in the fence had died, with only a few still alive, and they looked sickly. Zhou Gan pinched his nose with one hand and said in a muffled voice, "These sheep have been in this environment for a long time. It is very likely that they have been infected with diseases. We can't take them back." Jiang Xinghua looked silently at the pile of sheep carcasses, probably numbering several hundred. "I feel so heartbroken that I almost bleed. These are all precious meat resources. It looks like we're going to return empty-handed this time." Zhou Gan pinched his nose and made a strange sound, unable to hide the disappointment in his tone. Jiang Xinghua's ears twitched. "There seems to be some sound." The brother and sister immediately fell silent and pricked up their ears. Zhou Yimeng was stunned. "It seems to be the sound of impact." The 3 of them covered their noses and walked to the innermost part of the sheep shed. "The sound in my ears is getting louder and louder." Roar! 2 zombies. There was no need for Jiang Xinghua to take action in such a small situation. The Zhou Gan brother and sister solved the problem directly. "Are these 2 zombies banging against the wall?" Jiang Xinghua frowned slightly. "It's a bit unusual. These 2 zombies should have appeared when they opened the door and entered, but they kept banging their heads against the wall. He didn't pounce until they were right in front of him. Look what's behind this." The brother and sister followed orders and groped along the wall. "There is a door behind the debris in the corner." Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows. "Open." Zhou Yimeng pulled hard and the entire door panel almost fell off. There is also a sheep shed behind the lattice door. The layout is the same as outside, with fences on both sides and an aisle in the middle. The only difference is that the environment here is obviously much better. Although the sheep here are a little thin, they don't look sick. When someone comes over, it can even bleat. There were also several dead sheep here, and Zhou Gan breathed a sigh of relief after a careful inspection. "They are most likely starved to death. The sheep that are still alive should be fine, and we can take them away." Jiang Xinghua smiled and said, "We are lucky. It seems that the staff here hid some sheep when the doomsday broke out. Now it's a bargain for us." Jiang Xinghua took out gloves and masks from the space and distributed them to the 2 of them. "Get these sheep out and load them up." The brother and sister looked happy. Zhou Gan even figured out what to do with the sheep. Grilled lamb chops, lamb soup, mutton hot pot. I immediately felt stronger and moved things out with my sister. The sheep was very thin, but the 2 men were very strong, so they carried it to the open space at the door in less than 20 minutes. "Boss, let's pretend." Zhou Gan stopped talking because Jiang Xinghua's face changed slightly and he raised a hand, signaling him not to make a sound. The brother and sister looked at each other. Jiang Xinghua had a feeling something was wrong, and looked around with a sharp gaze, passing through the messy grass and mud. Sudden! She narrowed her eyes and locked onto a position. The weeds there were flattened, shoe prints could be vaguely seen, and the soil there looked a little strange. "Like it's been turned over." She sneered. "That's it." Jiang Xinghua was about to activate his supernatural power when suddenly the soil surged. Brown and yellow clouds of earth were flying all over the sky. The land was sinking and a man jumped out from it. Zhou Gan was shocked. "Fuck! It turned out to be a young man. He was thin, and his only distinctive feature was his curly hair that looked like instant noodles and was covered with dirt particles. The clods of earth around him trembled slightly, making a crackling sound on the ground. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Xinghua had a calm expression and was a first-level Earth-type awakener. So what do you want? Curly-haired man had a smug smile on his face. All the sheep here belong to me. Get out of here! Zhou Gan burst into laughter as if he heard a joke. Jiang Xinghua showed a mocking expression. Why? With your big face? Before Curly could react, he saw something in the air swinging towards him. His pupils suddenly shrank and he subconsciously raised a wall of earth to resist. Snap! A long knife was inserted into the earth wall and pierced through the wall. Curly, who was hiding behind, saw the blade that was less than an inch away from his nose, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his face. After a few seconds, the earth wall collapsed and Curly's face turned pale. The long knife landed steadily on the soft soil on the ground. Hey! Is this your special ability? This is not so good. Zhou Gan's words were like a slap in the face. Curly's energy was exhausted and he was panicking, his legs trembling slightly. Jiang Xinghua thought it was boring and gave Zhou Yiming a cold look. Zhou Yiming walked forward with a fierce look on his face, and his curly hair trembled even more violently. This woman is like a bear. Her arms are thicker than his thighs. Wouldn't he be slapped away with this slap? He turned around and wanted to run, but before he could take a step, a big hand grabbed the clothes on the back of his neck. The whole person was suspended in midair. Zhou Yiming's other hand had already climbed onto his neck, and it was visibly visible that Curly's face was turning blue and purple. Ms. Jiang! What are you doing? Jiang Xinghua looked over and saw a tall young man rushing towards them. At the same time, she also felt a faint fluctuation of energy, which was somewhat similar to her plant ability. Curly is of the earth element, so it is self-evident who the other wave belongs to. Wu Zichuan, it seems like we are destined to be together. Wu Zichuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that I know him. We met once when I showed him the warehouse. Ms. Jiang, this is my companion. What happened? Jiang Xinghua smiled politely and said, Your companion just threatened me that he would kill me if I didn't give him all the sheep. Wu Zichuan's brows suddenly furrowed tightly. When he saw Curly looking at him for help, there was a flash of annoyance and disgust in his eyes. In the end, he sighed as if accepting his fate and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. We climbed over the wall and didn't realize someone had gotten in first. When we were searching separately, I noticed signs of human activity, so I hurried over. It's my fault that I didn't take good care of my companions, please. Wu Zichuan paused, as if he was very embarrassed, with a thin layer of red on his neck and earlobes. Please let him go. A flash of inspiration came to Jiang Xinghua's mind. Similar energy fluctuations. Her eyes flashed, and she said, Since he is an acquaintance, I will let him go this time. I'm doing this for your sake. Zhou Gan shuddered when he saw Jiang Xinghua's smiling face. The boss must have some new ideas. Zhou Yiming let go immediately after receiving the order, and Sun Zhe fell to the ground with a mouthful of mud. He breathed heavily and his eyes rolled as he heard the conversation between the two. Without even catching his breath, he spoke. So this beauty knows our Chuan. That's great. We are all fellow survivors after all. Look, at this critical moment, when life and death are at stake, we should help each other, right? Chapter 47. Is there anyone who can farm for me? Wu Zichuan frowned and looked at Sun Zhe. Then, he covered Sun Zhe's mouth with one hand, and the latter's words turned into whimpering sounds of struggle. Wu Zichuan is nearly 1.9 meters tall, only slightly shorter than the Zhou's siblings. But he was almost a head taller than Sun Zhe. He covered Sun Zhe's mouth, and the other party could not break free. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang and I have something to discuss. Could you please wait a moment? Although it was a question, there was no doubt in the tone. When Wu Zichuan lowered his eyes and looked at Sun Zhe, he felt a strong sense of oppression. Sun Zhe clearly saw the coldness in the other person's eyes and stopped struggling. After being released, she awkwardly tugged at her wrinkled clothes, glared at Wu Zichuan secretly, snorted, and walked aside. Wu Zichuan felt that the distance was not far enough, so he stretched out his hand to signal Jiang Xinghua to move a little further to the side with him. Sun Zhe. I don't know what's so shameful. Is it necessary to hide so far away? I will tell the owner of the museum when I get back, and make sure you have the consequences." The words Sun Zhe muttered softly were blown into Jiang Xinghua's ears by a gust of hot wind. She calmly followed Wu Zichuan's instructions and walked a few steps away. "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang," Sun Zhe's words. "Don't bother with him, he's sick." Jiang Xinghua raised her eyebrows and smiled. She thought Wu Zichuan apologized and pleaded because he cared about his teammates. Quite interesting. Wu Zichuan looked at the two people with gloomy faces behind Jiang Xinghua and hesitated. "It's okay, they are all my people, just speak your mind." Jiang Xinghua had a very good attitude and was thinking about how to bring Wu Zichuan back to farm. "I actually have something to remind you of. Do you still remember Wang Qing?" Jiang Xinghua tilted his head. "Wang Chang? Your colleague?" "Yes, we showed you the warehouse before. Wang Qing and I ran into each other by chance 2 days ago, and he mentioned you." Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "He wants you to go with him to rob my warehouse?" There was a flash of surprise in Wu Zichuan's eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Xinghua to be so perceptive. "Yes, he told me that he had joined some organization and wanted to get me to join. But he gave up because it was inconvenient for me. I don't know what kind of organization it is, but he seems very confident in his team. Since he has already thought of the warehouse, he will probably look for someone else if I don't agree. You have to be careful." Jiang Xinghua curled her eyes and said, "Thank you for reminding me. The things there have been moved a long time ago. I will be careful." She rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "You are not interested in his organization, are you interested in coming to me? You know, I have a lot of supplies." Zhou Gan showed an expression that said, "As expected." He knew that Jiang Xinghua must have some ulterior motive for being so polite all of a sudden. Wu Zichuan was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Xinghua to suddenly say this. "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your appreciation, but I really have something I can't let go of right now." Jiang Xinghua just asked casually, this kind of person who knows how to advance and retreat, has a military background, and is also an awakened one. Everyone wants to win over someone. Since it doesn't work, forget it. Zhou Gan and Zhou Yiming widened their eyes when they heard Wu Zichuan's refusal. "I was just short of scolding him for being ungrateful." Zhou Gan exhaled through his nose and snorted coldly. "Zhou Gan, go get a sheep." "Wu Zichuan, wait a moment." Zhou Gan glared at him and turned to walk towards the sheep shed. Under Wu Zichuan's puzzled gaze, a sheep was placed at his feet. "This is?" Jiang Xinghua smiled and said, "You took the initiative to give me the news. I don't like to owe others, so this is my reward for you." There was a flash of hesitation and confusion in Wu Zichuan's eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision. "A piece of news is not worth so much money." Zhou Gan was a little impatient and said with a click of the tongue, "What else do you want? I can't unload the sheep for you right on the spot, can I?" Wu Zichuan didn't mind the unfriendly tone in his voice, and turned to Jiang Xinghua and said, "Your companion is injured, right?" Jiang Xinghua nodded in surprise and exchanged glances with Zhou Gan. "Yes, it's a knife wound. It's been a while." Wu Zichuan nodded in understanding. I'm sorry." Before Zhou Gan could react, Wu Zichuan's hand had already been placed on his abdomen. Zhou Gan's mind went blank for a moment. The handsome face that enlarged in front of him made his pupils tremble and his lips tremble. When a strange man suddenly touched my belly, I was about to yell, "You!" Jiang Xinghua held Zhou Gan's arm with one hand and whispered, "Don't move!" Zhou Gan looked down at Jiang Xinghua in surprise and swallowed back the words in his mouth. Feeling very aggrieved, he let Wu Zichuan put his big hand on his abdomen. His eyes were full of resentment. He immediately felt a tingling sensation in his abdomen that was hard to describe. I don't know what was going on in his mind, but the way he looked at Wu Zichuan was like he was spitting fire. Jiang Xinghua didn't expect that Wu Zichuan was actually an awakened person, and a very rare healing type. An extremely rare power. Bite. It has been detected that the host has discovered extremely rare abilities, issuing a mission. Extremely Rare Awakener Collection Task started. Conquer the Healing Awakener. Reward Portal Blueprint Fragment *1. Jiang Xinghua was stunned. Was it the kind of portal she was thinking of? Then the look she gave Wu Zichuan suddenly became extremely hot, and she felt that Wu Zichuan was shining now. A minute later, Wu Zichuan's face turned visibly pale, and he withdrew his hand. Zhou Gan also felt something strange in his body. When he lifted the hem of his clothes, the hideous wound was left with only a streak of pink tender flesh, which had completely healed. Holy crap! That's awesome, bro! A faint smile appeared on Wu Zichuan's cold and serious face. This will be considered as offsetting the reward for this sheep, but I hope you don't tell him. He glanced at Sun Tzu. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow. It seems that we are the ones who know your little secret? Don't worry, we won't tell. Wu Zichuan carried the sheep and walked towards Sun Tzu. The other person's eyes lit up and saliva started to flow from the corners of his mouth. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Have you agreed with them to give us half? Zhou Gan frowned and avoided the other person's greedy gaze. Just this one. Sun Tzu glared at him in dissatisfaction. Looking at the hundreds of sheep in the open space behind, greed grew in his eyes and he rubbed his hands obscenely. Sun Tzu is not a fool. I saw that among the three people, only the thin woman in the middle was speaking, and the other two looked like bodyguards. He guessed that this woman might be a rich lady or something, and these two were hired by her. And this kind of people are the easiest to deceive. Ms. Jiang, right? Look, you have to come out and look for supplies yourself. How tiring! And there are 3 of you, that's too few. I do have a suggestion. We have a very nice base there. You 3 are all young people. If you are willing to contribute all your supplies to the base, then I am willing to recommend you to join us. Wu Zichuan's brows were furrowed, with a complicated expression on his handsome face, as if he wanted to cover Sun Tzu's mouth again. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Xinghua's mind. The base. Is there anyone who can farm for me? I wonder how many people there are in your base. His smile widened a little. Ours is a gym in a residential area, with nearly 40 people. Most of them are young and middle-aged people like us, and they are safe and secure. Jiang Xinghua was speechless. Just this? It's also called a base? But then she remembered that there were only 3 people in the dungeon, including her. They are all young and middle-aged people, so they are the best labor force. There just so happens to be this large, golden fragment of Wu Zichuan. It seems that I have to go to this gymnasium. See if you can find a chance to get this fragment. Wu Zichuan was just about to say that Jiang Xinghua looked down on their gymnasium when he saw a glare flying at him. He shuddered, but couldn't utter a word. That's fine, I'll go and take a look. Sun Tzu was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the woman would actually agree. There are hundreds of sheep there. Is there really such a stupid person? Then all 3 of you go, then the sheep will just. They didn't go, only me. I have to go and investigate first. If it is okay, I will take these sheep and supplies with me. Zhou Gan and his sister were stunned. Why didn't they take them with them? Sun Tzu was somewhat dissatisfied, but he also knew that this was not the time to force his way through. He couldn't beat either of her 2 bodyguards. After a moment's thought, they realized that since the people were here, the supplies and sheep would be theirs sooner or later. Of course. Miss Jiang's approach is very reasonable, and our base is developing very well. You will definitely like it. Jiang Xinghua had a fake smile on his face. How far can things develop with just the 2 of them? Wu Zichuan's buzz cut is about to burst into pieces, and the oil on his curly hair is almost enough to cook with. Where is the gym located? It's in the east part of Linhu community. Zhou Gan was stunned when he heard the location Sun Tzu reported. Then let's go quickly. Sun Tzu was a little impatient. Jiang Xinghua smiled slightly. No hurry. She turned around and walked away with Zhou Gan and his sister. Xiao Meng, hold on to the intercom. I will contact you to pick me up. Zhou Yiming was a little worried. Okay, how about I go with you, Miss Jiang? Jiang Xinghua shook his head. No, why are you worried about my strength? You 2 drive all the sheep back, and then search here for any supplies. Zhou Yiming could only nod. Jiang Xinghua saw that Zhou Gan didn't say anything, but instead looked hesitant. What's up? Zhou Gan chuckled and said. The boss saw through it right away. Here's the thing, I used to have 2 brothers, Scar and Green Hair. It's what you saw when I went to Yunlinyuan to collect the house. Jiang Xinghua recalled that there were 2 such people. They happened to be collecting money in Linhu community on the day of their doomsday. Boss, if you meet them, can you please? Chapter 48. Arriving at the gymnasium, suffocating. Jiang Xinghua understood. Scar looks like a big guy who can work. That little green-haired guy is a little thin, but he is quite smart. It's not impossible. Okay, got it. Jiang Xinghua, Wu Zichuan and Sun Tzu turned around and left without any reluctance. The remaining Zhou Gan and Zhou Yiming were worried. Xiao Meng, didn't the boss leave a car for us? The 2 looked at each other in shock. Suddenly Zhou Gan felt the ground tremble slightly, and dust floated around his feet. Looking back, I saw a large van parked next to the sheep shed. Jiang Xinghua, 3 others and a sheep had already walked almost 30 meters. Wu Zichuan was keenly aware of the ground shaking and subconsciously wanted to turn back. Wu Zichuan, tell me about your gymnasium. Jiang Xinghua's tone left no room for doubt. Wu Zichuan also immediately forgot about looking back. In front of the sheep shed, Zhou Gan looked at the distance Jiang Xinghua had walked and sighed sincerely. The boss is getting stronger and stronger. Even at this distance, the space is still usable. Zhou Yimeng nodded seriously beside him. Let me tell you, our owner is amazing. You know the Awakeners. Wu Zichuan was driving, listening to Sun Zicheng talking to Jiang Xinghua with a stiff expression. Jiang Xinghua nodded nonchalantly. Everyone knows this. Anyone with internet access has seen the post online. An official post appeared online not long ago. The general content is to remind people of the dangers and weaknesses of zombies and the awakened humans. The content of the post was not very detailed, it just informed everyone of the existence of the Awakeners, and did not even mention the grading system. It sparked a heated discussion among everyone. Jiang Xinghua guessed that it should be the news released by the official or senior personnel. It doesn't matter. Humans are able to adapt to the environment quickly, and soon there will be a level division, detailed classification and various analyses of the awakened people. Sun Zhe slapped his thigh, spitting out saliva. Our gym owner is an awakened healing person. Don't underestimate this ability, even though it's not related to combat. But you have to know that it is so dangerous now, with so much fighting and killing, who can guarantee that they will not get hurt? Having our owner here is like having an extra life. Jiang Xinghua was stunned for a moment. 2 healing systems appeared at the same time in a team of only a few dozen people? This is no different than winning the grand prize in a lottery before Doomsday. You have to know that the rarity of the healing system requires the system to issue tasks. Sun Zhe looked at Jiang Xinghua's expression and thought that he was shocked by what he said. I felt like I had this silly rich girl under my control. Won't supplies be readily available in the future? Jiang Xinghua glanced coldly at Sun Zhe's wretched appearance. Looking up in the rearview mirror, Wu Zichuan saw the frown that had never relaxed and the fatigue in his eyes, and the hint of confusion on his face. Jiang Xinghua wanted to laugh. He probably couldn't understand why a man like him with a mountain of supplies had to follow them back to the gymnasium. It looks like even he himself looks down on him. Jiang Xinghua suddenly became interested. Originally, I wanted to go over and try to win over Wu Zichuan to complete the task and get the reward, and by the way, pick a few laborers to farm the land. Now I think this stadium is quite interesting. She wanted to see what kind of good feng shui could produce 2 extremely rare and special abilities at once. As Sun Zhe chattered on, Jiang Xinghua watched the number of zombies on the roadside gradually increase under the scorching sun. Wu Zichuan is a good driver and he basically just passes by the zombies. They only drove for more than half an hour at a slow speed. High-rise residential buildings gradually appeared on the roadside. There is a small community ahead with an earthen wall blocking the entrance. When a vehicle drove up to it, the earth wall collapsed, and then returned to its original state after passing through. Jiang Xinghua glanced at Sun Zhe. If he wasn't so greedy, he would be a pretty good awakener. Unfortunately, her dungeon will never allow such a cunning person to exist. When they returned to the gymnasium, the sun was still shining brightly. Jiang Xinghua took a quick glance and found that the geographical location was quite good in the community. The residential areas are all behind the gymnasium, and there are not many zombies here. The sunlight was so strong that it shone directly onto the gymnasium and the open space in front of it without any obstruction. There wasn't a single zombie nearby in broad daylight. When the people inside heard the sound of the car and confirmed that it was one of their own people returning, they hurriedly opened the door. Wu Zichuan drove straight in without slowing down, minimizing the time he stayed there. When Jiang Xinghua got out of the car, his nose wrinkled and he felt suffocated for a moment. Should have thought of it earlier. Just looking at the looks of Sun Zhe and Wu Zichuan, you can tell that the conditions here are not that good. The gymnasium is actually just an indoor basketball court with only 1 floor, a 10-meter-high ceiling, and a single large iron door for the entrance and exit. Although the water supply has not been cut off yet, the water flow is very small and a small bathroom cannot support so many people washing. Jiang Xinghua's eyes lit up and he was like, wow! Among them, the slightly sour ones like Wu Zichuan are still considered good. More than 40 people live together in a gymnasium and share 1 bathroom. Various pots, pans, daily necessities, clothes and bedding were piled up scattered around. It can be seen that they just sleep wherever they want without even a plan. There is no electricity here either, it's just a huge sauna. There was a smell coming from the bathroom, a mixture of everyone's smelly feet and sweat. I wonder who even sprayed perfume. Jiang Xinghua felt like his nose was about to malfunction. She glanced at the crowd with a wooden face. They are all young and middle-aged labor force. Then take another look at Wu Zichuan, who was shining with golden light beside him. Well, it's a portal. I'll have to endure this trip. Just pretend you have no nose. Jiang Xinghua had slept in all kinds of places in his previous life, but never on a large bunk bed like this. She wanted to sleep, but she was not given the chance. I heard that this is the treatment at the lowest level of the base, but she was kicked out and couldn't even sleep in the dormitory bunk bed. So this kind of mixed experience is really the first time. Jiang Xinghua felt a subtle sense of gratitude towards that old bastard Deng Xingping. Wu Zichuan saw from the corner of his eye that Jiang Xinghua's face turned pale. Wu Zichuan, I really don't know what you're trying to achieve by following me. Director, I'm back. Look what else I brought back. Sun Tse dragged the sheep to seek credit with a young man wearing black-framed glasses. Jiang Xinghua glanced at the young man's face. He was of medium build and barely handsome. You can see that her eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar to Wu Zichuan. Great! Sun Tse, you have accomplished a great deed this time. The moment the man in black-framed glasses saw the sheep, his eyes lit up and the people around him all gathered over. There are only 2 words on their faces: eat meat. By the way, director, bring someone back. The man with black-framed glasses then noticed that there was a stranger next to him. She is petite, with skin as white as paper, pale lips and amber eyes. Most importantly, she is clean. Everyone looked over there and could vaguely smell a hint of the floral scent of laundry detergent. A natural, fresh smell that is out of place in this gymnasium. Her hair was clean, her clothes were neat and new, and there was not a single stain on her body. The black-framed glasses unconsciously give rise to a sense of inferiority. At the same time, I changed my mind and thought, since Sun Tse has been brought back, then he can come to me. You will be under my control from now on. He regained his confidence, straightened his chest, and gave a reserved smile. Hello, my name is Wu Bashi, and I'm the owner of this place. Jiang Xinghua looked him up and down without any hesitation. So you are the boss here? Wu Bashi nodded. A strange feeling flashed through Jiang Xinghua's mind. Didn't Sun Tse say that this gym owner also has healing abilities? But now he looks like an ordinary person. There was no illusion that she couldn't see it because the other party was at a higher level. Level 2 is already the top group of people in this time period. If he can level up faster than her, why does he have to stay in such a small gymnasium? What is the concept of a healing awakener? Back then, a person who had just awakened was directly fought over by major bases. Finally, they were successfully recruited with a warehouse of supplies as reward. Jiang Xinghua's thoughts were racing, but his expression remained calm. Wu Bashi felt cold and embarrassed. Sun Tse, why are you bringing all these people back? She is so skinny and she comes here just to eat for free. My son's hard work is not something that can be ruined by anyone. Upon hearing the sound, everyone made way. A middle-aged woman in her 50s, with curly hair, a bloated figure, and a mean look was revealed. Next to her stood a fair-skinned, slim young woman, who bent down slightly and carefully held her arm. But his eyes kept glancing at Wu Zichuan, his eyes flickering. The middle-aged woman seemed to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded and noticed by others, and she walked from the separated path to Wu Bashi's side. Wu Zichuan looked at her, opened his mouth and just shouted dryly, "Aunt!" He Xiufen frowned and snorted coldly in response. A hint of interest flashed in Jiang Xinghua's eyes. Wow, there are quite a few stories here. The powerful and rare awakener Wu Bo who is sought after by everyone is actually a fake, while the real one Wu Zichuan is suppressed and ignored. He deliberately hid his special abilities so that even his closest relatives didn't know about it. At the same time, these 2 people are cousins and their relationship is not very good. TSK, the relationships between people are really messy. Jiang Xinghua glanced at He Xiufen and never gave her another glance. I began to look around and carefully examine the environment. He Xiufen's cheeks twitched slightly. How dare this little bastard ignore her? Just as she was about to open her mouth to curse, Sun Tse grabbed her back. Auntie, don't be angry. Listen to me. She is Jiang Xinghua. We met her at the farm. All the sheep there had been taken away by his bodyguards. Besides, she has lots of supplies. She is here to investigate the situation. If she thinks ours is good, she will bring all the supplies and join us. Supplies? Sheep? How many can there be? Sun Zhe smiled slightly. I don't know about the supplies, but there are at least hundreds of sheep. He Xiufan and Wu Bashi's eyes lit up, and when they looked at Jiang Xinghua it was like looking at a mountain of gold and silver. The crowd who were just watching the fun suddenly began breathing heavily. Girl Jiang, right? How old are you? Are you married? Chapter 49 Gossip Scene, There is a Way. Everyone present was confused by He Xiufan's words. Jiang Xinghua simply treated her as heir and was thinking in her heart how to make Wu Zichuan willingly serve as her subordinate. An unwilling awakener would be a huge hidden danger even if he was brought back by force. Besides, it seems that there is still a chance now. She glanced meaningfully at He Xiufan and Wu Bashi, mother and son. He Xiufan tried her best to endure Jiang Xinghua's cold look. I see you are so young and probably not married. What do you think of my son? He became a leader at a young age and is also an awakened person. The future is limitless. Jiang Xinghua, who knew the truth, clearly saw the flash of guilt on Wu Bushi's face. Looking at He Xiufan, whose eyes were shining with greed, Jiang Xinghua's lips curled up. The arc of irony. Did you know that your abacus beads have fallen on my face? If you want to get something for nothing, you have to come up with something good, that's it? Jiang Xinghua looked Wu Bushi up and down as if he were an object. Wu Bushi felt uncomfortable all over. Such a big man wanted to hide behind He Xiufan. Oh, you're still a mama's boy? Think about it yourself, are you worthy? Just dreaming in broad daylight. He Xiufan was so angry that she was shaking, and she pointed at Jiang Xinghua with a trembling hand. The other hand pinched the young woman next to him so hard that it hurt. She screamed, Auntie, you pinched me and it hurt! He Xiufan had no place to vent her anger, so she turned around and shook off her hand. We can't scold Jiang Xinghua for bringing the supplies, that's okay, right? Why are you so squeamish? How are you going to give me a grandson in the future? Yu Qianqian's eyes turned red and she looked at Wu Bushi with tears in her eyes. Wu Bushi quickly grabbed He Xiufan. Mom! Qianqian was just hurt by your pinch, what are you talking about? He Xiufan raised her eyebrows. Okay. She hasn't done anything to you yet, and you're already protecting her? What should I do in the future? Jiang Xinghua was speechless. Suddenly it became a family ethics drama. He Xiufan threw a tantrum on the spot. Yu Qianqian's pretty face was full of grievance. Wu Bushi couldn't bear up the airs of a curator, and could only coax him left and right. Everyone dispersed tactfully. Wu Zichuan quietly pulled Jiang Xinghua. Jiang Xinghua turned his head in confusion, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in the other person's eyes. Lead her to the corner. Jiang Xinghua looked at him again and was sure that he was not wrong. My aunt's cousin was scolded, but he seemed to be quite happy about it. As soon as the two of them stood still, another person followed them. The fluorescent green highlights on his hair have faded slightly, and the short-sleeved shirt and denim vest he was wearing were almost rotten and wrinkled like dried pickles. The taste is similar too. Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows. Isn't this Zhou Gan's little brother, Green Hair? Green Hair walked over and gave Jiang Xinghua a thumbs up. It's so refreshing. We can't pamper this old witch. And they fell in love on the spot? What good is his hypocritical and cowardly son? Fuck you. Jiang Xinghua nodded in his heart, yes, that's the taste. This look of searching is exactly the same as when he was chasing Deng Xingping away from Yulan Garden. Jiang Xinghua? Why does this name sound familiar? Jiang Xinghua didn't remind her and planned to observe for a while. It's not like Zhou Gan can bring everyone back just by asking her to. At that time, she mortgaged the house, and even when Green Hair was watching the fun in the corridor, he had never seen her before, he only knew her name. Wu Zichuan said helplessly. Call me Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang, this is Lu Zhuangzhuang, my friend. The expression on Green Hair's face twisted for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother Chuan, Miss Jiang, please call me Green Hair from now on, thank you. Jiang Xinghua pursed her lips and smiled. It seems that the people in the gymnasium and Wu Zichuan don't get along. Even his cousin and aunt have a very bad relationship, but this green-haired guy seems to have a good relationship with him. I asked this question when I thought about it. Were you and Wu Zichuan friends before? Wu Zichuan was relieved to see that Jiang Xinghua was in a good mood and could chat with Green Hair. Sometimes he inexplicably felt that Jiang Xinghua looked at him in a strange way. It's not that I like it, it's just that it's like looking at a pig. Moreover, her aura was too strong. The glare she gave him outside the farm made even this former Special Forces soldier tremble. That's a good thing to say. Come on, Miss Jiang, come and sit down. Green Hair's tone was excited. People here don't like Brother Chuan. They finally need a soulmate and they want to spend all their family wealth to talk to him. Green Hair also diligently wiped the floor with his sleeves. Jiang Xinghua doesn't mind and enjoys good conditions when they are available. Don't complain even when the conditions are bad. Seeing her sitting next to him, Green Hair started talking. I was collecting outstanding debts in this community when the apocalypse happened. I could only hide in the vegetable store with others. Later, when I heard them talking about someone organizing this stadium, I decided to come over. Halfway through the run, I was surrounded by zombies. If Brother Chuan hadn't saved me, I would probably still be hanging out with those things outside right now. Jiang Xinghua nodded, looking understanding. Then I asked the question I wanted to know most. This Wubashi must be Wu Zichuan's cousin, but I don't think they are relatives. That old woman feels like an enemy? Green Hair's eyes lit up, as if he had found a soulmate, and his little mouth spoke quickly. His cousin and aunt? What the hell? What I said may not sound nice, but I just can't understand it. It was obvious that the coward could only hold the position of the gym owner because of Brother Chuan, but he suddenly said that he was an awakened person. They changed their faces the moment they turned around, especially that old witch who spread bad things about Brother Chuan everywhere. Green Hair gritted his teeth angrily when he said this. That wimp pretends to be someone important all day long, but he actually can't do anything. If it weren't for my Brother Chuan, would he be able to continue to be the owner of the museum? Still the owner? Pa. Then Green Hair approached Jiang Xinghua slyly and said, Let me tell you another piece of gossip. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow and asked in a flattering manner, What gossip? Yu Qianqian, who was just scolded by the old witch for not being able to give birth to a son, likes Brother Chuan. She looked at Brother Chuan as if he were a piece of fat meat. If Wu Bushi hadn't suddenly awakened his ability, she wouldn't even bother to look at him straight in the eye. Jiang Xinghua looked strange. If Yu Qianqian knew that she had chosen the wrong person, she would regret it to death. Wu Zichuan was speechless when he saw the two of them whispering and gossiping about him openly. Jiang Xinghua turned around to look at Wu Zichuan, who had remained silent, either defending the two men nor refuting them. Wu Zichuan, you probably think this place sucks too. With your abilities, why don't you leave? My conditions are much better than this. Green Hair's expression suddenly looked strange. With Miss Jiang? It can't be what he thought. His eyes darted between the two of them. Wu Zichuan lowered his head, and his neat jawline was clearly visible. He was silent for a moment. I don't know. They are my only relatives. Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows, his eyes sparkling. There is a way. There is a big door. Wu Zichuan was not very determined, he was just too sentimental and didn't want to give up his only relative. He just didn't see it clearly. The two people he cared about had already given up on him. Jiang Xinghua thought that he could only pick a few laborers to bring back this time, but he didn't expect it. There are unexpected twists and turns. Her portal fragment isn't far away. Jiang Xinghua didn't say anything, letting Wu Zichuan immerse himself in his own thoughts. She had to think about how to make Wu Zichuan stop being reluctant to leave and go back to the underground city with her to work. What she wanted was a sword with a sharp edge that could catch people's eyes, rather than a useless sword that has rusted due to the burden of worldly affairs and the shackles that bind it. In the distance, Wu Baxi calmed down the dispute between the two women. Yu Qianqian lowered her head and packed He Xiufan's clothes, muttering to herself. This old woman! I have served her for so long, but she actually introduced a woman to Wu Bushi in front of me. I have never done such a waitressing job at home. She dares to be picky. Damn old thing, why didn't the zombies bite you to death? Outsiders could only see that her expression was calm and her lips moved slightly. But she didn't know that she was cursing He Xiufan, who had been serving her with a smile and attentively. She looked up into the corner. Although Wu Zichuan didn't take much care of himself, it was still difficult to conceal his unique temperament. When her eyes moved to the young girl next to her, a strange look of jealousy flashed across her face. This little bitch! Vixen! He hooked up with Achuan so quickly, he's really capable. Achuan always avoids me when he sees me, so how could I let her sit so close to me? Why is it that the old woman falls in love with her when she comes, but I have to suffer the humiliation? Why? Just wait, little bitch. I am the curator's wife. What can you do with me coming here? Once you bring the supplies here, they will all be mine. They are all mine. Jiang Xinghua was keenly aware of a malicious gaze. She looked up suddenly and met Yu Qianqian's eyes, which were full of jealousy and resentment, and she had no time to hide them. After being discovered, the other party hurriedly covered up and lowered his head. Jiang Xinghua's mouth curled up in an icy arc. Looks like someone can't wait. Sure enough, in the evening, Green Hair came over with a frown on his face. He whispered to her, Ms. Jiang, I don't know who said that. They are all saying that you are infected with a dirty disease. That's why your face is as white as a ghost. Chapter 50. She was merciful not to let them all be killed. Jiang Xinghua exudes a cold air. It must be Yu Qianqian. Green Hair was surprised. How did you know? He asked for a long time before finding out that it was Yu Qianqian who spread the news. After all, there are only more than 40 people, and they will know everything by asking each other. Wu Zichuan frowned. Spreading this rumor is extremely hurtful and malicious to girls. He immediately stood up, frowned, and went to find Yu Qianqian to argue. No matter what, Jiang Xinghua was brought back by himself, and he was one of the few acquaintances he had before the end of the world. He just couldn't bear to see a girl being slandered in such a malicious way. The coldness on Jiang Xinghua disappeared instantly. No need to go, she won't live long. Wu Zichuan and Lu Mao were both stunned. I don't quite understand what Jiang Xinghua means. Wu Zichuan only vaguely felt that Yu Qianqian might be in trouble. If he hadn't arrived at the farm in time, Sun Zhe would have died. Jiang Xinghua looks like an ordinary person, but his methods are ruthless. Yu Qianqian still didn't realize that she had offended someone she shouldn't have. She was chatting with Wu Baxi. From time to time he would say, perfunctorily, looking absent-minded. Because of her jealousy towards the new woman who appeared beside Wu Zichuan, she was distracted repeatedly and subconsciously looked towards that corner. I didn't notice the voices around me stopped. Wu Bushi also looked in the direction she was looking at and saw 3 people standing together and chatting. His eyes behind the thick glasses flashed with deep jealousy. Wu Zichuan is always like this, always able to attract the attention of all the women around him. Although Yu Qianqian is with him now and takes care of his mother, she still looks at Wu Zichuan's back with fascination from time to time. And the newcomer, Jiang Xinghua, is a young girl with abundant resources. He was cold and indifferent to herself, but he could smile warmly to Wu Zichuan. The palm of his hand at his side was clenched into a fist, his knuckles turned white, and red marks from his nails appeared on the palm. The red glow shining through the glass windows gradually dimmed and night fell. The center of the venue, which was originally filled with debris and bedding, has now been emptied and a group of people gathered together, cheering softly. There was no electricity in the gymnasium, so they used their flashlights and cell phones, and some even used lighters to provide lighting. In the dark night, I could only feel the shadows of people over there. Jiang Xinghua leaned against the wall board, while Wu Zichuan fell asleep next to him. There was a hint of indelible fatigue on his handsome face. A thin figure walked over with his feet turned outward. Jiang Xinghua knew at a glance that it was Green Hair who came to deliver information again. Wu Zichuan was suddenly awakened by the sound of Green Hair's clattering footsteps. Jiang Xinghua looked at the bustling crowd over there and asked, What are they going to do? Green Hair curled his lips. It's still Wu Bushi's conspicuous bag. Seeing that everyone not only returned safely but also brought back sheep and wine, I came up with an idea. They say that everyone is too tense recently, which is not good and may lead to some kind of mental illness. Let's learn to relax and decide to have a party tonight. Get ready to go out and look for supplies tomorrow. Wu Zichuan stood up, frowning and speaking in a serious tone. It's the end of the world now, so we should be on our toes. There are zombies everywhere, so how can we relax now? Green Hair nodded in agreement. Who says it's not true, but they just don't listen to anything. When those people heard that they could eat mutton and drink wine tonight, they didn't care about anything else. Look! He pointed to one side. They have already slaughtered the sheep and are preparing to make a fire to cook. There was a rare look of worry on his face. Although I am also very greedy for meat, I always feel that this will cause trouble. Jiang Xinghua sneered. This Wu Bushi had a lot of ideas to suppress Wu Zichuan. Her voice was lazy and her tone was casual. Of course there will be trouble. The temperature is high during the day and the zombies are not very active. Those who go out are lucky to come back. But now at night, the zombies' vitality has obviously increased, not to mention the need to roast meat. This is a residential area, the most densely populated area, and also the most densely populated area for zombies. Wu Zichuan's eyebrows surged with anger. This is really crazy! After listening to Jiang Xinghua's explanation, Lu Mao's face turned extremely bad. We shouldn't have such bad luck. Wu Zichuan glanced at him, his tone tinged with worry. This is not a matter of good or bad luck. If anything goes wrong, we might all die. Green Hair gave an ugly smile. Brother Chuan, what should we do? I actually objected to it, but no one listened. Whoever spoils the fun now is their enemy. Wu Zichuan sighed deeply, stretched out his hand and pressed hard on his brows, but his frown still could not be smoothed out. He walked towards the crowd who were gathered together chatting and laughing in a joyful scene. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow and watched Wu Zichuan's back gradually blend into the darkness. Green Hair said quietly beside him, Miss Jiang, I bet you that if Brother Chuan goes to talk to Wu Buishi, he will definitely be more persistent. I will never listen. Jiang Xinghua nodded in agreement. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Wu Zichuan's face became stern and so dark that ink seemed to drip out. He could hear curses faintly from behind him. What kind of people are you? If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you not letting us eat? The owner is wise and considerate of our hard work, unlike some people who are so heartless. I don't know how such a nice person like the owner of the museum can be related to such a person. And the woman he brought back. She actually has a viral disease. Is she contagious? Who would have known? Let's stay away from her. Who would have thought that she was dressed so neatly? I didn't expect that. Wu Zichuan looked unhappy when he heard the discussions behind him. Ms. Jiang, you shouldn't have come here. Now you can see that this is not a good place. Contact your bodyguard as soon as possible and go back quickly. Jiang Xinghua narrowed his eyes quietly, with a cold smile on the corners of his mouth. No hurry, I haven't done what I want to do yet. Originally, she just wanted to come here and find an opportunity to win over Wu Zichuan and pick out some laborers. By the way, help Shogun to see if his two younger brothers are there. It's good now. Only half of the original plan has been completed. Wu Zichuan had not yet succeeded in winning over the labor force, so he could not bring it back. She was merciful by not letting them all be killed. Of the two little brothers, only one with green hair is left, and the other one. Scar was following Wu Buishi and Sun Zhe and pretending to be their grandson. Her thoughts stopped, and she turned to look at green hair with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Can this skinny little body farm? Green hair? Ms. Jiang, I didn't say anything bad about you, don't look at me like that. I'm a little scared. Jiang Xinghua clicked his tongue. Forget it, at least he is loyal and smart, and it's easy to get along with him. Another figure walked out of the darkness. When I got closer, I found out it was Wu Buishi. He raised his hand to adjust his black-framed glasses and spoke to Jiang Xinghua. Ms. Jiang, we are preparing mutton soup and beer. Why don't you come with me and have some? It's not good for a girl's health to be hungry for so long. There was still a false smile on his face. Jiang Xinghua frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. This behavior reminded her of her enemy, that trash. You know it's bad for my health, but you still treat me with this kind of thing? Also, are you deaf? Didn't you hear the rumors this afternoon? What were you doing before? Why are you here pretending to be a good person? Hypocritical. Wu Buishi's face froze, and just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xinghua raised his hand to interrupt him. How do you manage over 40 people here? You've made this place such a mess. I don't know how you have gathered so many people together. Wu Buishi's mouth twitched, and he tried his best to endure it. It's naturally based on my ability, and everyone admires my talent. And I am an awakened one, so everyone is willing to follow me. Jiang Xinghua raised the corner of his mouth, and his eyes moved around him with ambiguous intent. The other person's scalp tightened when he saw it. Oh? Really? An awakened one, then I really need to see him if I get the chance. However, I hope your abilities aren't as hypocritical as you are. Wu Buishi moved his lips, but was interrupted by Jiang Xinghua raising his hand. Okay, enough nonsense. Come on, I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, he raised his leg and walked away. Wu Buishi felt a breath stuck in his chest, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He glared at Wu Zichuan and Lu Mao secretly, then turned and left. Green Hair waited until he left before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Brother Chuan, did you see that? His face turned green. The corners of Wu Zichuan's mouth also curved up. Green Hair felt a little worried as he watched Jiang Xinghua leave. Ms. Jiang really did go over there. Could she also be tempted by the mutton soup? Although I'm really hungry. Wu Zichuan shook his head silently. Jiang Xinghua has so many supplies behind him, how could he possibly be interested in a small bowl of mutton soup? It's just that she followed me here suddenly, and I don't know what her purpose is. Jiang Xinghua walked into the crowd that was busy preparing things, and everyone fell silent. She simply pulled over the only chair and sat down, crossing her legs with a relaxed look on her face. It seemed as if he hadn't heard the rumors at all. The atmosphere among the crowd was weird. Wu Bushi coughed twice and said softly, "Okay, let's get ready quickly, before it's too late." Everyone then began to resume their actions, but 2 or 3 people gathered together and whispered. His eyes glanced at Jiang Xinghua from time to time. Jiang Xinghua looked like he was waiting to eat and was not affected at all. She looked calm, but she always felt something strange inside. He looked around until his eyes suddenly locked onto a window near the top of the side wall. The glass there had cracks during the day, and now it has completely shattered into shards. Judging from the location, the broken glass should have fallen into the clothes and bedding of those people, without making any sound. It was late at night, and the lights were dim. If they went to bed early, someone who got stabbed would be able to make timely repairs. Unfortunately, they insisted on having a night tea party. Jiang Xinghua withdrew his gaze. Without a window, the turbid smell in the room seemed to be lighter. And wafting out of the window were the faint smell of living people and the strong bloody odor of slaughtered sheep. Jiang Xinghua just sat there steadily. When He Xiufan woke up, she saw that someone was sitting on the only chair. That chair belongs to her exclusively. Besides her, only her son can sit on it. She took a few steps forward and found it was Jiang Xinghua. "Everyone is busy there, and you are just sitting here? You are so lazy at such a young age. Which man will dare to want you in the future?" Chapter 51. Jiang Xinghua is right. They are just a bunch of brainless people. Why are you still sitting here without moving? Everyone else is working, but you are so precious? Want to eat without working? No way. My son doesn't want a lazy guy like you. Old woman, where did you come from, this remnant of the previous dynasty? You keep talking about men. The Qing dynasty has not yet fallen because of you, right? Even if you have a straight gut, you can't pull everything out of your mouth. He Xiufan was so angry that she took deep breaths, and the entire venue was silent for a moment. The only sound left was her wheezing breathing like a bellows. You! Jiang Xinghua sat as still as a mountain, firmly seated. The leg that was crossed was replaced with another one. Yu Qianqian and Wu Bushi walked out from a messy corner. She quickly combed her hair and glared at Wu Bushi coquettishly. When they turned around, they found the atmosphere was strange, and He Xiufan was shivering in the shadow of the light. Me what? Let me talk more if I can. He Xiufan almost couldn't catch her breath. She took 2 steps back and leaned back. If you look closely, it seems that he rolled his eyes. Mom! What's going on? Aunt? Wu Bashi and Yu Qianqian didn't know what was going on, so they quickly went over to support He Xiufan. Only then did she not fall to the ground. There was silence all around, and everyone glanced cautiously at Jiang Xinghua, who was sitting on the chair with a calm expression. How terrible. Ms. Jiang! What on earth did you do to your aunt? She is so old, why are you so ignorant? Make her angry again. Yu Qianqian supported He Xiufan and immediately looked at Jiang Xinghua. Master Wu, didn't Sunzai tell you? I came here to investigate and to be a guest. Do I still have to serve your mother? Wu Bushi choked and glanced at He Xiufan, who was leaning against him. He Xiufan felt a little guilty. Seeing that Jiang Xinghua didn't respond to her at all, Yu Qianqian, who was originally gloating, suddenly felt angry after being ignored. Your conditions are poor and your people are of low quality. Either they are taking advantage of their seniority, or they are gossipy women who like to stir up trouble. Or they are just a bunch of idiots whose cerebellums have not developed, and they believe whatever others say. TSK, it seems I shouldn't consider it anymore. Alas, it's a pity that I have to eat all my hundreds of sheep by myself. Gulp. The mutton is already stewing in the pot, and the air is filled with the mutton smell. From time to time, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. The greedy desires hidden in the darkness are like hungry wolves, with green light emitting from their eyes. Even though they were scolded, they didn't dare to say anything because the man was a big money sponsor. There are supplies behind. Wu Bushi became anxious and secretly blamed He Xiufen for using the same tactics as before Doomsday. As soon as Yu Qianqian heard it, she knew that the gossipy woman behind was talking about her, and her pretty face twisted with anger. You! Wu Bushi grabbed Yu Qianqian's arm, which was supporting He Xiufen. Hiss! Yu Qianqian took a breath of foul air because of the pain from being pinched. Wu Bo used his eyes to warn them both to stop talking. Yu Qianqian felt so aggrieved that she was about to cry. She defended his mother, but was scolded and the man told her to shut up. She cursed Wu Bushi and Jiang Xinghua in her heart. If it weren't for the current special circumstances, I would never even look at people like Wu Bushi before. She bit her lower lip and lowered her head slightly. There was resentment and malice in his eyes. Jiang Xinghua also began to feel irritated. I want to kill all these people. I'm so annoyed that I do these little tricks. Looking at Yu Qianqian's expression, you can tell that she didn't hold her fart well. Now that the labor plan has fallen through, we can only rely on the portal fragments. Be patient, and then I'll tear this place apart. Wu Bushi forced a smile and said, Ms. Jiang, you are a guest and you should receive the best hospitality. I apologize for what happened before, please don't take it to heart. I will take care of them. Jiang Xinghua hummed coldly, and waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly. Let Wu Bushi get out of here immediately. Green Hair was listening from behind and covered his mouth with his hands to prevent himself from laughing out loud. The two eyes were curved into crescents, sparkling and very lively. The depression in Wu Zichuan's heart, who was pulled over from the side, seemed to have dissipated a little. There was some thought in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Xinghua. From then on, Jiang Xinghua sat quietly, and no one came over to cause trouble. A vacuum zone was tacitly formed here, and everyone stayed away from her. I closed my eyes and took a nap. After my ears quieted down, I felt much better. As the smell of mutton and blood became stronger in his nose, Jiang Xinghua slowly opened his eyes. Look at the broken glass. His ears moved slightly, keenly catching the familiar roar of zombies. Some people are really good at committing suicide. She looked around and saw the big golden fragment talking to the green-haired man anxiously. Brother Chuan, what's wrong with you? Wu Zichuan's voice trembled a little. Zombies are coming. Green Hair's face instantly lost all color, turning pale, and he asked with trembling lips. Are a lot? He is the only one who knows that Wu Zichuan has awakened his supernatural powers and his 5 senses have been enhanced. Wu Zichuan would never brag about such a thing. Wu Zichuan's expression was not much better. He gritted his teeth and said, A lot! Green Hair's whole body went limp, his lips trembled and his eyes were dazed. He had never seen Wu Zichuan react so greatly. Even when they were besieged by zombies on the way to the gymnasium, he was not afraid. How many zombies does it take for him to have such an expression? Green Hair's hair suddenly stood on end, and the uneasiness in his heart increased several times. Wu Zichuan looked around and found a broken glass in the corner. His pupils suddenly shrank, and without caring about anything else, he pulled up the green-haired man who was so scared that he was unconscious. Don't just stand there, find something to protect yourself. Damn it! There's a broken window! Green Hair looked up and saw the broken glass with shock and fear on his face. Jiang Xinghua's lips curled up silently. It seems someone has discovered it. Wu Zichuan stretched out his long legs and took a few quick steps to where everyone was busy preparing a sumptuous dinner. Wu Bushi, who was surrounded by people, had a reserved smile on his face, while Yu Qianqian, who was next to him, was holding his hand and seemed shy. Wu Bushi frowned subconsciously when he saw the person coming. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yu Qianqian staring at Wu Zichuan, with undisguised amazement in her eyes. There is a unique charm in looking at a beautiful woman under the light, and the same goes for a handsome man. The smile on Wu Bushi's face could hardly be maintained. The zombies are coming! Get ready! Wu Bushi was stunned, and the people around him looked confused. Don't exaggerate! We just ate mutton without asking you, is that a big deal? That's right, you're still trying to scare us with this kind of words. Wu Bushi had a hypocritical smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with evil behind the thick lenses. Achuan, don't say such things to stir up everyone's emotions at this time. Wu Zichuan had a stern face, and if it weren't for his good character built up over the years, he would have cursed out loud. Jiang Xinghua is right, they are such a bunch of brainless people. Wu Zichuan is right. The zombies are indeed coming. Wu Bushi looked at Jiang Xinghua with resentment. Why are all the women on his side? Ms. Jiang, Our curator didn't find a single awakener. How did you and Wu Zichuan know? Jiang Xinghua sneered and glanced at Wu Buishi. Maybe because he's trash. Wu Buishi also felt the feeling of being ridiculed and mocked by Jiang Xinghua. You! Before Wu Buishi could finish his words, a loud crash was heard, startling everyone. Bang bang! The successive sounds drew everyone's attention to the only gate, where the debris piled up for increased safety began to sway slightly. Almost everyone has faced zombies before, so they would never be naive enough to think that there would be any survivors out there. Now the only ones who can bang on the door are zombies. Someone knocked over the wine glass, and the smell of alcohol spread. Roar! The howling of zombies can be faintly heard. Look! When did that window break? A sharp-eyed woman in the crowd screamed, and everyone looked up and noticed the broken window in the corner. Everyone's faces suddenly changed. The aroma of wine and meat went from being delicious to a death warrant. Some people in the crowd reacted quickly and wanted to dispose of the sheep's remains and the remaining flesh and blood. It's too late. Zombies are most active at night, and that window has spread their scent far away. The debris at the door was visibly shaken off, and the roars of the zombies were very clear. One sound followed another, and it was impossible to tell how many zombies were banging on the door. Jiang Xinghua walked outside the crowd and opened his palm to reveal a walkie-talkie. Come and pick me up. He put away the intercom and looked at these people, muttering. These people are really not good, stupid, uncultured, and too greedy. He is still good at courting death. Bringing it back to the dungeon would only cause trouble. Those with terrified looks on their faces had no idea what they were missing. Ding dong. Clank clang. There were countless zombies behind the thin iron door, banging against it tirelessly without any pain, and a lot of debris was seen falling off the door. Wu Zichuan stood beside Jiang Xinghua with a very ugly expression. No matter how remote this place is, it's still a residential area. There must be at least hundreds of zombies outside. Everyone around heard Wu Zichuan's words. Director! You need to think of a solution. Aren't you an awakener? Oh, and there's Sun Zhe. You too should think of a solution. You must have a way, right? Wu Bushi's arms were grabbed by He Xiufen and Yi Qianqian on his left and right, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. His legs were shaking slightly and his lips were quivering. He doesn't even know how to fight zombies. After he left home, he became the owner of the gym here. He has never been out, let alone killed zombies. When Sun Ze's name was called, he cursed inwardly. With the amount of power he has, he can't even beat Jiang Xinghua's bodyguard. How can he fight so many zombies? He walked up to Wu Zichuan and asked softly, Master, we have to think of a way. I don't think this gate will hold out for much longer. Wu Bushi's pupils constricted, and there was a dazed look on his face. Jiang Xinghua pulled the chair over and it rubbed against the ground with a harsh sound. Everyone was shocked. Wu Bushi also came back to his senses. Jiang Xinghua sat down immediately. This matter today will take a long time to finish. Standing is not as comfortable as sitting. No one cared about her, and they all looked at Wu Bushi with hope. Jiang Xinghua was ready to go. She really wanted to see what brilliant idea this fake Wu Bushi could come up with. Let's pick a few people out and have them go out and lure the zombies away. Chapter 52. You have some talent in acting. Everyone was horrified and looked at each other in the dark. Director, is there no other way? Wu Bo no longer hesitated after he had spoken the truth. What can we do? With so many zombies outside rushing in, we'll all die. We'll send some people out to lure away the zombies and hold out until the sun rises tomorrow. The rest of us can hold on in the gym. Wu Bushi's vicious gaze was extremely terrifying under the dim lights. Everyone's heart was beating wildly with the sound of banging on the door. Then how do we decide who to send out? It would be appropriate to let my cousin Wu Zichuan go. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't themselves and their families who were chosen, it didn't matter who it was. Only Green Hair widened his eyes in shock. You're fucking crazy! Why should we let Brother Chuan go? He's your cousin! Jiang Xinghua had already guessed what was going on and sat leisurely in the chair. There was a strange flash in his eyes. It seems that the chance of Wu Zichuan being able to follow me has now increased to 70%. Chuan has the best physical fitness. He's so powerful, so a small matter like luring away the zombies shouldn't be a big deal. Green Hair spat angrily. Bah! You're just jealous of Brother Chuan and are taking this opportunity to take revenge. Have you forgotten that it was Brother Chuan who protected you and your son along the way? Otherwise you would have been eaten by zombies long ago. If it weren't for Brother Chuan, do you think you could be so reliable as the owner of this museum? When Wubashi heard Lu Mao mention these things, the inferiority and humiliation in his heart surged out. One person is definitely not enough. Since you and Ah Chuan are good brothers, you shouldn't refuse to share the hardships with him. Let's go together, right? Yu Qianqian tightly grasped Wubushi's clothes, and her expression changed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Miss Jiang was also brought back by Wu Zichuan, and she has always disliked us. Why don't we go together? Jiang Xinghua raised her eyebrows, but this gave her an opportunity. Wubashi looked at Jiang Xinghua sinisterly. The other person's gaze, as clear as moonlight, made him very unhappy. I think it's okay, 3 people is enough. Does anyone have any comments? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and shook their heads. I wish Wu Zichuan and the other 2 would go out immediately to lure away the zombies. Jiang Xinghua looked up at Wu Zichuan, who was standing beside him. The sharp eyes on his handsome face were filled with disbelief. The last 2 relatives he had in the world dealt him a fatal blow. But it seems to be expected. He pursed his lips tightly and said to Jiang Xinghua and Lin Meo in a trembling voice, I'm sorry I have caused you trouble. Jiang Xinghua's eyes flashed with interest. Green Hair shook his head at him. Don't blame you, Brother Chuan. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. He turned his head and found the mighty and tall figure in the crowd. Scar! We were able to get to the gymnasium safely thanks to Brother Chuan. Have you forgotten what Big Brother told us, that we should not be ungrateful? Say something. He saved us once, so let's save him a second time. Let's be good people to the end. Don't mention my elder brother to me, he should be dead by now. What's the point of remembering a dead person's words? Green Hair didn't expect that Scar, who had been brothers for many years, would say this about their eldest brother. He Xiofan snarled with a sinister look in her eyes. If you still recognize me as your relative, you should take the initiative to get out, instead of just staying here and not leaving. Ignorant bastard! You were kicked out of the army and I took you in. It's time you repay me. Are you so cold-blooded and heartless that you just watch me die? Wubushi looked at the 3 people who were in opposition to everyone else and spoke in a heavy tone. Can't you see that the gate is about to collapse? If you delay any longer, everyone will die. You are the culprit. The screws on the door began to break and pop out, and the door began to deform. Zombies' fingers have already squeezed in from the gaps, one after another, and it is impossible to count how many hands there are. A disgusting stench of decay wafted through the room, and fear and uneasiness spread. There was an immediate echo of anger and despair from the crowd. It's all your fault. If you don't get out, I won't let you go even if I die and become a ghost. Please, please go quickly and save us. Green Hair was trembling all over, a chill spread throughout his body, and his heart was especially cold. Jiang Xinghua clapped his hands, as if he had watched a big show. You are really good at letting another person die for you so confidently. Wubushi no longer paid attention to her sarcasm at this time. Scar, they won't go out, help them. The big man with a scar on his face took a few steps forward. Scar! Green Hair stood directly in front of Wu Zichuan and Jiang Xinghua, with his hands open and his face covered in sweat. Green Hair! Wu Zichuan was in mixed feelings. He went forward to pull Green Hair, but he was very persistent, and Wu Zichuan failed to pull him away after several attempts. Jiang Xinghua clearly felt his fear, but did not back down. She actually underestimated this boy. Unexpectedly, Scar didn't say a word and just raised his hand to throw Green Hair away. It fell with a bang onto a pile of messy debris. There were clanging and banging sounds. Ah! Wu Zichuan ran over quickly and saw Green Hair lying on the ground. When he raised his head, his hand, which was covering his left face, was covered in blood. Green Hair! Wu Zichuan's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. He hated himself for not being decisive enough and being too soft-hearted. It was his indulgence that led to what happened today. It was all because of him that Lu Mao and Jiang Xinghua were implicated. Everyone looked at Green Hair, whose face was covered in blood and groaning in pain, and their faces changed slightly. They were too guilty to look directly at it. Wu Zichuan's eyes turned slightly red, and he reached out and gently took away the hand that was covering his eyes. I'm fine, Brother Chuan, we're going to die anyway. Well, my eyes are useless too. Green Hair's breathing was unstable and his voice was trembling with pain. Your eyes are useful. Wu Zichuan reached out and touched his left eye. Jiang Xinghua's eyes fixed, she could vaguely see a layer of soft energy on Wu Zichuan's hand. The energy was rushing towards Green Hair's face. Brother, I think I'm okay. I can see now. Jiang Xinghua walked over and leaned over to look at the green-haired man with a surprised look on his face. Wu Zichuan's face turned a little worse due to energy consumption. Green-haired man wiped the blood off his face, revealing a red eye. I can see you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Xinghua smiled and said, It's recovered very well, but it's still a little red. After we finish our work here, Wu Zichuan will treat you again. Brother Chuan, are you also an awakener? Everyone in the crowd had a different look on their face. Yu Qianqian felt that Wu Buxi's body beside her was shaking rapidly. Jiang Xinghua pulled Green Hair and made him stand up. Wu Zichuan turned around, walked up to Scar and punched him without waiting for the other party to react. Brother Chuan! Jiang Xinghua held Mao's shoulder and said, Don't worry about him. You got hurt to protect him, and he has a lot to do with the situation developing to this point. He should avenge you. Glancing at the two people entangled together, Jiang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction. She was not mistaken, this is really a treasure. Look at this skill, professional. Beautiful. Her taste in selecting subordinates is as excellent as ever. Wu Baxi, have you acted so hard that you believe it yourself? Wu Baxi panicked. What are you talking about? I don't understand. TSK, you are an ordinary person, but you can make so many people believe that you are the one with superpowers. I have to say that you have some talent in acting. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone went wild. Sun Zhe reacted and saw what he didn't understand on Wu Buxi's face. Okay. You actually lied to us. The one with superpowers is obviously Wu Zichuan. Scar on the other side was stunned, and Wu Zichuan found his weakness and knocked him to the ground. Jiang Xinghua had a sarcastic smile on his face. Human nature is really complicated. Zhou Gan is really slow in coming. Green Hair seemed to have heard a familiar name. With one red eye, he turned around and asked, Miss Jiang, what did you say just now? Jiang Xinghua glanced at him, smiled and said nothing. Roar! Ouch! With a clang, the gap in the middle of the iron door was suddenly widened. Those zombies tried their best to squeeze into the door, and 3 of them could be squeezed side by side in the gap that was only 1 person wide. The iron gate was more than 3 meters high, and the other zombies who couldn't squeeze into the front row stepped on the shoulders and heads of the zombies in front of them. The entire gap in the gate is full of zombies. The madness and greed on their faces made everyone retreat. It's too much. Am I really going to die here? I don't want to die. There must be hundreds of them. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the gate was finally completely destroyed. It's like a beast out of a cage. Because the gate was open, the zombies were trampled under the feet of the zombies behind them. Some had their arms and legs broken, and some had their heads drooping on their necks. After getting up, he continued to pounce on these living people. Run! Wu Zichuan threw away Scar, who had been beaten almost unconscious, and quickly returned to Jiang Xinghua and Lu Mao. He looked at the surging zombies with a serious expression. He pulled out a sharpened steel bar from his waist and said in a deep voice, Just follow us. Protect yourself and don't get scratched by zombies. Green Hair's face turned pale and he grabbed an iron pot beside him and took a defensive stance. Brother Chuan, don't worry about me. I can do it. Jiang Xinghua looked up at the people who were running away and being chased by zombies, screaming and wailing. She doesn't have to do anything. She looked calm. Wu Zichuan, I think your concerns have been answered. I'm asking you one last time. Will you follow me? Wu Zichuan frowned. Ms. Jiang, my ability is only auxiliary, not combat. There is a high possibility that we will die here today. If they are all alive, will you follow me? Wu Zichuan was defeated when he met those unusually calm eyes. Sighed. As long as we can survive, I will go with you. Green Hair's mind was a mess as he held the iron pot. What is going on? It's already such a long time and you're still talking about this. Jiang Xinghua's eyes narrowed. The portal was waving at her. The zombies pounced on the 3 of them, and at this time, phantoms appeared in the air. Like a monster tentacle from some other world. A bright yellow light in the distance flashed across Jiang Xinghua's eyebrows, casting a layer of dazzling light on her amber eyes. Finally I can go home. I can't stay in this crappy place any longer. Chapter 53 I am your rescuer. Multiple beams of yellow light pierced through the cracked door, illuminating the gymnasium. Bang! With a loud bang, 2 shaky doors closed and several zombies were knocked away. Green Hair poked his head out from behind Wu Zichuan and looked in shock with his mouth half open at the gate, where there was an off-road vehicle that looked like a tank. The car was covered in gun-black steel plates, with spikes flashing coldly all around. In the light he could see that there were scraps of clothing and bits of meat hanging on it. Green Hair covered his mouth in shock. "Ms. Jiang! Could this be the reinforcements you called in?" Jiang Xinghua raised her eyebrows and looked at him proudly. "Wrong! I am your rescuer." The dozen or so survivors left in the gymnasium looked towards the door in confusion. They could only make out 2 figures against the glaring light. A casual female voice suddenly sounded in the air. "Zhou Gan, you are really slow." "I'm sorry, boss. The zombies were too active at night, and we were delayed on the way." When Green Hair heard the familiar voice, tears instantly filled his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a wriggling shadow rising behind Jiang Xinghua. In the blink of an eye, several tentacle-like things emerged from the shadow and stabbed the surrounding zombies. Wu Zichuan squinted and took a closer look. It was actually a vine. Jiang Xinghua stood in the light of the car lights with an indifferent expression. Others couldn't see the details against the light. They could only see that there was some strange organ growing on her back, like a giant beating heart. All the zombies were thrown out of the heart, and their necks were pierced by strange spikes that looked like the legs of mutant spiders. They were struggling huddled together on the neck. "It's like wearing a candied haw's stick, except the hawthorns are replaced by zombie heads." Jiang Xinghua raised his eyes and saw that the vines instantly split into circles of sharp thorns and pierced out from the zombies' necks. With a flick of the vine, the zombies' head and body were separated. The survivors watched in amazement as dozens of zombies gathered at the door were reduced to fragments in a few seconds. The head and body fell from the air and hit the ground with a thud. These survivors will never forget this strange and terrifying scene for the rest of their lives. Wu Zichuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and the knuckles of his fingers that were gripping the steel bars turned white from using too much force. His black eyes reflected Jiang Xinghua's coldly raised lips and the vines waving behind him. Jiang Xinghua waved his hand, and the vines twisting in the air turned into green stars and dissipated. As she raised her leg and took a step, dark green branches condensed around the empty door frame behind her. These finger-thick branches are entangled and intertwined with each other, and gradually close together. There was a dark green door in the door frame. There were still survivors being harassed by a dozen zombies in the gymnasium, but Jiang Xinghua didn't even bother to look at them. Zhou Gan whistled. "Boss, you are awesome! This zombie candied haw's trick is so cool! But it will be hard for me to look directly at the candied haws in the future." Bite. The extremely rare Awakener Collection mission complete the task of conquering the healing ability user. Portal Blueprint Fragment *1 has been placed in the backpack. Jiang Xinghua was satisfied now. Zhou Gan took the initiative to greet Wu Zichuan. "Hey, cool guy! See you again! Wow wow! Big brother! Big brother! Green Hair misses you so much!" Zhou Gan saw a figure flash by, and a green head ran out from behind Wu Zichuan and pounced on him. Green Hair half knelt down, hugged Zhou Gan's waist tightly and cried loudly. "Green Hair! Great! You're still alive! Brother Wu Wu! Thanks to Brother Chuan for saving me, otherwise I would never see you again." Zhou Gan looked at Wu Zichuan in surprise, and she nodded to him. Zhou Gan grinned. This was an unexpected gain. "Thank you very much for taking care of Green Hair. Thank you for protecting him for me, boss." Jiang Xinghua nodded and didn't take it to heart. Green Hair was startled. "Wow! Big brother, you are still thinking about me. You are my real brother." Wu Zichuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this is the big brother that Green Hair talks about every day. According to Green Hair, Zhou Gan is a good person. It's good news. He was also afraid that the people around Jiang Xinghua would be difficult to get along with. Zhou Gan pushed the green-haired and smelly head away with disgust. Zhou Gan suddenly remembered something and asked the green-haired man whose face was covered with snot and tears. "Where is Scar? Aren't you two acting together?" Green Hair twisted his body and looked at Scar's body, which had been torn to death by zombies. Zhou Gan was stunned, and then he understood the whole story from Green Hair's angry narration. When he turned to look at Scar in the corner, the smile in his eyes had disappeared. He took a deep breath and said, "People's hearts are fickle. In an environment like the apocalypse, it's normal to make some choices. I'm still mad. Big brother, you were so good to him. And yet he always thought this way, Zhou Gan said softly. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. Forget it, he is dead now. Thank you, cool brother, for helping me avenge green hair. Wu Zichuan smiled slightly. Ah, Mom! Please save my mom! After the zombies broke through the door, He Xiufeng stood in front to protect Wu Buishi. Jiang Xinghua attracted most of the zombies' firepower, and the remaining dozen or so scattered zombies were basically dealt with by the survivors in the gymnasium. Unexpectedly, a zombie suddenly appeared and knocked He Xiufeng to the ground. The exhausted He Xiufeng didn't have time to dodge and was entangled by the zombies on the ground. Son! Save me! He Xiufeng fell backwards on the ground in horror. On top of her was a skinny zombie, with its mouth wide open, biting at her. He Xiufeng tried hard to lean back, and her thick flesh even squeezed out 4 layers of chin. She placed her hopes on Wu Buishi, who was standing next to her, but she saw him collapse to the ground in fear. He didn't even know to come and save her. He Xiufeng's heart was cold, her eyes were full of hope as she shouted, Son! Save me! I can't hold on any longer! Although she was of considerable size, it was all fat, so she had no strength at all, and her soft flesh was even more untraceable. Wu Buishi was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He looked up and found that there were only 9 people left. All of them looked indifferent and disgusted, and no one was willing to help him. He mustered up the courage to grab a weapon, but ended up seeing the zombie's rotten, hideous face and its weird, needlepoint pupils. The courage I mustered up disappeared in an instant. Wu Buishi yelled at Wu Zichuan. Wu Zichuan! Please save my mother! Wu Zichuan frowned, disgust evident in his eyes. He Xiufeng felt as cold as if she had fallen into an icy cave. She couldn't understand why her son was so good at studying and had always been his pride. Now he doesn't even dare to kill zombies. Zhou Gan and Zhou Yiming listened to Lu Mao's vivid account of everything. These 2 ungrateful bastards! Our cool brother is such a good man, but they don't know how to cherish him. Now you're thinking about our cool brother's goodness? It's too late. He Xiufeng suddenly remembered. Whether on the way to the gymnasium or when everyone was dissatisfied with her son, it was Wu Zichuan who protected them mother and son. On the night when he was injured, it was Wu Zichuan who took care of him by his side. She even scolded him for being annoying and in the way, but the next day her huge wound healed. Yes, Wu Buishi never took care of her at all, and he didn't have any special powers. His son deceived everyone, including his own mother. The person who treated her injuries was her nephew, whom she had never even looked at. I regret it so much. He Xiufeng used up her last bit of strength to yell. I'm sorry, Achuan. Auntie has wronged you. Save me. Wu Zichuan didn't even raise his eyebrows, and quietly looked at the miserable appearance of the mother and son. Wu Buishi watched with horror as He Xiufeng was ripped open by zombies. The fat on the belly was turned over and the scarlet intestines inside were taken out. Those eyes had lost their luster and were staring at him intently. Wu Buishi moved back to the corner in fear, unable to stop retching. Yu Qianqian felt sick when she saw Wu Buishi's look. She was smart enough to hide in the bathroom at the critical moment, and only came out after she heard that all the zombies had been dealt with. She must be regretting it so much. I was actually deceived by this piece of trash. She saw through the crack in the bathroom door that the person who could kill dozens of zombies with just one move was actually Jiang Xinghua. She was jealous and frightened. She tried her best to smooth her hair with her hands and walked to Wu Zichuan's side. Biting her lower lip lightly, her voice sounded pitiful and aggrieved. I'm sorry, Achuan, I didn't mean to betray you. I was also deceived by Wu Buishi. Please forgive me, actually you are the only one I like in my heart. Wu Zichuan said in a low and straightforward voice. I'm not familiar with you, so it's not a betrayal. Yu Qianqian's expression froze. She didn't expect that Wu Zichuan never took her seriously from beginning to end. Green-haired man grinned at Wu Zichuan from behind, his eyes full of mockery. What? Have you forgotten that you spread bad things about me and wanted me to go out and feed the zombies? You forgot, but I still remember it. Yu Qianqian was stunned and looked at Jiang Xinghua in horror. A long shadow suddenly appeared beside the other party. Yu Qianqian didn't even have time to beg for mercy before her neck was strangled by the thorn whip. Jiang Xinghua saw that the dark green door showed signs of cracking, so he threw Yu Qianqian's body aside. It's almost time. My door won't hold up much longer. It's time to go. Zhou Gan. Boss! Can you take green hair away with you? He is very smart. You don't have to pay him a salary. I can just give him my share. Chapter 54. The thigh I want to hug in my dreams, before Zhou Yimeng wakes up. Jiang Xinghua smiled slightly. I was going to take him away originally. Green hair happily punched the air. Thank you, boss. That's great, bro. I can follow you. Zhou Gan slapped him and said, What are you talking about? I will be your brother from now on. We only have one boss, so you have to follow him, do you understand? Green hair laughed and said, I know. The boss is so strong, he is the one I want to cling to even in my dreams, hee. Bite. Once it is detected that the host meets the conditions, the subordinate level points redemption mechanism will be activated. From now on, as long as people surrender to the host's camp, the zombies they kill will also be counted towards the host's points. Jiang Xinghua paused, his eyes shining. I was worried that I didn't have enough points and was too poor to buy anything. Isn't this the solution? The expression on Jiang Xinghua's face was unreadable, and the green-haired man who had been secretly observing her shuddered all over. It doesn't feel good. Several people walked towards the car, and there were constant noises coming from behind them. Can you take me with you? I can do anything. Achuan. Cousin is wrong. There were only 10 survivors left in the gymnasium, their faces filled with pleading, urgency, and fear. Achuan. My cousin really knows he is wrong. Wu Bushi pushed everyone away and fell to Wu Zichuan's feet, grabbing his trouser leg and refusing to let go. His originally neat short hair was now messy and greasy, and his face was covered with tears. Wu Bushi looked up at Wu Zichuan humbly, hoping to see a trace of pity on the other's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Jiang Xinghua stopped and looked back at the scene with interest. Wu Zichuan straightened his back and looked down at the person on the ground. His eyes, which only Wu Boi could see, were as cold as ice under his long black eyelashes. Wu Bashi was frozen by his gaze and retracted his hand stiffly. He had never seen such a terrifying look in this cousin who was always easy to talk to. The will to survive prevailed and his mind worked extremely fast. He moved his knees and lay down at Jiang Xinghua's feet. Ms. Jiang! Please take me away because I am Achuan's only relative. He is the only relative I have. He values feelings the most, he just didn't understand that if I died, he would really be without relatives. Jiang Xinghua sneered. Didn't you and your mother take advantage of this point of Wu Zichuan? It seems like every sentence is centered around him, but in fact, they are all excuses to make him soften his heart. But you miscalculated. Even if he wants to take you away, I won't agree. Everyone in this room is better than you. A cowardly waste who could only hide behind his mother, and couldn't even lift a knife when facing his mother's tragic death. What are you good for? Wu Bushi fell to the ground, his eyes dull. My heart is filled with despair. Someone behind him grabbed him and pushed him aside. Take me with you, I can cook. Take me with you. I can fix things and fight zombies. Please take me with you. Please take me with you. Jiang Xinghua narrowed his amber eyes and slowly scanned the survivors in front of him. Are you guys the same as Yu Qianqian, with a bad brain? Have you forgotten about throwing us out to feed the zombies? Oh yeah, there are rumors. Are my rumors easy to spread? The faces of several people changed instantly, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads unconsciously, and their eyes became vague. The scene suddenly became quiet, with only the faint roars of zombies coming from outside the door. Jiang Xinghua didn't want to waste time talking to them and sneered. I am being merciful by not killing you all. Get out of here! These people had seen Jiang Xinghua's methods, and for a moment they dared not lie or continue to pester him, and they retreated to the side obediently like a few quails. Amid the envy of the crowd, a few people opened the door and got into the car. Jiang Xinghua waved his hand casually, and the plants turned into energy particles and dissipated. More than 20 zombies gathered at the door. When they saw the obstacle disappeared, they stumbled into the gymnasium. Mom! Forgive me! It's not that I didn't save you! Save me! Jiang Xinghua looked through the car window. In a corner of the gymnasium, He Xiufan turned into a zombie, dragging her exposed organs and intestines and tearing Wu Bushi apart. He had been so well protected by his mother and Wu Zichuan that he had not suffered any hardship for so long. Now one of the two people who were protecting him has broken off ties with him, and the other has turned into a zombie. He has to face the doubled pain that reality has brought him. Wu Bushi was dragged and bitten by He Xiufan, and instantly turned into a bloody man, wailing miserably. Instead, it attracted the zombies at the door and gathered over, and they were soon overwhelmed by them. Green Hair spat in disgust. Serves you right. Wu Zichuan withdrew his gaze without any emotion. The car drove into the night again. The difference is that there were 3 people when they came, and there were 5 people when they left. Zhou Gan drove the off-road vehicle like a bumper car. Green Hair sat between Zhou Yiming and Wu Zichuan in the back, pulling Wu Zichuan's clothes with an unpleasant look on his face. Brother Ugh, can you please drive more steadily? Zhou Gan warned through the rearview mirror. Hold it in. If you dare to vomit in the car, I will not forgive you. Green Hair covered his mouth with his hands and nodded. Wu Zichuan turned his head to look out the window with a smile on his lips, and suddenly he felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. Zhou Yiming leaned against the window, watching the zombies flashing past outside the window with a frown on his face. Zhou Gan asked doubtfully, Xiaomeng? You don't seem to be right? Jiang Xinghua turned around and looked at her. Zhou Yiming turned her head, and in the moonlight, one could see that her face was abnormally flushed, and her eyes were a little unfocused. Jiang Xinghua tilted his head and asked, I remember you were fine just now, but why did you suddenly start to feel uncomfortable? Maybe I have a fever. It's okay. I recover quickly from illness. Zhou Yiming forced a smile. Zhou Gan nodded. That's right, Xiaomeng has always been in good health, but you don't seem to have been sick for a long time. Jiang Xinghua had some guesses in his mind and asked, What are your symptoms now? Did it start suddenly? Zhou Yiming shook his head and concentrated on thinking for a few seconds. I didn't feel anything just now, but a few minutes after I got on the bus, I felt my body getting hot. It was very sudden. Jiang Xinghua chuckled. You should be awakening. These words rang out in the car like thunder. Zhou Gan exclaimed, Oh my God, boss! Really? My sister is going to become a Superman? Although Zhou Yiming's mind was a mess, she still understood this sentence, and looked at Jiang Xinghua with hope in her eyes. Yes, generally, awakeners will experience symptoms before awakening, such as fever and shock, which usually come on suddenly and violently. The more severe the symptoms are and the longer they last, the stronger your ability to awaken will be in the future. Wu Zichuan, there should have been signs before you awakened, right? Wu Zichuan nodded. Yes, but we were busy moving to the stadium during those days. I should have just had a fever for about 7 or 8 days. I can't remember clearly. Zhou Gan asked curiously. Your symptoms were so serious at the time, but you didn't fall into a coma? No, at that time. He paused as if he thought of something. I was very busy at the time and had no time to rest, but I managed to get through it. Green Hair was so shocked that he even forgot to feel sick. So, Brother Chuan, you were still having a fever when I met you? Jiang Xinghua turned his head and looked out the car window indifferently. It turned out that people are different. Wu Zichuan had high potential and strong supernatural powers. Normally, these symptoms should have been very serious, but he actually managed to endure them. She recalled that she had been lying in the dungeon hall for 10 whole days, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Zhou Yiming was already a little dazed and leaned back in the back seat to rest. Zhou Gan looked at her worriedly through the rearview mirror and couldn't help asking, Boss, how many days has Xiaomeng been ill? That depends on her awakening ability. It depends on the individual. People who are already very strong will not have very bad awakening abilities, so the time it takes will be longer. Based on Xiaomeng's physical condition, I estimate it will take about 7 or 8 days. Zhou Gan understood and nodded, feeling worried but also happy for his sister. Green Hair was extremely envious. I don't know if I will have the chance to awaken a power. He leaned on Jiang Xinghua's chair curiously and asked, Boss, how many days did it take you to awaken? Zhou Gan stretched out a hand and pushed him back. Go back. You haven't showered in days, and you're fumigating the boss again. Green Hair made a face and sat back obediently. Jiang Xinghua smiled and said, It took me 10 days, but I didn't have Ah Chuan's physical fitness, and I was unconscious the whole time. Green Hair exclaimed, 10 days! No wonder you are so powerful, boss! The return journey was very smooth and the 5 people quickly returned to the Banhua Villa area. In front of Zhou Gan's house. Ah Chuan Lumao, you guys stay with Zhou Gan first, get some rest and come up the mountain to find me tomorrow. It's too late today, we'll talk in detail tomorrow. Zhou Gan, I'll take Xiaomeng back first. Zhou Gan was more than happy to do so, and nodded gratefully. He is a man, and if Zhou Yiming is unconscious, many things will be inconvenient for him. I want to thank you, boss, on behalf of Xiaomeng. I was embarrassed to mention it at first, but now I feel relieved that she's going back with you. After a night, the dazzling sunlight covered the earth again, and almost no living creatures were active outside in the scorching temperature. Oh my God! Boss, is this a villa? Isn't this a fortress? Green Hair was chattering all the way, and if Shogun hadn't been quick, he would have had a close contact with the ivy. Although Wu Zichuan had an excellent psychological quality, he could not hide his admiration for the mutated plant guards in the villa halfway up the mountain and the sophisticated flamethrowers on the wall. I secretly congratulated myself for making the right decision. Shogun was worried, so he brought the two well-groomed people to the villa halfway up the mountain early in the morning. The day before, Zhou Yiming was in very bad condition and could only walk with difficulty. No one knew how she was doing today. Chapter 55 Zhou Yiming Awakens, Veterinarian. The three of them entered the villa, where Jiang Xinghua was having breakfast. He asked a few people to sit down and took out some frozen buns and dumplings for Shogun to prepare. Boss, how is Xiao Meng? Shogun was busy in the kitchen and couldn't help but worry. Jiang Xinghua swallowed a mouthful of orange juice and said, Don't worry, she's fine, she just needs to be unconscious for a few days. She is in the guest room on the second floor. You can go see her after dinner. Shogun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xinghua has a small appetite, so he had almost finished eating when they came in. Then I just watched the three people eat. They were all young and middle-aged, and the three of them ate a whole table of breakfast. Wu Zichuan blushed and felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, Miss Jiang, we ate a little too much. Jiang Xinghua looked up at him. The other person's hair had been trimmed into a neat and tidy crew cut, and his stubble had been cleaned off, revealing a handsome face. He should be wearing Shogun's black short-sleeved shirt. The two of them are of similar build and their clothes fit them well. It's okay. Don't be so reserved. Being my subordinate, it shouldn't be a problem for me to provide you with food. From now on, you will call me boss like them. Green Hair came over curiously with a bun in his mouth. He was not as tall and strong as the others. After washing, Jiang Xinghua discovered that he had a handsome face. It's a very clean, youthful vibe. Green Hair, how old are you this year? Green Hair scratched his head. I'm 20 this year. Jiang Xinghua nodded. No wonder she looked so small. About the same age as her. Shogun, tell them about their treatment. It will be the same as yours. Shogun didn't expect that Green Hair also had one. He thought it was good enough that the boss agreed to let Green Hair join. I don't know what the boss likes about this kid. Shogun stroked his chin and looked at Green Hair all over, which made Green Hair feel uncomfortable. Big brother, don't look at me like that. Tisk. Shogun withdrew his gaze and didn't see it for the time being. Jiang Xinghua lowered his head and browsed the tablet. Green Hair doesn't seem to have any great abilities at the moment, but he is smart and sensible. And he is very loyal and has a bottom line. She doesn't care about these supplies for such a person. They were the first people to follow her, so it's reasonable for them to be treated better. A little bit of supplies buys loyalty, it's a good deal. It's like this. Each of us will get 50 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of flour, and 15 kilograms of meat as salary every month. We'll add these too when the vegetables and orchard crops are ready for harvest. The boss means 30 kilograms of vegetables and 20 kilograms of fruits. Even Wu Zichuan's cold face was shocked by this treatment, and he looked dumbfounded. The buns in the green-haired guy's hand fell into the bowl. Green Hair asked excitedly, Boss, do I have one too? We still have an orchard? Jiang Xinghua smiled and nodded. Of course, such treatment can't be found anywhere else in Doomsday. These things can be sold later. I don't care about them. After dinner, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the working environment. If you do well in the future, there will be material rewards. Green Hair shouted. Long live it! And happily ate 2 more buns. After Shogun met Zhou Yiming, the 4 of them went to the underground city. Shogun felt relieved when he saw cracks appearing on Wu Zichuan's cool face. Otherwise, he would be the only one surprised like a fool, which would make him look stupid. Jiang Xinghua gave the 2 of them a single room and then took them to the basement floor. Let Shogun teach them how to farm and take care of livestock. Jiang Xinghua lay down on the small recliner that Zhou Yiming had specially prepared for her to supervise the work. She is quite satisfied with the young and middle-aged labor force under her. Now that her hands are free, she can do anything with just her mouth. And soon she will have 2 awakened ones. Just thinking about it will make her eat more. As long as they don't play dirty tricks, she will be a benevolent capitalist. The progress of the underground first floor had reached 40% after the addition of more than 100 sheep, but then began to stagnate again. Jiang Xinghua lazily placed his hands behind his head, thinking about the next countermeasures. 7 days later, the 24th day of Doomsday. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the four of them were having breakfast in a villa halfway up the mountain, and Zhou Gan couldn't help but sigh. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you sighing so early in the morning? It's so unlucky." Zhou Gan punched Green Hair. "Why hasn't Xiaoming woken up yet? She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for so many days. Is that okay?" Jiang Xinghua wiped his mouth with a tissue and said slowly, "It's okay. It's okay not to eat or drink during the awakening period. I just feel a little hungry." "Ms. Jiang." Jiang Xinghua turned around and saw the tall Zhou Yiming standing at the stairs, and she smiled. "We were just talking about you when you woke up. Come and have dinner." Zhou Yiming was indeed so hungry that she felt dizzy and didn't care about much else. The four of them watched her eat 3 servings of food before she slowed down. But it just slowed down, not stopped. She was a little embarrassed. Jiang Xinghua patted her arm soothingly. "It's okay, eat with confidence. It's normal to need a lot of food to replenish energy after awakening." Only then did Zhou Yiming feel relieved. The four of them finally waited until Zhou Yiming finished eating, and Zhou Gan couldn't wait to ask. "Xiaoming, what ability have you awakened?" Zhou Yiming felt a little embarrassed being stared at by so many eyes, so she picked up a metal spoon with a stern face. The spoon was visibly folded, bent, and twisted into a ball. Green Hair scratched his head in confusion. "What kind of ability is this?" The others didn't understand it for a moment. Zhou Yiming blushed. "I'm not very familiar with it yet." As she spoke, the spoon in her hand began to twist again, gradually solidifying into a ball of metallic solution. It was like being pulled by an invisible hand and gradually stretching. Finally it is formed into a cone shape. Jiang Xinghua's eyes lit up. "Metal control?" Zhou Yiming loosened her grip, and the bright silver metal nail fell onto her broad palm. She placed it in Jiang Xinghua's hand. "It should be. I can feel the metal energy around me and control it." Jiang Xinghua held the metal nail and nodded in praise. "It's a great ability that can be used for both attack and defense. You can control metal to wrap yourself in it for defense, and you can also summon metal walls, which gives you more options for attack." Zhou Yiming looked at her with sparkling eyes. "You and Achuan have just awakened. I can focus on teaching you about superpowers in the next few days." Zhou Gan patted Zhou Yiming's shoulders with his big hands with a proud look on his face. Green Hair's head shrank and he felt pain in his flesh just listening to it. Zhou Yiming looked very used to it and didn't even shake. Green Hair pouted secretly, pinched his skinny biceps and sighed. "Well, I have a request." Zhou Yiming looked at the ground with her head slightly lowered. Her fingers were twisted together, revealing the shyness of a little girl. Jiang Xinghua said with great interest, "Tell me about it. Can I call you by your name?" Jiang Xinghua was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhou Yiming's request would be this. She looked at Zhou Yiming, and there was anxiety and expectation in her black and white eyes. She has been an oddball among the people around her since she was young. She has no friends except her brother, but she is exceptionally gentle and simple. Maybe she needs a same-sex friend too. Zhou Yiming was very nervous when she saw Jiang Xinghua didn't say anything. She had always called her Miss Jiang because she always felt that she was not strong enough, could do too little to help her, and was not qualified to be her friend. She finally became an awakened person and wanted to be closer to Jiang Xinghua. "Let's start with the name." I just said it casually, it's okay, Of course, it's not a big deal. Xiaoming, you can just call me Xinghua from now on." Zhou Yiming grinned. Hee, Xinghua calls me Xiaoming." Zhou Gan came over. "Can I call you that too?" Jiang Xinghua gave him a typical smile and looked at him. Zhou Gan. "Okay, I understand, no?" Jiang Xinghua nodded. Zhou Gan. 5 people gathered at the sheepfold on the underground city's first floor. "Boss, I felt something is wrong with them these past 2 days. I'm not energetic, and I don't eat much, so I don't have much strength. Look, I can't even stand up." Zhou Gan frowned and pointed to the 7 sheep that were separated out for Jiang Xinghua. After careful observation, Jiang Xinghua indeed found that there was something wrong with these sheep. "I was planning to search for some livestock recently, but it looks like this plan will be delayed for now," Zhou Gan said seriously. "Boss, you should take it easy for a while. I have taken care of livestock before, but I am not a professional. If a problem like this really arises, I really have no way to deal with it. We have to find a solution, otherwise it will be useless if we bring more people back and they die. Jiang Xinghua understood this truth and thought about countermeasures in his mind. If only we had a veterinarian among us. Zhou Yiming suddenly said. By the way, Xinghua, I remember there seems to be a veterinarian in Yunnan Garden. Really? Do you know him? Zhou Yiming looked up, as if recalling something. After a while he said, I remember now. There is a veterinarian in Building 8. I've seen him treat other people's pets, but I don't know if he can treat sheep. Jiang Xinghua raised his eyebrows and thought, the same building. Does that mean Jiang Yimei and the others are here too? I don't know whether this family is dead or not. She took out her cell phone. It's okay, just ask and you'll know. The internet connection is still there, but it will probably be soon. I hope we can get in touch. Zhou Yiming and Jiang Xinghua got together and found a person with a sheep head avatar in the group. Jiang Xinghua was stunned. This person was the one who had previously exchanged a rabbit for medicine for his wife in the group. She sent a message. Can you treat livestock? For a fee. Half a day later, I actually received a reply. I used to be a livestock veterinarian, but now... I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Jiang Xinghua was looking up information when he saw the other party's reply. I need talents like you. If you work for me, I will pay you accordingly. After typing this, Jiang Xinghua went to the refrigerator in the kitchen and took a photo. Chapter 56. Choosing me is your only way to survive. Room 603, Building 8, Yunnan Community. The thick curtains blocked out the strong midday sun, making the room dim and the air stuffy. Sitting on the sofa in the living room was a very thin and haggard middle-aged man. He was staring at his glowing cell phone with a frown on his face. Old you, who would send you a message at this time? A middle-aged woman walked out of the bedroom. The voice was very small and weak. The dark circles under her eyes, slightly sunken cheeks and dry hair made her look old. Yu Shi subconsciously reached out to help the other person and led her to sit on the sofa. Both of them are around 50 years old and have dry and chapped lips. His face had become sickly pale from not seeing the sun for so long. His hair was a mixture of black and white, and he looked very haggard. Yu Shi placed the phone screen between the two of them and pointed it at the woman. It's someone from our building. She asked me if I was a veterinarian and if I could work for her. Sun Yao frowned his delicate eyebrows, with a look of worry on his face. This person said he would pay you. It's called a reward, but what's the use of money now? We need food, but it's been a month. Who has any surplus food? The couple sighed deeply, their backs bent a little more. The thin clothes showed the protruding spines of the two people. See? The sudden noise startled the two of them, and Yu Shi quickly covered his vibrating phone. The two looked at the screen and their eyes widened instantly. Old Yu! Is this photo of her real? Could it have been taken before the apocalypse? Sun Yao looked at Yu Shi with doubt and a hint of expectation in his eyes. Yu Shi swallowed hard. It's true, you see, it shows the shooting time was 4 minutes ago. Maybe the network is not good, it has only been sent now. Also, she wanted me to treat livestock. Anyone who can still afford to raise livestock at this time must not be short of supplies. The two looked at each other and saw the hope rising in each other's eyes. Yu Shi's excited heart suddenly calmed down. Miao, what if this person is a liar? A smile appeared on the other person's face. She has an extremely elegant and quiet temperament. Even though she is old now, when she smiles with her curved lips she looks more like a pool of aged wine. What can we do to deceive others? There is nothing but our two old bones. Let's give it a try. What if? In the next 2 days. The worry in her eyes grew heavier. These past 2 days those guys have been prying open doors more and more frequently. If we don't find a solution, we'll either starve to death or... Yu Shi was still frightened. The two hands clasped together tightly, hoping to bring strength to each other. Yu Shi became firm and pressed the internet call button. On the other side, Jiang Xinghua was lying on a recliner on the first floor below ground, reading a book and supervising the work. The phone suddenly started vibrating. She saw the call request displayed on the screen and raised an eyebrow. It looks very urgent. Press the answer button. Hello? There was no sound from the other side. I know you must have made your choice to call me now. I will pay you with food supplies. Believe me, my reward is beyond your imagination. You'd guess your situation must be very critical. Choosing me is your only way to survive. Jiang Xinghua could hear two heavy and rapid breathing sounds from the other side. Like thinking, making some kind of decision. Her fingers tapped unconsciously on the edge of the recliner, her expression relaxed. After a while, a very faint voice came from the other end of the phone. I can work for you as long as you pay me with food. You can rest assured that as long as you are capable, I will never treat you badly in terms of compensation. The other side seemed to be relieved. Don't know how I can find you. I'm still in the community, and there are too many zombies. My wife and I. Please pack up your important things. I'll be at your door in 2 hours. Just wait at home. There was silence for a few seconds, and they were stunned for a moment. Jiang Xinghua took the initiative to ask. What's your name? Which room in Building 8 do you live in? My name is Yushir, my wife is Su Miao, and we live in... Jiang Xinghua held the phone in front of him in confusion, but the call was disconnected. The internet is down. The two people who were listening to the phone together on the other end suddenly stopped responding to each other. I took away my phone and found that there was no network service. They looked at each other worriedly. I wonder if she heard our address? Yushir gave an ugly smile. You should have heard it, let's not worry. Like you said, we have no other options, so let's try this one. If you hadn't been in the habit of hoarding food, we wouldn't have made it this far. But the last of our food was eaten yesterday morning. We really have no way out now. After he said that, he saw his wife's haggard and depressed face and felt very depressed. It's okay. Don't think too much. We packed our things as she said. If not, I will go out to look for supplies. Miao, don't worry. We have gone through ups and downs for more than 40 years. I will do my best to keep you alive. Su Miao saw the determination in her husband's eyes and thought of their years of love. A smile of reminiscence appeared on the corner of his mouth. The two hugged each other tightly and gave each other strength. In order to stop themselves from having wild thoughts, the two began to pack their important luggage in a hurry. Su Miao didn't want to add burden to the other party, so he only packed a small package. There were 2 sets of clothes and their marriage certificate. An hour passed slowly in the dim light. Yushir was in a trance and saw the door handle of the living room was slowly turning. The two looked at each other with panicked expressions. Then, a slight sound of metal collision was heard. Someone is prying the door open from outside. What was different from the past was that a piece of paper slipped in through the crack in the door. The paper fell on the living room floor. Yushir picked it up and saw a line of words on it. If you know what's best for you, open the door and hand over all the supplies. Then more papers were stuffed in from outside the door. Yushir picked them up one by one with trembling hands. If you open the door yourself, we can still spare your life. If you force us to do it, you can only blame yourself. I know you still have a wife. If you don't open the door and wait for us to come in, we will kill you all. Cut your wife into pieces in front of you. Open the door. Su Miao walked to Yushir's side without knowing when. My body went limp when I saw those hideous words. Yushir hurriedly helped her into the bedroom. Don't be afraid, Miao. Our door is very strong. They won't be able to get in for a while. You're not feeling well, take a rest first. There's only 1 hour left, someone will be here to pick us up soon. He hugged the tearful Su Miao and said, Don't look at me as I'm already 52 years old, but I'm in good health. I work hard for my new boss and earn a lot of food. We will be blessed in the future if we survive this great disaster. Half an hour passed as Yushir comforted him softly. The noise at the door became louder and louder, and Yushir's expression became more and more uneasy. He hoped that person would come soon. As long as she can save a Miao, he is willing to work for her all his life. Old you, I think I heard someone shouting in the building? Yushir also felt something was wrong. I walked slowly to the living room and found that the noise of prying the door had stopped. Instead there was a burst of noise. It seemed to be Aunt Lee's voice downstairs. Rescue is coming! Someone is coming to save us! Yushir was stunned for a moment, then filled with ecstasy. Is it really coming? Chapter 57. Being a boss requires some style. Time goes back to 1 hour ago. On the first floor of Building 8 of Yanlinyuan, 5 figures quickly flashed into the building. Close the door! The tall man in a black vest with tattoos on his arms responded immediately, and closed the unit door. The dozen zombies falling behind him were locked outside the door. With a click, it was locked. Roar! There are 7 zombies wandering in the corridor on the first floor, and they will pounce on the living people as soon as they see them. Jiang Xinghua retreated to the back. Xiao Meng, try to use your supernatural powers more and use your sword and fists less. Achuan, use what I taught you and pay attention to the status of the other 3. If you see them showing signs of fatigue, use your powers. Your ability is not only to heal, but also to enhance the team. Zhou Gan Lumao, you guys should take this opportunity to practice more. Your own strength is the most important. The 5 people's eyes were full of determination, and they all answered in unison. Yes, boss! Jiang Xinghua stood by the door with his arms folded. 4 figures pounced on the zombies swiftly, and a smile appeared on her lips. That's great. Her subordinates' killing of zombies can also be counted on her. I don't have to do everything myself anymore. Being a boss requires some style. Zhou Yiming grabbed the stair rail beside him with his left hand. The 2 sides of the iron rod cracked as if melted by flames, and she took it off easily. She pressed the iron rod inward with both hands and held it tightly. She held an iron rod more than 1 meter long in her hand. When she opened her hands, the rusty metal rod had completely melted and stuck to her palms. There are still some bumps on the surface, but it has already taken the shape of a pair of metal gloves. Attached to her hands, she raised her real iron fist and smashed at the zombies. Over there, Wu Zichuan was wielding a boning knife and keeping an eye on all directions. As soon as he saw green hair showing any signs of fatigue, he immediately released healing energy particles. The opponent's condition is restored visibly. Jiang Xinghua stood casually by the door, looking at the weapons in their hands. It's a bit crude. The configuration has to be changed. Otherwise, when we meet others in the future, they will be fighting with real knives, and their imposing manner will be so low. I remember I had prepared a save point before. We were not strong enough at that time, but it should be enough to take them there now. Jiang Xinghua stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He muttered to himself with a distracted look in his eyes. In less than 10 minutes, the 7 zombies completely lost their ability to move. Zhou Gan was sweating profusely and pulled green hair over. He hooked his neck and grinned. Great green hair! You can even kill zombies! I thought you were so scared that you asked your brother to save you. I had thought of all the words to say no, but in the end I didn't even have the chance to say them. Green-haired man pursed his lips. The boss has already said it. Your own strength is the most important. I don't always let you protect me, hee. I don't want to hold you back. It was a rare occasion that Zhou Gan didn't hit him. Jiang Xinghua was satisfied. She is willing to give such a thoughtful subordinate some time to grow. The 5 people did not take the elevator but took the fire escape. Zhou Gan asked quietly. Boss, didn't you tell me which floor the veterinarian lives on? His voice echoed in the empty corridor. Jiang Xinghua was surrounded by 4 people and answered in a low voice. He only said his name was Yu Shi, and his wife's name was Su Miao. He was disconnected before he could tell his address. Green hair scratched his head. Then how do we find it? There are so many households. This building has 7 floors in total, with 4 to 5 households on each floor. There are probably not many survivors left. We'll find it if we go up layer by layer. In this way, the 5 people fought their way to the 3rd floor and finally attracted the attention of the survivors in the building. Until the 4th floor. The last zombie fell, and a figure flew in front of the 5 people. Wow, you guys are finally here! Are you here to save us? Before I could get a reply, the middle-aged woman in front of me with disheveled hair and an agitated expression started crying. The sound could pierce one's eardrums. Rescue is coming! Someone is coming to save us! Room 602, 6th floor. 4 young men around 25 years old were crowded at the door. I heard the crying of a middle-aged woman. One of the men wearing glasses whispered, Brother Huang, it should be Aunt Li with a loud voice on the 4th floor. She said help was coming? It seems we heard it right. Huang Tsung frowned, and the other 3 were waiting for him to speak. She dares to be so loud, so someone must be here. Gung Jing, the only female among the 4, became excited. Then should we still break down the door of room 603? Huang Tsung narrowed his eyes and thought for a few seconds, then gave a cruel smile. Of course, and we have to break the door down before those guys get up. Then kill those 2 old bastards inside. The fat man who had been silent the whole time asked in confusion. Why, Brother Huang? Why are we killing people when help is coming? Huang Tsung turned around and glared at him in secret. Didn't I tell you 2 days ago? My uncle is now the owner of Fengyue Base, and he just contacted me. Although we have a close relationship, I still want to bring him a gift. If you don't hand over some supplies when you enter the base, you will be laughed at by those people. How am I going to take over my uncle's job in the future? Huang Tsung looked somewhat proud when he said this, and his chest unconsciously straightened out. The fat man was very envious and spoke in a flattering tone. Brother Huang, can I have a share of the supplies we grab later? I want to get into the base too. The remaining two people looked at Huang Tsung with the same anticipation. Huang Tsung glanced at them contemptuously. Finally a sound came out of his nose. The three people nearby looked excited. The fat man flattered. I've heard from Brother Huang that my uncle is the company's president, but I didn't expect that he would be the base owner after the apocalypse. That's awesome. There are hundreds of people at the Fengyue base, and those who go in are fed and have jobs. As expected, he is Huang's uncle. The other two echoed. I'll rely on Brother Huang from now on. I hope Brother Huang will have a good life in the future and won't forget us. No matter whether the base downstairs is official or some other base, they don't want to go in. They killed many people in the building in order to grab supplies. Who knows what would happen if someone found out they had entered the official base. If it were any other base, it would be better to follow Huang Tsung. At least we have our own people at the top. Yu Shi in room 603 was very excited when he heard Enli shouting for help. Whether it's the person you made an appointment with over the phone or someone else. As long as he and his wife can be saved. He went inside to share the good news with his wife. Just as the two of them felt relieved, they heard a loud banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Old Yu, I feel something is wrong. Would the rescuers bang on the door like this? Yu Shi's heart tightened. Definitely not. You old bastard! Get out of here right now! If you don't open the door, don't blame us for being rude! Smash! Yu Shi was stunned. Oh no! It's the group of people who pried open the door. Su Miao had sharp hearing and recognized the owner of the voice immediately, his face turning pale. It's Huang Tsung from next door! I remembered that he brought 3 friends back to play on the day of Doomsday. We even said hello in the hallway. Yu Shi's expression also changed. No wonder he was so sure that we had food. A few days ago, I used a rabbit to exchange medicine with him. He must have thought we still had some food in stock. The two looked at each other nervously. Su Miao felt very guilty. I'm sorry, Lao Yu, it's all my fault. If I wasn't sick and you had gone to change my medicine, they wouldn't have come. Don't say that, I don't blame you. Huang Tsung is usually uneducated and unlearned. I have seen him always bringing back his bad friends to make trouble, and I have told him about it several times. He must have held a grudge against me. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was smashed open. 4 people rushed in and blocked the large sofa in the living room behind the door. Damn it! I told you not to open the door, and I nearly got caught by a zombie while I was slamming it. I want to see where you can hide. 2 old guys are in the bedroom, break the door open. A fierce expression flashed across the faces of the fat man and the man with glasses. He walked towards the bedroom with a grin on his face, holding a fire hammer. Jiang Xinghua and his group got the address of Yu Shi's family from Enli downstairs. Clearing out zombies on the 5th floor. Chapter 58 arrived in time. Deng Xingping makes trouble. Inside the house, Yu Shi hugged Su Miao tightly, and tears flashed in their bloodshot eyes. The bedroom door is much less sturdy than the security door in the living room. After a few hammer blows, the door lock was completely broken and fell to the ground with a clang. Bang! The fat man kicked open the bedroom door. Yu Shi was terrified and angry, so he stood in front of Su Miao and shouted, Don't touch my wife! Come to me if you have anything to say! The fat man grinned and swung his hammer at the man's right arm which was defending. Old Yu! Yu Shi fell to his knees, his face pale. The pain from his broken arm made him tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Su Miao rushed over and hugged him tightly with a look of suppressed pain. The 2 men are in their 50s and are no match for these young men. Glasses pulled Su Miao's long hair and dragged her to the living room. When Yu Shi saw his wife being treated so roughly, tears of pain flowed from his eyes. Come at me! Don't touch her! The 2 were dragged into the living room and thrown to the ground, huddled together in panic. Huang Tsung sat on the only single sofa and crossed his legs. He laughed and said, I told you that if you don't open the door, I'll chop your wife to pieces, But you didn't believe me. Fatty, remember, chop it up. Yu Shi was shocked and his expression changed from anger to pleading. Please! Don't touch her! Don't touch her! Stinky old man, what were you doing so far? It's too late! Yu Shi seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, his face full of pain and helplessness. We really have no food! I'm not lying to you! We really have no food! Get started! Gung Jing and Yan Jing stood aside, watching with their arms folded, with anticipation and excitement on their faces. The fat man licked his dry lower lip, with a playful and crazy look in his eyes. He seemed to enjoy the slow torture and the pressure he put on his victims. The hammer was half dragged, and it made a harsh sound as it rubbed against the ground. In Yu Shi's horrified eyes, he saw the sledgehammer raised high. Please let us go! Let my wife go! At the door, Jiang Xinghua and Zhou Yiming looked at each other solemnly. Several people heard something unusual in the house. Zhou Yiming punched out. Bang! With a loud bang, the sofa in the living room was blown directly against the opposite wall. The door completely broke into 2 pieces. A flash of cold light passed by. With a clang, the hammer in the fat man's hand fell to the ground. He looked down in confusion and found that not only had the hammer fallen to the ground, but there was also a severed hand on the hammer handle that was twitching nervously. Then he realized that what was on the ground was his right hand. His right wrist was cut off and blood gushed out. Oh! My hand! My hand! Jiang Xinghua gave Wu Zichuan a look of praise. The latter's mouth corners curled up slightly. The boning knife in his hand was stuck in the wooden floor behind the fat man. Red blood slid down the sharp blade, and the handle was still trembling slightly. The people in the room had different expressions. Jiang Xinghua gave a polite smile. I'm sorry I wasted some time asking for your address. Am I here on time? Yu Shi and Su Miao were stunned by what happened suddenly. It was not until Jiang Xinghua spoke that Yu Shi came back to his senses. His shirt was soaked with cold sweat and felt very sticky. The pain made him speechless for a moment, and his pale lips trembled. Huang Tsang stood up from the sofa with a long knife in his hand. There were bloodstains on it. Obviously it had not only been sharpened but had also seen blood. He looked at Jiang Xinghua with a wary expression. Glasses gritted his teeth and asked angrily, Who are you? Why do you hit my brother? The 5 people on the opposite side didn't even look at him. Jiang Xinghua maintained a polite smile and asked softly, Excuse me, are you Mr. Yu Shi and Ms. Su Miao? Su Miao nodded excitedly, tears welling up in his eyes. She knew the person on the phone had come to rescue them. Xiao Meng, bring the 2 of you over here. Zhou Yimeng nodded. His tall and strong physique had a great deterrent effect, and the 4 people did not dare to stop him for a while. He watched helplessly as the other party brought Yu Shi and his wife to his side. Jiang Xinghua whispered, I wonder what Mr. Yu is doing? Su Miao hugged Yu Shi tightly and said in a hoarse voice, They gave me a discount. It was the first time in decades that she was so angry. The heart is filled with hatred, wishing the other person to die. Her red eyes scanned Huang Tsang and the other 3 people carefully, as if to remember their ugly and hideous faces. The fat man lost too much blood and fell to the ground groaning in pain. His already plump and white body was now even paler, soaked in sweat like rotten meat. Huang Tsang narrowed his eyes. Seeing the nonchalant looks of the people opposite me made me feel extremely unhappy. He looked Jiang Xinghua up and down with a gloomy expression. Are you here to save this old man? Zhou Gan stepped forward to block his gaze. He instantly released his entire aura, suppressing the 4 people opposite him so much that their faces turned pale. We are here to rescue this couple. Why? Do I need your consent? When their eyes met, crackling lightning flashed. Not far behind Jiang Xinghua, there were more than a dozen people falling. All of them were survivors in the building. Some of them were excited, some were afraid, and some looked hesitant and anxious. I really came to save people. But you said you were here to save Mr. and Mrs. Yu. Why are you so excited? You saved them all, why don't you save us? Let's go and beg for mercy. I'm going to starve to death if I stay here any longer. It's okay to let them leave some food. These people feel a sour feeling in their stomachs when talking about food. Hunger gave them a sudden courage. Hello, sir. I wonder if you are an official rescuer? Jiang Xinghua turned around and looked at them. Erdwa naturally didn't miss their discussion just now. She didn't want to talk and gave the person next to her a look. Zhou Gan said coldly, No, we are not official nor from any base. We are here to look for Mr. and Mrs. Yushur. The survivors turned pale and looked at each other. People who knew it was not official saw the other party's tattooed arms and still looked imposing. No one dared to speak for a moment. Jiang Xinghua? Are you the one the rescuers are talking about? Jiang Xinghua frowned and looked at the two people who were peeking out from the stairs. The person who spoke was Deng Xingping, her good uncle. Her eyes deliberately stayed on the other person's limping leg as he dragged himself along. Very sarcastic. Deng Xingping gritted his teeth. Seeing Zhou Gan standing with Jiang Xinghua, new and old hatred surged into his heart at the same time. Jiang Yimei was supporting Deng Xingping from the side, with the same hatred on her face. Some of the survivors were quick-witted and reacted suddenly. Jiang Xinghua? Aren't you the niece of Deng Xingping and Jiang Yimei? Their atmosphere suddenly became lively. They would still be afraid of a complete stranger, but Jiang Xinghua was once their neighbor. Although I have never seen it twice before, but at this time. Even if the relationship is hundreds of kilometers away, we still want to establish a connection. Niece, do you recognize me? I'm your Uncle Sean who lives downstairs. We are all neighbors, and I see you are doing well, so take us out. Just find me a safe place. Give me some food. Even 8 or 10 kilograms will do. We have such a hard life. You can't just stand by and watch someone die. Jiang Xinghua sneered. It's none of my business. Green Hair muttered beside Jiang Xinghua. Boss, why do I feel that there are more and more people who are morally blackmailed after the apocalypse? Jiang Xinghua's cold eyes flashed with annoyance. Because they have no backbone, no ability, and no courage. I don't dare to go out to find supplies by myself. I don't dare to face the zombies, and I don't dare to accept reality. I just want to hide in a false safety shell and wait for others to rescue me. They can do nothing but use these useless words to kidnap others spiritually and morally to get charity. Green Hair curled his lips. Don't you just want to get it for free? You don't want to pay anything and just want to open your mouth and wait for others to feed you. How shameless. The survivors were stunned. They didn't expect Jiang Xinghua to be so vicious. Deng Xingping and Jiang Yimei carefully looked over Jiang Xinghua and the others from beginning to end. They have ruddy complexions, are in high spirits and are armed. You can tell at a glance that they are living a good life. Deng Xingping was so angry that he trembled all over when he thought of the warehouse full of supplies that was among the inheritance that Jiang Xinghua had taken away. And she broke her promise to sell the house, making him a laughing stock in the neighborhood. A vicious thought flashed through his mind. Deng Xingping took a few steps forward and spoke in a voice that everyone could hear. Xinghua, don't be so selfish, we are all neighbors. Didn't your parents leave behind a warehouse of supplies? Is it okay to share some with everyone? These are all your elders, please use them to save everyone. This is nothing to you. There was a surging malice in his eyes. Those people had no hope in the first place. The sound of stomachs growling could be heard from a warehouse full of supplies. Greed was evident in his eyes. Jiang Xinghua raised a mocking smile. She knew that this dog would never stop. Waiting for her here. Chapter 59, Flattering Yu Hong. Deng Xingping stood among a dozen survivors, with strong malice in his eyes. They are like a pack of hungry wolves. There was a hungry, greedy green light in his eyes. Xinghua, look how much your uncle is begging you. Forget about the fact that you deliberately mortgaged the house and got your aunt and I kicked out. You are still a child, we won't bother with you. But the situation is critical now, you have to save us. The people around echoed. They were messy and smelly, with smiles on their faces and saliva secreting from the corners of their mouths. The look he gave Jiang Xinghua was like looking at a meat bun. Yes. There are so many supplies in a warehouse that you can't use them all. It won't hurt to give us some. You have so much, what's wrong with sharing some with us? Zhou Yinming and Zhou Gan looked at each other. Anger showed on both of their faces. Wu Zichuan, who had been silent all this time, slightly frowned his handsome eyebrows, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in the corners of his eyes. The faces of this group of people are very similar to Wu Buishi and He Xiufan. It brought back some bad memories for him. Green Hair's teeth were grinding loudly, and there were 10,000 dirty words in his mouth that needed to be vented. He turned his head and glanced at Jiang Xinghua's face, and his whole body trembled instantly. I swallowed the words straight back into my stomach. Jiang Xinghua's face at this moment was not only calm as water, but also had a hint of smile on it. There was a cold light in his eyes. Green Hair silently hid behind Wu Zichuan and shivered. Boss, this is too scary. It is too low class for him to go up to someone and curse at them like this. Jiang Xinghua asked back. What if I don't give it to you? What will you do? Jiang Yimei yelled angrily. You cold-blooded monster! You have no sympathy at all! I am your aunt! How dare you stand by and watch me die without helping me? Deng Xingping felt that the atmosphere was about right. He could even feel the neighbors around him breathing heavily, like wild animals. Then don't blame us for being rude, there are so many of us. Are you still afraid of these guys? A shifty-looking man next to him rolled his eyes, as if he suddenly thought of something. I'll call my eldest brother over. He's the strongest in our building. He turned and ran towards the corridor, and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Xinghua noticed that Deng Xingping seemed a little awkward and unnatural when he mentioned the so-called big brother. Like embarrassment, shame, or anger. Killing intent flashed in Wu Zichuan's eyes. Do you want me to go after him? Jiang Xinghua shook his head slightly, with an interested smile on his face. Of course not, have you forgotten? Cut the grass at its roots, let him find it. I really took a good look at what kind of capable person he is. It's just the right time to wipe out the nest. Wu Zichuan glanced at her expression and the corner of his mouth twitched. Someone is going to be in big trouble. The veins on Huan Tseng's forehead were throbbing. He hates it most when others don't take him seriously. Ever since these 5 people came in, they have completely ignored him. He felt insulted. Huan Tseng said gloomily. Then do you have to pay some compensation for my brother's injury? He broke his hand. If you refuse to give us anything, don't blame us for bullying you by relying on our numbers. People inside and outside the house all became eager to try it out. A tacit understanding was reached at this moment. One of them had his clothes blown up by an inexplicable wind, and another had condensation on his hands. Jiang Xinghua had already noticed that there were 2 awakened people here. It's just the first level, she doesn't even take it seriously. Yu Shi and Su Miao were protected by several people and looked worried. The guilt on their faces was almost overflowing at this moment. Yu Shi said in a trembling voice. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, it's us and my wife who have caused you trouble. I think you are all quite strong, you can definitely leave. But we 2 old guys definitely can't leave.